Chapter 1. The Hell of Red Lotus. In the year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar, within the confines of Impelled Down prison, lies the infamous Red Lotus Hell. Hey, wake up! Hurry and get up to eat, stop playing dead. A voice gradually penetrated Qin Chuan's consciousness. In the next moment, Qin Chuan felt a jarring blow to his posterior, jolting him awake. Damn it, if you're not dead, get up and eat this meal quickly. It's your turn to go on stage soon. At that moment, a man clad in a military cap, dressed in a white coat and green trousers, glared fiercely at Qin Chuan as he spoke. Where is this? Qin Chuan asked, bewildered as he surveyed the surrounding darkness. Haha, kid, it seems you've been thoroughly frightened. Let me reiterate, this is the first level of Impelled Down prison, the Red Lotus Hell. This meal might very well be your last, so indulge yourself. The man sneered before turning to leave. Bang! With a muffled thud, Qin Chuan found himself utterly alone. Just as he was about to rise and assess the situation, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind. A sudden, excruciating pain throbbed in his head, forcing Qin Chuan to emit a soft groan. In an instant, the pain began to ebb away. Visions materialized in his mind, one after another. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Chuan slumped back onto the cold floor with a thud. How is this possible? How could I have traversed into another world? And into the world of pirates? Qin Chuan mumbled to himself repeatedly. Indeed, Qin Chuan had crossed over and into the realm of the pirates depicted in anime. However, unlike the narratives of the novels, he had not inhabited the body of a formidable figure, but had instead been thrust into the life of an ordinary pirate. To make matters worse, this pirate had recently been captured by the Navy and unceremoniously imprisoned in this dark abyss known as Impelled Down. The inmates of this prison were notorious criminals, and it was a place steeped in terror, inhabited by monstrous guards and monitored by visual phone bugs. Moreover, the depths of the sea surrounding the prison were teeming with large sea kings, earning Impel Down the moniker of an impregnable fortress. Furthermore, once imprisoned within Impelled Down, the only way for inmates to escape was through a daring prison break. Historically, only the infamous Gold Lion Shiki had successfully executed such an escape. Damn it. Not only did I transmigrate into a pathetic pirate, but I also don't even have a system to assist me? Qin Chuan cursed under his breath. Yet, as soon as his words fell, a familiar voice indeed echoed in his ears. Ding! The character possession system interface has been successfully constructed. Congratulations on activating the system and unlocking the built-in store. You are now rewarded with a novice gift pack. Please check your inventory. It's here, it's really here. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qin Chuan was filled with excitement as he hastily opened the so-called system. In the next moment, a character panel instantly materialized in his mind. Host, Qin Chuan. Available characters for possession, none. Possession usage count, 0. Reputation points, 0. What is this? A Naruto possession system? Qin Chuan glanced at the system panel in confusion, utterly perplexed. Then he recalled the so-called novice gift pack and quickly opened it with his thoughts. Ding! Novice gift pack successfully opened. You have received 1 character card from Might Guy from Naruto, along with 10 possession uses. What the hell, Might Guy? Isn't he the strongest in physical arts from Naruto? And recognized by Madara as the strongest man. At that moment, Qin Chuan's system character panel refreshed once more. Host, Qin Chuan. Available characters for possession, Might Guy. Possession usage count, 10. Reputation points, 0. Now, Qin Chuan had a clearer understanding of how this system functioned. Primarily, it allowed characters from the Naruto universe to possess his body. Once a character possessed him, he would inherit all the ninjutsu and physical techniques they possessed. However, to possess a Naruto character, one must first acquire a character card and also have possession usage counts. Both are indispensable. But how to obtain these character cards and usage counts remained a mystery to Qin Chuan. He recalled that the system had hinted at a built-in store, so he promptly opened it with his thoughts. In the next instant, rows of Naruto character cards appeared in Qin Chuan's mind. Sage of 6 Paths character card, redemption requirement, 10 million reputation points. Sage Mode Naruto Uzumaki character card, redemption requirement, 1 million reputation points. Uchiha Madara character card, redemption requirement, 800,000 reputation points. Senju Hashirama character card, redemption requirement, 500,000 reputation points. Uchiha Itachi character card, redemption requirement, 100,000 reputation points. Possession usage count duration, 1 hour, redemption requirement, 1,000 reputation points. This list encompassed nearly all the powerful ninjas within Naruto, with varying reputation point requirements. The legendary Sage of 6 Paths had a staggering redemption requirement of 10 million reputation points. Naturally, the cheapest option was the possession usage count. yet even that required 1,000 points for single use. Gazing at the glaring zero in his reputation points, Qin Chuan could only shake his head with a bitter smile. He then noticed a brief explanatory note on the system store interface. Reputation points can be obtained by defeating opponents, with stronger foes yielding higher points. With this, the system's functionality became entirely clear to Qin Chuan. To accumulate reputation points, he would need to engage in combat and emerge victorious. Before amassing sufficient reputation, he had only 10 uses of Might Guy's character, each limited to 1 hour. Once the hour was up, he would revert to his ordinary self. Fortunately, Might Guy's strength was formidable, particularly with the 8 gates technique. So as long as he avoided encounters with the so-called 4 emperors or marine admirals, Qin Chuan felt confident in defeating opponents within that hour. Chapter 2. Sign and Rewards. Having familiarized himself with the system, Qin Chuan rose once more to survey his surroundings. He found himself confined within a cell surrounded by iron walls on 3 sides, with iron bars on the 4th. Even in the uppermost level of Red Lotus Hell, a thick stench of blood permeated the air. From the memories of this life, Qin Chuan realized he was about to face a deadly struggle for survival. This was due to the fact that, for a long time after Roger's execution, pirates across the globe had gone into a frenzy over his last words. As a result, an influx of pirates had begun to flood the seas. Consequently, the number of inmates in Impelled Down had surged. Due to its unique geographical location, there was only this one prison in the world, and expansion was impossible, leading to overcrowding in the cells. While Magellan and other prison authorities were troubled by this situation, the sadistic chief guard of Impelled Down, Sadise, proposed a plan for the inmates to kill each other. According to her plan, every layer of prisoners would engage in regular life-and-death duels, with all names replaced by numbers, and each day, 2 numbers would be drawn for a duel. In this deadly contest, victory could only be attained by killing the opponent. Yet, there was more to survive here. One must engage in an endless cycle of combat. This meant that after killing an opponent, the next day, the guards would select 2 inmates from that level for another duel, and 1 could be drawn again. Theoretically, this approach aimed to drastically reduce the prison population, and after a high-level meeting, Magellan consented to Sadise's proposal. After all, most inmates locked away here were heinous criminals, so he felt little sympathy for their fates. However, he insisted that the prisoners confined in the 6th level of the prison must never be called upon to fight. Clearly, even Magellan held a certain trepidation regarding those imprisoned in the 6th level. Impelled Down itself comprised a total of 6 levels of imprisonment. The 6th level was the most terrifying of all, known as the Infinite Hell. This Infinite Hell housed notorious individuals, where inmates were either sentenced to death or given life imprisonment. The criminals confined here were so malevolent that they had been expunged from history, monstrous pirates whose deeds were concealed by the government, ensuring that even the newspapers deliberately omitted their stories. Historically renowned as the Golden Lion, Shiki once successfully escaped from the infamous 6th level of the prison. In subsequent anime narratives, the formidable crew of the Blackbeard pirates found themselves imprisoned within these very confines. Additionally, the former chief warden of Impelled Down, Shiryu of the Rain, was also incarcerated in a cell on this 6th level. Thus, Magellan, the warden, naturally hesitated to liberate these merciless pirates for a duel. However, upon Magellan's reluctant consent, Sadise and the other guards of Impelled Down promptly organized a so-called life-and-death duel tournament. On this fateful day, Qin Chuan, designated as number 55, found himself unfortunate enough to be selected by the guards. To enhance the spectacle of each duel, the guards ensured that the 2 contenders enjoyed a hearty meal before their battle, enabling them to perform at their peak during the ensuing clash. Observing the slop laid out before him, Qin Chuan scoffed, declaring, "I would sooner starve than consume such wretched fare." After approximately 10 minutes, the same guard returned to Qin Chuan's cell. "Hey, have you finished eating? You have half an hour left, so hurry up. We'll be done shortly," Qin Chuan replied, swallowing a morsel of meat. Before long, the half-hour elapsed, and Qin Chuan had finally satisfied his hunger. After all, one cannot venture into battle without nourishment. As the time arrived, 2 guards approached, opening Qin Chuan's cell door. Qin Chuan remained silent, promptly accessing his system backpack through sheer thought and selecting the Might Guy character. Ding! The host has successfully utilized the Might Guy character card, reducing the usage count by 1. In the next moment, Qin Chuan felt an unfamiliar essence surge into his body. Simultaneously, an array of martial arts techniques possessed by Might Guy flashed through his mind. Konoha Whirlwind, Konoha Strong Whirlwind, Body Flicker Technique, Dynamic Entry, 8 Gates, and a multitude of other body techniques were instantaneously etched into Qin Chuan's consciousness. Intriguing. Observing the transformations within himself, a faint smile graced Qin Chuan's lips. Prepare yourselves. For I now declare the commencement of today's life and death duel. At that moment, a prison guard stood below the arena, shouting towards the two combatants on stage. Ding! With the sound of a bell ringing, the duel officially began. At this juncture, inmate number 38 could scarcely contain his eagerness and charged towards Qin Chuan's position. Yet, Qin Chuan stood there with an air of calmness, awaiting his opponent. Die! The inmate number 38 lunged at Qin Chuan, unleashing a formidable punch aimed directly at his head. At that moment, Qin Chuan finally sprang into action. With a swift motion, he executed the wood leaf whirlwind, and in the next instant, his leg shot out at an astonishing speed, targeting the inmate's chin. Just as the inmate's fist was about to make contact with Qin Chuan's face, his right hand abruptly halted in midair. This was because Qin Chuan's foot had landed powerfully upon the inmate's jaw. With a resounding thud, inmate number 38 was propelled into the air before crashing violently onto the arena floor. In that instant, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. All present were left in stunned disbelief, as if the unfolding event were beyond comprehension. Blood began to trickle from the corner of inmate 38's mouth as he collapsed, his body devoid of any response. The seasoned guards, accustomed to the cycle of life and death, immediately recognized that inmate 38 had drawn his last breath. Even Sadise, seated in the second-floor stands, couldn't help but furrow his brow. Clearly, Qin Chuan's recent maneuver had taken him by surprise. The opponent was a notorious killer on this level, yet before Qin Chuan, he had lacked the strength to retaliate. This development suggested that Qin Chuan might need to be reevaluated in terms of his strength classification. Should his power level be reassessed, it could lead to his transfer to a lower tier of the prison. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated an enemy, earning a reward of 500 prestige points. Upon realizing that he had earned 500 prestige points for vanquishing an inmate from the first level, Qin Chuan's heart surged with joy. After all, he had initially feared that the prestige points would be difficult to acquire, given that even the most mediocre character cards required several 100,000 points. Yet, it now appeared that gaining prestige was not as arduous as he had anticipated. However, he was currently imprisoned in this daunting castle, and thus, his immediate priority must be to escape. Kid, it seems you possess some skills. This time, consider it luck. Bring him, shackle his hands and feet, and return him to his cell. Additionally, assign 2 blue gorillas for his solitary supervision. Hey, Sadise, have you forgotten something? Just now, you mentioned lending me 10,000 berry. According to the odds, I should be receiving 5 million berry now, correct? Where's the money? Chapter 4, Slaying Sadise. Kid, are you seeking death? To demand money from us here? At this moment, the guards below began to berate Qin Chuan. If I do not receive this 5 million berry today, I fear the resolution will not be so straightforward. As soon as Qin Chuan's voice fell, Sadise leaped directly onto the stage below. Without hesitation, he delivered a kick towards the fallen prisoner number 38. In the next instant, the body of prisoner 38 was sent flying to the side. Now your opponent is me. This time, I wish to wager once more. What do you say? Sadise stated coldly, wielding his trident. Very well, what are the terms of this wager? If I lose, I will grant you 5 million. If you lose, you shall forfeit your life. That seems rather unfair to me. What if I choose not to gamble? Qin Chuan pretended to ponder before slowly replying. Choosing not to gamble is also an option, but you will still be required to leave your life here. Upon hearing Sadise's words, Qin Chuan instantly realized that he had become a perilous figure. In this place, dangerous individuals either found themselves imprisoned in the depths below or met their demise at the hands of others. It is evident that Sarudz intends to meet his demise here. At this juncture, Qin Chuan has conceived a bold idea. He is no longer inclined to remain in this place, relying on the so-called life and death duels to accumulate prestige. After all, a single battle yields only a few hundred points of prestige, which is far too slow for his aspirations. Thus, he has resolved to harness the character of Might Guy to obliterate the entirety of the advancing city, to obliterate the advancing fortress. The primary objective is undoubtedly to vanquish the formidable Sadise, who guards the first prison level. Very well, I am willing to accept this wager. But I wish to raise the stakes. Oh? Speak then. What do you propose to add? Should I lose, I shall forfeit my life. Should you lose, you too shall leave your life here. How does that sound? You will never be able to defeat me. Perish. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's intent to kill him, Sadise let out a contemptuous laugh and, wielding his trident, lunged fiercely towards Qin Chuan. Overestimating your abilities. Instantaneous body technique. Qin Chuan scoffed softly. Just as Sadise's trident was about to pierce Qin Chuan's chest, Qin Chuan's form suddenly flickered. In the next moment, he had astonishingly appeared behind Sadise. Your speed is exceedingly sluggish. Realizing his attack had missed, and that Qin Chuan stood behind him, Sadise felt a jolt of alarm surge through him, accompanied by an ominous premonition. He swiftly turned, attempting to launch another assault on Qin Chuan. However, at the very instant he pivoted, Qin Chuan's foot came flying towards him. Prelude of power. This time, Qin Chuan held nothing back. All his strength coalesced in his right foot, amplified by an explosive burst of speed. As his kick struck Sadise, the latter's visage contorted in agony. Boom. Sadise was propelled backward like a kite, soaring several meters before crashing violently onto the cold floor. At that moment, the prisoners in the cells adjacent to Sadise were momentarily taken aback upon witnessing him collapse to the ground, barely clinging to life. However, in the next instant, a fervent cheer erupted from each cell. It was abundantly clear that all the inmates were elated to see Sadise being mercilessly beaten. They had endured countless torments at his hands within the confines of this prison, and now they felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction swell within their hearts. At this moment, upon witnessing their leader Sadise being defeated, the surrounding guards erupted into a state of panic. "Quick, stop him. Additionally, hasten to inform Chief Guard Little Suddy," exclaimed one of the guards. All the guards advancing into the city fell under the jurisdiction of Little Suddy, while Sadise was merely in charge of the Blue Guerrillas. However, due to the Blue Guerrillas' sheer simplicity, Sadise had requested a team from Little Suddy to specifically oversee this life-and-death duel. Thus, instinctively, they sought to notify Little Suddy, who remained on the 4th level of the advancing city. Upon witnessing the hurried escape of individuals, Qin Chuan did not intervene. After all, within the confines of the advancing city, surveillance phone worms were omnipresent. These surveillance devices functioned much like cameras in reality, transmitting every occurrence within the prison to the monitoring room. Thus, the scene of Qin Chuan vanquishing Saruds had undoubtedly been relayed throughout the prison. Furthermore, should he desire to obliterate the advancing city, he would need to methodically defeat all the guards starting from the topmost level. Hence, rather than taking such an approach, it would be wiser to await their arrival. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on your triumphant victory over the adversary. You have been awarded a total of 5,000 reputation points. After vanquishing Sarudes, Qin Chuan astonishingly received a singular reward of 5,000 reputation points. If the warden Magellan of the advancing city were to be eliminated, would that not yield a staggering reward of several tens of thousands of prestige points?" Within a mere span of 10 minutes, Qin Chuan unexpectedly acquired 5,500 points of prestige. At this moment, the guards who had rushed to the scene had already formed ranks, directing their guns at Qin Chuan. "Fire!" shouted one of the guards. Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, a flurry of bullets surged towards Qin Chuan. "How dare you attempt such trivial skills before this master?" "My apologies, I misspoke. Allow me to demonstrate again. How dare you attempt such trivial skills before this master?" Body flicker technique. This time, Qin Chuan adeptly evaded the onslaught of bullets using his remarkable speed. He then leaped forward, directly confronting the front line of soldiers. At this juncture, Qin Chuan not only inherited all of Might Gai's physical techniques, but also fully embodied Gai's physical attributes, endowing him with agility and formidable offensive capabilities. Bang, bang, bang. Following the resounding clash of fists, the guards lay sprawled across the ground. Simultaneously, the prisoners within the cells erupted in excitement upon witnessing the scene. "Bro, hurry and save us. Let us fight our way out together," a voice called out from an unknown cell. With those words, the atmosphere became electric. Countless inmates began to pound on the iron bars of their cells, the cacophony echoing throughout the entire layer of Red Lotus hell. Glancing at the surveillance monitor on the wall, Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Since you all insist, let the revelry commence." Chapter 5. Beast Hell. No sooner had Qin Chuan spoken than he delivered a powerful kick to one of the cell doors. With a resounding crash, the steel door was forcefully kicked open by Qin Chuan. Instantly, the prisoners surged forth. They rushed to the fallen guards, eager to seize the keys hanging from their belts. In a matter of minutes, every cell door on the layer had been flung open. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the scene, the guards in the monitoring room hastily made their way to the warden's office on the 4th floor to report the incident. Once the inmates on the 1st floor were released, they gathered around Qin Chuan. At that moment, it became abundantly clear to everyone that relying solely on their collective strength would render any attempt to escape from this place utterly futile. Before them stood the only glimmer of hope, a solitary man. "Brothers, if we do not vanquish those advancing towards the city below, our escape will remain a mere fantasy. Are you willing to join me in this fight?" Qin Chuan called out from the martial arts arena, his voice resonating with determination. "Yes, let us slay them." The crowd of prisoners below shouted in exhilaration. They had endured too much, suffocated by despair within this city of torment, and rather than languish in suffering, they chose to rise in defiance. In the next moment, at Qin Chuan's command, they surged towards the 2nd underground level. This level, known as the Beast Hell, housed a myriad of ferocious creatures, including chicken snakes, man-faced lions, and venomous scorpions. Ruling over this realm is one of the jailer beasts, the Sphinx. This Sphinx possesses the form of a lion, yet its visage is exceedingly grotesque, presenting an appearance that is truly unnerving. When Qin Chuan and the main forces arrived at the 2nd underground level, the Sphinx was still leisurely sprawled, indulging in its slumber. Dismember those jailer beasts. Upon entering the infernal realm of fierce beasts, some individuals immediately shouted towards the small hippos, giant manuses, and scorpion hybrids ahead. In the next moment, countless prisoners, armed with firearms and ammunition acquired from the 1st level of the Red Lotus Hell, began to unleash a torrent of gunfire towards the jailer beast before them. As the sound of cannon fire erupted, A multitude of jailer beasts at the forefront collapsed. This spectacle further exhilarated the prisoners, igniting a fervent rush as they surged forward with unbridled enthusiasm. This action thoroughly startled the Sphinx. Upon witnessing the release of such a multitude of prisoners who had risen in rebellion, it sprang to its feet with a ferocious roar and immediately charged towards the throng. As the Sphinx plunged into the crowd, chaos ensued. A prisoner was swiftly torn apart by its razor-sharp fangs. Furthermore, when nearby inmates aimed their rifles and fired at it, the bullets, upon impact, failed to penetrate its formidable hide. Clearly, the Sphinx's defensive capabilities had reached an extraordinary level, which explained its deployment to quell the beasts of the second layer of hell. With the arrival of the Sphinx, the beastly guards launched a vigorous counterattack. Observing this scene, Qin Chuan did not hesitate. He leapt into the air, soaring above the mass of bodies, and landed upon the heads of the densely packed crowd as he rushed towards the Sphinx. In the next moment, as he reached the Sphinx's side, he uttered a soft grunt. First gate, open. The opening of the first gate in the 8 gates of Duinjia released restrictions on his brain domain, enabling him to unleash the full potential of his physical capabilities, thereby enhancing his attack speed through an overload of energy consumption. Simultaneously, upon successfully opening the gate, the host could employ the Lotus Blossom Body technique to strike at the target. At that moment, the Sphinx sensed Qin Chuan's presence and opened its gaping maw, intent on swallowing him whole. You wish to devour me? Behold, Lotus Blossom. In an instant, Qin Chuan delivered a powerful kick directly to the Sphinx's jaw. The Sphinx could not have anticipated that Qin Chuan would employ such a tactic. In an instant, it was caught off guard and sent flying. Qin Chuan then swiftly harnessed the power of teleportation to ascend into the air and embrace the creature, subsequently propelling them both towards the ground with tremendous force. The impact was thunderous. Due to the sheer velocity, the Sphinx had no time to react before its head struck the unyielding floor with great ferocity, creating a gaping crater upon impact. The brutal collision rendered the Sphinx unconscious instantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triumphing over the adversary. You have been awarded a total of 3,000 prestige points. The Sphinx, despite its formidable nature, was no match for Qin Chuan, resulting in a modest reward. Witnessing this, the remaining jailer beasts were taken aback, and some began to contemplate a hasty retreat. In stark contrast, upon witnessing Qin Chuan effortlessly vanquish the Sphinx in a mere round, the morale of the prisoners surged dramatically. They then surged forward with renewed vigor. The guards, who had turned to flee into the third layer of the hunger hell, had scarcely made it halfway when they were abruptly confronted by several colossal beasts charging out from the depths of the third layer. In the next moment, a woman emerged gracefully from among these formidable guards. She had curly golden hair that veiled her eyes, adorned with candle-shaped white earrings, and was clad in a form-fitting pink leather suit. She, the commander of the 4 executioner beasts propelling the 4th layer of the blazing hell within the city, is Little Suddy, who also holds the title of chief jailer of the prison. Little Suddy gradually aimed her trident at the fleeing executioner beast ahead, declaring, "Who dares to take another step back, shall be met with merciless retribution." As her voice echoed, the 4 large executioner beasts beside her stepped forward resolutely. Witnessing this scene, the diminutive executioner beasts trembled in fear. Although they were wary of Qin Chuan's strength, they were far more terrified of the tormenting Little Suddy. Consequently, they reluctantly turned around, bracing themselves to charge towards the rapidly approaching horde of prisoners. However, faced with the formidable force of the prisoners, the executioner beasts stood no chance of resistance. In mere moments, they were swiftly defeated and perished. Soon after, the 2 factions converged in the central area of the second tier of the prison. Little Suddy, after all, was significantly outmatched by the Sphinx, and thus the prisoners instinctively halted their advance upon seeing her. Chapter 6. Magellan's decision. You wretched scoundrels. You should have been tortured to death from the very beginning. Yet, you cling to life like a dog and dare to rebel. Little Suddy's menacing voice rang out. Hey, little girl, you certainly speak boldly. It seems your prolonged stay here has bred a blind confidence in your abilities. The once equally confident Sadise and Sphinx, who knows if they still draw breath. Qin Chuan strolled leisurely to the forefront of the group, and the prisoners wisely parted to make way for him. Upon hearing his words, Little Suddy's expression darkened. She realized that his presence here indicated he had defeated Sadise and the Sphinx, prompting her to grip her trident tightly. It was evident that this individual before her was no ordinary pirate. You are no match to stop me. Qin Chuan scoffed, and in an instant, he vanished and reappeared beside Little Suddy. At that moment, Little Suddy's heart sank in shock. Qin Chuan's speed had been astonishingly swift, leaving her no time to react. As she instinctively prepared to wield her trident in retaliation, Qin Chuan's fist had already hurtled towards her. With a resounding thud, it struck young Suddy's visage. Accompanied by the sickening sound of a bone fracturing, young Suddy was instantly propelled against the adjacent wall. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully vanquishing your foe. You have earned a reward of 10,000 prestige points. It must be acknowledged that young Suddy possessed a certain degree of strength, which directly contributed to Qin Chuan's substantial increase in prestige. This scene left everyone in the monitoring room astounded, especially Magellan, seated in the warden's office, who stood up in shock. Just moments ago, Qin Chuan had stood opposite her, yet in the blink of an eye, he had appeared beside young Suddy. Moreover, the sheer power of that punch was utterly terrifying. Although young Sadise was not the strongest in the prison, she was certainly not an adversary to be easily defeated. At this moment, in the video frame, Qin Chuan leisurely approached little Sadise, grasped her disheveled hair, and cast his gaze towards the surveillance phone bug hanging on the wall. Magellan, do you truly wish to compel me to breach the defenses of Impel Down? My temper is rather volatile, and should I unleash a rampage? It is uncertain if anyone here would survive. After uttering these words, Qin Chuan released his grip, causing little Sadise's face to crash heavily onto the floor once more. Though both were resilient, the severity of her injuries now would likely impede her ability to regain her former combat prowess, even with subsequent treatment. Magellan, your predicament is dire. The adversary has made their intent to provoke you abundantly clear. Once you falter, I shall seize your position as warden. Hee. My apologies, warden. That was not my intention. I merely worry that you may be vanquished by that individual, in which case our prison's fate would be sealed. At this juncture, a man adorned with a headdress reminiscent of an Egyptian pharaoh, his belly grotesquely swollen, muttered nearby, "You scoundrel, Hannibal." As the deputy warden, your focus should be on thwarting the inmates' escape. If we are all defeated, the world government will hold you accountable. Well, you are the warden, I am merely a deputy. The responsibility does not fall upon me, Hannibal retorted quietly. Hannibal was a man of grand ambition, harboring the desire to usurp Magellan and ascend as the warden of the deep-sea prison. Thus, in every circumstance, he sought to shift the blame onto Magellan. Even now, as Qin Chuan had already vanquished several high-ranking prison officials, Hannibal remained nonchalant. I command you to immediately lead a large contingent down to the 3rd level of the prison and intercept them, or I shall consider you insubordinate. Magellan bellowed in fury. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have bothered to engage in petty disputes with Hannibal, but with the entire Impel Down facing imminent destruction, his frustration reached a boiling point. Though Hannibal harbored a desire to supplant Magellan, he was equally apprehensive of Magellan's formidable prowess. Upon witnessing Magellan's wrath, he hastily offered a bow and swiftly departed. Clutching his trident, once Hannibal had exited, a slender woman approached, exuding an air of elegance. She wore reddish-brown sunglasses, a hat tilted to obscure her right eye, and boasted long, golden, wavy hair. Her attire consisted of a brown jacket and shorts, layered over a white shirt adorned with a black tie, complemented by deep crimson knee-high boots and matching gloves. Director, may I accompany Deputy Warden Hannibal to confront those individuals? Inquired Domino, the newly appointed head warden of Impel Down, who had taken over after the previous warden, Uzixili, was imprisoned on the 6th level. Domino, I am entrusting you with a daunting task, one that may determine the fate of all of Impel Down. Therefore, you must proceed with utmost caution, Magellan declared with sudden gravitas. Excuse me? What task? She asked. You must ascend to the 6th level and vigilantly monitor the surveillance from the 4th level. Should you witness my defeat, you are to release Uzixili, who is confined on the 6th level. What? Release him, Director? This is an exceedingly serious matter, she exclaimed, for Uzixili was renowned as a former head warden, his strength rivaling that of Magellan himself. The advancement of Advanced City has earned it the moniker of an impregnable fortress, attributed to these two formidable trump cards. However, due to his penchant for bloodshed and his frequent indiscriminate slaughter of prisoners, he was sentenced to a suspended death penalty and confined to the lowest depths of the formidable prison. Now, the unexpected release of Rangy Shiryu by Magellan has left Domino in a state of indecision. Regardless of the circumstances, he remains one of our own from Advanced City. And considering that his previous victims were all prisoners, I believe that in this critical moment, he will undoubtedly make the most judicious choice. Chapter 7. In a crucial moment. The system fails. Moreover, if he were truly able to achieve remarkable feats in this battle, I would submit a report to the world government, urging them to issue a pardon for him. Magellan spoke in a grave tone. Warden, is he truly that formidable? I cannot be certain. Yet I shall exert every effort to thwart him. Upon hearing Magellan's words, Domino understood that the situation at Impel Down was dire. She nodded solemnly and promptly turned to leave the office, making her way to the 6th level below ground. In stark contrast, on the side of Qin Chuan, amidst a chorus of jubilant cheers, he and his companions, along with the liberated second-tier prisoners, descended to the 3rd level of the underground prison, the Hell of Hunger. This dreadful place is predominantly inhabited by heinous criminals with bounties exceeding 50 million berries. The scorching heat ascending from the lower inferno renders this level unbearably sweltering. Coupled with the torment of starvation and dehydration, the inmates exist in a state of near death. At this moment, they had already sensed the commotion from above. When Qin Chuan and his group descended, the entire prison erupted into a fervor. It was abundantly clear that in the hearts of all, Qin Chuan had emerged as a veritable savior. In this layer, Qin Chuan encountered the deputy warden, Hannibal. Hannibal's prowess paled in comparison to that of Magellan. Thus Qin Chuan did not regard him with much concern. Upon seeing Hannibal, Qin Chuan offered a faint smile and remarked, "Ah, is that not our esteemed deputy warden? Why has Magellan not come himself, sending you instead to face your demise? How dare you speak such nonsense? For matters of such significance, it is only fitting that I take charge personally," Hannibal retorted, striking the ground fiercely with his trident. The power of the trident instantly shattered the floor beneath it. I observe that the guards behind you appear to be rather fearful of death, Qin Chuan remarked after casting a glance at the group of guards wielding long spears behind Hannibal. At this moment, the disparity in momentum between the two sides was palpable. The prisoners on Qin Chuan's side fought with a mindset resigned to death, for they harbored no hopes for the future. Even in the face of demise in this battle, they would not lament their fate. In stark contrast, the guards across the way held a different perspective. They were unwilling to meet their end in this place. Furthermore, with the likes of Sadise and Little Suddy, the elite forces of the advancing city, having been consecutively vanquished, how could these mere foot soldiers withstand such a formidable army? Hannibal, fully aware of the dire situation confronting the city's guarding forces, was reluctant to prolong the conflict any further. Thus, he brandied after a faint smile. Qin Chuan suddenly vanished, reappearing beside Hannibal. However, Hannibal, as the deputy warden, possessed a strength surpassing that of Little Suddy and her companions. Even though Qin Chuan had advanced in that fleeting moment, Hannibal was still able to detect his presence instantaneously. He then raised his trident forcefully, and with a resounding clang, Qin Chuan's fist collided with the weapon. Despite his formidable physical prowess and defensive capabilities, Qin Chuan felt a tingling numbness in his arm. Yet, before he could launch another attack, an exceedingly inappropriate voice resonated. Ding. The usage time for the Might Guy character card has expired, returning the host to their original state. Please be advised. As the system's voice faded, it felt as though Qin Chuan's very soul had been extracted, rendering him utterly limp. At that moment, after Hannibal successfully withstood Qin Chuan's barrage of attacks and noticed that his opponent did not immediately launch another offensive, he disregarded any potential deception and delivered a powerful kick to Qin Chuan's abdomen. Boom. Caught completely off guard, Qin Chuan was sent sprawling backward, hurtling into the crowd of prisoners behind him. The sight startled the inmates, who swiftly extended their hands to catch him. As they broke his fall, Qin Chuan could not suppress a spurt of blood. In the instant that Hannibal's kick struck his midsection, he felt as though a tempest had erupted within him, tumultuous and violent. Hannibal had not anticipated that his seemingly casual kick would injure Qin Chuan, coupled with Qin Chuan's earlier display of valor. A faint smile began to emerge on Hannibal's face. Subsequently, he purposefully cast a sidelong glance at the surveillance device, clearly intended for Magellan, who was overseeing the situation from the fourth floor of the prison. At that moment, Hannibal's spirit soared to its zenith. Initially, he had hoped that this uprising would place the entire burden of responsibility on Magellan, compelling him to resign in disgrace. Consequently, as the deputy warden, Hannibal would ascend to take command of this vast underwater prison. However, the scenario had shifted dramatically. If he could defeat Qin Chuan in a direct confrontation while quelling the rioters, he could present himself to the world government as a worthy candidate for the warden's position based on his triumph. Contemplating this, Hannibal could not help but display a peculiar smile. After this round of confrontation, the tide of morale shifted significantly. The guards, who had initially been disheartened, erupted into cheers upon witnessing that Qin Chuan was indeed conquerable. The guards and Qin Chuan fell into silence. After all, if even Qin Chuan was unable to fulfill his obligations, then the prospects for everyone present were even more dire. It appears, young man, that you are truly ineffectual. With such meager capabilities, you dare to dream of escape? Soon, once I have you bound, I shall ensure you experience the true essence of suffering, Hannibal mocked, standing resolutely in place. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan let out a cold snicker and immediately exchanged for the Might Guy character card once more through his thoughts. With a chime, the system announced that the host had successfully utilized the Might Guy character card, reducing the usage count by 1. As this system notification echoed, Qin Chuan's body restored its former vigor. In the next moment, he wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and charged at Hannibal with lightning speed. Chapter 8. Toxic. The 8 gates of Duanjia, the third gate, the life gate, open. After silently acknowledging this, Qin Chuan felt his entire being surge with blood, turning crimson, while simultaneously amplifying his speed and attack power. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan's body in motion, Hannibal swallowed hard, gripping his trident tightly in preparation for the impending fierce battle. The game has concluded, Lillian Hua, Qin Chuan bellowed. In the next instant, Hannibal felt as if some enigmatic object had flashed before his eyes. And before he could comprehend the situation, Qin Chuan's fist had already ascended forcefully towards his chin. Subsequently, Hannibal soared upwards as if propelled by a rocket, his visage contorted in utter disbelief. Yet, this was not the end. As he soared into the sky, Qin Chuan, standing firmly on the ground, exerted force through his legs and propelled himself into the air with remarkable swiftness. Upon reaching Hannibal's side, Qin Chuan raised his right foot and delivered a fierce kick downwards. Boom. Hannibal was struck with such velocity that he was instantly driven into the ground. The entire floor fractured rapidly, radiating cracks outward from the point of impact. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your triumphant victory over the foe. You have earned a reward of 15,000 prestige points. With the sound of the system echoing in his ears, Qin Chuan understood that Hannibal would no longer rise again. In the surveillance footage, Magellan sighed upon witnessing the scene, subsequently rising to his feet to adjust his black suit before stepping out of the office. Following the triumphant defeat of Hannibal, the guards of the three-tiered prison found themselves in utter disarray. A multitude of guards were brutally beaten to death by the desperate inmates. Similarly, throughout the entire passage, the nursery rhymes left behind numerous corpses of the convicts. Everyone surged forward with the fervor of having been invigorated by a stimulant. Racing towards the fourth level of the advancing city. The fourth level of the advancing city is the most crucial tier within the vast depths of the prison, as it houses not only Magellan's office but also the kitchen and granary, all under a notably elevated temperature. In the center of the fourth level lies a vast pool of blood, resembling a colossal cauldron, bubbling with fiery flames. However, as Qin Chuan approached the entrance of the fourth level, he was suddenly confronted by the sight of countless prisoners lying motionless on the ground. Simultaneously, the air of this infernal realm was thick with a deep purple gas. Realizing the peril, Qin Chuan hastily retreated to the third level. It was evident that this was the manifestation of the superhuman poison devil fruit possessed by Magellan. His devil fruit allowed him to generate potent deep purple poison from any part of his body, including sweat, saliva, breath, and even sighs, all releasing toxic gas. This venom was capable of paralyzing the nerves of living beings, inducing excruciating pain or hallucinations, and could even prove fatal. Moreover, the potency of the toxin was sufficient to dissolve stone in a single strike. Those afflicted by poison must obtain Magellan's antidote to find salvation. However, a significant drawback is that frequent use of the fruit's abilities would result in a perpetual state of diarrhea. This serves as one of the crucial reasons why Magellan is able to maintain his stronghold over Impel Down and subdue numerous legendary pirates. Aha, young man. No matter how formidable your offensive capabilities may be, it is impossible to decipher my toxic assaults. Upon encountering the panic-stricken Qin Chuan amidst the carnage of the fourth level of hell, Magellan erupted into hearty laughter. At this moment, Qin Chuan in the third layer of hell was not idle. He promptly opened the system shop to begin his search. In truth, a significant reason for Magellan's formidable strength lay in the indelible toxin that plagued him. Therefore, to defeat his adversary, Qin Chuan knew he must first select a character capable of withstanding toxic assaults, and it was evident that Might Guy could no longer meet his requirements. The first name that sprang to mind was the semi-divine Hans the Salamander. Hans possessed the extraordinary ability to release toxic gas merely through his breath. Hence he donned a respirator to prevent others from succumbing to poison. However, reflecting on the nature of Magellan's toxin, which could infiltrate a person's body through mere contact, it became clear that even Hans would be unable to resist such a toxic onslaught. At that moment, Qin Chuan heard footsteps ascending from the fourth layer of hell to the third. Clearly, only one individual could return safely to the third layer. A sense of anxiety gripped Qin Chuan, but in the next instant, an idea sparked in his mind. He had discovered a new character in the system shop, Scorpion, a member of the Akatsuki with the art of puppetry. While it was likely that all characters could be vulnerable to toxic gas, a puppet would remain unaffected even if the toxin infiltrated it. However, upon noticing the exchange requirement of 50,000 reputation points, Qin Chuan inwardly cursed, rogue merchant. Nevertheless, although he could not secure Scorpion, this revelation inspired him, for within the world of Naruto, numerous ninjas possessed the ability to create puppets. At this moment, another puppet master entered Qin Chuan's line of sight. Granny Chiyo character card, exchange requirement, 30,000 points of reputation. Perhaps due to her advanced age, Granny Chiyo's exchange conditions are considerably less demanding than those of Scorpion. As Qin Chuan glanced at his system panel, he discovered that he had just accumulated over 30,000 points of prestige after vanquishing formidable adversaries such as Sadise and Hannibal. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he chose to redeem the character card of Granny Chiyo. A chime echoed, signifying the successful exchange of the Granny Chiyo character card, and the system automatically deducted 30,000 prestige points from the host. Following Qin Chuan's successful redemption, Magellan finally stepped into the third layer of hell. Do you still wish to resist, boy? Soon, you shall meet a most gruesome fate. Magellan slowly approached Qin Chuan, his entire being enveloped in a thick, deep purple toxin. Chapter 9. The Villains of Infinite Hell. Magellan, you overestimate your own strength. If your poison proves ineffective, you are nothing but a worthless being. Qin Chuan retorted. Unfortunately for you, my toxin remains potent, and thus, your demise is inevitable. With that, the poison emanating from Magellan surged forth like a torrent, racing across the floor towards Qin Chuan. At that moment, Qin Chuan instantaneously activated the Chiyo Granny character card. A notification chimed, confirming the successful use of the card, deducting 1 usage. Following the system's prompt, Qin Chuan swiftly retreated over 10 meters to evade Magellan's toxic assault. However, even though Magellan's toxins failed to strike Qin Chuan, they immediately began to permeate the air, thus unwittingly creating a wall of poison. Let's see how long you can evade this, toxic pufferfish, Magellan proclaimed, then opened his mouth wide, unleashing a barrage of toxic orbs. These orbs surged through the dense miasma of poison, hurtling toward Qin Chuan. Yet Qin Chuan understood that he could no longer delay. If these poisonous orbs approached and detonated, he he would inevitably succumb to the corrosive toxins. With a subtle exhale, he invoked the secret technique of the white mystique, the 10 men of Chikamatsu. Instantly, 10 slender threads sprang forth from the tips of his fingers. At the ends of these threads stood figures clad in flowing white robes, each wielding a distinct weapon. These 10 threads deftly controlled the 10 puppets, which were the esteemed creations of the puppet master, the legendary Monzaemon, known as the 10 men of Chikamatsu. In the next moment, with a flick of his fingers, the puppets surged forward, lunging at the barrage of poisonous orbs hurtling toward them. In an instant, the numerous toxic spheres expelled by Magellan were deftly severed by the puppets. Toxins swiftly permeated the air. Witnessing his attack thwarted once more by Qin Xuan, Magellan's expression darkened. I didn't anticipate you possessed some skill. Now, let us see where you can escape from this next move. Dragon of Poison, arise. As Magellan's voice resonated, 3 enormous, dragon-shaped manifestations of toxic energy emerged from his being, roaring towards Qin Xuan with ferocity akin to that of a true dragon. Faced with Magellan's formidable assault, Qin Xuan recognized the urgency to unleash his own powerful technique. Let's see whether your dragon of poison is mightier, or my puppetry. Puppet technique. 3 treasures collapse. In an instant, the 3 puppets at Qin Xuan's command swiftly aligned themselves. One of them leapt onto the shoulders of the other 2. Just as the dragon-shaped toxins surged towards the trio, the puppets extended their arms, and a fierce whirlwind erupted around them in an instant. These tornadoes possess the formidable ability to draw in everything within their vicinity towards their forefront. The materials ensnared are instantaneously compressed, only to be propelled forward thereafter. In a fleeting moment, the ferocious tornado condensed 3 streams of draconic toxin into a singular mass of poisonous gas, which then dispersed directly towards Magellan. Naturally, Magellan harbored no fear of the toxins he emitted, for they originated from his own being. However, when the 3 streams of draconic breath were unexpectedly returned to him by Qin Xuan, a look of terror unfolded upon his countenance. At this moment, not far away, Qin Xuan realized that if he continued to procrastinate, he would inevitably find himself ensnared by a swarm of toxins. Resolutely, he commanded the 10 puppets under his control, each wielding a weapon, to charge towards Magellan. Meanwhile, on the 6th layer of the abyss, the most terrifying realm of endless torment, Domino stood before an exceedingly dark prison door. Her heart raced, and the key she clutched was drenched in sweat. The atmosphere in this layer of hell was palpably different from that of the upper layers. The cells lining the corridor were eerily silent. Here, all the prisoners were the most heinous of offenders, either sentenced to death or serving life imprisonment. Thus, once confined here, their fate was inescapable. They awaited death. Due to the heinous crimes committed by the inmates in this layer, including acts of unspeakable cruelty that were concealed by the government, even newspapers intentionally shunned the topic. It was evident that even someone of Domino's stature, a senior official in the advancing city, would feel immense pressure standing here. Domino, has something dreadful emerged above? A familiar voice echoed from the depths of the cell. Use Auxilio, we need you now. Domino spoke gravely after a moment of hesitation. The weight of her tone suggested that the battle above was fierce, yet she was more intrigued by the identity of the person capable of threatening our esteemed Warden Magellan. An ordinary prisoner in the Red Lotus Hell had, through some peculiar means, defeated the likes of Salutis, the cell captain, Sphinx, the guard captain, and Hannibal, the deputy warden. Now, if all went as expected, Warden Magellan was valiantly fending off his attack in the 4th layer of hell. How fascinating it was. Little did I expect to witness someone capable of escaping from this place in my lifetime. Just then, a sharp female voice emanated from a neighboring cell. Had Qin Xuan been present, he would have seen a heavily made-up woman, clad in bizarre attire with a prominent nose. Katrin, you will never leave this place alive. Domino immediately retorted upon hearing the voice. Oh, you should worry about yourself. They are coming to kill you, replied Katrin, her tone hauntingly calm. No need to wait. They have arrived. Open the door. Use Auxilio declared, stepping out of the darkness and approaching the prison door. The sudden appearance of Rain Shiryu startled Domino, causing him to jump. Chapter 10. Battle. Rain Shiryu. At that moment, a resounding and forceful sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase nearby. Upon hearing this sound, Domino swallowed hard, steeling his resolve as he inserted the key into the lock of the cell where Rain Shiryu was confined. With a decisive click, the cell door swung open. Subsequently, a man clad in the attire of impelled down personnel, complete with a pilot's cap, emerged from the cell. Upon regaining his freedom, Yuji Shiryu could not help but curl his lips into a devilish smile. That fellow possesses formidable strength. Before Domino could finish his words, Yuji Shiryu swiftly extended his right hand and, in the blink of an eye, seized Domino by the throat. Why you, release me at once. Domino was utterly unprepared for such an assault from Yuji Shiryu, finding himself unable to utter a word as he struggled for breath. Spare me your words. Hand over my thunderstorm. Yuji Shiryu scoffed, then snatched a dagger from Domino's grasp. The dagger, known as Thunderstorm, has accompanied him throughout his journey. Hey. Why has there been a conflict? At that moment, Qin Xuan emerged within their line of sight. Upon seeing Qin Xuan approach, Yuji Shiryu exerted force, sending Domino flying backward. I've heard you possess remarkable strength, having even defeated Magellan, he exclaimed. It's nothing extraordinary. My primary objective here is to bring you all down before I take my leave, Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. Haha, although Magellan is formidable, once you neutralize his toxins, he becomes utterly powerless. However, I am quite different. My blade is not to be trifled with. A moment's inattention could lead to your demise. Indeed, that poses a challenge. Yet it matters not, for my fists are harder than your blade. After uttering these words, Qin Chuan swiftly utilized the system's consciousness to exchange for the Might Guy character card. Ding. The host has successfully used the Might Guy character card. Usage count -1. Once again enveloping Chiyo with the essence of Might Guy, vitality surged through Qin Chuan's being. Yuji Shiryu's prowess was not something an ordinary puppet could contend with. Even with 10 puppets at his disposal, Qin Chuan deemed them and their weaponry insufficient to withstand the lethal onslaught of Yuji Shiryu. Thus, he resolved to revert to Might Guy and engage Yuji Shiryu's swordsmanship with his own physical prowess. Come, let me witness the extent of your strength. With that, Yuji Shiryu lunged toward Qin Chuan, wielding Thunderstorm. 8th gate of the 8 gates, the opening gate. Qin Chuan bellowed. At that moment, green energy radiated from Might Guy, enveloping every inch of his skin in an instant, rendering Qin Chuan exceedingly agile. At this moment, Yuji Shiryu had already arrived before Qin Chuan. Die. Yuji Shiryu scoffed coldly. And in an instant, the blade of Thunderstorm struck downwards towards Qin Chuan with lightning speed. The edge of the blade, imbued with a powerful murderous aura, seemed poised to split the very air asunder. Just then, Qin Chuan moved. He darted aside, and the blade of Thunderstorm slashed horizontally past the edge of his sleeve. In that fleeting instant, the blade's brilliance illuminated the entire dungeon, casting a radiance that brightened the abyss. It was a mere inch away from cleaving into him. Simultaneously, as Thunderstorm descended, a profound fissure appeared instantly in the floor. The tiles on either side were violently uprooted by the force of the blade. Upon seeing the scar carved into the ground, Qin Chuan was drenched in cold sweat. Even though he had already unlocked the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Duenjia, his speed still fell short of matching Yuji Shiryu's swordsmanship. Across from him, Yuji Shiryu was equally astonished. If they had exchanged blows from a great distance, it would not have been surprising for the opponent to evade his strike. However, having closed in so closely to Qin Chuan, witnessing someone evade his attack unscathed at such proximity was an unprecedented experience in his life. Yet, he had no time to ponder this, for Qin Chuan's counterattack was already upon him. Peacock Dance. This was a technique that could be unleashed after opening the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Duenjia, wherein the body's capabilities were rapidly enhanced through the opening of 6 gates, allowing countless punches to rain down upon the enemy. In the next moment, innumerable fists surged from all directions toward the nearby Yuji Shiryu. The speed of the punches was so tremendous that they ignited through friction in the air, creating flames. These fists shone brilliantly, reminiscent of a sunrise, with fiery embers cascading down like the resplendent tail feathers of a peacock. This is precisely why this technique was aptly named Peacock Dance. On the other hand, Rain Shiryu found himself under an incessant barrage of blows, unable to comprehend his predicament. Thunderous impacts reverberated around him. In the span of mere seconds, he staggered backward over 10 paces, unable to withstand the ferocity of Qin Chuan's punches. By that moment, his black prison garb, designated for the impelled down personnel, had been singed, resulting in several large holes, while his face bore a mottled appearance, a disheveled sight indeed. Haha, Rain Shiryu, you are truly ineffective. Who would have thought that the renowned ace of Impelled Down would today succumb to a mere prisoner from the Hell of Ashes? Should this news spread, it would indeed be the cause of much laughter. A man, clad in an unseemly hat and possessing a large, sausage-like nose, leaned casually against the prison door, mockingly ridiculing him. Bastchote, your incessant prattle is unbearable. Rain Shiryu, already incensed by his own predicament of being so passive in his first battle post-release, felt his ire boil over at the taunt from the incarcerated man. His expression darkened, and he suddenly raised his sword, Thunder, and struck towards the leisurely Bastchote. Chapter 11. The onset of carnage. Bastchote could not have anticipated Rain Shiryu's sudden aggression. Bound by the unique seastone handcuffs, his movements were sluggish. In the next instant, the blade's radiant arc descended upon his arm. A piercing scream of agony echoed throughout the 6th level of the infinite hell. Rain Shiryu, how dare you harm me? Bastchote bellowed in outrage. You are but a worthless wretch. Were it not for my confinement within this cage, dispatching you would be an effortless endeavor. Release me, and I could easily reduce you to mere pulp with a single hand. Hey, what are you two clamoring about? I'm still here. Bastchote, was it? I hear you were once quite renowned. However, given the current circumstances, it would be prudent for you to staunch the bleeding from your arm. Once I deal with Rain Shiryu, I will come to speak with you. Do try to hold on. We wouldn't want you to bleed out. At that moment, Qin Chuan's voice reached them. Realizing that his greatest adversary at present was Qin Chuan, Rain Shiryu turned once more. Get away from me. Crescent slash. He raised Thunder high and then brought it crashing down. In the next instant, a wave of azure energy surged across the floor, racing toward Qin Chuan, who stood a short distance away. 8 gates. Opening of the shock gate. Upon uttering these words, Qin Chuan's body began to emanate blue steam, evaporating from his sweat. In that moment, his speed approached the very limit of human capability. The rapidly approaching azure wave appeared to him as a mere gentle ripple. With a deft movement, Qin Chuan effortlessly evaded Rain Shirey's assault. Boom. The attack struck the towering wall behind Qin Chuan, cleaving a massive gash into it. Now it's my turn, Rain Shirey. The game is over. Day Tiger. Qin Chuan roared towards the heavens, blue steam rising rapidly around him. In the next moment, he compressed the surrounding air at an astonishing speed, then released it in a single breath, forming an air cannon shaped like a tiger. In the blink of an eye, this tiger-shaped air cannon materialized before Rain Shirey. In mere moments, Qin Chuan's fist collided with Rain Shirey's face. Boom. Rain Shirey soared through the air like a kite severed from its string. The shockwave emanating from the air cannon instantaneously radiated outward, forcing all in its path to stagger. Even Domino, who stood at a distance, was knocked back several paces by this formidable wave. As she regained her footing, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The sheer force generated by a single shockwave was sufficient to inflict injury upon her, a testament to the terrifying prowess of Qin Chuan. Upon delivering this powerful punch, Qin Chuan was immediately met with 2 system notifications. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully defeated the enemy. You have earned a total of 40,000 prestige points. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully vanquished the enemy. You have acquired an additional 30,000 prestige points. In an instant, 2 messages announcing his victory appeared, leaving Qin Chuan utterly bewildered. What is this? Is it a buy one, get one free offer? It was evident that one of the notifications pertained to Shiryu, yet the other, judging by its reward magnitude, could not possibly refer to Delino. After defeating Magellan earlier, he had already obtained 50,000 prestige points. Now, receiving an additional 70,000 points in one fell swoop transformed Qin Chuan into a veritable millionaire. According to the classification of strength, Domino's power is utterly incomparable to that of Hannibal. Thus, this system message must be entirely unrelated to Domino. However, just as Qin Chuan was pondering this, a pool of fresh blood suddenly flowed from a nearby cell. A glance revealed that the owner of this blood was Busker Cho, who had just lost an arm to Shiryu. Busker Cho lay collapsed within his confinement, his wide eyes reflecting profound unwillingness. He never anticipated that after a lifetime of glory, he would meet his end in such a manner. Following Shiryu's severing of his arm, his condition had rapidly deteriorated. Eventually, when struck by the shockwave from Qin Chuan's daytime tiger strike, his internal organs were shattered, leading to his immediate demise. It appeared that these imprisoned individuals also possessed prestige rewards, with so many renowned pirates confined on the 6th level. It seemed today would yield a bountiful harvest for Qin Chuan. Elated, he understood the immense damage inflicted by the 8 gates Duenjia technique. Theoretically, reaching the 8th gate meant certain death, unless one possessed the protagonist's halo. Thus, Qin Chuan dared to open only up to the 7th gate. Yet, even at the 7th gate, once the state was released, even a slight touch would result in excruciating pain, presenting a significant life-threatening risk. Seizing the moment while the startling gate was still open, Qin Chuan approached Domino. Around him, the pirates who had been affected by Qin Chuan's shockwave began to shout. They had witnessed and felt his formidable power, and it was evident that he was the sole man capable of leading them out of Impel Down. Years prior, if the Golden Lion Shiki could escape, then surely they too could find their freedom. Consequently, the world-renowned pirates began calling out to Qin Chuan. I am Abelo Pizarro. Save me, and I shall become your strongest crew member. A man clad in a long white and brown fur coat, adorned with a light purple necklace, and possessing feline-like eyes, cried out desperately as he pounded on the cell door. Chapter 12. The Devil's Offspring. Qin Chuan recognized him. This was the individual who had been rescued by Blackbeard and subsequently became his crew member, possessing a strength comparable to the recently slain Busker Cho. He then approached Domino. At that moment, Domino appeared tense, beads of sweat trickling down her brow. Clearly, she would not withstand Qin Chuan's might. Bring me the keys. You shall not. With a succinct exchange, Qin Chuan delivered a resounding slap to Domino's face. The next instant, her head struck the adjacent wall, rendering her unconscious. You think you can resist? Your power is no match for me. Qin Chuan scoffed, squatting down to untie the keyring from her waist. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated an enemy, earning a total of 15,000 points of prestige. This system notification was indeed related to Domino. After acquiring the keyring, the surrounding cries intensified. Qin Chuan then approached the cell of Abelo Pizarro, who had been singing his praises. With a click, the cell door swung open. Abelo Pizarro gazed upon Qin Chuan as if he were a savior, his eyes burning with eagerness. Bro, let me out, and I will help you acquire that legendary treasure. Apologies, my friend, but I am more interested in the prestige you possess. What prestige? I have nothing. Abelo Pizarro exclaimed in confusion. You had none before, but now you do. As Qin Chuan's words fell, anguished groans erupted from Abelo Pizarro's cell. Moments later, Qin Chuan stepped out of the cell. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated an enemy, earning a total of 30,000 points of prestige. The prisoners of the 6th level, initially filled with jealousy and excitement, fell into a profound silence following Qin Chuan's sudden actions. The prison corridor became so quiet that even the sound of their breathing was distinctly audible. The next moment, Qin Chuan approached the previously boisterous Catherine. Known as the Crescent Hunter, Catherine Butterfly felt a surge of foreboding upon seeing Qin Chuan approach with a smile. "What do you intend to do?" she inquired as he unlocked her cell. "I already stated, I desire prestige." "Prestige? Tell me how to give it to you, and I will do so immediately. Then I thank you." Upon finishing his words, Qin Chuan delivered a powerful kick to Catherine, who was shackled with handcuffs and leg irons. Boom. Another deafening crash echoed as Catherine fell unconscious without even a whimper. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated an enemy, earning a total of 30,000 points of prestige. Witnessing Qin Chuan incapacitate Catherine once more, the prisoners of the 6th level erupted into chaos. Heavens, someone tell me what that guy wants. Why is he attacking people? What is this prestige? I have nothing but dirt on me. Why is he more ruthless than the Navy? He strikes at the slightest provocation. Despite the complaints, Qin Chuan remained unfazed, continuing to unlock the cells and teach the occupants a lesson. In no time, the 6th level of infinite hell resembled a living hell. As Qin Chuan reached the last cell in the corridor, a deep voice resonated from within. "Do not open the door, or you will die." Startled, Qin Chuan paused. He had not expected such defiance within the 6th level. Throughout his journey, he had encountered many renowned pirates, especially those who had become Blackbeard's crew, all of whom had been easily subdued by him. Yet, the identity of this pirate piqued Qin Chuan's curiosity. Could there be a formidable adversary in the 6th level? Fueled by curiosity, Qin Chuan slowly pushed the cell door open. Suddenly, from the darkness, a burly middle-aged man burst forth. He was tall and robust, with flowing golden hair, dressed in an old military uniform, charging ferociously at Qin Chuan. In the next moment, as he reached Qin Chuan, he raised his sea prism stone handcuffs, ready to strike. Overestimating oneself, Qin Chuan scoffed lightly, then gently lifted his foot. Bang! Pain shot through the man's body, causing him to collapse to his knees the next second. Still feeling arrogant? Leave me be. In response to Qin Chuan's retort, the man bellowed once more, preparing to rise and launch a second assault against him. Bang! Qin Chuan delivered another kick, this time with significantly greater force. The man crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his violent coughs rendering him breathless. "If you have the guts, then kill me." Even in the face of such dire circumstances, the man glared at Qin Chuan with a defiant expression, unyielding in his resolve. Qin Chuan, intrigued by such tenacity, remarked. "Confined in the 6th level of the prison, clad in military garb, and blessed with golden locks. Could it be that you are the legendary Devil's Heir, Douglas Barrett?" Chapter 13. The Recruitment of Crew Members. Upon hearing that Qin Chuan actually recognized him, Douglas Barrett was momentarily taken aback. He had long vanished from this world. So long that even the high-ranking officials of the Navy had forgotten the existence of this formidable man in Down. However, the fact that this young man recognized him filled him with astonishment. "You know me? You truly are remarkable." Douglas Barrett struggled to rise. Seeing the other party acknowledge himself as Douglas Barrett, Qin Chuan was equally surprised, as he had presumed this man to be dead. Douglas Barrett had once been a member of the Roger Pirates, possessing immense power that even his comrades referred to him as a monster. He was once known as the heir to the Grinding Ghost, overwhelming others with his sheer strength. His prowess was comparable to that of Silver's Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King, thus far exceeding the abilities of other pirates at this level. However, they were all shackled by the unique sea-stone handcuffs of Down, rendering their powers impotent. Furthermore, Qin Chuan had employed the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Duenjia, a technique that risks total annihilation against them, which is why they appeared so feeble before him. "Douglas Barrett, I am well acquainted with your reputation, and I must admit, I hold you in high regard. I offer you 2 paths. 1, follow me, and I shall lead you out of this abyss. The second, you succumb to my defeat and remain imprisoned here for eternity, with no hope of redemption. The choice is yours." After careful consideration, Qin Chuan extended an olive branch. Douglas Barrett's strength was significantly superior to that of others, and even Silver's Rayleigh could not best him. Thus, having such a powerful ally would greatly enhance Qin Chuan's own capabilities. Standing in opposition to the world government, he would inevitably face numerous dangers. And having someone of such formidable strength to assist him would alleviate the burden of personal involvement in every endeavor. Ridiculous. You, insignificant children, believe you are worthy of my allegiance? Have you truly lost your senses? Douglas Barrett scoffed, showing no inclination to express gratitude towards Qin Chuan. After all, he was a being from an ancient era, with terrifying power. Although Qin Chuan had defeated him, he was presently in a state of diminished capacity, and thus would not yield easily. The most esteemed value among these formidable pirates is strength. The mightier one is, the greater their authority. Thus, even though Qin Chuan desires to rescue him, Douglas Barrett remains unconvinced. "I understand you solely trust in your own power, and you yearn more than anyone else to become the Pirate King. However, you are unlike the rest. While most aspire to this title for the sake of the so-called treasure, you do not. Your ambition is to attain the title of Pirate King through conquest. Even if you were informed of Roger's treasure, the eternal log posed to Raftel, you would not tread the same path as Roger. Your true aspiration is to surpass Roger, to become the strongest in the world, vanquishing the great powers of the sea, including all 4 emperors and admirals, is it not? Qin Chuan's words struck Douglas Barrett's heart like a bolt from the blue, leaving him in a prolonged state of turmoil. Qin Chuan's insights were astoundingly accurate, akin to an unwelcome truth residing within him. Were it not for the fact that Qin Chuan had emerged from the depths of the underground prison, he might have believed that Qin Chuan was merely echoing his own dreams. Observing Douglas Barrett's prolonged silence, Qin Chuan was confident in his assertions. If you wish to become the Pirate King and defeat the strongest beings in this world, then you must align yourself with me. For my ambition mirrors yours, to conquer the strongest in the world and stand atop it. Thus, join me on this battlefield, and when we ultimately reach the pinnacle together, we shall engage in our final confrontation. What do you say? Seizing the moment while Douglas Barrett's heart still wavered, Qin Chuan pressed on. In contrast, Douglas Barrett was acutely aware of his current predicament. Unlike the illustrious Golden Lion Shiki, he possessed no means to extricate himself from this dire situation. Moreover, should he fail to escape, the impending arrival of the naval government would undoubtedly bolster the defenses here. At that juncture, even Shiki himself would find it impossible to flee. After a period of contemplation, he ultimately reached a significant decision. What is your name? Qin Chuan. If you assist me in my escape, I am willing to temporarily align myself with you and ensure your personal safety. However, should we indeed ascend to the pinnacle of the world as you propose, I shall become your most formidable adversary, Douglas Barrett declared earnestly. No problem, it's a deal, Qin Chuan replied, extending his hand. Subsequently, Douglas Barrett's hand also moved forward slowly. Thus, within the confines of this formidable city, they engaged in a momentous handshake, cementing their collaboration. Just then, a sudden voice echoed in Qin Chuan's mind. Ding. The usage period of the Mike K character card has expired. Your original state is being restored. Please be advised. As the voice faded, Qin Chuan swiftly reverted to his initial condition. Although Mike Guy's presence has vanished, the repercussions of his 8 gates technique still weigh heavily upon him. After all, Mike Guy engaged in battle using his own physical form, which means that Qin Chuan's body inevitably suffers all consequential damage. As soon as the 8 gates were closed, Qin Chuan succumbed, his body collapsing in an instant. Given that Qin Chuan's physical condition is inferior to that of Mike Guy, he was soon overwhelmed by a piercing pain upon regaining consciousness. Chapter 14. Escape from the Advanced City. The agony surged into Qin Chuan's mind, compelling him to clutch his head and slump to the ground. At that moment, Douglas Barrett, seated across from him, was equally astonished. How could Qin Chuan, who had previously exhibited such formidable fighting prowess, suddenly appear so feeble? Qin Chuan, are you all right? I'm fine. It's merely some after effects from the intense battle I just endured. A short rest will suffice, Qin Chuan replied through gritted teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he tossed the keychain to Douglas Barrett. In reality, Qin Chuan is quite vulnerable at this moment. Even an ordinary pirate could easily take his life. However, amidst such peril, he places his unwavering trust in Douglas Barrett, primarily because the latter once sailed alongside the illustrious Joel D. Roger. Individuals of this caliber possess an unwavering belief. Once they commit to a promise, they are resolute in their loyalty, which alleviates Qin Chuan's fears of betrayal and potential harm. Indeed, upon receiving the keys, Douglas Barrett swiftly liberated himself from his shackles, unleashing a thunderous roar of rage that echoed through the air. He then approached Qin Chuan, grasped his arm, and hoisted him onto his back with ease. Do not concern yourself with what comes next. Rest assured, I shall guide you through Impel Down, Douglas Barrett assured him calmly. Perhaps it was the profound sense of security bestowed upon him by Douglas Barrett, or perhaps it was simply the overwhelming fatigue that enveloped him. But before Qin Chuan could utter a word, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Time seemed to slip away, and when he finally stirred, he slowly opened his eyes. Realizing he was reclined upon a soft bed within the confines of a small room, he immediately sat up. At that moment, an intense wave of exhaustion washed over him, prompting him to exhale deeply. Goodness, the after effects of the 8 gates of Duenjia are rather formidable, aren't they? While it is true that this technique possesses immense power, merely unlocking the 7th gate allowed him to vanquish the 2 most formidable champions of the advancing city. It nearly cost him his life. Had he not managed to conquer Douglas Barrett in the final moments, he might have very well been slain amidst the chaos after losing consciousness. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan rose and pushed open the door. As the door swung ajar, a brilliant beam of sunlight cascaded onto his face. At this moment, the vast expanse of the ocean stretched endlessly before me. Am I aboard a ship? Qin Chuan murmured softly. You are awake, Captain Qin Chuan. At that moment, Douglas Barrett himself stood by the railing at the bow of the ship. He proved to be a man of his word, not only rescuing Qin Chuan, but also beginning to address him with the esteemed title of captain. Such an appellation is not casually bestowed among pirates. To refer to someone as one's captain signifies a recognition of their strength and leadership. Where exactly is this place? Qin Chuan, dragging his weary body, approached him. Somewhere in the East Sea, although I cannot pinpoint the exact location, for I am not well acquainted with such a feeble area. Had it not been for encountering the naval reinforcement upon my escape, I would have taken you directly to the New World. Douglas Barrett elucidated. Naval reinforcements? Who arrived? At Douglas Barrett's mention, Qin Chuan's curiosity was piqued. He too wished to understand the Navy's stance following the commotion he had caused. Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Kazan. The mere mention of these names startled Qin Chuan. Garp holds the highest renown within the Navy, famously dubbed the hero of the Navy. And he is a figure from the same era as Roger and Douglas Barrett, despite holding the rank of a mere Vice Admiral. His strength and influence within the naval headquarters are unparalleled. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku must heed his counsel. Kazan, known by the naval codename Akiji, wields the formidable powers of the ice fruit, and is a student of the former Admiral Zephyr, standing among the Navy's top 3 combatants. The deployment of both the Navy's hero and its foremost power underscores the significance the opposition places on Qin Chuan. This is precisely why Douglas Barrett resolutely chose to flee in the face of the Navy. After all, he had just escaped from Impel Down, and his strength had yet to be fully restored. Moreover, the formidable might of the Navy's ranks rendered him, even at his utmost effort, no match for Garp and Kazan. To avert any peril, he made a swift decision to retreat towards the East Sea. Fortunately, Garp and the others were preoccupied with the chaos at Impel Down. Pursuing Qin Chuan at that juncture would have been a futile endeavor. Thus, Garp issued a critical command to refrain from chasing Qin Chuan and instead directed all warships to proceed to the depths of the underwater prison. In the office of the warden on the 4th level of the underwater prison, Garp sat gravely in Magellan's seat, while Kazan stood quietly at his side. Magellan and the high-ranking officials from the prison stood lined up before him, all adorned with numerous bandages, their bodies marred with bruises, presenting an utterly disheveled appearance. Magellan's status was one that could rival a vice admiral or even a fleet admiral. Given that both Impel Down and Judiciary Island are among the 3 paramount institutions under the aegis of the world government, thus, as the highest commander of Impel Down, Magellan's position was not to be underestimated. However, due to the magnitude of the blunder he had committed, he found himself at a loss for words in the presence of the naval rescue team. Furthermore, given Garp's formidable strength and esteemed reputation within the world government, it was only natural for him, as a junior, to show deference to the elder. Have all the prisoners in the 6th level been successfully secured? Pu inquired in a low voice. Every one of them has been apprehended, though casualties are still being tallied. Apart from a few minor characters. In the depths of the infinite hell of the 6th level, that Bast Chode has been killed, and the other notorious pirates are severely injured, Domino, the chief warden, reported. Is there anything else? Garp's brow furrowed. Additionally, Douglas Bullet has escaped alongside the inmate named Qin Chuan. What? Douglas Bullet has fled? Upon hearing this, Garp reacted as if struck by lightning, slamming his palm onto the table. His outburst instilled immediate tension among those present, particularly Hannibal, known for his lethal strikes, who began to tremble at the prospect of accountability. Is that individual particularly strong? Kazan, standing nearby, became curious, as it was his first time witnessing Garp in such a state of disarray. He has roamed the seas since the age of 15, undefeated in countless battles, having never once tasted defeat. It was at that moment that he encountered Roger and succumbed to defeat. Subsequently, he chose to follow Roger, wandering the world in his wake. It was only after Roger's misfortune that he departed from the Roger pirates and embarked on his own ventures, creating a tumultuous upheaval across the vast seas. At that time, the Navy found themselves utterly powerless against him. It was not until he reached the age of 22, when we had acquired intelligence regarding his secretive maneuvers, that nearly the entire Navy mobilized. I, alongside Sengoku, took the lead in a highly publicized confrontation with him. Eventually, due to his waning strength and the overwhelming might of the Navy, he was jointly subdued and imprisoned here. Although many years have passed and our capabilities can no longer be underestimated, especially with the emergence of formidable generals like you, we must remain vigilant. Garp reminisced. Despite the passage of time, the vivid memories of his battle against Douglas Barrett lingered, as this pirate was among the few who had compelled him to exert his full strength. Upon hearing Garp's account, many present gasped in astonishment. A considerable number of individuals here were quite young. When Douglas Barrett first rose to fame, they were likely still in their infancy, rendering them unfamiliar with him. Now, upon hearing the esteemed Vice Admiral Garp speak of a figure from that era, the notion of Douglas Barrett escaping became a cause for great concern. Furthermore, the emergence of the enigmatic Qin Chuan alongside him only exacerbated their worries. Very well, I shall personally report this matter to the higher-ups. You all focus on recovering here. Additionally, I will dispatch several heavily armed warships to remain on guard for any unforeseen circumstances. Magellan asserted, nodding earnestly after listening. Soon, the news of Qin Chuan's escape sent shockwaves across the globe. In a high-ranking meeting at the Navy headquarters, admirals and generals gathered, presided over by none other than Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Who can enlighten me about the identity of this Qin Chuan? How is it possible for a prisoner confined in the first level of hell to turn Impel Down upside down? Sengoku inquired first. However, his question seemed futile, as none of the attendees were privy to Qin Chuan's background, nor did they know whence he came. regardless of his identity or past. All pirates that pose a threat to the world deserve to meet their demise. I am willing to personally lead the Navy forces to apprehend them. At that moment, a man adorned with numerous tattoos, his right arm depicted a sword, while roses and cherry blossoms adorned his left arm from chest to elbow. Donned in a dark red suit and a naval cap, with black leather gloves and a Navy admiral's coat draped over his shoulders, calmly remarked while holding a cigar, "Sakazuki. That fellow possesses immense strength, surpassing even Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain," he stated. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall, slender man with short black hair, slightly curly, wearing sunglasses, sporting stubble, and dressed in a yellow and white striped suit with a purple tie and dark green shirt, slowly replied. These two were none other than the Navy's formidable trio, Akaina Sakazuki and Kazara Borsellino. However, the situation is far from simple. Their adversary also includes Douglas Bullet. Even after 2 decades of confinement, he remains a force to be reckoned with, remarked an elder with graying hair, tied back simply into a shoulder-length ponytail, revealing his forehead and adorned with a pair of emerald earrings, 2 gold bangles on his right wrist, and draped in a vice admiral-esque coat. She was a remarkable figure, once renowned alongside Sengoku and Garp, and contemporaneous with the illustrious Douglas Barrett, Admiral Tsuru. Having once engaged in combat with Douglas Barrett, she possessed a deeper understanding of his formidable prowess than these younger generations. Admiral Tsuru, times have changed. We are now in the most prosperous era of our Navy. And even the ruffians of the New World do not instill fear. Sakazuki, after being countered by the two, remained unfazed. Very well, Sakazuki, given your confidence, you shall lead a naval force immediately to the East Sea to ascertain their whereabouts. This action will serve both to intimidate our adversaries and to convey our Navy's stance to the world. Although the responsibility for the recent Impel Down incident does not lie with us, the higher-ups in the world government are quite displeased with our performance, particularly since our naval support allowed 2 significant suspects to escape upon arriving at Impel Down. We are thus compelled to resolve this matter swiftly to appease the public. With that, Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at Garp. Yet Garp remained nonchalantly digging his nose as if nothing were amiss. It was evident that Sengoku was vexed with Garp, particularly since he had unilaterally decided to abandon the pursuit of Qin Chuan, which had resulted in their current predicament of passivity. However, being unable to confront his old friend, Sengoku could only seethe in silence. Chapter 16. Comprehensive Bounty Hunt. I am curious to see what this outdated individual can stir up. Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, Doberman. Prepare yourselves and each lead a warship to await my arrival at the harbor of Marineford. Sakazuki addressed those around him. The 3 individuals named by him immediately rose to their feet and subsequently exited the conference room. Each of these 3 was a vice admiral within the naval headquarters, possessing formidable strength, making them the mightiest forces beneath the admirals. Thus, Sakazuki's decision to embark on this expedition accompanied by 3 vice admirals clearly indicated his unwavering determination to succeed. Meanwhile, across the globe, the populace was abuzz with discussions surrounding Qin Chuan's recent prison escape. The commotion caused by the incident at Impel Down naturally attracted the attention of Morgans, the formidable figure entrenched in the shadows of the underworld. Morgans, a user of the bird fruit S albatross form, serves as the president of the World Economic Journal, primarily engaged in gathering various news stories to publish in his newspaper. As the president of the Global Economic News Agency, he was renowned for his unparalleled access to information. Following the audacious escape of Qin Chuan, he astonishingly managed to bribe the surviving guards within the city, thereby obtaining exclusive footage of Qin Chuan's fierce battle. Upon viewing the video, Morgans was akin to a discoverer of a new world, subsequently penning a sensational headline for his newspaper. The new emperor ascends, a monumental era dawns. Beneath this alarming proclamation, Morgans, employing his exaggerated narrative style, recounted how Qin Chuan single-handedly traversed the entirety of the Push City in just half a day, ultimately departing with Douglas Barrett under the watchful eyes of the naval support forces. The contents of this newspaper swiftly spread across the globe, igniting a tremendous wave of panic and discussion. Everyone was abuzz with talk of this mysterious figure that had suddenly emerged before the world, yet Qin Chuan remained blissfully unaware. Upon docking at a port in the East China Sea aboard a modest military vessel, the 2 individuals made their way to a place known as Loguetown. As Qin Chuan stepped into the town, he was momentarily taken aback. Hanging in the streets of this quaint settlement was an unusual flag. This flag depicted a pair of interwoven skulls, with a striking red shark with a pointed snout emblazoned in the center. The entire flag exuded an eerie aura, starkly contrasting with the dignified banners typically employed by respectable individuals. Was this not within the jurisdiction of the Navy? If a flag were to be displayed, it ought to be the peaceful seagull banner, he mused. Even in the East Sea, numerous islands lay under the control of pirate crews, and this flag appeared to be the distinctive emblem of a particular pirate faction. Their audacity in brazenly displaying this flag clearly indicates that this territory has been seized by them, Douglas Barrett observed. It seems the Navy is indeed ineffectual. They cannot even maintain control over a mere stretch of the East Sea. It is inconceivable that they could conquer the New World with such incompetence. Yet, one cannot entirely fault them. The true blame lies with my captain and his words prior to the execution, which led countless individuals to flock to these waters and embrace the life of piracy. The Navy itself is limited in manpower, and it is impossible for them to station soldiers on every island across the globe. Therefore, once the naval forces depart, the pirates adrift at sea will seize the opportunity to invade. After listening to this, Qin Chuan nodded in agreement, and upon a closer inspection of the map, he felt a sense of familiarity, though he could not recall it at that moment. Additionally, given that there are no notable pirate crews in the East Sea, it is not surprising that Qin Chuan was unaware. Let us step into that tavern for a drink. After walking a short distance, Douglas Barrett suggested upon discovering the only tavern in town. The inhabitants of the pirate world have an inherent fondness for libations, and it is particularly true for the infamous pirates. Having been confined for 20 years, it would be miraculous if they emerged without ailments. Thus, upon setting foot on land, Douglas Barrett's gaze immediately fell upon the nearby tavern. Yet Qin Chuan was also quite eager to savor the taste of the libations in this world of pirates. Subsequently, the two entered the tavern. Upon stepping inside, Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett immediately sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. The establishment was bustling with numerous patrons, all of whom, without exception, belonged to the fishman race. The fishmen bore an appearance that was a harmonious blend of human and fish traits, capable of breathing through lungs on land and utilizing gills underwater. Most of the merfolk reside in the underwater paradise of Fishman Island, situated at a depth of 10,000 meters, and are rarely encountered elsewhere. Due to their unique appearance, they often face discrimination from certain humans, leading to their limited interactions and relationships with humankind. However, the presence of such a multitude of merfolk on this unknown island perplexed both individuals. As soon as the two fishmen entered, the gazes of the multitude of fishmen in the tavern converged upon them. It is rather peculiar here, with so many of the fishmen clan, Qin Chuan remarked nonchalantly. No matter, they are merely insignificant characters. If you wish, I could eliminate them all in an instant. No need for that. Our objective does not concern these trivial figures. Qin Chuan promptly gestured to Douglas Barrett, advising him against indiscriminate slaughter, for he had no fondness for wanton killing. Subsequently, the two took their seats at the bar. What can I get for you gentlemen? Inquired the tavern owner with a broad smile. 2 glasses of rum, Douglas Barrett replied, casting a glance at the bottles lining the shelf. Qin Chuan, unfamiliar with the local spirits, had no objections when Douglas ordered a glass of rum for him. Just as the tavern owner retreated to the back to prepare their drinks, a sharp-nosed fishman at a nearby table rose and approached them. You two are from outside, aren't you? He said, draping an arm over Qin Chuan's shoulder and the other over Douglas Barrett's. What seems to be the matter? Qin Chuan inquired, turning to face him with curiosity. Haha, do you know whose territory this is? The sharp-nosed fishman laughed boisterously. Whose territory? Have you heard of the evil dragon pirates? This is the domain of our evil dragon pirates, he proclaimed with considerable pride. Oh, so it is the evil dragon pirates. No wonder the insignia hanging outside the town seemed so familiar. It is the pirate crew led by that fool. With this revelation, Qin Chuan finally understood. The leader of the evil dragon pirates, known as the Evil Dragon, was indeed a fishman and had once been a cadre of the Sun Pirates. After departing from the Sun Pirates, he established his own crew. Upon returning from the Grand Line with his gang, the Evil Dragon initiated his campaign for dominance over the East Sea. He swiftly attacked numerous villages, conquering over 20, including Nami's hometown, Kokoyashi Village, where he established his own Evil Dragon Empire. Douglas Barrett, having been imprisoned for 2 decades, was naturally oblivious to the state of the world outside. Is the Dragon Pirate crew truly formidable? They are reputed to be the strongest pirate crew in the East Sea. Yet their captain has a bounty of merely 20 million berries. What do you think? Upon hearing Qin Chuan's explanation, Douglas Barrett nearly erupted in expletives. 20 million berries is worth far more than a mere finger of his, and yet this is already the highest bounty among pirate crews in the East Sea, illustrating the weakness of the pirates in this region. Hey kid, what did you just say? Are you insinuating that our dragon pirate crew's captain is worthless? It seems you are tired of living, the sharp-nosed fishman remarked, his demeanor darkening upon encountering the audacious words of the seemingly ordinary young man before him. Meanwhile, in the tavern, the other fishmen, upon hearing Qin Chuan's remarks, rose to their feet in unison. Douglas Barrett, I have yet to witness your prowess firsthand. I've heard tales of your remarkable skills. If you wouldn't mind, why not demonstrate them here? Qin Chuan proposed unexpectedly. Although defeating these minor characters himself would indeed yield him prestige points, it would inevitably deplete his limited opportunities for possession. The cost to redeem a possession opportunity stands at 1,000 prestige points. And to squander one on these insignificant foes may not even guarantee that Qin Chuan would acquire the requisite points, even if he were to vanquish them all. Although I have amassed over 400,000 points of prestige in the city, this amount is still insufficient to exchange for a character card of the legendary Senja Hashirama. Thus, I naturally have no desire to engage in such thankless endeavors. Moreover, I am quite curious about the abilities of the legendary individual I have recruited. One who can rival the formidable King of Hell, Rayleigh. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Douglas Barrett let out a cold chuckle. You are utterly insulting me. Without waiting for Qin Chuan's response, Douglas Barrett surged forward, instantly closing the distance to the sharp-nosed fishman. In the blink of an eye, before the fishman could even react, Douglas Barrett's hands had transformed into a glossy black sheen. Following this, his seemingly impenetrable fist struck the fishman's face with remarkable force. A resounding thud echoed, and the fishman was propelled out of the tavern. Kill him! The surrounding fishmen shouted in alarm. However, before they could take any action, Douglas Barrett had already plunged into their midst. Moments later, every fishman within the tavern lay sprawled on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. This spectacle left the tavern owner, who had emerged with 2 glasses of rum, frozen in shock. As Douglas Barrett slowly returned, he accepted a beer from the tavern owner's trembling hands and passed it to Qin Chuan. Hey, this is rather excessive, isn't it? Using hockey to deal with mere minor characters? Qin Chuan remarked with a smile as he took the beer. Hockey, specifically the armament hockey, is one of the 3 forms of hockey. It enhances both defensive and offensive capabilities and can even affect those with the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit. This implies that possessing such hockey is an extraordinarily formidable advantage. As Douglas Barrett's skin transformed into a lustrous ebony hue, Qin Chuan realized he had invoked the power of armament hockey. The most prominent sign of armament hockey is its ability to render the host's body as resilient as steel. Humph, it seems you are familiar with armament hockey. You wish for me to demonstrate my prowess? Very well, I shall offer you a glimpse. So you may comprehend the might of those from my era, Douglas Barrett remarked casually after taking a hearty swig of his drink. Humph, there is much I know, such as the fact that it won't be long before that wretched dragon and his motley crew come here to trouble us. Upon finishing his statement, Qin Chuan took a sip of rum, only to find himself nearly choked by its fiery intensity. Goodness, is this concoction truly so potent? He exclaimed. It appears you are still rather inexperienced. Rum is one of the strongest spirits in this world, yet by the age of 15, I could down several large glasses. Douglas Barrett could no longer contain his laughter at Qin Chuan's reaction. TCH, how dull. Qin Chuan attempted another couple of sips, only to conclude that the renowned Maotai was far more palatable. He promptly set the glass down on the table. At that moment, the tavern owner, regaining his senses, hastily interjected, Gentlemen, you must depart swiftly. The officers of the dragon pirates are on their way, and you may find it impossible to escape. Chapter 18. Just about 3 times for me it's too late. They have already arrived. With a slight smile, he rose and stretched languidly. Douglas Barrett downed the rum from the wooden goblet in one swift motion. Subsequently, the 2 men made their way out of the tavern. Upon exiting, they found the street deserted, with several armed fishmen standing at the end of the road. It was evident that they had effectively sealed off the small town. A lockdown? The display of this pirate crew was indeed grand. Douglas Barrett couldn't help but scoff at the sight. Let us proceed. Qin Chuan patted his shoulder, and together they began their journey toward the harbor. Halt. If you dare approach, do not blame us for our hostility, shouted a spear-wielding fishman at the 2. However, in the next instant, Douglas Barrett sprang into action. Without any suspense, the scene was soon littered with lifeless bodies. At this moment, the townsfolk peering through the windows of the houses lining the streets could not help but draw a sharp breath. To them, the malevolent dragon appeared as a demon. Yet the man before them seemed infinitely more terrifying than any fiend. As the 2 approached the harbor, a flag emblazoned with a pair of interlocking skulls and a red shark with a pointed snout materialized at the water's edge. How swift they are, Qin Chuan remarked with a playful smile. Let us consider this as an opportunity to assist the Navy. Perhaps one day, we may even be awarded for our commendable deeds as pirates, Douglas Barrett casually suggested. At this moment, after the pirate ship docked, more than 10 pirates leapt from the vessel. Among them, leading the group was a fishman with a sharply pointed, serrated nose, clad in an open casual shirt. Adorning his bare chest was the sun emblem representing the Sun Pirates on the left side, while the mark of the Dragon Pirates was etched on his left forearm. It was evident that this individual was none other than the captain of the Dragon Pirates, the fearsome dragon himself. On either side of him stood a fishman with a mouth resembling a trumpet, possessing 6 arms, whose charming and endearing appearance was complemented by a thick mane of silvery gray hair. Etched in the center of his forehead was the emblem of the Sun Pirates, representing the sun. This fishman was none other than the young Hachi, whom Monkey D. Luffy later rescued, and he now served as one of the officers of the Dragon Pirates. The other individual, adorned with 2 spiky pigtails, wore the same sun emblem of the Sun Pirates carved into his right chest. He was a soft-bodied fishman known as Crocodile, also an officer of the Dragon Pirates. Behind them loomed a throng of scoundrels from the Dragon Pirates. What are you 2 supposed to be? Dare to cause a ruckus on my territory? It seems you are tired of living. The dragon, upon disembarking, immediately reprimanded. I am Douglas Barrett. Do you recognize the name? Douglas Barrett spoke calmly. Bah, Barrett. The dragon was momentarily taken aback by this name, stammering in response. He had indeed read the morning's World Journal, which prominently featured the formidable pirate from the Roger era, Douglas Barrett, who, along with a young companion, had escaped the heavily guarded depths of Impel-Down. Now, the other party actually claims to be Douglas Barrett, and that young man beside him is none other than the fugitive featured in the newspaper headlines. Upon realizing this, the evil dragon could not help but swallow hard. He was indeed facing formidable opponents this time. Although he had been thriving in this area, it was primarily due to the absence of any powerful adversaries in the nearby villages, which allowed him to flourish. However, now he was confronted with two individuals possessing absolute strength, and he began to feel a sense of unease. Boss, should we eliminate them? At that moment, the stubborn Kruby, noticing the evil dragon's silence, coldly suggested. Unaware of the day's news and unfamiliar with Douglas Barrett, he failed to recognize the terrifying nature of the opponents before them. Upon hearing Kruby's words, the evil dragon's face turned ashen. Yet, with so many subordinates present, he could not afford to show weakness, so he mustered the courage to ask, "What brings you two here?" "Nothing much, just passing by for a drink." However, a fisherman from the so-called evil dragon pirates approached us provocatively. "And that is how things escalated," Qin Chuan replied, arms crossed, his tone languid. "Well, it seems this is a misunderstanding. You should leave quickly." "I do not wish to engage in conflict today," the evil dragon tentatively suggested, desperately hoping that Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett would depart, thereby allowing him to save face. However, it was evident that he was overly optimistic. "Leave? Not a chance. You will kneel and bow 3 times before us first." Qin Chuan fumed, incensed by the evil dragon's arrogance. The nefarious deeds of the evil dragon in this vicinity had even drawn Qin Chuan's ire. To make such presumptuous demands was nothing short of an insult to both Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett. Upon hearing that he was to bow 3 times, the evil dragon's countenance immediately fell. On the other side, Kruby could no longer contain his impatience. With a swift stride, he charged towards Qin Chuan. In the next moment, as he rapidly closed the distance, he forcefully extended his right fist. However, Qin Chuan stood still, a smile adorning his face. Just as Kruby's fist was about to connect with Qin Chuan, it unexpectedly halted in midair. At that moment, his fist was a mere 10 centimeters away from Qin Chuan's face. Yet this mere 10-centimeter distance became an insurmountable chasm for him. In the next moment, Kruby could not help but spurt forth a mouthful of blood, staring incredulously at the fist that had struck his abdomen. Just as he intended to utter a word, he realized he lacked the strength even to speak. Chapter 19. The dragon bows down thereafter. He fell straight backward in full view of the crowd. Witnessing this scene, the members of the evil dragon pirate crew behind him were utterly astonished. They could never have anticipated that their adversary possessed such terrifying strength. Even the leader of the evil dragon contemplated fleeing. "Enough, let us not squander any more time. Eliminate them all," Qin Chuan commanded with an air of nonchalance. These ruffians had been wreaking havoc in the vicinity, and Qin Chuan secretly harbored a desire to eradicate these scourges of the sea. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's order, Douglas Barrett's expression hardened, and his eyes blazed with a fierce killing intent. At that moment, the malevolent dragon comprehended that his fate was dire, and the prospect of a safe escape had become utterly unattainable. Without hesitation, he extracted his regenerative teeth and bellowed at the throng of fishmen behind him, demanding their annihilation of his adversaries. However, just as they surged forward, Douglas Barrett unleashed a thunderous roar, and in an instant, his formidable aura erupted forth. In the next heartbeat, a surge of azure energy burst explosively from his being, radiating outward in all directions. Upon encountering the azure gas, the malevolent dragon and his companions were instantly hurled away. The Conqueror's Haki? Witnessing this scene, Qin Chuan was inwardly astonished. He was aware that Douglas Barrett possessed the 3 types of Haki, yet it was his first time witnessing such a masterful application of Conqueror's Haki. This unique form of Haki is a manifestation of a kingly disposition. Those who wield it can intimidate and daunt their opponents without lifting a finger, capable of rendering much weaker foes unconscious. Unlike observation Haki and armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki is innate, neither acquirable through training nor inheritable, but determined solely by one's destiny. It is evident that Douglas Barrett has thoroughly mastered the Conqueror's Haki within him. At this moment, the malevolent dragon struggled to rise from the ground, his body marred by numerous scars, all of which were bestowed upon him by Douglas Barrett. The others were no exception. The overwhelming presence of the Conqueror's Haki caused the majority of the fishmen to succumb instantly, bleeding from all 7 orifices and perishing on the spot. Even the cadre, little 8, lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. In this moment, the only one remaining on their feet was the formidable dragon, who still managed to stand, albeit with great difficulty. At this moment, he had completely lost the grace of his former self. Blood flowed incessantly from the corners of his mouth, rendering him a pitiable sight. "Gentlemen, could you spare me a chance at life?" the wretched dragon managed to utter with great difficulty. "Bow down," commanded Qin Chuan, stepping forward with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this command, the dragon, without a moment's hesitation, sank to his knees. "Can I be released now?" he implored, devoid of dignity and gazing up at Qin Chuan with desperate eyes. "Did you ever consider sparing the villagers while you were indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent in these villages?" I did not indiscriminately kill. I merely sought to protect them from those marauding pirates." The dragon hastily defended himself in response to Qin Chuan's accusation. "Your nature is one of greed and brutality. You are obsessed with wealth, and not only have you preyed upon the nearby villages, but you have also colluded with high-ranking naval officers. That Colonel Rat is but your pawn, am I mistaken?" Upon mentioning Colonel Rat, The dragon's pupils dilated in disbelief as he stared at Qin Xuan with astonishment. Clearly, he was taken aback by how this unfamiliar young man knew so much about him. Out of words, are we? Good. Close your eyes, it won't hurt, Qin Xuan remarked, casting a glance at Douglas Barrett beside him. No, please. The dragon pleaded for mercy. Yet, it was all too late. After successfully slaying the dragon, Qin Xuan then reboarded the naval vessel he had commandeered, alongside Douglas Barrett. As they boarded the warship, a large throng of townsfolk suddenly surged to the shore. What could they possibly want? Qin Xuan pondered, perplexed by the scene. Yet, in the next moment, the villagers erupted into cheers, waving enthusiastically towards them. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Xuan cast another glance at his warship, and a profound realization dawned upon him. It became clear that these residents had been observing everything from the shadows, and upon witnessing Qin Xuan and his companions vanquish the malevolent dragon and board the vessel, they had assumed that they were naval soldiers dispatched specifically to eradicate the dragon pirate crew. Thus, as they had slain the beast and prepared to depart, the townspeople had spontaneously come forth to bid farewell to Qin Xuan. Little did he expect that he had inadvertently performed a noble deed. Perhaps now the Navy would seriously contemplate his inclusion in the Warlords of the Sea. Qin Xuan mused wryly. What does the Warlords of the Sea entail? At that moment, Douglas Barrett, who had been isolated from the world for quite some time, inquired with skepticism. The Warlords of the Sea is a temporary organization comprising 7 esteemed members. All 7 members, without exception, are recognized by the world government as the 7 notorious pirates. These marauders possess catastrophic destructive capabilities and immense combat prowess that rivals that of nations. Hence, the world government has granted them special powers and privileges, allowing them to engage in all manner of illicit activities. However, they are also required to heed the commands of the Navy during specific times, as explained by Qin Xuan. It is utterly absurd that the world government as acknowledged 7 great pirates would willingly serve as its lackeys, tarnishing the reputation of all pirates. Yet, do I know any of these 7 individuals? Remarkably, among these 7, there is indeed someone you are acquainted with, someone you even faced in battle back in the day. And it appears he is faring rather well now. Who could it be? Chapter 20. Advance into Alabasta. Is it him? Douglas Barrett pondered after hearing this. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Qin Xuan. Startled by the intensity of Barrett's stare, Qin Xuan exclaimed, "Why are you looking at me like that? Indeed, I did battle with Sir Crocodile, but that was over 20 years ago. You must understand that my becoming Captain Roger is not surprising. After all, Roger was immensely famous, and it is only natural that his crew would be well known. But how do you know about the events I encountered after I set sail alone?" Upon hearing Douglas Barrett's inquiry, Qin Xuan realized he had inadvertently let slip a piece of information. Logically speaking, Barrett should not know anything about his confrontation with Sir Crocodile. Some secrets are not meant to be revealed. You will gradually come to understand, Qin Xuan replied, opting not to disclose that he gleaned this knowledge from an animated series. A confession that would undoubtedly seem foolish and unbelievable. Thus, he chose to maintain an air of mystery to intrigue Barrett. Indeed, upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, Douglas Barrett was immediately captivated. Before witnessing Qin Xuan's formidable abilities, he might have dismissed him as a mere bluffer. However, the terrifying strength Qin Xuan had demonstrated in Impel Down had begun to convince him that Qin Xuan might indeed possess some extraordinary power. This terrifying power seems capable of perceiving everything. If that is the case, it is indeed profoundly frightening. At this moment, Douglas Barrett began to harbor a sense of reverence towards Qin Xuan, a reverence born from his fear of the unknown identity of Qin Xuan. Captain Qin Xuan, where are we headed next? He inquired. To the kingdom of Alabasta, to meet that Shichibukai crocodile. Qin Xuan replied. Is he in the kingdom of Alabasta? What do we need to see him for? To confront him, and then inquire whether he wishes to join us. If he declines, I wouldn't mind creating an opening among the 7 warlords of the sea. Qin Xuan responded nonchalantly. Are you planning to usurp his position as a pawn of the world government? Douglas Barrett retorted, immediately on guard upon hearing Qin Xuan's words. Although he acknowledged Qin Xuan as captain, it did not imply a submission to the world government. You are overthinking it. A mere title of Shichibukai is of little consequence. Those fellows in the New World often deploy dozens of pirate ships simultaneously. If it were just the 2 of us, we would certainly end up utterly exhausted in a fight. Therefore, along this journey, I intend to recruit more members and establish our own pirate crew. Does that fellow possess the strength to cooperate with us? Douglas Barrett replied dismissively. He still held some dissatisfaction towards Crocodile, after all. The 2 had once fought without any conclusive outcome. Now, with Qin Xuan suddenly suggesting cooperation, he found it somewhat unpalatable. His strength is adequate. Considering he is a Shichibukai and possesses a Logia-type devil fruit, you should be aware of the formidable nature of Logia-type devil fruits, right? In the world of pirates, devil fruits are categorized into 3 major types, Logia, Paramecia, and Zoan, each granting certain supernatural abilities upon consumption. The natural type is universally recognized as the most formidable among the 3 categories of devil fruits. Its most distinctive characteristic lies in its ability to render the body elemental, thereby nullifying physical attacks. Aside from specific countermeasures that can affect certain natural entities, only the use of armament haki and the dark fruit can interact with these elemental forms. If the wielder's haki is not sufficiently potent, they are unable to inflict harm upon a Logia-type devil fruit user. Thus, those who possess a Logia devil fruit inherently possess formidable strength. Even the formidable Douglas Bullet wields merely a Paramecia-type combined devil fruit. The Superhuman Series Fusion Devil Fruit possesses the extraordinary ability to arrange and combine all objects, facilitating their fusion. Douglas Barrett can merge inorganic matter he touches with his own body. Furthermore, he can not only integrate it with his physical form but also enable the inorganic materials to amalgamate, thereby rearranging them into novel weaponry. Thus, although Douglas Barrett does not wield a natural-type devil fruit, he is by no means inferior to those who do. What is a natural-type devil fruit worth? During this encounter, I shall personally vanquish him, Douglas Barrett declared coldly. In the ensuing moments, guided by Qin Shuan's memories, the battleship commenced its journey towards the kingdom of Alabasta. After drifting aimlessly on the vast ocean for a full 2 days, Qin Shuan suddenly spotted a formidable vessel emerging in the distance. It appeared to be a pirate ship. Shall we intercept it? Inquired Douglas Barrett upon noticing the ship. Qin Shuan cast a glance and observed that the prow of the ship was adorned with a magnificent red dragon, while a skull motif ominously hung from the twin mast of the vessel. Upon the skull, 2 crossed swords are etched. Could it be? Here, I encounter a familiar face. Qin Shuan smiled wryly. A familiar face? The individual who once sailed alongside you, but they were likely just an intern back then. I wonder if you still remember. Who? The crimson-haired Shanks, who is currently one of the most prominent pirates in the New World. It is likely that in the near future, he will come to dominate the New World, thus he is also one of our targets. Qin Shuan elucidated. Before me stands a pirate ship that, in both size and appearance, bears an uncanny resemblance to the flagship of the red-haired pirates, the Red Force. Furthermore, according to the timeline, the Shanks must have just lost an arm in Fasha Village. If all goes as anticipated, they are preparing to venture into the New World. Chapter 21. Shanks. May I commandeer your vessel? Shanks? It seems there was indeed such an individual aboard, though at that time his prowess appeared to be rather limited. It is astonishing how time has transformed circumstances. Captain Roger may have perished, yet his crew members are now beginning to shine brilliantly, Douglas Barrett remarked. Let us proceed to meet this individual. I wish to requisition his ship, for this military vessel is simply too diminutive. Qin Shuan chuckled. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Since that fellow also sailed with Roger, I am eager to discover whether he still remembers me. Douglas Barrett laughed heartily upon hearing Qin Shuan's suggestion. He then steered the miniature warship swiftly towards the Red Force ahead. Captain Shanks, a small military vessel is rapidly approaching us. Should we evade them? Queried a portly man on the deck, adorned with small sunglasses, a green and white striped hat, a matching shirt, a yellow coat, a blue belt, beige trousers, and red sneakers, while holding a piece of fresh meat. He is none other than one of the combatants of the red-haired pirates, Lucky Roo. Let us ascertain the identity of our visitors. If they are an admiral or some such formidable figure, we shall reconsider our approach. Stated a man on the deck with fiery red hair, draped in a long black cloak, clad in patterned brown capri pants, wearing flip-flops, and wielding the famed sword Griffin. At that moment, his left arm was utterly vacant. In this world, there exists but one man who can lose an arm and still rise to the rank of captain. And that man is the red-haired Shanks. Aboard the warship stood 2 men, their identities obscured, for they lacked the Navy's uniform, suggesting they were not part of the naval forces. Captain, remarked Lachi Lu, it seems that those 2 fellows are akin to us, albeit having seized this warship at present. Beside Shanks stood a man with gray hair, a long face, a pointed chin, and a straight nose, his features sharply defined. His robust physique bore scars, and a rifle was secured at his waist. Clad in a black 3/4 sleeve shirt, with a belt around his waist holding his rifle, and draped in a cloak adorned with spiral patterns, he was none other than Ben Beckman, the most astute mind of the red-haired pirates and the first mate. How intriguing. 2 little pirates have set their sights on us. Let us pay them a visit, Shanks remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the rapidly approaching warship. Soon, the 2 vessels drew alongside one another, and Qin Shuan and Douglas Barrett promptly leaped onto the deck of the Red Force. Upon their landing, they were greeted by a gathering of dozens of onlookers. At the forefront stood the illustrious red-haired Shanks. Pray tell, what are your intentions? Ben Beckman inquired with a cold demeanor, exhaling a plume of smoke. Oh, it's nothing of great consequence. As you can see, our vessel is rather cramped and uncomfortable. Your ship, on the other hand, is quite spacious. We merely wish to discuss the possibility of exchanging our ships. Upon hearing Qin Shuan's words, the crowd erupted into hearty laughter. Young man, do you have any idea who we are? Or perhaps, which pirate crew we belong to? At that moment, a man clad in a cloth-collared shirt and trousers, with an iron rod at his waist and a long spear slung across his back, could not help but scoff. Yesop. It seems your son Usopp is just as foolish as you, Qin Shuan remarked unexpectedly after casting a glance at the man. As soon as his words fell, the atmosphere in the vicinity turned gravely serious. At that moment, numerous pirates stealthily gripped their weapons. Even the first mate, Ben Beckman, extinguished his cigarette. Evidently, Qin Chuan's statement struck them like a heavy bombshell. So, you are acquainted with my son? Indeed, but he is too foolish to serve as my crew member. Qin Chuan replied calmly. Hey, kid, it seems you know us quite well. Since you are aware of our reputation, yet dare to confront us. It indicates a remarkable confidence on your part, Shanks said, gripping his renowned sword, Griffin, with a solemn tone. If your hand is broken, you should peacefully retire rather than venture into the new world. Leave the ship behind, and you may remain in the East Blue. No sooner had Qin Chuan's words ended than, before Shanks could react, Ben Beckman had already made his move. In the blink of an eye, he had raised a rifle from his waist. Bang! Without any warning, the bullet erupted from the mouth of the rifle. However, just as the bullet sped towards Qin Chuan, a powerful hand swiftly intervened. In the next moment, the bullet was astonishingly halted by this sleek and polished hand. The onlookers were taken aback to witness Ben Beckman's attack being thwarted by the opponent. Even Ben Beckman himself could not help but furrow his brow. Sir, have we crossed paths before? The red-haired man quickly discerned that the individual beside Qin Chuan must possess a remarkable background. The instantaneous manner in which he enveloped himself in the armament hockey and adeptly intercepted Ben Beckman's bullets indicated that his strength was indeed formidable. In stark contrast, the young man who had been boasting incessantly appeared rather ineffectual, prompting Shanks to shift his gaze toward Douglas Barrett. Ah, how time flies. The little rascal who used to sweep the deck aboard the ship no longer recognizes me. It seems I have truly aged. Douglas Barrett was filled with nostalgia upon hearing Shanks' words. Haha, times have changed, my friend. That's why I insisted on taking you out to see the world. Otherwise, people might think you had perished and impelled down. Qin Chuan chimed in jest. Chapter 22. Is your reputation that great? Though the two exchanged laughter and their tones seemed lighthearted, the onlookers across from them harbored quite the opposite sentiments. Upon hearing their exchange, his mind began to race. It was evident that the implications of their words were unmistakable. He must have known them in the past. Suddenly, a name flashed in his mind. Douglas Barrett? Shanks probed tentatively. Haha, you remember me. That makes things much simpler. You may keep the ship. You all may depart. Since you hail from the Roger Pirates, I shall let you go today. However, upon hearing Douglas Barrett's audacious proclamation, Shanks's expression darkened instantly. The others around him displayed expressions of anger. Unlike Shanks, the name Douglas Barrett remained unfamiliar to them. Was it the same Douglas Barrett who once ventured alongside Roger? At that moment, Ben Beckman, who was also quite aged, expressed his surprise. He recalled some memories from those years, having retained a semblance of awareness of past events. Indeed, you seem quite out of touch. Has today's newspaper not reached your hands? Qin Chuan could not help but mock them. In the world of pirates, there exists a method of delivery that utilizes seagulls to transport newspapers to people across the globe. Given that many individuals spend years adrift at sea, waiting until they can dock to acquire the latest news would render the information obsolete. Thus, Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency, trained a breed of seagull adept at delivering newspapers. This bird would clutch the latest edition, setting off from land to the sea, and accurately deliver fresh newspapers to various pirate ships. Just as Qin Chuan finished speaking, a newspaper-delivering seagull soared down from the sky. It landed precisely on the deck, dropping the newspaper onto the ground. At that moment, Rachi Lu approached and tossed some berries into a small basket hanging from the seagull's chest. Only then did the seagull take flight and depart from the scene. Rachi Lu immediately picked up the newspaper and handed it to Shanks. Although Qin Chuan and his companions had escaped days ago, their exploits had only been fully revealed yesterday. People in various towns had already received the latest intelligence, while those adrift at sea could only await today's edition. Shanks took the newspaper and saw the faces of the two individuals prominently displayed on the front page. After thoroughly reading the contents, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Douglas Barrett. I never imagined you could escape from the 6th level of the impel down and defeat all the guards of the prison, Shanks exclaimed, his voice resonating clearly throughout the ship. Upon hearing that these two unknown figures had managed to escape from the impregnable depths of impel down, many aboard began to feel apprehensive. Mr. Douglas Barrett, while I hold you in high regard, it is unrealistic to expect me to surrender the ship. This vessel embodies not only my aspirations but those of the entire red-haired pirates, Shanks solemnly explained. Although Douglas Barrett was considered a predecessor and had shared a bond with him, that did not imply Shanks would fear him. His strength had ascended to a level where relinquishing the Red Force was utterly inconceivable. Your aspirations? Are you suggesting that I should disclose the dealings with the Gorosei before your crew? Qin Chuan interjected, adopting a tone of amusement. If the previous remarks had left everyone stunned, this statement plunged the room into a profound silence. For Qin Chuan had not only mentioned Shanks but also the Gorosei. The Gorosei are, in fact, 5 elder men who stand atop the pinnacle of global power, constituting the highest leadership of the world government. They are the backbone of the world government, holding a status far superior to that of Fleet Admiral Akainu. By linking Shanks with the Gorosei, Qin Chuan incited a flurry of speculation among all present. At this moment, beads of sweat, akin to peas, began to form on Shanks' forehead. Qin Chuan was the second man in his life, since he became aware of the world, who instilled a sense of fear within him. The first man has already been publicly executed by the Navy due to his terminal illness. Mr. Qin Chuan, Who exactly are you? With your remarkable skills and strength, why have you set your sights on me? Or rather, what is it that you truly desire? Shanks did not respond directly to Qin Chuan's inquiry, instead attempting to divert the conversation with a counter-question. I have already stated, leave this ship of yours. As for why I have taken an interest in you, I apologize. It is purely a coincidence. Qin Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. Do me a favor, let today's events be settled as they are, and I can promise to assist you in finding a brand new warship. At that moment, Shanks suddenly made an astonishing declaration. This left even the crew members beside him gazing at their captain in disbelief. After years of navigating the vast seas, they had never witnessed Shanks plead for anyone to grant him a favor. Yet here he was, making such a request of a seemingly inconspicuous young man. Huh? Do you think you have consumed the fruit of favor? Do you expect me to grant you face at every turn? If you desire respect, earn it yourself. Qin Chuan scoffed. In this era of the survival of the fittest, the notion of face is utterly laughable, which prompted Qin Chuan to categorically dismiss Shanks' request. Chapter 23. The contest among the strong. In truth, defeating an opponent in direct confrontation serves as the highest tribute to a heroic figure. With this in mind, I too wish to test the capabilities of one who has been imprisoned within the confines of Impelled Down for 2 decades. Upon uttering these words, Shanks unsheathed his sword with a flourish of his right hand. In that instant, a brilliant sword light illuminated the entire deck of the ship. Simultaneously, the sky darkened ominously with heavy clouds. Your adversary is none other than I, Shanks. At this moment, Douglas Bullet, witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, was filled with anticipation. He yearned to gauge the strength of this individual, who had once been merely an intern. Enveloping himself entirely in hockey within a heartbeat, Douglas Bullet charged forth with tremendous force. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Shanks. As Shanks witnessed his opponent charging towards him, his expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to lift Griffin high. In the next instant, a crimson sword aura erupted from his blade. Observing this formidable flash, Douglas Barrett exhibited no inclination to evade. Instead, he positioned his hands before him, attempting to withstand the onslaught. However, he gravely underestimated Shanks' prowess. As one of the 4 emperors, Shanks commanded a staggering bounty exceeding several billion berries, rendering his strike immensely powerful. A resounding crash echoed as the sword aura collided with Douglas Barrett's arms, which were already enveloped in armament hockey. Yet, in the following moment, Douglas Barrett was propelled backward several steps, barely managing to halt his retreat at the edge of the ship. At this moment, the armament hockey that had enveloped his arm had completely dissipated, revealing skin stained with a copious amount of blood. In this battle, Shanks emerged victorious. Goodness, brother, they are not the mere fledglings of the evil dragon. Do not recklessly place your face against their fists, shouted Qin Chuan from a short distance away. He had never anticipated that Douglas Barrett would exhibit such arrogance. Even the most formidable armament hockey would struggle to make an impact in the face of absolute power. Haha, I merely wished to test this fellow. I never expected that the apprentice of the Roger Pirates would grow so formidable. I am amused. Douglas Barrett bellowed with laughter. He was not particularly obsessed with treasures. His only desire was to stand atop the world. Standing at the pinnacle of the world, one must vanquish all formidable adversaries. Before him stands Shanks, a formidable opponent indeed. Meanwhile, the onlookers gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Douglas Barrett withstand one of Shanks' attacks with his bare hands. They were acutely aware of Shanks' immense power. Even the admirals of the Navy headquarters would never dare to confront a blade unarmed. This clearly attests to Douglas Barrett's true strength. Very well. I shall begin my transformation now. Pay close attention, young one, Douglas Barrett declared calmly, as a violet aura began to envelop him. This purple energy swiftly wrapped around his body, intertwined with the hockey of armament. Upon their convergence, a brilliant violet light emanated from him. Goodness, is that the devil form? Qin Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing the phrase devilish form, Shanks was momentarily taken aback, then immediately shouted to those around him, everyone, disperse. Do not approach me. The devilish form is a unique combat style of Douglas Barrett. He merges his own ominous aura with a domineering presence, resulting in a significant enhancement of both speed and power, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. This is one of the reasons he is referred to as the heir of the devil. In his devilish form, Douglas Barrett is nearly invincible, underscoring the gravity with which he regards this battle. In the next instant, Douglas Barrett sprang into action. Devilish form, the mightiest fist. Douglas Barrett surged toward Shanks with the velocity of a rocket. Shanks, being one of the formidable 4 emperors, managed to maintain his composure even in such a critical moment. With unwavering resolve, he raised his sword once more. At that instant, the heavens were rent asunder by bolts of lightning. In the blink of an eye, a flash of lightning struck Shanks' sword, resulting in a dragon-shaped bolt of electricity surging forth from its blade. This serpentine lightning roared towards the advancing Douglas Barrett. In a fleeting moment, the dragon-shaped lightning unfurled its gaping maw, while Douglas Barrett unleashed his mightiest punch. A thunderous explosion resonated through the sky, sending colossal waves crashing against the deck, with torrents of spray wildly battering the surface. Simultaneously, the collision erupted into a tremendous shockwave, propelling nearby individuals off the deck and into the depths of the ocean. As the shockwave dissipated, two silhouettes remained at the center of the battlefield. Clang, clang, clang. After dispersing the dragon-shaped lightning with a single punch, Douglas Barrett instantaneously appeared beside Shanks. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, with Barrett suddenly launching a powerful fist aimed directly at Shanks' face. Shanks, with a deft motion, raised his rapier to block the incoming strike. With a sharp crack, the moment the sword met the fist once more, the entire deck could no longer withstand the force, emitting a crisp sound. In the next instant, the deck began to rapidly fissure. Good heavens, this cannot continue. Should we persist in this manner, victory would mean the ship's demise. Qin Chuan muttered a curse under his breath, swiftly accessing the system shop. At this juncture, he needed to identify a character capable of turning the tide of battle in his favor. Chapter 24, The Emergence of Uchiha Itachi. As he hastily perused his options, the character card for Uchiha Itachi materialized before him. Uchiha Itachi, a prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan, had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan at an early age, mastering formidable Genjutsu abilities. Yet, whether this illusion would prove effective against Shanks remained untested by Qin Chuan. Fortunately, the exchange requirement for the Uchiha Itachi character card was a mere 100,000 points of prestige, a trivial sum for him, having already amassed considerable prestige within Impelled Down. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan promptly redeemed the Uchiha Itachi character card. Ding! The redemption of the Uchiha Itachi character card was successful, and the system automatically deducted 100,000 points of prestige from the host. At that moment, Qin Chuan's system panel data updated instantaneously. Host, Qin Chuan. Possessed characters, Might Guy. Uchiha Itachi, Chiyo. Usage count for possession, 4. Prestige points, 315,000. Even after expending 100,000 points of prestige, Qin Chuan still retained a substantial 300,000 points. Upon completing the exchange, Qin Chuan immediately opted to possess Uchiha Itachi. Ding! The host successfully utilized the Uchiha Itachi character card, reducing the usage count by 1. As the system's announcement faded, Qin Chuan felt a surge of power envelop him. Simultaneously, his pupils underwent a remarkable transformation. Hey, have you had enough? Your opponent is me. Shanks. Qin Chuan shouted towards the two figures ahead. In the next moment, Qin Chuan transformed into countless black crows. At that instant, both warring parties, upon hearing Qin Chuan's cry, cast fleeting glances in his direction. Their astonishment was palpable when they beheld his body metamorphosing into crows. Before Shanks could fully comprehend the situation, Qin Chuan suddenly materialized beside him. Boom! Qin Chuan's fist struck directly against his abdomen. In the next moment, Shanks collided directly with the nearby railing. Ben Beckman, who had been observing from a short distance, could no longer contain himself. He swiftly drew his firearm and aimed it towards Qin Chuan's direction, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Yet, just as the bullets were about to strike Qin Chuan, he once again transformed into a multitude of crows, evading the onslaught with remarkable agility. On the other hand, the swiftly rising Shanks shouted to the crowd around him, "Leave this fellow to me. You all go and encircle Douglas Barrett." As soon as he finished speaking, a substantial wave of dark crimson energy emanated from him. The crows that had been soaring in the sky instantly transformed into humanoid figures upon contact with this dark red aura. Qin Chuan, now in his transformed state, felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. His instantaneous movement had been thwarted by Shanks' Conqueror's Haki. Both Shanks and Douglas Barrett possessed this formidable ability, and they could effortlessly unleash their Conqueror's Haki. Upon witnessing that Shanks possessed a similar formidable aura as his own, Douglas Barrett was momentarily taken aback. However, in the next instant, Ben Beckman and the other crew members surged forward, initiating a fresh wave of assault against him. At this juncture, Douglas Barrett was wholly engrossed in the unfolding battle on Qin Chuan's side. The combat was fervently intense over there, while the two of them stood at a distance, locked in a tense standoff. Is this the power of a Zoan-type devil fruit? Shanks speculated instinctively upon seeing Qin Chuan transform into a raven, presuming he must have consumed such a fruit. Huh, you haven't even eaten a devil fruit. Why would I indulge in that nonsense? In reality, only the weak would resort to such things. Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. At this moment, not far away, Douglas Barrett, engaged in a one-against-many struggle, nearly spat out blood upon hearing Qin Chuan's words. After fending off another wave of attacks, Douglas Barrett shouted towards Qin Chuan, "I have yet to unleash the power of my devil fruit." Not a devil fruit? Such formidable strength at such a young age. It seems the East Blue truly breeds exceptional talent. Indeed, how do I compare to that lad who severed your arm? Is it worth placing all your hopes upon him? Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Shanks was once again taken aback. He was astonished that Qin Chuan even knew of Luffy. Had this fellow been stealthily trailing him all along? After all, in this vast ocean, what were the odds of such a fortuitous encounter without deliberate pursuit? My friend, this game has truly come to an end. Prepare to confront your fears. Tsukuyami. In the next instant, 3 Tomo appeared in the depths of Qin Chuan's pupils, intertwining from different directions and assuming a blade-like form at first glance. Just as Shanks pondered this development, the scene before him suddenly plunged into darkness. When he awoke once more, he found himself bound to a wooden stake, ensnared by thick chains forged from sea prism stone. A glance around revealed that he was, astonishingly, in the midst of an endless ocean. The color of the ocean is not a serene blue, but rather a bizarre shade of red reminiscent of blood. Soon after, dozens of crows descended beside him, and then seamlessly transformed into the figure of Qin Chuan. Where is this place? Shanks feigned calmness. You may perceive this as a newly constructed world of my own design, and you are ensnared within it. Ah, Shanks attempted to break free from the thick iron chains, yet found himself utterly powerless. Clearly, he was trapped. In my realm, even if you possessed unparalleled abilities, escape is impossible. Cease your futile struggles. Qin Chuan spoke again. Utterly ridiculous. If I am not mistaken, this must be a fabricated virtual space of yours, and although I cannot leave this place, you are incapable of inflicting any harm upon me. Once the battle outside concludes, my crew shall swiftly eliminate you, rendering this virtual realm utterly futile. Chapter 25. The Illusory World. Shanks, a man worthy of being one of the 4 emperors, remains capable of rational analysis even in perilous situations. However, no matter how composed he may be, he is not contending with mere pirates this time. Thus, his theoretical framework proves ineffective. The Tsukuyomi, an illusionary technique activated by the kaleidoscope Sharingan, ensnares the minds of any adversary who gazes directly upon Qin Chuan, drawing them into the realm of illusion. The moment one beholds Qin Chuan's kaleidoscope Sharingan, they fall victim instantaneously. Within the world of Tsukuyomi, all elements, time, location, and quality are under the control of the caster, subjecting the foe to immense physical and psychological torment. This is regarded as the most formidable form of mental assault. Under ordinary circumstances, the moon reading technique is impervious to counteraction, only susceptible to the power of the Sharingan or an exceptionally strong mental fortitude. It is abundantly clear that Shanks could not possibly possess the power of the Sharingan. Simultaneously, Qin Chuan endeavored to diminish Shanks' mental strength by swiftly conjuring an ocean and a chain of sea stone. The objective was to ensure that Shanks could genuinely perceive this as a tangible world. Yet, despite Qin Chuan's meticulous execution, Shanks discerned at first glance that this was an illusion. Aware that mere superficial distractions would never suffice to thoroughly dismantle Shanks' resolve, Qin Chuan knew he had to escalate his efforts. In the next moment, a longsword materialized in his hand. Upon encountering the longsword, Shanks immediately exclaimed, "Griffin." The western sword in Qin Chuan's hand was indeed the renowned sword Griffin that Shanks had previously wielded. Likewise, this was an illusion conjured by Qin Chuan's own will, and he alone understood the entire fabrication of reality. "If you possess the ability, then kill me right here," Shanks bellowed. At that moment, he was gripped by a sense of despair he had never before experienced in all his years. Even the formidable Roger had never instilled such fear and helplessness in him. "Well, I have never witnessed anyone making such a request in my lifetime, but out of respect for you, I shall acquiesce. Is this truly for my own good?" Shanks was utterly bewildered by Qin Chuan's words. Earlier, when he had asked for a favor, Qin Chuan had refused, yet now, when he mentioned it casually, Qin Chuan took it to heart. However, just as Shanks was lost in thought, the western sword in Qin Chuan's grasp had already pierced through his chest. Despite Shanks possessing an extraordinary physique and formidable haki, the moment he was impaled by his own sword, an overwhelming surge of pain coursed through his body. All he could feel was agony. "You're bleeding." Qin Chuan pointed at Shanks' abdomen, feigning astonishment. Shanks lowered his gaze, and indeed, fresh blood was seeping from where the sword had pierced him. Though everything here was illusory, the pain felt agonizingly real. Staring at the crimson rivulets trickling down, doubt began gnawing at his convictions. Damn it all, what in blazes was happening? Shanks cursed inwardly. On the other hand, Qin Chuan's palms had already begun to perspire profusely. Although the kaleidoscope Sharingan allows one to activate the formidable genjutsu known as Tsukuyomi, the caster must also endure the immense side effects that accompany its use. According to the lore of Naruto, excessive utilization of the kaleidoscope Sharingan significantly increases the risk of the wielder facing blindness. After Qin Chuan had activated the 8 gates of Duenjia, he became acutely aware that although his body was currently possessed by Uchiha Itachi, the various functions of his physical form remained his own. In other words, if he were to utilize his eyes excessively, he would inevitably risk losing his sight. However, should one lose their sight, embodying any ninja character would not restore their vision. Thus, this body serves merely as a vessel. If it were to be shattered, there would be no container left to utilize. At this moment, Qin Chuan felt the repercussions of maintaining the kaleidoscope Sharingan for an extended period. I must swiftly subdue him, Qin Chuan resolved internally. With a sudden motion, he drew forth the western sword. Simultaneously, Shanks instinctively let out a cry of dismay. Yet, even in the face of such a threat, Shanks exhibited no inclination to yield. Observing this, Qin Chuan understood that he had to unleash his ultimate technique. For the opponent's formidable strength had endowed him with an extraordinary mental fortitude, rendering him unlikely to capitulate easily. With this thought, Qin Chuan focused his mind. In the next moment, 5 elders materialized beside Shanks. 5 elder stars? Shanks gazed at the surrounding figures in stunned silence. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a black suit, with curly white hair and a bushy white beard, adorned with a flat cap and a scar on his left cheek. Spoke slowly. Shanks, you have greatly disappointed us by sacrificing your arm for a mere child. Indeed, you have rendered yourself a useless being. A man who has lost an arm possesses no significance. As his words lingered in the air, another elder, donned in a deep blue suit, with long straight white hair and an exceptionally lengthy beard, promptly interjected. Enough of this idle chatter, let us act. Send him on his way. Our time is precious, and we cannot afford to squander it here. Finally, a bald elder in a dark green suit, with a distinctive pair of mustaches and a birthmark on his forehead, added. Upon his pronouncement, the others nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this scene, Shanks was on the verge of collapse. Everything he had observed prior could have been a deliberate illusion crafted by Qin Chuan. Yet, the conversation with the 5 elders felt so palpably real that he began to doubt whether he was ensnared in a phantasm. Chapter 26. Shanks defeated. In the next moment, the 5 elders encircled Shanks and thrust their swords mercilessly into his body. Shanks could no longer contain himself. He raised his head and let out a furious roar to the heavens, only to succumb to unconsciousness shortly thereafter. The fact that Shanks was tortured into unconsciousness by the illusion indicated that, in reality, he had utterly shattered and lost awareness. Subsequently, Qin Chuan severed the illusionary realm conjured by Suki no Yomi. The scene shifted, and the two returned to reality. As he returned to reality, Shanks released the western sword, Griffin, which clattered to the ground. The sound of the sword striking the floor echoed sharply, capturing the attention of the surrounding pirates. They halted their battles, drawn to the source of the noise. Yet, in that very moment, Shanks was suddenly enveloped in darkness and collapsed before the eyes of all present. The atmosphere instantly descended into a profound silence. It was at this juncture that the long-awaited voice of the system finally resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating your enemy. You have earned a total of 150,000 prestige points as a reward. After vanquishing Shanks, Qin Chuan amassed an impressive sum of 150,000 prestige points. A considerable fortune for him. Not only did this compensate for the 100,000 points required to purchase the character card of Uchiha Itachi, but he also gained an additional 50,000 points. However, amidst his elation, a sudden pain surged through his eyes. Qin Chuan let out a soft groan, and tears began to flow from his eyes. This was the consequence of prolonged use of the Mangeki Sharingan. As a member of the Uchiha clan, the side effects of activating the Mangeki Sharingan were a known peril, let alone for an ordinary person like Qin Chuan. Thus, the burden on his eyes was far greater than that of anyone else. After a considerable while, he finally reopened his eyes. But by then they were bloodshot and appeared exceedingly terrifying. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle on this side, the conflict on the other side was also abruptly halted. Ben Beckman and Jesus Burgess swiftly rushed to the side of Shanks, assisting him to his feet. Meanwhile, Douglas Barrett quickly positioned himself protectively beside Captain Qin Chuan. Captain Qin, are you unharmed? He inquired. Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively and began to make his way toward the opposing group. At that moment, the others also helped Shanks to rise. After a thorough examination, they discovered that Shanks was merely unconscious, which brought a sigh of relief from Ben Beckman and his companions. However, just as they began to feel at ease, Qin Chuan started advancing toward them once more. Instantly, tension surged anew among the group. Do not approach any closer. One more step, and I'll blow your brains out. Jesus Burgess warned, raising his sniper rifle and aiming it at Qin Chuan's head. You think you can kill me? Go ahead and try. Qin Chuan retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Jesus Burgess. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's mocking voice, Jesus Bu's expression shifted dramatically, and he slowly lowered his sniper rifle. It was evident that he comprehended the gravity of Qin Chuan's words, despite their previous inattention to the unfolding events. Even the formidable Shanks had succumbed before Qin Chuan. How could he possibly inflict harm upon the man who had bested Shanks? I hold great respect for Shanks. Yet this world is one governed by the law of the jungle, a pirate's realm where only the strongest prevail. Today, I simply require your ship. Frankly speaking, with your current capabilities, defeating me and Douglas Barrett is an insurmountable task. Therefore, it would be prudent to relinquish the vessel. I can offer you a chance at survival. Furthermore, Shanks has merely lost consciousness and should awaken in a few days. Qin Chuan's words reverberated across the deck of the Red Force. After a prolonged silence, Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates, finally spoke. Abandon ship and escort Captain Shanks to that miniature warship. Upon hearing Ben Beckman's decree, the gathered crew bowed their heads in resignation. Clearly, this was the most humiliating day for the red-haired pirates. The transfer proceeded smoothly, under Ben Beckman's command. The crew gathered a few provisions and descended onto the small warship that Qin Chuan had arrived in. Once the others had departed, Qin Chuan turned and collapsed onto the deck. Captain Qin Chuan, are you all right? Douglas Barrett hurriedly approached to assist him. The battle with Shanks drained me of too much energy. Please help me inside to rest. On the other side, shortly after the red-haired pirates departed in their mini-warship, a larger pirate vessel suddenly emerged in the vicinity. Upon sighting the approaching mini-warship, the crew of the grand pirate ship erupted in exuberant cheer. Haha, my brothers. Today we shall seize this navy vessel and demonstrate our true might, exclaimed a one-eyed man from the deck, rallying the pirates behind him. After the two vessels collided, a chorus of wails erupted from aboard one of the ships. In an instant, the entire deck was a scene of despair, with blood flowing like rivers. By the following morning, Qin Chuan awoke and stretched languidly. Truly, the red-haired pirate crew was remarkable. Even the bed was delightfully soft, a stark contrast to the wooden bunk aboard the previous warship. At that time, Douglas Barrett, seeking to conserve his strength, compelled two pirates from the red-haired pirates to remain and serve as their designated crew. Initially, these two pirates were so terrified that they nearly lost control of their bladders. Fortunately, Douglas Barrett held no interest in such insignificant figures. Chapter 27. The Ascendancy of the New Emperor. Moreover, he was intent on utilizing these two laborers to transport them to Alabasta. Thus, he had no intention of resorting to violence against them. At that moment, Douglas Barrett entered, clutching a newspaper. You've made the headlines again, and the world government has issued a bounty on you. You are now a wanted criminal. Qin Chuan had long anticipated being labeled an enemy of the world government. Thus, the bounty did not particularly concern him. However, upon receiving the newspaper, he was taken aback. The Morgans were indeed formidable. Within a mere day, they had uncovered such an abundance of details. First, regarding the world government's actions, 3 days after Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett's escape, the world government finally released the arrest warrants for the two. Beneath Qin Chuan's photograph, a staggering bounty of 1 billion was boldly proclaimed, while Douglas Barrett's bounty soared to an astonishing 18 billion. The disparity in the bounties of the two individuals can be primarily attributed to the established fame of Douglas Barrett, whereas Qin Chuan is merely an emerging talent. Ultimately, he has only managed to escape from Impel Down and has not committed any other acts that pose a significant threat to society, which is why his bounty has yet to increase substantially. Furthermore, the Navy headquarters has issued a global bounty for the Qin Chuan pirate crew, and the Justice Fleet, led by Admiral Sakazuki, has departed from Marineford, heading towards the East Sea. It is evident that this opulent fleet, under the command of an admiral, is targeting none other than Qin Chuan himself. In addition, another page of the newspaper reported the encounter between Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett's warships with the red-haired pirates, led by Shanks, in the East Sea. It also stated that a fierce battle erupted on the deck of the Red Force, resulting in chaos and turmoil. Ultimately, the outcome of this battle concluded with the utter defeat of the red-haired pirates, compelling the entire crew to abandon ship and retreat from the Red Force. After their retreat, they stumbled upon another formidable pirate ship, which they subsequently seized. By evening, they landed on an island in the East Sea to recuperate. Furthermore, the newspaper disclosed, based on credible sources, that during that day's fierce battle, Qin Chuan single-handedly vanquished red-haired Shanks. It was evident that shortly after the red-haired pirates made landfall on a certain island that night, the news rapidly spread. The moment this news broke, it sent shockwaves throughout the world. The global government had just issued a worldwide manhunt, and yet Qin Chuan had directly vanquished the infamous pirate Shanks of the New World. At this point, although Shanks had not yet been officially designated as one of the 4 emperors, his strength was already acknowledged by various factions. Suddenly, an unknown individual emerged, first defeating the guards of Impel Down and then confronting the formidable red-haired pirates head-on. This compelled all the world's factions to take Qin Chuan seriously. In the Marine headquarters at Marineford, within the office of the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku sat gravely at his desk. On the table lay today's newspaper, prominently displaying the audacious exploits of that individual. How brazen he is, having escaped and yet showing such contempt for our navy. At that moment, Poliusolino reclined comfortably on the sofa, crossing his legs. This situation has become quite intriguing. Not only has this fellow defeated the guards of Impel Down, but he has also taken down the infamous pirate, which certainly alleviates our burdens. I hope he continues his campaign, vanquishing more from the New World, thus granting us a measure of respite. Carp declared, arms crossed defiantly. Carp, does your statement imply a certain admiration for him? Sengoku inquired, perplexed, as he turned to Carp. Is it so strange that I admire him? In my view, enlisting him into the 7 Warlords of the Sea would be the most fitting course of action. What? You wish to recruit him into the 7 Warlords of the Sea? Upon hearing Carp's suggestion, Sengoku's brow furrowed in deep concern. Just recently, the world government and the Navy jointly announced a bounty on Qin Chuan. Now Carp proposes to recruit him, which would undoubtedly be a slap in the face to both the world government and the Navy. As the supreme commander of the Navy, he is naturally reluctant to proceed in such a manner. The 7 Warlords of the Sea is an inherently flawed system. One can only wonder what the higher-ups were thinking when they instituted such a feudal arrangement. Just look at those individuals who have joined the ranks of the 7 Warlords. How many of them adhere to the rules? These individuals wield the identities bestowed upon them by the world government to act with impunity in this world. It is indeed the most ludicrous situation in the world that the righteous Navy can only watch helplessly as they commit their crimes without the ability to apprehend them. Now, there exists an individual capable of defeating the pirates of the New World. Why should we not grant him a position to serve our cause? Carp stated solemnly. Your words hold merit, Yet the 7 warlords of the sea inherently require those who join to possess a certain degree of influence and power. While Qin Chuan may have the strength, he lacks the necessary authority. To have merely a single ship and 2 individuals join the ranks of the 7 warlords seems rather implausible. Moreover, the 7 warlords of the sea consist of only 7 individuals, and the quota is currently filled, unless he can vanquish one of the pirates present and usurp their territory. He would not be eligible to join the ranks of the 7 warlords. Borisolino stroked his chin and pondered. It is still premature to consider his inclusion among the 7 warlords. Perhaps Sakazuki will be able to capture him all at once this time. Sengoku narrowed his eyes and spoke in a cold tone. Meanwhile, aboard the main battleship of the Justice Fleet, adrift on the vast ocean, Sakazuki, after perusing the latest newspaper, unceremoniously cast it into the sea. Convey my orders. Have the remaining warships align in a single file and expand the search area. Not a single vessel shall be allowed to pass. Chapter 28. The Reactions of the Sea Emperors. Yes, replied Rear Admiral Ghost Spider, saluting before swiftly departing. Beyond the world government and the Navy headquarters, formidable pirates familiar with the red-haired pirates were also engaged in fervent discussions regarding this matter. On a secluded island, a rugged middle-aged man, missing several teeth, with a robust physique and dense body hair, sat under a tree, guffawing at a newspaper. His skin was a deep brown, his hair black and voluminous, adorned with a headscarf. Around his neck hung 2 necklaces, and his wrists bore bracelets, with his fingers bedecked in various styles of jeweled rings. Particularly striking were the 3 flintlock pistols sheathed at his left hip. Ha ha ha. This fellow is quite amusing. He appears to possess a formidable devil fruit. I sincerely hope I do not cross paths with him. Lord Marshal D. Teach, we have spotted a merchant ship ahead, accompanied by a naval escort. Shall we seize it? A pirate hastily approached him, speaking respectfully. Upon hearing this news, Blackbeard narrowed his eyes and replied slowly, seize the merchant ship, and as for the naval vessel, let it be sunk. Ha ha ha. On an island comprised of towering cakes and cream, a tall, plump middle-aged woman, adorned with vivid red lipstick and light purple eyeshadow, donned a pirate hat and a flowing pink dress, indulging herself in a delectable cake. She is none other than the formidable Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, one of the emperors of the sea. Mother, a terrifying individual has emerged in the East Sea, having vanquished the red-haired pirates led by Shanks. At this moment, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, the candy minister Charlotte Perispero, adorned with a hat embellished with lollipops, slender in stature with an elongated nose and tongue, holding a candy cane, respectfully interjects, Mother, when did Shanks become so weak? It is truly a disgrace to our new world. When that young man dares to enter the new world, if given the opportunity, I shall teach him a lesson about proper conduct. Furthermore, there are far too few cakes. Send more at once, quickly. As Charlotte Linlin spoke with increasing fervor, Perispero, sensing her impending wrath, promptly turned and hurriedly fled. On an island resembling a monstrous horn, within a vast cave, stood an immensely tall and robust figure with flowing black hair, adorned with dragon-like horns and a long beard reminiscent of dragon whiskers. His left arm bore a dragon scale tattoo. His upper body was bare, revealing an X-shaped scar on his right side. And he donned a purple garment, with 2 golden chains hanging from its hem. He wore loose dark green trousers, secured by a shaminawa, and was cloaked in a purple fur mantle, exuding an aura akin to that of a demon. This middle-aged man was none other than Kaido, the Beast King and one of the emperors of the sea, who was heartily drinking beer. Has he defeated Shanks? It seems our new world shall soon welcome yet another foolhardy soul. But fear not, once my army of artificial devil fruit users is established, the world shall be beneath my feet. After he downed the beer in his hand, he immediately hurled the bowl onto the ground, followed by a resounding roar that echoed through the skies. The inhabitants of the entire island trembled at the sound emanating from Kaido's figure. On the deck of an enormous pirate ship, shaped like a whale's head, a man with a crescent-shaped white mustache, adorned with a white pirate hat and towering over others in stature, sat with an air of authority. However, his current physical condition was far from optimal. He was connected to numerous 4 drips, and an oxygen tube was inserted in his nose. Behind him stood more than 10 young women clad in pink nurse uniforms. These women were not his crew, but rather his medical team. He was none other than Edward Newgate, one of the emperors of the sea, famously known as Whitebeard. Edward Newgate was regarded by the world as the man closest to becoming the Pirate King and was acknowledged after Roger S. death as the strongest man in the world. He possessed the formidable Tremor fruit, deemed by Marine Admiral Sengoku as a power capable of destroying the world. Even his weapon was renowned, being one of the 12 supreme grade swords, known as the Tsongyun cut. Yet, Edward Newgate had reached his twilight years, having endured countless battles in his youth. And due to the ravages of time, his health had significantly declined. Nevertheless, the Whitebeard pirates remained the most fearsome crew in the New World, instilling great trepidation within the world government. Old man, there's an interesting lad. Shall I go meet him? At that moment, a man with deep brown skin, sporting a hairstyle resembling leaves sprouting from a pineapple, and wearing an unbuttoned grayish-white shirt that revealed a cross emblem on his chest, along with a blue belt and a dangling golden ornament, casually spoke before him. He is none other than Marco, the first division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, famously known as the Phoenix, possessing the exceedingly rare mythical Zoan-type devil fruit ability, the Phoenix Fruit. He is rightfully regarded by outsiders as the second most formidable man within the Whitebeard Pirates. Fear not. For if this lad's ambition lies in the treasures of the New World, our paths shall inevitably cross. However, what perplexes me is the matter of Shanks. What on earth is he up to? He has not only lost an arm in the weak East Blue, but has also been defeated by an unknown adversary. Whitebeard spoke gravely. He may be obscure, yet I am certain that you, Captain, are well acquainted with his crew. Chapter 29. A gamble? Upon hearing Marco's words, Edward Newgate's countenance darkened instantly. It is worth noting that he and Douglas Bullet were sworn enemies. Before the rise of the Roger Pirates, there existed a fearsome pirate crew in the world, namely the Rocks Pirates, of which Edward Newgate was a member. Over 40 years ago, the captain of the Rocks Pirates, Rox D. Zebek, had already established his dominance over the entire seas. Simultaneously, his crew members were of remarkable pedigree, including Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Edward Newgate himself, all of whom were his crew members, aside from Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Historically, aside from the Qin Chuan, the only individual who managed to breach the advanced city was the esteemed Golden Lion Shiki, who was also one of his crew members. With such a formidable crew assembled, the Rocks Pirates enjoyed a brief period of unparalleled dominance, facing no opposition across the globe. However, it was precisely their overwhelming strength that prompted the naval hero Garp to ally with the Roger Pirates to bring them down. This alliance directly resulted in the complete annihilation of the pirate crew, scattering its members across the world where they matured into powerful leaders in their own right. Thus, if we delve deeper, Edward Newgate should harbor a profound resentment towards Douglas Barrett. More than 2 decades have passed, and we have all become old-timers. Your words have sparked an unexpected anticipation within me for a reunion with him. Father, do you mean we should seek them out personally? There is no need to search. I am confident that these 2 individuals would never wish to remain confined to the small East Blue. Should they truly dare to venture into the waters of the New World, I would not hesitate to vanquish them in one fell swoop, Edward Newgate proclaimed, as he seized the formidable weapon, the Tontada sword, and brought it down forcefully upon the deck. In an instant, the entire deck reverberated, causing many of the weaker pirates to collapse to the ground. Meanwhile, on Qin Chuan's side, while the world presumed they were heading towards Fishman Island, they instead made their way to the waters of the Alabasta Kingdom. Initially, based on Sakazuki's assessment, it was certain that Qin Chuan's vessel would sail from the East Sea to Fishman Island, in the realm of pirates. The entire Red Line divides the Grand Line into 2 segments, with the latter half commonly referred to as the New World. To reach the New World, one has 2 paths to choose from. The first is to petition the world government and then traverse the holy land of Mariwa, perched atop the Red Continent. This route necessitates abandoning one's vessel, incurs significant costs, and is time-consuming, yet it offers a degree of safety. The second option involves encasing the ship in the resin of the Yarkament tree, submerging to a depth of 10,000 meters, and navigating through a vast cavern beneath the Red Continent, ultimately arriving at the New World via the underwater route to Fishman Island. However, this journey is fraught with peril for Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett, who have recently been marked with a bounty by the world government. It is abundantly clear that traversing from Mary Geos to the New World is an impossibility. Thus, their only viable option lies in reaching Fishman Island, which boasts an underwater tunnel. However, as Admiral Sakazuki's Justice Fleet intercepts all vessels along the essential route towards Fishman Island, they find no suspicious ships passing through. In contrast, after several days of drifting, Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett finally make landfall in the Rain District of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Alabasta is home to several major cities. Yet the Rain District is renowned as the City of Dreams. It is also the stronghold of Crocodile. Upon arrival, Qin Chuan instructs his 2 crew members to remain aboard the ship while he and Douglas Barrett head directly to the heart of the city. Alabasta, a superpower situated in the first half of the Grand Line, should theoretically possess formidable strength. However, the current state of Alabasta is somewhat dire. Aside from its capital, Alyabarna, other large cities have not seen rain in several years, under the deliberate manipulation of the Baroque works. The citizens have been led to believe that the drought is a result of the king secretly employing rain-inducing agents, which ultimately ignited a civil war within Alabasta, causing significant casualties and severe economic repercussions. Yet, in stark contrast to the plight of other major cities, the Rain District remains a haven of tranquility. The inhabitants here enjoy a better quality of life compared to their counterparts in other cities, and they boast the largest casino in the Kingdom of Alabasta, known as the Rain Feast. The casino in question is one of the many treasures under the dominion of SHK Lu KDR. Thus, upon arriving in the Rain District, Qin Chuan immediately fixed his gaze upon the illustrious Yu Yan. The renown of the Yu Yan Casino is so profound that Qin Chuan effortlessly ascertained its location. As the 2 approached the exterior of the Yu Yan Casino, Douglas Barrett cast a puzzled glance at Qin Chuan. What brings you here? What can one do here? Why, to gamble, of course. Let's go? Qin Chuan stretched languidly, and then led the way into the grand establishment. Upon entering the casino, they were promptly approached by two alluring women, clad as bunny girls. "Ladies, would you like to join us for a game?" Qin Chuan inquired with a grin. "Haha, since we've come to the Rain District, we must certainly indulge in a bit of play. Lead the way." The bunny girls responded, "Very well, please follow us." They then guided Qin Chuan and his companion to a gambling table that featured a large spinning wheel, adorned with various numbers and a prominent directional pointer. The gameplay is quite straightforward. Gamblers can place bets on any number at the table, or wager on the magnitude of the number as well as its parity. Chapter 30. Who Says I Am Broke? At this moment, a female dealer, one hand steadying the roulette wheel, announced, "Now, everyone may begin to place their bets. Once you commit, there is no turning back." As her words echoed through the room, the patrons eagerly began to stake their wagers. However, at that instant, both Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett remained motionless. The reason was simple. They were devoid of funds. After robbing Shanks, they discovered that he too was a pauper. They had not targeted others for theft, as they were perpetually inebriated and already burdened with debts. Thus Qin Chuan had been unable to reap any benefits from them. They had previously escaped from the prison, leaving them even more financially depleted. At that moment, the bunny girl who had accompanied them furrowed her brow in concern. "Gentlemen, what seems to be the matter?" she inquired. "Oh, it's nothing," Qin Chuan replied. "I just realized that I forgot to bring any money today. But fear not. For ISNT this merely an opportunity to acquire some funds?" With that, he extended his hands and gathered all the bets placed by the other gamblers at the table, accumulating them around himself, before placing them all on the number marked as odd. No one in the arena anticipated that Qin Chuan would take such an action, and all eyes were immediately drawn to him. "Hey, I've placed my bet. Let's get this spinning," Qin Chuan remarked with a slight smile. However, simultaneously, as a precaution, he utilized the Might Guy character card through sheer willpower. Ding! The host has successfully used the Might Guy character card. Usage count reduced by 1. In the next moment, his body was instantaneously infused with energy. With the prowess of Mitek's physique and martial arts at his disposal, Qin Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "What do you mean by this? This is clearly our money." At that moment, a portly middle-aged man beside him expressed his discontent, vociferously confronting Qin Chuan. Subsequently, others in the vicinity joined in, protesting against Qin Chuan's actions. "This fellow is clearly here to stir trouble. Are you not going to intervene? Shall we allow him to squander our money at will?" One exclaimed. "Indeed, we must expel these two unidentified individuals." Just then, the bunny girl realized that Qin Chuan and his companion likely intended to provoke a confrontation. She promptly turned to signal a nearby security guard. In the next moment, several security personnel approached Qin Chuan and his companion. "Oh, you refuse to turn back? Then let us see how the rest of you fare," Qin Chuan declared, suddenly extending his right hand and forcefully slamming it onto the gambling table before him. With a thunderous crash, the table was split in two, collapsing entirely. At this juncture, Qin Chuan's actions immediately drew the attention of other patrons in the casino. At that moment, several security personnel rushed over. "Hey, kid, are you looking for trouble?" One of the guards, wearing sunglasses, declared as he prepared to charge at Qin Chuan. However, before he could reach Qin Chuan, a figure suddenly flashed by. In the next instant, he felt a violent impact to his face, and then he collapsed, engulfed in a pool of blood. Witnessing someone fall, chaos erupted in the casino, and a throng of visitors began to flee towards the exit of the gaming hall. Meanwhile, the casino was engulfed in an atmosphere of impending peril, with some individuals seizing the chaos to hasten to the second floor of the gaming hall to report the situation. "Eliminate them all," Qin Chuan stated coolly without glancing back. Upon receiving Qin Chuan's command, Douglas Barrett sprang into action once more. In confronting these minor adversaries, he expended no effort whatsoever, swiftly dispatching several approaching security personnel in the blink of an eye. Such terrifying prowess left those nearby momentarily paralyzed in shock. Particularly, the bunny girl who had escorted him in was now rendered speechless in sheer fright. At that moment, Qin Chuan placed one hand on her shoulder while the other gripped the roulette wheel as he inquired softly of the croupier. "May I place a bet now?" The croupier's heart raced to her throat, and upon hearing Qin Chuan's question, she instinctively nodded. "That's more like it. I was speaking to you all civilly. Yet you chose to resort to violence. Is this truly your way of hospitality?" Just then, a heavy thudding sound echoed from the staircase leading to the second floor. Thud. 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 Instinctively, everyone present turned their gaze toward the source of the noise. In the next moment, a man with slick back hair, clad in a black fur coat, bearing a long horizontal scar across his face, adorned with an earring on his right ear, a golden hook hanging from his left hand, and leisurely smoking a cigar, descended slowly. Initially taken aback by the news of a disturbance on his turf, he was aware that no one dared to cause trouble in his domain. Thus, he promptly made his way down. However, upon seeing the newcomers, his expression darkened and his brows knitted together. It was evident that he recognized Qin Chuan and his former adversary, Douglas Barrett. "Long time no see, crocodile," Douglas Barrett said, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. Upon hearing his name called out, he confidently approached the two men. At this moment, the distance between them had shrunk significantly. Should either side strike first, they would gain a considerable advantage. Consequently, everyone surrounding them held their breath in anticipation. You two certainly possess audacity. Are you unaware that I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea, sanctioned by the world government? I have both the authority and the obligation to capture pirates wanted by the world government. Crocodile stated coldly after exhaling a puff of smoke. Come on, really? The 7 warlords of the sea? How impressive. What should we do, Douglas Barrett? Should we kneel and beg for mercy from your old rival? Qin Chuan retorted with a mocking tone. Chapter 31. Wager your life. At this proclamation, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Crocodile's eyes. What do you truly seek by coming here? Being an astute individual, he understood that Qin Chuan and his companion had traveled a great distance to create a commotions. And it certainly was not over a mere handful of berries. Moreover, based on his conjecture, Qin Chuan must be aware that this is his territory, rendering their motives rather dubious. It's nothing much. In fact, I find you quite appealing. Which is why I made a special trip to this Alabasta to take a gamble with you. What do you think? Haha, if you wish to wager with me. That is perfectly fine, but what is it that you desire to take from me? Crocodile sneered coldly upon hearing this. It's nothing, at present. I am in need of a bodyguard. I see that you possess a natural type devil fruit, so why not come along and join me? Qin Chuan stated earnestly. As soon as Qin Chuan finished speaking, Sir Crocodile was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into hearty laughter soon after. Is that amusing? Qin Chuan retorted on the spot. What makes you think I should become your enforcer? Is it merely because you have defeated that so-called red-haired pirate crew? Sir Crocodile, a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, would never entertain the notion of being bested by those from the New World. Thus, even after hearing that Qin Chuan had confronted and vanquished the captain of the red-haired pirates, Shanks, seizing his flagship, Sir Crocodile exhibited no trace of fear. Surely, you wouldn't require me to recount the sordid deeds you committed in Alabasta? Once I have triumphed over you, I shall expose both you and your Baroque works machinations against the king here. I fear that your hopes of acquiring information about the ancient weapon, Pluton, will come to naught, and your title as a Shichibukai will be swiftly revoked by the world government. At that point, it seems your only chance of being seen again will be within the infinite hell of Impel Down. Qin Chuan articulated each word with precision. As he concluded his words, beads of sweat began to form on Crocodile's forehead. Moreover, even Douglas Barrett, who stood beside Qin Chuan, gazed at him in astonishment. Their surprise stemmed from the fact that Qin Chuan had just mentioned the ancient weapon, Pluton. Pluton is one of the 3 ancient weapons revered in the world of pirates. Known for its divine reputation, it is not a weapon in the conventional sense, but is regarded as the most malevolent warship in the annals of shipbuilding. Constructed in Water 7, Pluton possesses formidable power, capable of obliterating an entire island with a single shot. Now, it lies in slumber somewhere in the world, a location only comprehensible to those who can decipher the annals of history. Intriguingly, are you also drawn towards the underworld king? Sand Crocodile inquired gravely, as his right hand began to caress his left hand, adorned with a venomous golden hook. Clearly, since Qin Chuan has mentioned the ancient weapon, the underworld king, it seems that avoiding this impending conflict today will be quite a challenge. I harbor no interest in the underworld king in this era. Relying on warships to make a living is rather embarrassing, wouldn't you agree? Moreover, I have stated that the purpose of my visit this time is solely you. So, will you take a gamble with me? In that case, I shall have no choice but to engage in this wager with you. However, to be frank, it has been quite some time since I encountered someone as intriguing as you. Moreover, it is evident that you possess considerable abilities. Otherwise, Douglas Barrett would not so willingly remain in your shadow. The words of Shul Crocodile are clearly a mockery aimed at Douglas Barrett for being a subordinate to Qin Chuan, with the intention of provoking him and inciting discord among them. However, at this moment, Douglas Barrett remains unfazed by this taunt. Ever since Qin Chuan defeated Shanks before his very eyes, he has developed a genuine admiration for Qin Chuan. After all, he had personally faced Shanks. Thus he understands better than anyone the true extent of Shanks' formidable strength. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's intervention, facing the entire red-haired pirate crew single-handedly would likely have led to his defeat and retreat. Well, this wager is quite straightforward. I shall spin the wheel, and you will guess the number. Qin Chuan said nonchalantly. What are the stakes? If you lose, you will accompany me. If you win, I shall personally defeat you and expose your petty schemes to the world. What say you? Upon hearing such terms from Qin Chuan, Crocodile's murderous intent intensified. He could not fathom how Qin Chuan had come to know about his affairs. A master of strategy, Crocodile had meticulously crafted the Baroque works, ensuring that none within the organization possessed real names, only code names. This arrangement made it exceedingly difficult for individuals to conspire or uncover one another's secrets. How did this individual, just recently emerged from the confines of the prison, come to possess knowledge of his affairs? This undoubtedly began to perplex him. Moreover, of greater significance was the fact that today, Qin Chuan appeared to be thoroughly prepared. He had already harbored some anxiety when facing Douglas Barrett, for they had crossed paths in the past without a decisive victor emerging. Yet, at this moment, Qin Chuan seemed to possess even greater prowess than Douglas Barrett. Additionally, his associates were scattered across various locations, leaving him to contend with 2 adversaries alone. Will you participate? There is but a singular opportunity. Qin Chuan urged as he observed Sha Crocodile hesitating in place. Very well, I shall indulge in this game. I wager 7, let it spin. Sha Crocodile declared with solemnity. Agreed, once you place your bet, it is irrevocable, such is the custom here. Let it commence. With a commanding voice, Qin Chuan instructed. And with a swift motion of his right hand, he set the entire wheel into a rapid whirl. As all eyes were fixated on the spinning wheel, SHK Lu KDO suddenly lunged forward towards Qin Chuan with remarkable speed. Chapter 32, Ineffective Assault, The Power of Elementalization. Being adults, everyone understood that the spinning wheel held no real significance. In this world, it is the might of one's fist that truly matters. Thus, when SHK Lu KDO charged, Qin Chuan effortlessly evaded to the side with a swift movement. In the next instant, SHK Lu KDO's venomous hook sliced through the air, tearing the spinning wheel apart. Hey, that's not right. The outcome of this wager has yet to be determined. Qin Chuan remarked, having sidestepped the attack. Humph, the outcome is already decided. You are destined to lose today. SHK Lu KDO scoffed, extending his right hand. In an instant, a sandstorm began to swirl violently into existence upon his palm. Such trivial skills, daring to display them before me. The 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. The life gate, open for me. As green energy radiated from Qin Chuan's body, SHK Lu KDO's sandstorm spun rapidly. Die for me. Sandwave. Without waiting for Qin Chuan to counter, SHK Lu KDO swiftly hurled the fully formed sandstorm toward him. The rapidly rotating storm surged toward Qin Chuan with a fierce howl, scattering everything in its path. Many bystanders struggled to keep their eyes open against the ferocious winds of the storm. Not only could SHK Lu KDO direct its trajectory, but the sandstorm also grew increasingly potent as it advanced. However, when employed at close range, it possesses the capacity to shatter rocks and even topple a building, rendering it exceedingly lethal. Nevertheless, as the desert storm surged towards Qin Chuan, he let out a thunderous roar and boldly plunged into the tempest. Witnessing Qin Chuan's audacious act, everyone present was taken aback. This was especially true for Douglas Barrett, who had once clashed with Shaq Clockter and was acutely aware of the latter's formidable prowess. Now, seeing Qin Chuan daringly breach the adversary's assault trap, he could not help but feel a wave of anxiety for him. Upon encountering Qin Chuan, who recklessly charged into his desert storm without any defensive measures, Crocodile's lips curled into a sinister smile. However, the next moment brought an unexpected turn of events. Qin Chuan emerged from the rapidly swirling tempest with remarkable force. Simultaneously, the green luminescence enveloping him grew more resplendent. Witnessing this, Crocodile furrowed his brow and extended his right hand, intent on seizing Qin Chuan by the throat. Yet, in his state of rapid motion, Qin Chuan was far too elusive to be captured easily. As he surged past Crocodile, he abruptly planted one hand on the ground, launching a swift kick aimed squarely at Crocodile's chin. The speed of his attack was so formidable that Crocodile could not mount any defensive response. Just as Qin Chuan believed he was about to succeed, his foot struck Crocodile as if it had encountered mere air. In an instant, Crocodile's entire visage transformed into a cascade of fine sand, elementalization. At that moment, not far away, Douglas Barrett's expression tightened. In the world of pirates, only those wielding sufficiently potent haki could genuinely harm someone capable of elementalization. While Barrett's haki was formidable, he remained uncertain whether Qin Chuan possessed any haki at all. After all, from the very beginning, Qin Chuan appeared devoid of any devil fruit abilities, let alone haki. Qin Chuan was equally surprised that his attack had been evaded. Despite the opponent's ability to elementalize, he had believed that with sufficient speed, he could inflict damage before Crocodile could transform. Yet, it seemed this maneuver had proven ineffective. Before Qin Chuan could retreat, the pile of fine sand returned to Crocodile's neck, reconstituting an identical head. Boy, it appears you lack haki. That spells your doom. Crocodile sneered coldly, then instantaneously enlarged his arm, shaping it into a crescent blade of sand. Witnessing this, Qin Chuan was taken aback. This technique, upon mere contact with an adversary's body, would siphon away all moisture, rendering them powerless and transforming them into desiccated mummies. As the scythe of sand Crocodile swept towards him, Qin Chuan found himself unable to employ his instantaneous movement technique. Instinctively, he bent down in a desperate attempt to evade the impending strike. Although he successfully dodged the sand blade thanks to the speed granted by the activation of the 3rd gate of the 8 gates, he inadvertently left an opening for Sand Crocodile to exploit. In the next instant, Sand Crocodile seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful kick directly to Qin Chuan's waist. Thud. Qin Chuan was sent hurtling out of the casino hall, landing abruptly on the sandy ground outside. The onlookers, initially taken aback, quickly regained their composure and erupted into cheers. Meanwhile, Douglas Barrett rushed to Qin Chuan's side without hesitation. Captain Qin Chuan, are you all right? Allow me to take over. My armament haki is more than sufficient to handle him, Douglas Barrett stated gravely. Soon after, Sir Crocodile appeared before them. Youngster, do not presume that after causing a stir in Impel Down, you are unaware of your own limitations. Even Douglas Barrett cannot save you today. At that moment, however, Qin Chuan chose not to let Douglas Barrett intervene. Instead, he pushed him aside. After wiping the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, he broke into a smile. Qin Chuan's peculiar behavior left everyone utterly perplexed. Captain? Douglas Barrett wanted to say more, but Qin Chuan gestured for him to remain silent. Chapter 33. Arise, Terumi Mei. Your physical attacks are ineffective against me. Do you comprehend? No matter how swift or powerful your strikes may be, they hold no significance. Thus, even if you can defeat the red-haired pirates, you shall never overcome me. Therefore, perish. Desert Sword. Sir Crocodile intoned gravely. He then transformed his arm into a sand blade and released it in an instant. In the next moment, a bolt of purple lightning shot forth in a straight line, cleaving the ground in two as if it were an unstoppable force. The game has not only yet to conclude, it is merely beginning. Qin Chuan smiled faintly. At that instant, two system notifications echoed in his mind. Beep. Successfully exchanged for Terumi Mei character card. System automatically deducts 300,000 reputation points from the host. Beep. Host successfully utilizes Terumi Mei's character card. Usage count -1. Just moments before, when Qin Chuan was sent flying and others were engaged in conversation, he had promptly accessed the system shop to browse. Dealing with Sir Crocodile's elemental transformation is rather straightforward, since his elemental composition is sand. As long as his body comes into contact with water or any other liquid, he cannot sustain his transformation. At that point, ordinary physical attacks can harm him. Hence, Qin Chuan swiftly chose the origin of water-based ninjutsu, the Mizukage of the Land of Water, Terumi Mei. Although Terumi Mei's character card required 300,000 reputation points, Qin Chuan, being financially affluent, was perfectly positioned to redeem it. Upon feeling Terumi Mei's presence envelop him, Qin Chuan immediately activated her exclusive ninjutsu through sheer will. Water Release, Water Pillar. In the next instant, just as the purple lightning was about to strike him, Qin Chuan opened his mouth and unleashed a water sphere resembling a meteor descending from the heavens. Upon contact with the purple lightning, the water sphere erupted in a magnificent explosion. Boom. The collision of the two formidable attacks generated a powerful shockwave. The windows of nearby houses shattered instantaneously. The sheer force of the shockwave compelled both combatants to stagger back several paces. What kind of technique is this? Sir Crocodile's expression darkened instantly. He had nearly succeeded in slaying his opponent, only for the latter to expel a water sphere from his mouth. No one understands his own advantages and weaknesses better than he does, so when Qin Chuan initiated a water attack, he began to feel a sense of urgency. Douglas Barrett was utterly perplexed. The techniques employed by Qin Chuan appeared utterly chaotic, devoid of any discernible pattern. Despite having lived for several decades in this world and having encountered numerous formidable figures, none had demonstrated the ability to wield an array of attacks as unfamiliar as his. You enjoy elemental evasion, do you? Then allow me to immerse you in elemental chaos. With that declaration, Qin Chuan opened his mouth and unleashed a tremendous volume of dense mist. This thick fog rendered the surrounding environment indistinct. Moreover, the mist was infused with considerable moisture. And as Sand Crocodile made contact with it, he immediately sensed an unsettling discomfort in his body. This discomfort indicated that he had encountered moisture, making it considerably more challenging for him to assume an elemental form. Yet, the most dire aspect was that he had become ensnared within the fog, with visibility severely compromised. In the next instant, he gathered a powerful desert storm in his right hand. This storm was broader than the previous one, characterized by its swift movement and enhanced lethality. It was a heavyweight sandstorm, an empowered version of the sandstorm. He could only rely on this rapidly swirling tempest to disperse the surrounding mist. However, just as he was about to unleash the storm, a sudden attack surged forth from the front. As this assault pierced through the fog, Sand Crocodile's expression shifted dramatically. Before him was a liquid attack shaped like a true dragon. This assault was none other than the basic water release technique unleashed by Qin Chuan. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. In an instant, the water dragon pierced through the sandstorm composed of sand and wind, striking directly at the chest of Sand Crocodile with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, Sand Crocodile was sent hurtling backward. Meanwhile, the sandstorm conjured by Sir Crocodile abruptly ceased. The next moment, as the mist dissipated, the seemingly victorious Sir Crocodile was found lying on the ground. In stark contrast, Qin Chuan stood a short distance away, appearing utterly unperturbed as he gazed at him. At that moment, the atmosphere was thick with an eerie silence. Moments prior, everyone had been engulfed in the fog, unable to discern what had truly transpired. Yet, upon the clearing of the mist, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. Subsequently, Sir Crocodile could not suppress a spurt of blood. It was evident that Qin Chuan's water-based attack had successfully struck him, inflicting a measure of harm. However, he was acutely aware that this mere water bullet was insufficient to secure his defeat. Thus, he readied himself for another wave of assault against Sir Crocodile. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted from behind him. Everyone turned to see a towering figure, muscled and clad in attire reminiscent of a Shaolin monk. Adorned with serpent motifs on either side of his chest, and a tattoo of the character emblazoned on his bald head, charging swiftly in the direction of Qin Chuan. Upon catching a glimpse of the individual, Qin Chuan immediately discerned his identity. He was none other than Das Bonus, a senior operative of the Baroque Works, codenamed Mr. One. Within the Baroque Works, a lower numerical designation signifies a more formidable prowess. Chapter 34, Follow Me or Perish. Codename Mr. One, Das Bonus, undoubtedly stands as the most formidable force aside from Sir Crocodile. Mastering the art of slashing, Das Bonus swiftly transforms his fingers into razor-sharp blades. Adopting a claw-like grip in an attempt to engage Qin Chuan in close-quarters combat. Engage in melee with me? How naive. Boiling release, art of delicate mist. Upon witnessing Das Bonus barreling towards him, Qin Chuan felt no trepidation. Instead, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Clearly, he relished the thrill of adversaries charging at him without thought. In the next instant, Qin Chuan exhaled a plume of vapor, but this was no ordinary mist. It was a seething vapor, capable of adjusting its acidity at will. This high-temperature vapor could gradually evaporate objects, its potency surpassing that of dissolution. And the transformative acidic mist could melt anything in its path. Upon witnessing this formidable attack unleashed by Qin Chuan, Das Bonus was taken aback. He promptly halted in his tracks, letting out a low grunt. Slash. In the next moment, he assumed a stance, fortifying himself with a hardness akin to steel. Das Bonus possesses the powers of a paramecia type, the cutting devil fruit, allowing his entire body to transform into blades as hard as iron, rendering him nearly impervious to ordinary attacks. Even the slashing waves of one of the world's mightiest swordsmen, Dracul Mihawk, could be deflected, severing all that came into contact with him. Yet this time, he was confronted by none other than Qin Chuan. Yet, no matter how formidable his physique, Qin Chuan's assault proved utterly futile. In the next moment, as the mist enveloped him, he let out a harrowing wail. The vapor swiftly invaded his iron-like skin, and the intense heat rendered him speechless. Merely 2 seconds later, Das Bonus collapsed onto the sandy ground, his entire body flushed crimson, as if he had just plunged into scalding water. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host, on your victory over the enemy. You have earned a total of 15,000 prestige points. At the sound of this system announcement, Qin Chuan understood that his opponent would be unable to rise again. The attack unleashed by Qin Chuan thoroughly stunned those nearby who were still fantasizing about seizing the opportunity to stealthily ambush him amidst the chaos of battle. Even Shawclocker, who stood before him, began to break into a cold sweat. To expel such a torrent of power from his mouth? This individual is truly formidable. Douglas Barrett, witnessing this scene, felt a lingering trepidation. He was acutely aware of the formidable defensive capabilities exhibited by Das Bonus moments ago. Thus, even with the enhancement of his armed color hockey, he doubted his ability to withstand Qin Chuan's impending strike. It appears your subordinate is on the verge of collapse. What shall you do? He is, after all, a crucial asset to your Baroque works. At this moment, Qin Chuan turned once more to face the now standing Shawclocker and spoke slowly. Shawclocker cast a cold glance at Das Bonus, who lay on the ground not far away. A faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, once defeated, he is nothing but a waste in my eyes. Thus, I have no concern for his life or death. Yet, despite his words, a fervent desire to see Qin Chuan torn to shreds simmered within him. Is it not true that this man is the chief conductor of the Baroque works, who has shown unwavering loyalty to you all along? Were you not the one who placed your utmost trust in him? Qin Chuan retorted, adding, moreover, let me remind you that no matter how one may disguise themselves outwardly, the heart will never lie. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's retort, Shawclocker's face finally displayed a look of sheer terror. It was evident that he was genuinely taken aback this time. Prior to this moment, nothing Qin Chuan had said had particularly startled him. Even the revelation of Das Bonus's true identity and the schemes behind the Baroque works could have been anticipated. After all, with so many individuals within the Baroque works, the presence of 1 or 2 spies was entirely plausible. However, the fact that Qin Chuan was aware that Das Bonus was his most trusted confidant sent him into a state of panic. One must remember that he had never once shown any inclination to trust others. Moreover, he had consistently portrayed himself as a rather self-centered individual, frequently proclaiming to all that he required no subordinates, that he alone was sufficient. Thus, when Qin Chuan penetrated the depths of his psyche, he was engulfed by a profound disquiet. Who exactly was this seemingly inconspicuous individual, and how was he privy to all of his secrets? Qin Chuan, what is it that you truly seek? In this moment of desperation, Shawclocker could only once again unleash a furious inquiry towards Qin Chuan. The inquiries posed this time stand in stark contrast to those made during their previous encounter, exhibiting a markedly different demeanor. This time, his questions, though seemingly forceful, are in truth devoid of substance. Follow me, or perish here. The choice is yours. Qin Chuan spoke with a calmness that belied the gravity of the situation. At this moment, it appeared as though the very fate of Shichibukai Crocodile lay entirely within his grasp. No one, at this juncture, would dismiss Qin Chuan's threats as mere bravado. It was evident that the scales of victory had tipped decisively in his favor. Not only was Qin Chuan unable to best his opponent, but even if he could manage a tenuous victory, he would lack the strength to contend with the ever-watchful Douglas Barrett, who had remained on the sidelines throughout. You know I have never been one to bow to others. Crocodile retorted coldly, still clinging to the notion of resistance against Qin Chuan. After all, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, How could he easily submit to another? Chapter 35. Do not move. It could cost you your life. The old guards of Mary Geos have ruled this world for far too long, and I shall transcend them in the future, standing atop the pinnacle of the world. You are an astute individual and should discern wisely, hence I grant you a minute to contemplate thoroughly. Qin Chuan spoke with an air of nonchalance. Should these words be disseminated, it would undoubtedly incite considerable upheaval. A recently escaped convict, globally hunted as a pirate, brazenly declaring his intent to obliterate the world government, would only exacerbate his precarious situation. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's proclamation, Sir Crocodile was momentarily stirred. Sir Crocodile, I hope you will join him on his vessel. For this lad possesses a force that will gradually bind us, compelling us to willingly remain by his side. At that moment, Douglas Barrett, who had been standing a short distance away, approached Qin Chuan with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Sir Crocodile finally spoke. Can you make me yield wholeheartedly? Otherwise, I find it hard to acquiesce. At this juncture, he still harbored the desire for a direct confrontation with Qin Chuan. Utterly deluded. Water release, hidden mist technique. Observing Sir Crocodile's unwillingness to relent, Qin Chuan unleashed a dense fog once more. The same tactic cannot possibly succeed against me a second time. Sandstorm. Sir Crocodile, undeterred, swiftly conjured a small-scale desert storm with his hands and hurled it forward in an instant. As the desert storm whirled with increasing ferocity, the swirling sands promptly dispersed the dense mist. At that moment, Qin Chuan emerged, charging directly towards Sir Crocodile. I wonder what other techniques you have at your disposal. Desert Greatsword. Facing Qin Chuan, Sir Crocodile finally unleashed his most formidable attack. In the next moment, he transformed his arm into a blade of sand and lunged swiftly towards the onrushing Qin Chuan. Yet, Qin Chuan appeared utterly unconcerned, continuing his charge towards the sand blade. In that moment, Sand Crocodile's sandy arm pierced directly into Qin Chuan's body. This scene left everyone utterly astounded. However, Sand Crocodile's brow suddenly furrowed with concern. It was evident that Qin Chuan, no matter how foolish, would not recklessly hurl himself into the line of fire. Was that not tantamount to suicide? As expected. In the next instant, Qin Chuan's form abruptly transformed into a mist of water and vanished. I am here. A familiar voice resonated from behind Sand Crocodile. How could this be? Sand Crocodile's heart raced in shock as he hastily turned around. Yet, as he pivoted, a powerful, water-laden arm darted towards his throat. In the blink of an eye, Qin Chuan's right hand seized Sand Crocodile by the neck. As Qin Chuan's hand was drenched, the moment it made contact with Crocodile's neck, it instantly stained the area with liquid. Consequently, it became impossible for Crocodile to transform his neck into sand. My patience is limited. If you move recklessly again, you might truly perish, Qin Chuan admonished coldly. He had no intention of wasting excessive time on Crocodile, especially since the effect of his possession was nearing its end. Moreover, for his sake, he had already expended 300,000 points of reputation, thus he was unwilling to squander another opportunity to utilize the embodiment. At this moment, Chocloctor finally grasped the disparity between himself and Qin Chuan. After a deep sigh, he slowly uttered, I concede. As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the enemy. You have been awarded a total of 50,000 points of reputation. Damn it. Indeed, only 50,000 points of reputation. He had instantly lost 250,000. Had he known, he would not have tried to show off, but rather let Douglas Barrett handle it directly. At this moment, Qin Chuan felt a pang of regret in his heart. Initially, he had anticipated that Chocloctor would yield at least 80 or 100,000 points of reputation, yet the outcome was merely 50,000. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable, as Chocloctor was not particularly formidable at this stage. Additionally, although he possessed the natural-type devil fruit, his vulnerabilities were evident. If others were truly intent on targeting him, they could easily restrain him. After Chocloctor announced his surrender, a commotion erupted among the crowd. Everyone in the casino stared, wide-eyed, at their leader. Lying not far away, the nearly lifeless Bonus could only gaze helplessly at the unfolding events. Furthermore, this was the superpower of Alabasta. Thus, when Sir Crocodile was defeated, the news swiftly spread across the globe. What are you all standing there for? Go check on that fellow lying on the ground. But be cautious, he may be quite hot. After dealing with Sir Crocodile, he turned to address the individuals in the nearby casinos. At this juncture, with their leader vanquished by the adversary, they naturally dared not express any form of resistance. What do you intend to do next? I have been defeated by you. And according to the regulations established by the world government regarding the 7 warlords of the sea, I am now irrevocably stripped of my title. You are destined to become my successor, yet this hinges upon whether both you and the world government are willing to engage in dialogue. Shichibukai Crocodile inquired in a grave tone. Having resolved to temporarily follow Qin Chuan, he naturally sought to discern Qin Chuan's plans. Chapter 36. The Orphan of Oharaio? The 7 warlords of the sea? I must admit, I am rather eager to visit the Holy Land, Mariewa. However, first, summon your deputy from Baroque Works and Miss Wednesday to me, Qin Chuan remarked, narrowing his eyes. Crocodile felt perplexed at the specific request for these 2 individuals. Do you not require anyone else? Humph, do not bring any of your subordinates. With their current capabilities, accompanying me to the New World would merely be a death sentence. Let them continue their lives undisturbed, Qin Chuan retorted disdainfully. After hearing Qin Chuan's words, Crocodile ceased his chatter and promptly called for the two individuals, instructing them to discreetly contact the ones Qin Chuan desired. The following morning, indeed, Qin Chuan's name once again graced the headlines of the World Economic News Daily. Marineford, Marshal's office. Haha, I told you, that fellow would not remain idle. Incredibly, within just a few days, he has defeated another warlord of the sea. Now, according to protocol, we must discuss this individual with the world government. At that moment, the marine hero, Garp, lounged with his legs crossed, leisurely perusing the newspaper headlines. Humph, does he aspire to become a warlord of the sea? His crimes are considerable. Merely causing chaos and impel down is sufficient to seal his fate. Will the world government permit him to ascend to such a rank so easily? Sengoku furrowed his brow in contemplation. Those old codgers are solely loyal to the celestial dragons. And the celestial dragons now have but one objective, to stabilize the world. Thus, they are willing to undertake any actions that might contribute to this stability. Have you forgotten the incident of the Buster Call? Upon hearing the term Buster Call, Garp finally ceased his mirth. The Buster Call was a military operation of merciless devastation, involving 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, thousands of elite marines, and 10 top-tier warships. Years ago, it was Sengoku, then a marine admiral, who initiated the Buster Call against O'Hara. However, the true orchestrators of the destruction were the world government. O'Hara was a renowned archaeological sanctuary in the West Blue and the homeland of Nico Robin. The world government, wary of the dangers posed by the interpretation of historical texts and truth, unwilling to allow the truth from 800 years ago to surface, unleashed the Buster Call when Nico Robin was merely 8 years old, obliterating O'Hara. Only Nico Robin survived the calamity. Consequently, Sengoku, as a marine admiral, bore the brunt of the blame. It was this incident that propelled Sengoku to ascend from the position of admiral to that of fleet admiral during the subsequent selection process. Humph, let us not dwell on the past. As members of the Marine, we must steadfastly adhere to our own sense of justice, Garp stated, setting aside the newspaper with a serious demeanor. Your interpretation of justice differs from mine, and you are well aware of this. That is of little consequence. We are but old bones now. Perhaps you are correct. Let us observe how those elderly gentlemen within the world government perceive the situation. At that moment, beneath the auspices of the O'Hara demon-slaying order, Nico Robin stood gracefully in the opulent VIP lounge of the Rain Banquet Casino. Seated on the sofa before her was none other than Qin Chuan himself. The lounge was exclusively theirs, with even Douglas Barrett and Crocodile lacking the privilege to enter. I hear you sought me out. What is it that you wish to discuss? At this juncture, Nico Robin had gathered some knowledge about the background of the man before her, and she harbored no affection for Crocodile. In fact, she felt quite the opposite, an intense aversion. Thus, when Qin Chuan vanquished Crocodile, she felt no sorrow. Rather, she experienced a profound sense of joy. You are both fortunate and unfortunate. Unfortunate in that your homeland has been obliterated, yet fortunate to have escaped calamity, Qin Chuan remarked nonchalantly, a glass of champagne in hand, as he recounted the tale. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, a look of astonishment instantaneously crossed Nico Robin's previously serene countenance. Concurrently, her heartbeat quickened at that moment. Do not be alarmed. I have no intention of silencing you. Quite the contrary, I seek your assistance in investigating the so-called poneglyphs. You are familiar with the poneglyphs, are you not? Who exactly are you? After Qin Chuan mentioned such a sensitive topic, Nico Robin could no longer remain seated. You need not know my identity, but I can assure you unequivocally that I mean you no harm. Furthermore, within the underground mausoleum of Alabasta lies the poneglyph concerning the ancient weapon Pluton. You may examine it, but I implore you to keep this secret indefinitely. At least do not disclose it to anyone before informing me. Qin Chuan calmly stated after taking a sip of red wine. Upon hearing the mention of the ancient weapon Pluton, Nico Robin's body could not help but tremble. After all, she possessed a deeper understanding of the poneglyphs than anyone else and was one of the last remaining members of O'Hara. How can you be so certain that I will locate the ancient weapon Pluton and refrain from revealing it to others? Nico Robin inquired after a moment of hesitation. For no particular reason, other than the fact that you are acutely aware that should such knowledge fall into the wrong hands, it would wreak havoc upon this world. You are more acutely aware than anyone else of the taste of despair, so I trust you are not foolish enough to commit such a folly, Qin Chuan retorted. Since you are already cognizant of my thoughts, how can you be certain that I would divulge the secrets regarding the historical texts to you? Nico Robin inquired. Chapter 37. Subduing the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Not for any particular reason, but because I shall be the one to transform this world, something the old fogies of the world government cannot achieve, nor can the high-ranking officials of the Navy. And certainly not the pirates of the New World. As I stand poised on the precipice of greatness, you shall perceive the entirety of my being, and in that moment, make the most judicious decision, Qin Chuan declared with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's seemingly nonsensical words, Nico Robin was suddenly enveloped in contemplation. This statement, though it appeared trivial, bore profound implications. The fact that he was so acutely aware of his own lineage indicated that his identity was undoubtedly complex. It is perfectly acceptable for you to be perplexed by many matters at present. Take your time to ponder them. Furthermore, do not court disaster. Had I not intervened, it is likely that soon you would have met your demise at the hands of Sir Crocodile. Thus, your foremost task for the future is to safeguard your own life. Do you comprehend? Qin Chuan reiterated. In her past, Nico Robin was under the protective aura of the protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, which spared her from harm. Now, however, that Luffy is still frolicking in Windmill Village, while he himself has triumphed over Sir Crocodile. Consequently, the entire narrative arc of the pirates has been irrevocably altered, leaving Qin Chuan uncertain of the fates that await all individuals within this world. Undoubtedly, Nico Robin's identity and intellectual prowess are of paramount importance to Qin Chuan, as there remain numerous enigmas he has yet to unravel. However, at this juncture, he cannot permit her to board his vessel, for he is destined to confront formidable forces in the foreseeable future. Accompanying such a vulnerable individual could not only jeopardize her safety, but might also inadvertently attract perilous threats. Thus, Qin Chuan ultimately resolves to deny her passage, believing this decision serves as a form of indirect protection for her well-being. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Nico Robin nodded in a daze. Subsequently, Qin Chuan instructed her to leave the private room and summon Miss Wednesday. After a brief moment, a young woman with large, expressive eyes and long, aqua-blue hair cascading past her waist cautiously entered the room. "Did you call for me?" she stammered. "Nefertari Vivi, do not be anxious. I am here to assist you." Qin Chuan spoke with unwavering calmness. Upon hearing Qin Chuan unexpectedly reveal his name, Nefertari Vivi gasped in fright and instinctively took 2 steps back. Let us cut to the chase. You are well aware of the current state of this nation, all of which is the result of that fool outside. However, now that he has boarded my vessel, I am obligated to protect him. Therefore, let us strike a bargain. I shall assist your father in quelling the civil unrest in Alabasta, and in exchange, you must safeguard this secret for eternity. What say you? Qin Chuan stated matter-of-factly. After hearing his words, a glimmer of struggle appeared on Nefertari Vivi's face. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. What if I refuse? If you refuse, I regret to inform you that this nation shall vanish from the world map. Remember, I am not soliciting your opinion. You have but 2 choices. Accept my proposal, and you shall remain the princess of Alabasta. Another option is to become a princess of a fallen kingdom. At this point, Qin Chuan's expression suddenly turned cold, and his gaze sharpened as he fixed it upon Nefertari Vivi. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan's demeanor, Nefertari Vivi's countenance dimmed considerably. After a brief moment, she raised her head, tears lingering in her eyes, and declared, "On behalf of the Alabasta royal family, I accept your proposal." Upon hearing her words, Qin Chuan finally felt a sense of relief. In truth, he was not one to take pleasure in senseless slaughter. If he were to escort Sir Crocodile away, it was indisputable that, without the backing of the Baroque works, the rebels could never establish a foothold in this realm. Thus, by that time, the Nefertari royal family would reclaim their authority. When that moment arrived, the truth would be laid bare, and Sir Crocodile's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Consequently, with Sir Crocodile as his crew member, he would inevitably bear a share of the infamy and responsibility, which was a prospect he wished to avoid. Hence, he feigned threats to compel Nefertari Vivi into a compromise. Fortunately, the young lady was rather gullible, and according to Qin Chuan's knowledge of the animated narrative, Sir Crocodile had a commendable sense of honor, which alleviated his concerns about potential betrayal. After concluding his discussions with the two, Qin Chuan embarked on a series of decisive actions. Firstly, he ordered the complete dissolution of Sir Crocodile's Baroque works. With the dissolution of his influence, the kingdom of Alabasta finally welcomed a torrential downpour. As the deluge fell upon the arid landscape, the populace of the nation beheld a glimmer of hope. Simultaneously, the rebels promptly announced their surrender. After all, they had fought under the pretense that the royal family was manipulating affairs from behind the scenes, resulting in years of drought. Now that the Baroque works had collapsed and rain had graced the land, they found themselves devoid of justification for further conflict. Soon, King Nefertari Cobra of Alabasta regained command. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan and Sir Crocodile, along with others, boarded the Red Force and departed from Alabasta for good. After drifting at sea for 2 days, Qin Chuan received no news from the newspapers regarding Alabasta or Sir Crocodile. This absence of information subtly indicated that the Nefertari royal family upheld their agreement with him, allowing Qin Chuan to finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Captain Qin Chuan, where are we headed next?" Douglas Barrett and others inquired, gazing at the receding kingdom of Alabasta from the deck. Chapter 38, The Decision of the World Government, A Visit to Loguetown. "I wish to find a certain individual," Qin Chuan declared after a moment of contemplation. "Loguetown?" Upon hearing this name, Douglas Barrett furrowed his brow. He was well acquainted with Loguetown, known as the town of beginnings and endings. It was situated in the East Sea, near the entrance to the Grand Line. Notably, the former pirate king Gold Roger was born and executed there, rendering Loguetown exceptionally significant to him. "Well, seeking someone there with just the 2 of you to venture to marry Geo seems rather insufficient," Qin Chuan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at them. You intend to go to the Holy Land marry Geos? It seems you are truly fearless. Your combined bounties exceed 2 billion, Sir Crocodile exclaimed, incredulous at Qin Chuan's audacity. Did you not visit before? Why are you suddenly so fearful? Qin Chuan retorted. My previous visit was under an invitation to attend a ceremony. What purpose do you have there? How do you know I am not going to be invited to a ceremony as well? They might very well be discussing my affairs there even now. At this, Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes towards the direction of Mary Geos. At this moment, in Mary Awa, it was indeed as Qin Chuan had predicted. The 5 elders summoned Admiral Sengoku immediately following the defeat of Sir Crocodile. Sengoku, the world has been rather tumultuous lately. The incident of his escape has stirred discussions about our world government across the globe. Currently, that rogue has not only eluded capture, but has also begun wreaking havoc everywhere. Even defeating those we appointed as the Warlords of the Sea, one of the 5 elders, clad in a deep green suit, bald, with a pair of distinctive mustaches and a birthmark on his forehead, could not help but admonish. One cannot speak in such terms. The impelled down prison does not fall under the jurisdiction of our Navy. If you insist on categorizing it under our Navy's authority, then we shall naturally dispatch formidable personnel to oversee the impelled down. Sengoku retorted coldly. His statement held some merit. Although the Navy serves as an institution upholding justice in the world, in reality, it operates on an equal footing with impelled down. And their relationship is primarily one of cooperation. The Navy headquarters has not dispatched anyone to station at impelled down, thus illustrating that they are, in fact, 2 distinct entities. At this moment, the 5 elders expressed their sentiments, primarily hoping that someone would shoulder the ensuing responsibilities. Sengoku, having been in power for many years, was well aware of the ulterior motives of these 5 old men, which prompted him to retort sharply. The incident in impelled down does not concern you. But surely the matter of Sir Crocodile is of your interest? At this juncture, another elder, clad in a white robe, bald-headed and bespectacled, the only one among the 5 elders not dressed in a suit or sporting a beard, interjected with displeasure. This matter holds no relevance for me. The warlord system was not established by me, and besides, these individuals are notorious pirates. Thus, allowing them to engage in mutual slaughter would be more advantageous for us. Wouldn't it? Sengoku elaborated further. However, it was now evident from our intelligence that this individual had already become a crewmate of Qin Chuan. Consequently, Qin Chuan's power has escalated. Does this not concern your Navy? With the presence of pirates, we will issue bounties, and I have dispatched Admiral Akina to the East Blue. Unfortunately, that fellow's ship is adrift, and without a base of operations, it is challenging to ascertain his whereabouts. Sengoku continued. I believe that is unnecessary. The opponent is capable of commandeering Shanks' pirate ship. Sending Akina would be futile. Should he be defeated, how would we, the world government, maintain our dignity? Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression darkened as he anticipated the implications. Indeed, a moment later, another of the 5 elders spoke again. We have reached a decision. Let him replace Sir Crocodile as one of the Warlords of the Sea, becoming a new generation member of this elite group. Furthermore, we shall extend invitations to the other warlords in the name of the Navy, summoning them to convene here. During this assembly, you must insist that they assume certain responsibilities for the protection of their surrounding seas, and warn them that should anyone be easily defeated again, they shall be irrevocably removed from the world government S ranks. Does the world government seek to preserve its reputation while the Navy does not? A mere pirate emerges, and our admiral has yet to confront him, yet you bestow upon him a legitimate status. Have you considered the implications for the Navy? How am I to report back to my subordinates? After hearing this, Sengoku could no longer contain his frustration. He had always vehemently opposed the warlord system, as its existence continually undermined the dignity of their Navy. As a naval marshal, he naturally bears the weight of responsibility, which fuels his profound disdain for the system of the 7 warlords of the sea. He has long yearned for the abolition of this abhorrent institution. Moreover, intelligence gathered by the Navy reveals that those appointed as warlords have not ceased their nefarious activities upon being co-opted by the world government. On the contrary, they exploit their newfound legitimacy to plunder the resources of their territories, which fundamentally contradicts the true essence of justice and, in turn, emboldens the pirates. Thus, upon hearing that Qin Chuan and his cohort were to be inducted into the 7 warlords, Sengoku was the first to voice his opposition. Chapter 39. The new 7 warlords? What value does your face hold? Nothing is more paramount than the stability of the world. Furthermore, it is imperative for you to remember that all the authority bestowed upon your Navy is conferred by our world government. Even your position as marshal was granted with our approval. Thus, you lack the standing to negotiate with us and must simply adhere to our directives. Upon hearing Sengoku's dissent, another member of the 5 elders reprimanded him sternly. Since you have stated your position so clearly, why summon me at all? You could have simply issued an announcement yourselves. Although Sengoku does not possess the volatile temperament of Garp, as the commander-in-chief of the Navy, he found the public rebuke quite displeasing and promptly turned to leave. We caution you to advise your subordinates against provoking that individual lightly. Should an admiral be defeated by a pirate, it would not only bring disgrace upon your Navy, but also reflect poorly on our world government. By that time, even you, the marshal, shall no longer hold that title. After hearing these words, The warring states paused in his steps. However, after a brief moment of silence, he refrained from uttering another word and proceeded to depart from the sacred land of Mariewa. Just as the world government was fervently attempting to establish contact with Qin Chuan to negotiate his induction into the 7 warlords of the sea, Qin Chuan's vessel had quietly arrived at Loguetown. Loguetown, once the site of the execution of the Pirate King, has long been under the control of the Navy. Thus, when the striking Red Force pirate ship captained by Qin Chuan arrived at the harbor, word swiftly reached the garrison stationed in Loguetown. At this moment, stationed in Loguetown is none other than Colonel Smoker of the Navy branch. Coincidentally, he is also a user of the Logia-type devil fruit, the smoke fruit. However, in Qin Chuan's recollection, this individual's abilities are rather unimpressive. Aside from initially overpowering the young pirate Luffy, he has not exhibited any noteworthy achievements in combat. However, Qin Chuan's arrival was not for the purpose of seeking him out. At this moment, Smoker, seated in his office chair, furrowed his brow upon hearing the report from the naval soldiers. He promptly ordered that this matter be communicated to Admiral Akainu at the Navy headquarters, urging him to come here without delay. Additionally, he summoned all naval personnel to assemble in the plaza. Understood. The soldiers saluted and swiftly exited. As Qin Chuan and his companions stepped into Loguetown, they found the atmosphere still bustling with activity. Various shops lined the streets, each adorned with a welcoming porch. The 3 of them made their way towards the city along the porch. Meanwhile, in the plaza of Loguetown, a considerable number of naval soldiers had already gathered. The reason Smoker gathers soldiers here holds significant meaning. This location was once the site of the execution of the Pirate King, Roger. Thus, each time he prepares for a fierce battle, he makes a pilgrimage to this place, as if it bestows upon him a stroke of good fortune. In his perspective, this was the very land where the most ruthless pirates met their demise, rendering any pirate's victory here utterly impossible. At that moment, many of the townsfolk of Loguetown, intrigued by the spectacle of the naval forces, turned their curious gazes towards the scene. Unbeknownst to them, a fierce battle was about to unfold in Loguetown. Soon, hundreds of naval soldiers had gathered in the square. Following this, a smoke-powered amphibious tricycle sped towards them from a distance. Just as the tricycle was on the verge of colliding with the crowd, Smoker immediately applied the brakes. Meanwhile, the naval soldiers in front of the 3 motorcycles were drenched in cold sweat. How could one be so timid and still serve in the Navy? Upon disembarking, I could not help but reprimand them upon witnessing the expressions of these naval soldiers ahead. After being reprimanded by Smog, the naval soldiers promptly lowered their heads. After all, their superior was not only stern with them but also exhibited a fierce demeanor towards the higher echelons of the Navy. It was precisely because he often disregarded his superior's orders that his path to promotion was fraught with obstacles. Despite possessing a Logia-type devil fruit, he remained merely a branch colonel. Those who possess the same natural-type devil fruit abilities as he have ascended to the ranks of admiral within the Navy, underscoring the extent of his rebellious nature. At that moment, Qin Chuan and his companions arrived at the square. Returning to this familiar place, Douglas Barrett found his mood considerably heavy. After all, he had witnessed the gruesome execution of Roger firsthand, and now, upon his return, the weight of memories bore down upon him. The group paused upon seeing the cluster of Navy soldiers not far ahead. Captain, might you finally enlighten us on the purpose of our visit? Shock Crocodile interjected, his dissatisfaction palpable. He had long been the target of Qin Chuan's veiled jabs regarding his lack of strength, which had irked him greatly. Now, upon hearing that Qin Chuan intended to recruit crew members, he seized the opportunity to mock. Look at that individual with silver hair, clad in a coat emblazoned with the word justice on the back, and sporting goggles around his neck. He is Colonel Smoker of the Navy, a formidable natural-type devil fruit user. If you can defeat him, I shall acknowledge your capabilities. Qin Chuan pointed toward Smoker, who stood a short distance away. Meanwhile, Smoker had promptly noticed them. Upon seeing Qin Chuan gesture towards him, he cast a stern glance in return. Could it be that a user of a Logia-type devil fruit was merely a branch colonel? Has the value of Logia-type devil fruits diminished so significantly? Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Douglas Barrett, who stood nearby, became intrigued. After all, devil fruits are exceedingly rare, and among them, the Logia type is the most coveted. He had never possessed one himself. Chapter 40. Arrival at Loguetown. If a mere branch colonel were to wield a Logia-type devil fruit, it would indeed strike him as curious. Does a branch colonel truly warrant my attention? Crocodile dismissed the notion with indifference. There exists a considerable disparity in power and rank between a colonel of the Navy headquarters and a colonel from a regional branch. Should a branch colonel return to serve at Navy headquarters, they would correspond to a lieutenant in rank, essentially several ranks apart. However, the branches located in the Grand Line are an exception, as they are directly subordinate to the Navy headquarters, with the highest rank being that of Vice Admiral, thus aligning their rank structure with that of the headquarters. Coincidentally, Smoker would later ascend to the rank of Vice Admiral in the Navy's G5 branch. Yet, at this moment, he remained an inconspicuous branch colonel. It is no wonder that Crocodile looked down upon him, for he was already a notorious pirate of the seas. Even the world government could only seek to subdue him by bestowing upon him the title of Warlord of the Sea. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's interference, he could have enjoyed a comfortable life in the kingdom of Alabasta. Do not underestimate this fellow. His strength is comparable to that of a rear admiral or even a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters, Qin Chuan remarked. Pfft. What does a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters amount to? After Shichibukai Crocodile finished speaking, he flicked his coat behind him, lit a cigar, and slowly advanced forward. Smoker. Being an avid smoker himself, lit a cigar at that moment, perfectly in tune with his affinity for smoke, which was also reflected in his devil fruit powers. Although the surrounding naval soldiers were of low rank, they had certainly heard of the infamous title of Warlord of the Sea, and thus recognized the formidable Sir Crocodile. Upon witnessing Sir Crocodile's presence in the square, the naval soldiers were momentarily paralyzed in astonishment. Subsequently, Sir Crocodile approached the group of soldiers with an air of confidence. Sir Crocodile, have you now become that man's lackey? Smoker questioned, gesturing towards Qin Chuan behind him. Humph, do you even possess the right to interrogate me? A mere branch colonel like you? Even the Marine Headquarters Admiral must speak to me with deference, do you understand? Sir Crocodile retorted, fully aware that his adversary was attempting to provoke him. Is that so? It seems your master has summoned you to deal with us. It's truly laughable that a dignified warlord of the sea has descended to the role of a mere henchman. In fact, it appears you are less than I. A humble branch colonel of the Navy. After all, in this domain, no one can command me to do anything. Smoker replied with a cold smirk. Enough of your prattle. You should be well aware that I, too, am a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Unleash your haki and let me witness the true capabilities of a naval branch colonel. Upon finishing his words, a crimson gas swiftly enveloped his form. This is a manifestation of armament haki known as coiling. Armament haki encompasses various techniques, which can be categorized into hardening, coiling, emission, and internal destruction. Hardening is the most prevalent and fundamental application of armament haki in the New World. It involves enveloping the user's body in this formidable energy. This technique enables the practitioner to render their body more resilient than steel, enhancing both defensive and offensive capabilities. In addition to its application on the user's body, it can also be employed on inanimate objects. The technique of wrapping involves enveloping the body with a gaseous form of armament haki, which can also be applied to weapons, endowing them with enhanced offensive capabilities. Emission, on the other hand, entails concentrating armament haki in the hands or on weapons, subsequently releasing it to manifest as tangible offensive or defensive power. This can deliver powerful shockwaves to propel adversaries away, create protective barriers, or even defend against intangible assaults. Internal destruction permits the armament haki to penetrate an object's surface, directly inflicting damage to its interior, and can be synergistically employed alongside hardening, wrapping, and emission. Although the proficiency in utilizing armament haki varies, this does not necessarily reflect the strength of the haki itself, nor does it indicate the overall prowess of the user. Thus, it is conceivable that two individuals may both be in a hardened state, yet one possesses a greater intensity of armament haki and superior inherent strength. Consequently, the opponent may find themselves unable to contend, despite their own hardened condition. Upon their encounter, Sir Crocodile immediately unleashed his crimson-armed haki, indicating that he had come prepared. Smoker, as a wielder of a Logia-type devil fruit, was acutely aware of the advantages and disadvantages inherent to such powers. Thus, he refrained from idle chatter and, in an instant, enveloped his large, sea-stone-embedded weapon with a faint red hue of armed haki. His haki appeared somewhat paler compared to that of Sir Crocodile. This is regarded by many as a criterion for the intensity of armament haki. In other words, in the eyes of the observers. The deeper the color of armament haki when it is unleashed, the greater the strength of the haki and the individual's prowess. Therefore, upon witnessing Smoker's armament haki, Sir Crocodile scoffed disdainfully and charged directly towards him. Stay put. No one is to act without my command. Smoker bellowed, brandishing his weapon as he surged forward as well. In truth, without uttering a word, the ordinary soldiers behind him were already trembling in fear, let alone taking the initiative to assist him. In the next moment, the venomous hook in Crocodile's hand clashed instantaneously with Smoker's weapon. The formidable haki was unleashed in its entirety at that moment. Bang! In the immediate aftermath of their collision, both retreated several steps. Among them, Smog stands at a comparatively greater distance. Chapter 41, The Duel of Nature Manipulators. From this detail, it is evident that in their initial confrontation, Sir Crocodile held a distinct advantage. Humph, your strength as a lieutenant in this division is indeed a disservice to you. At this moment, Sir Crocodile retracted his earlier disdain, realizing that Smoker was not so easily defeated. White blow. Smoker acknowledged the disparity in their haki and, with a powerful shout, transformed his arms and legs into smoke. Once his limbs were entirely vaporized, he propelled his smoky appendages forcefully towards Sir Crocodile. In an instant, for streams of smoke surged toward him. Sir Crocodile, unfazed, promptly spread his right hand and pressed it against the ground. The moment the four smoky assaults were about to reach him, a small wall of sand rapidly emerged before him. The four smoky attacks collided with this sand wall, causing it to shatter in an instant, while simultaneously the four smoky strikes rebounded back towards Smoker. Once again, the two were evenly matched. At this juncture, Qin Chuan, unable to bear witness any longer, shouted towards Sir Crocodile within the arena. Hey, his Logia-type devil fruit allows him to become smoke, and your sand can disperse it. Although Smoker possesses a Logia-type devil fruit, it has significant weaknesses, particularly against wind and fire. Yet Qin Chuan could easily possess a ninja to vanquish him. However, now that he had his followers by his side, he naturally preferred not to engage directly, for even if he were to defeat Smoker, the acclaim would be minimal. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the two individuals at the center of the battlefield momentarily froze. Especially Smoker, whose face finally bore a hint of concern. It was evident that Qin Chuan had discerned his vulnerabilities. In stark contrast, upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Sir Crocodile immediately extended his right hand. In the next moment, a miniature desert storm coalesced within his palm. "I hear you fear the wind. Well, prepare to meet your demise," he declared, unleashing the swirling tempest from his hand. As the desert storm surged towards Smoker, its winds intensified, and its reach expanded exponentially. Smoker recognized that evading this elemental assault through transformation was utterly futile. Should he attempt to dissolve into smoke, the swirling sands would rend him asunder in an instant. Thus, he deftly sidestepped to evade the onslaught. However, in doing so, the naval soldiers behind him were left completely exposed to the raging storm. Unprepared for their superior's sudden maneuver, they hesitated, caught off guard. But as Smoker darted aside, panic ensued among the ranks. In the next heartbeat, the ferocious desert storm collided with the fleeing naval soldiers. Dozens were cast aside, blown away by the force of the tempest. Moreover, as the storm barreled towards the front lines, the unmistakable figure of Sir Crocodile emerged in its wake. Having thrown the desert storm, he seized the opportunity to conceal himself, poised for a swift assault. Noticing Smoker's attention diverted to the beleaguered soldiers, he capitalized on this fortuitous moment, swiftly advancing with his poisoned hook raised. Smoker, recognizing the peril, hastily enveloped his cross-shaped weapon in haki and prepared for a direct confrontation. Yet, as their haki-imbued weapons clashed once more, a sly smile crept across Sir Crocodile's lips. In the following instant, he transformed his arm into a crescent-shaped sand blade, striking at Smoker. This was no ordinary attack. It was infused with a significant amount of haki. His arm, already entwined with haki, naturally imparted this power to the enlarged sand blade. At that moment, Smoker sought to retreat, but his cross-shaped weapon was ensnared by Crocodile's poisoned hook, effectively denying him the chance to escape. Realizing he could not evade the impending strike, Smoker had no choice but to raise his left hand, bracing himself to withstand Crocodile's assault. The sand blade made immediate contact with Smoker's body, yet it did not inflict any apparent harm. Observing this, Smoker furrowed his brow, acutely aware that the sand blade had indeed struck him, but he was perplexed as to why he felt no immediate reaction. However, in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. Within mere seconds following the attack, he felt the energy within his body rapidly dissipating. Simultaneously, a parched sensation began to engulf his throat. Realizing the anomaly, Smoker was taken aback, and without a second thought, he delivered a powerful kick aimed directly at the abdomen of the sand-clad crocodile. As Crocodile swiftly released his poisoned hook that had ensnared his opponent's weapon, he gracefully stepped back 2 paces, effortlessly evading Smoker's assault. "Do you not feel parched and uncomfortable at this moment?" Crocodile remarked with a cold smirk as he steadied himself. Chapter 42. The Defiant Akaino. What sort of technique is this? Smoker felt the moisture within his body rapidly evaporating, and this was far from a favorable circumstance for him. His physical form relied on vaporization to mount an attack, and without sufficient hydration, he would be utterly incapable of elemental transformation. At this moment, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Enough of this waste of time. The game is over. With a disdainful grin, Crocodile raised his poisoned hook once more and charged forward. Meanwhile, on the deck of a large warship some distance from Loguetown, Sakaski clenched his fist, ablaze with fervor. Upon receiving Smoker's report, he was struck by the realization that he had been outmaneuvered by a mere child. He had spent several days guarding the path to the Grand Line in vain. Even if they were to rush there at full speed now, it would still take them a day. He was well aware of Smoker's strength, as it was precisely because Smoker frequently contradicted him and defied his orders that he had consistently repressed him. At this moment, Smoker found himself in an impossible situation, facing the Qin Chuan pirate crew alone, with no hope of enduring even a single day. Thus, he could only hope that after eliminating him, Qin Chuan and his comrades would delay their departure from Loguetown. Just then, Admiral Weasel rushed in with urgency. "Admiral Sakazuki, the Navy headquarters has sent an urgent telegram." Upon delivering his message, Admiral Weasel handed over the telegram. As Sakazuki glanced at the telegram he had received, his expression darkened instantly. The surrounding generals, upon witnessing Sakazuki's demeanor, were left in a state of bewilderment. "What is the matter? Has something occurred at headquarters?" General Ghost Spider inquired anxiously. "The naval headquarters has sent a telegram stating that the higher echelons of the world government have issued a decree to appoint Qin Chuan and his pirate crew as the new warlords of the sea." Sakazuki replied coldly. "We have already announced to the world our intent to denounce the Qin Chuan pirate crew. To halt our actions now would be nothing short of a jest. Where would that leave the reputation of our navy?" At this moment, General Doberman could not contain his discontent any longer. However, one must consider that with Crocodile's defeat, a position among the warlords has indeed opened up. If Qin Chuan is willing to accept this title and cease his piratical activities, it could ultimately prove beneficial for us. Ghost Spider analyzed. Humph. Since I have embarked on this path, there is no turning back. Moreover, to concede before even engaging the enemy, they may find it acceptable. But I cannot afford such a loss of face. Sakazuki firmly disagreed with Ghost Spider's perspective, his tone frigid. General Sakazuki, does that imply? Noticing Sakazuki's disapproval, Ghost Spider cautiously ventured. Yet, Sakazuki did not respond immediately. Instead, he clenched his right hand. In the next moment, a crimson flame ignited in his grasp. Instantly, the urgent telegram was reduced to ashes. General Sakazuki, that telegram cannot be destroyed. We still need it to respond to headquarters. Witnessing Sakazuki incinerate the telegram left the nearby weasel astonished. Communication between the various branches of the Navy hinges critically on telegrams. When a telegram is received from headquarters or other divisions, the recipient must sign their name on the transmitted document before sending it back. This procedure serves to confirm receipt of the message. Moreover, this telegram transmitted from headquarters bears the authentic signature and exclusive seal of Admiral Sengoku from the Warring States period. Now that Sakazuki has outright destroyed this telegram, they possess nothing to respond with. There is no need for a reply. Simply state that our telegraph machine is malfunctioning. And also deactivate the Din Din Mushi. As long as the Qinchuan pirate crew remains in Loguetown until dawn, this entire affair will come to a close. Sakazuki glared menacingly in the direction of Loguetown as he spoke. Admiral Sakazuki, our actions could be seen as insubordination against higher orders, voiced the apprehensive Ghost Spider. As a Marine Admiral, Sakazuki's rank is second only to Sengoku, so should he indeed defy orders, Sengoku would likely not take severe action against him. However, the rest of them were in a different position, with dozens of Marine Vice Admirals within the Navy, should they also choose to resist. It could certainly provoke ire from Sengoku and the higher echelons of the world government. Consequently, their future prospects could be gravely jeopardized. If they were subsequently reassigned to oversee a branch in the New World, their circumstances could become quite dire. Thus, Ghost Spider was understandably reluctant to follow Sakazuki in defiance. You are all under my command. I will bear the consequences of any issues that arise. In other words, if we successfully locate and defeat Qinchuan and the others, will the world government dare to hold us accountable? They might even express gratitude towards us at that point, Sakazuki remarked with undisguised disdain. But what if we cannot find Qinchuan and the others? After all, relying solely on Smoker cannot sustain us for an entire day. If they manage to evade capture once more, it matters not. Upon my arrival in Loguetown, I shall personally contact Sengoku through the Din Din Mushi to explain the situation. At that time, I will simply assert that the telegram was inadvertently lost. Does Admiral Sengoku truly intend to penalize me for a single telegram? Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, the others exchanged glances, and then fell into a mutual silence. Clearly, it was impossible for them to defy Sakazuki's orders at this juncture. For opposing him within the Marine headquarters would lead to equally dire consequences. Chapter 43, Sengoku's decision on the naval side, within the office of Admiral Marineford. Sengoku sat in his chair, anxiously awaiting a response from Sakazuki, which had yet to arrive. This delay stirred a sense of unease within him, for he understood Sakazuki's character better than anyone else. Sakazuki was known for his uncompromising nature, employing ruthless methods without a hint of leniency. And he would not tolerate even the slightest trace of malevolence. Moreover, in order to accomplish his mission, he is utterly indifferent to treating both colleagues and the general populace as targets to be eliminated. He adheres to a notion of absolute justice and harbors profound disdain for the warlord system of the 7 warlords of the sea. Consequently, it is indeed plausible that he might choose to disregard this telegram in his pursuit to eliminate Qinchuan. Accompanying him were several seasoned vice admirals, known for their diplomatic finesse. Thus, they were unlikely to offend Sakazuki under any circumstances. Upon this realization, Sengoku's expression darkened significantly. The journey from here to Loguetown would only take a day. Perhaps I should undertake the trip myself. If I could reach there before Sakazuki, everything would be manageable. At that moment, the naval hero Garp interjected, suggesting, "Let me handle this matter. It is unnecessary for you seasoned individuals to trouble yourselves over such trivialities." Hearing Garp's words, the yellow Admiral Poliusolino, with his hands in his pockets, promptly added, "Humph, do not underestimate us elders. We still have plenty of fuel left in our tanks." This remark, subtly implying Garp's advancing age, drew an immediate retort from Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was seated beside him. Though both she and Garp were vice admirals, they had fought alongside Sengoku during the illustrious era of Roger, earning their status as heroic figures in the Navy. Thus, despite her rank, her prestige and standing were scarcely inferior to those of the later promoted admirals. Indeed, after Tsuru's unrelenting rebuttal of Poliusolino, he quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and shrugged. "Vice Admiral Tsuru, that was not my intention. I merely feared you might make a fruitless journey. There is nothing to worry about. Sakazuki is not someone who can be easily subdued, so it would be more prudent for Garp to go." Sengoku interjected before Garp could respond. Upon uttering these words, he unequivocally rendered a definitive conclusion regarding the matter at hand. Witnessing the marshal's stance, Borsalino naturally felt no inclination to concern himself with the trivialities any longer. He promptly resumed his repose against the wall, hands once again tucked into his pockets, embracing a serene silence. The reason the warring states chose to dispatch Garb to Loguetown in search of Qin Xuan, rather than sending another admiral of equal rank to Sakazuki, primarily stems from his lack of trust in these admirals. Given Sakazuki's inherently strong-willed nature, the presence of another admiral at the scene would significantly diminish the likelihood of allowing Qin Xuan to escape. If, at that time, an attempt to forcibly arrest Qin Xuan results in a bloody incident, and this matter reaches the upper echelons of the world government, then no one would be able to escape the consequences. As the Admiral of the Navy, he must prioritize the overall interests of the Navy. In recent years, the world government has deliberately bolstered the CP-9 Secret Intelligence Agency, which guards Judicial Island, in order to weaken the power of the naval headquarters. This CP-9 Secret Intelligence Agency is reputed to have significant influence. Their role is to serve the world government and engage in various covert activities, including the assassination of revolutionary leaders. Even he, as the Admiral of the Navy, does not possess a comprehensive understanding of the internal composition of the CP-9 Secret Intelligence Agency. At present, if the situation regarding Qin Xuan were to further provoke the upper echelons of the world government, the Navy headquarters would undoubtedly suffer a significant decline in its standing. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he ultimately resolved to dispatch the relatively composed and capable Carp, who could effectively subdue Sakazuki, as a more prudent measure. I shall accompany you. I too wish to witness the remarkable prowess of this young individual who has compelled the foremost powers of our era to bow in submission. At that moment, Admiral Tsuru promptly expressed her agreement. Her interest in Qin Xuan was piqued not only due to his successful escape from Impel Down, but also because he had managed to draw Douglas Bullet to his side. Douglas Barrett, once a formidable pirate, had engaged in countless encounters with Crane. There is no time to linger. You must depart promptly, and remember to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Since the world government has made its decision, let us strive with utmost diligence to persuade Qin Xuan and the others to surrender, Sengoku concluded. Shortly thereafter, Carp departed the office alongside Crane, making their way to a large warship moored at the port of Marineford. After approximately half an hour, a vessel carrying two distinguished marine admirals gradually set sail from the port of Marineford. In the eye of the storm, the town of Rog is undergoing a tremendous upheaval. As the commanding officer of the Rog Navy branch and the most formidable figure in the town, Colonel Smoker now finds himself gasping for breath, sprawled upon the ground. Meanwhile, before him stood three individuals, including Qin Xuan. What are your thoughts? Smoker suddenly spat a mouthful of blood and, mustering the last remnants of his waning strength, gritted his teeth and spoke. At that moment, he was not afraid of death. Rather, his anger stemmed primarily from being defeated by a few pirates, which filled him with a profound sense of humiliation. However, just as he finished speaking, Qin Xuan delivered a swift kick to his chest. You truly talk too much. Lacking any real strength, yet you still enjoy chattering away. Furthermore, I must inform you, this is the weakest region in the world, the East Blue. Your perceived success here is not a testament to your strength, but rather a reflection of the weakness of those around you. If you truly wish to broaden your horizons, venture into the new world. Only then will you come to understand what it means to confront genuine power. Chapter 44. The impetuous Bartolomeo. Once Qin Xuan concluded his remarks, Smoker succumbed to his extreme weakness and fainted. Lord Smoker. The surrounding Navy soldiers, witnessing the defeat of their superior, cried out in alarm. However, paralyzed by fear of Qin Xuan and his companion's formidable prowess, they could only fret anxiously from a distance. Are we not going to kill him? Inquired Sir Crocodile, raising his poisoned hook. What purpose would there be in eliminating such a minor character? If news reaches the New World, those fellows might think we take pleasure in preying on the weak, Qin Xuan replied nonchalantly. In truth, had he not been compelled by circumstance, he would have preferred to spare Smoker's life. After all, Smoker is a rather principled individual, albeit one who often misjudges his own strength, resulting in frequent near defeats. Moreover, the naval forces in the East Blue are already significantly weakened. If he were to eliminate their commander, the region would undoubtedly devolve into a haven for pirates, an outcome that Qin Xuan is keen to avoid. Furthermore, with impending negotiations with the world government and the marine headquarters, it would be unwise to eliminate an adversary's leader at such a critical juncture, as it would undoubtedly provoke animosity. After much contemplation, he resolved to let Smoker go. Alas, if he spares this individual, will he also release the lesser minions? Upon hearing Qin Xuan's decision not to engage Smoker, Sir Crocodile expressed his disappointment. His reputation had already been thoroughly tarnished. The once formidable warlord of the sea had now aligned himself with a relatively obscure pirate crew. At this moment, it is likely that the other warlords are mocking him from the shadows. After much effort, he had finally secured a position as a naval commander possessing a natural-type devil fruit, albeit merely a colonel in the naval branch. Yet, even a morsel of meat is still meat. Should he succeed in slaying this adversary, the news would undoubtedly reverberate across the globe, allowing him to somewhat restore his tarnished reputation. Do not harm them. They still serve a purpose. Qin Chuan warned coldly as he approached the group of naval soldiers, who instantly tensed at his approach, many trembling nervously. Help me with the task. If you succeed, nothing will happen to your esteemed smoker. However, should you fail, the entire navy of Loguetown will accompany Roger to an eternal grave, Qin Chuan declared, each word resonating with ominous clarity. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to question the veracity or feasibility of his words. Then, a middle-aged man, seemingly the temporary leader of the naval soldiers, summoned his courage and asked, "What do you require of us? If it involves any unlawful acts, we would rather die than comply." Despite his fear of Qin Chuan and his entourage, he felt compelled, donning the naval uniform, to uphold a semblance of honor rather than allow pirates to wreak havoc. At this moment, Crocodile, witnessing the man's defiance, considered reprimanding him. But Qin Chuan halted him with a gesture. "I shan't make things overly difficult for you. After all, your capabilities are rather limited. I merely need you to locate someone in Loguetown." Locate someone? Whom? The man's tone softened upon realizing that Qin Chuan's request was merely to find an individual. His name is Bartolomeo. He possesses a distinctive green mohawk, a tattoo beneath his right eye, and is adorned with a nose ring. His visage resembles a ghoul, with a chest tattoo of black wing-like half-circles, draped in a purple coat featuring a skull design and checkered trousers, complemented by a short blade at his waist. He speaks with a dialect, often adding bay to his sentences, and his laughter is unmistakable. Ha ha. If you encounter such a peculiar figure, it is surely him. Upon hearing of Qin Chuan's search for Bartolomeo, the two men beside the leader exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in unison, clearly indicating that they were unfamiliar with this individual. Since even Sand Crocodile does not recognize this individual, it suggests that he is not a person of significant importance. Given this, it is perplexing that Qin Chuan would go to such lengths to seek him out. Are we to apprehend him and bring him here? It is impossible for you to capture him. To speak candidly, even if your esteemed smoker were to take action personally, it would likely be futile to harm him. Therefore, all you need to do is relay a message. I shall remain in this tavern throughout the day, and if he does not come to find me by midnight, then neither he nor his subordinates shall see the light of tomorrow. Qin Chuan suddenly narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. His tone was remarkably calm, yet his gaze conveyed a wealth of underlying meaning. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the middle-aged man swallowed hard and immediately turned to shout at the naval soldiers. "From this moment forth, I want everyone to scour the entirety of Loguetown. We must locate that individual." Yes, the remaining naval soldiers, who had not yet fled, shouted in unison before scattering in different directions. In that moment, the naval commander rushed to Smoker's side, assisting him to his feet. Observing this, Qin Chuan said nothing further and promptly led the way into a nearby tavern. The proprietor of this establishment had witnessed the entire scene unfold, and upon seeing Qin Chuan approach, he was so startled that he collapsed onto the ground. "What are you panicking for? Quickly prepare some fine wine and exquisite meat for us," Qin Chuan admonished the tavern owner with a stern glare. Heeding Qin Chuan's command, the tavern owner, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation, hurriedly retreated to arrange the food and drink. Chapter 45. The tavern melee. Once inside the tavern and indulging in their libations, Shichibukai Crocodile could no longer contain his curiosity. "Captain Qin Chuan, who exactly is this Bartolomeo you mentioned that warrants such an elaborate endeavor to seek him out?" After all, the three of them had stirred quite a commotion upon their arrival in Loguetown, and even a fool would recognize that news of their actions had undoubtedly reached the ears of the world government and the Navy in no time. At present, the fleet of Sakasaki is searching for their whereabouts in the East China Sea. If by chance their adversaries are in this vicinity, an encounter with the general is highly probable. A minor pirate, though his devil fruit is rather intriguing, possesses average strength. However, should he be successfully recruited, his loyalty would undoubtedly surpass that of many others. Thus, I deem it worthwhile for him, Qin Chuan mused. Upon hearing Qin Chuan openly question his loyalty, Crocodile merely snorted in response. It is inconceivable for him to become a crew member under Qin Chuan, as he remains reluctant to serve under another, particularly after Smoker's words today, which had, to some extent, provoked him. Consequently, he finds himself harboring thoughts of rebellion. Nevertheless, he is acutely aware of the evident disparity in strength between himself and Qin Chuan, compelling him to bide his time and strategize. What kind of devil fruit ability does that fellow possess? Douglas Barrett, unable to suppress his curiosity after hearing Qin Chuan's high praise, inquired. He is a barrier fruit user, classified among the paramecia type of devil fruits. One should not underestimate this ability, as it allows the creation of an impenetrable barrier that cannot be destroyed by any means, and can also be employed offensively. In other words, even the most formidable opponents would find it exceedingly difficult to breach his defenses. The effects of this devil fruit will be particularly pronounced during team battles. Thus, should he be present, we would hold a significant advantage in our impending confrontation with the New World or the Navy, Qin Chuan elucidated. An impenetrable barrier fruit? Upon hearing this, Crocodile exhaled a ring of smoke and scoffed. Having witnessed a myriad of situations, he had yet to encounter an invulnerable defense, and thus, he found Qin Chuan's assertion hard to believe. You'll discover the truth when the time comes. Qin Chuan opted not to engage in further dispute, instead raising his glass of whiskey to his lips. As evening descended, just after Qin Chuan and his companions finished their dinner at the tavern, the door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang. Entering was none other than the man Qin Chuan had described to the group earlier that day, Bartolomeo. Behind him trailed several menacing figures. At that moment, Bartolomeo's attire was indeed precisely as Qin Chuan had described, as if Qin Chuan had encountered him previously. This revelation startled both Shacklock Dahl and Douglas Barrett, who were accustomed to being in close proximity to Qin Chuan, leaving them puzzled as to how he could possibly know Bartolomeo's appearance today. Bartolomeo, you have arrived later than I anticipated, Qin Chuan remarked, swirling the whiskey in his glass nonchalantly. Humph, I heard from those scoundrels that someone was looking for me, claiming they wanted to ensure I would not see the sun tomorrow. I fear many things, but death is not one of them. Hence, I came to discover who possesses such audacity. Bartolomeo scoffed, a hint of disdain in his tone. Meanwhile, his companions produced their weapons, a display that did not escape Qin Chuan's notice. Is it true that you've brought your gang along to collect your remains? He inquired. Curiosity piqued as he cast a glance at Bartolomeo's entourage. It seems you are aware of my true identity. Bartolomeo's brow furrowed slightly at Qin Chuan's words. Originating from Loguetown, currently reigning over its underworld, while wielding the power of the barrier fruit, am I correct? Qin Chuan continued. Knowing my devil fruit ability, do you still dare to court death? I shall grant you another opportunity to articulate your thoughts. For before you stands a man who has recently escaped the world's most fortified prison, vanquished formidable pirate crews in the New World, and recruited both a warlord of the sea and a legendary pirate from the Roger era. My purpose here is to invite you to join my ranks. However, should you continue to exhibit such arrogance, I shall not hesitate to ensure you remain confined to this place forever. Qin Chuan's previously jovial demeanor shifted to one of stern seriousness, his expression markedly cold. His words sent a tremor through Bartolomeo, who recognized the notorious figures before him. Notorious pirates causing a stir worldwide. Thus, despite possessing the formidable ability of absolute defense, he doubted his capacity to contend with them. Yet, his brash and reckless nature would not allow him to yield easily. I shall step outside now. If you possess the courage, come at me, Bartolomeo declared defiantly, turning to exit the tavern. At that moment, Qin Chuan had yet to utter a word, but his companion, SHK Lu KDR, could no longer restrain himself. The mere fact that they had come to seek out such an obscure individual had already incensed him. Now, it seemed as though the other party regarded the three of them with disdain, igniting a murderous intent within him. Observing that Qin Chuan appeared ready to act against him, he decided to take the initiative, eager to gauge the true strength of the man's devil fruit abilities. In an instant, SHK Lu KDR raised his poisonous hook and darted towards Bartolomeo like the wind, intent on swiftly claiming the life of his adversary. Chapter 46, Absolute Defense. Beware of his devil fruit techniques. Qin Chuan shouted, alarmed by SHK Lu KDR's reckless advance. He was acutely aware of the potency of the opponent's abilities. Yet, despite his warning, it was already too late, for Bartolomeo had swiftly prepared for the encounter. In a flash, he turned around and assumed a classic common's fingers gesture with both hands. With a slight grunt, Bartolomeo declared, shield ball. In the very next moment, just as SHK Lu KDR's poisonous hook was about to pierce his face, it unexpectedly collided with an invisible barrier. With a resounding clang, SHK Lu KDR was forced to retreat. However, he had barely taken 2 steps back when he found himself crashing against a solid object behind him. Once he regained his composure, he realized he had become ensnared within a spherical glass barrier. It is evident that this barrier is a manifestation of the individual's devil fruit ability. I am eager to discern the true strength of your shield. After SHK Lu KDR proclaimed this, a layer of crimson hockey enveloped his venomous hook in an instant. Following this, he gathered his strength and struck directly at the barrier. A resounding clang echoed through the air. To his astonishment, the venomous hook, upon colliding fiercely with the barrier, was utterly incapable of inflicting any damage. How could this be? SHK Lu KDR's expression darkened upon witnessing this. If even hockey could not breach it, could this phenomenon truly be insurmountable? If that were the case, would he not be invincible? At this moment, DGLSB could not suppress his curiosity. Humph, it is not as miraculous as it seems. Although this phenomenon appears insurmountable, did you observe? That individual's hands remain poised in that gesture. This is because he must be prepared to activate his devil fruit ability at any moment to sustain this barrier. In other words, if you were to charge at him now, his shield would vanish, even if you refrain from striking him. It won't be long before he can no longer maintain that barrier himself. Qin Chuan explained loudly from the side. His words were not solely directed at Douglas Barrett. They were also intended for Bartolomeo, who stood at a distance. Indeed, upon hearing Qin Chuan's remarks, Bartolomeo's expression shifted, and he promptly lowered his hands. In the next moment, The barrier enveloping Crocodile dissipated. Witnessing the disappearance of the shield, Crocodile contemplated reasserting his dominance. Hey, Crocodile, enough. Come back. He may not be able to defeat you. But if it comes to blows, you will find it equally challenging to harm him. Qin Chuan interjected once more. This time, his tone was considerably more forceful, as if he were issuing a command to Shiryu. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Crocodile, albeit reluctantly, returned to Qin Chuan's side. However, his demeanor was far from pleasant. His gaze fixed intently on Bartolomeo ahead. It seems you possess considerable insight into me. I even suspect you have been lurking in my vicinity all along. I sought you out today not only to confront Colonel Smoker, but, if all goes as planned, the Navy's warship should now be encircling the waters of Loguetown. For your sake, I am now at odds with the entire Navy, so you should feel honored. Do you understand? That fool Smoker truly believed I could not handle him? I merely wished to exploit him. After all, having such a useless individual in Loguetown makes my endeavors considerably easier. However, if I were to defeat him, it is likely that the Navy headquarters would dispatch someone else, thus inviting unnecessary troubles upon myself, Bartolomeo remarked nonchalantly. Indeed. His strength was entirely sufficient to vanquish Smoker, yet he refrained from taking action, wishing to avoid drawing the Navy's attention at this juncture. Even his underworld dealings were developing clandestinely, not fully emerging into the light, as Loguetown held profound significance for the Navy. Therefore, should any major incident occur here, the Navy would undoubtedly intervene. Your shield fruit possesses some utility, yet its shortcomings are equally fatal. You must be aware of this, even if I do not articulate it. Thus, if you truly intend to engage me in combat, your chances of victory are utterly non-existent. Do you comprehend? Qin Chuan spoke again. Spare me your trivialities. Until you have bested me, you shall never have my willing allegiance. Bartolomeo firmly rejected Qin Chuan. Very well. Then I shall witness how you will beg for mercy on your knees. Upon completing his statement, Qin Chuan immediately activated the system through his thoughts. Ding. The host has successfully used the character card of Uchiha Itachi, reducing the usage count by 1. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Bartolomeo instantly became alert. In the next moment, Qin Chuan abruptly commenced his assault within the confines of the cramped tavern. Dragon of Fire Technique, he uttered with a soft grunt, subsequently opening his mouth to unleash a colossal fire dragon that surged toward Bartholomew. In this limited space, the dragon nearly threatened to shatter the entirety of the room. Wherever it passed, all objects were instantly charred. Upon witnessing the approaching fire dragon, Bartolomeo remained utterly composed, immediately extending his hands to form the common's fingers gesture. In the next moment, a transparent square barrier unfolded before him. With a thunderous roar, the colossal fire dragon collided with this transparent square shield. However, as Qin Chuan had anticipated, the fire dragon was unable to inflict any damage upon it. At this moment, within the transparent square barrier, Bartolomeo could not help but smile faintly. Chapter 47, Recruiting Crew Again. Knowing my barrier fruit ability, do you still wish to defeat me with such trivial tactics? Do you not find it amusing? Humph, that was merely an appetizer. Now the real challenge begins. Technique of the crow clone. In the next instant, Qin Chuan's form was suddenly transformed into dozens of black crows. Earlier, the reason he employed the fire dragon technique was merely to probe whether the jutsu of the Naruto world could indeed penetrate the powers of the devil fruits from the world of pirates. In truth, it could not. Thus, Qin Chuan must exploit the vulnerabilities of the barrier fruit. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan transform into a swarm of crows, Bartolomeo was taken aback. Subsequently, the flock of crows circled around his absolute barrier from all directions and lunged towards him. Consequently, his impenetrable defense was rendered utterly ineffective. Faced with this predicament, Bartolomeo hastily deactivated the barrier. However, the moment he did so, the crows regrouped behind him. You're finished. Superhuman strength attack. Qin Chuan scoffed, then delivered a powerful punch directly to Bartolomeo's back. With a resounding crash, Bartolomeo was hurled forward, crashing into the bar and obliterating it in an instant. The superhuman strength attack was a martial technique devised by Hashirama Senju, which, coincidentally, Itachi Uchiha had also mastered. It involves precise chakra control, concentrating it in a specific area of the body before unleashing it, resulting in tremendous physical damage. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi, within Qin Chuan, concentrated all the chakra he had brought with him into his fist, preparing to unleash a powerful strike. However, at the last moment, Qin Chuan slightly tempered the force of his blow. Otherwise, at such a close range, even a body as resilient as steel would have been grievously injured. His primary objective was to recruit Bartolomeo, and inflicting severe harm upon him would serve no benefit to anyone. Following Bartolomeo's defeat, the surrounding gangsters were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances before swiftly turning to flee. Humph, your underlings have abandoned you. It appears your leadership is rather lacking. Moreover, it is not merely my perspective. Is there any intrigue in mingling within this minuscule expanse? If you would be so inclined, I could escort you to the grand stage of a new world, where, with your extraordinary devil fruit abilities, I am confident you shall truly shine. At that moment, Qin Chuan once more urged him. Bartolomeo is rather different from Sir Crocodile. While both possess a rebellious spirit, Sir Crocodile is astute and cunning, well-versed in the art of patience. In contrast, Bartolomeo is rather impulsive, and should he be provoked, he may recklessly engage in conflict. Thus, Qin Chuan's strategy was to utterly shatter his confidence head-on, and then seize the opportunity to lend him a hand. Indeed, after rising and brushing off the dust from his attire, a flicker of struggle finally appeared on Bartolomeo's face. Much like Sir Crocodile, both are individuals of self-importance, and naturally, they are not particularly inclined to submit to others. Young man, allowing you entry is a privilege. In terms of fame and prowess, we far surpass you. Seeing this fellow still hesitating, Sir Crocodile could not help but voice his reproach. After Bartolomeo cast a fleeting glance at Sir Crocodile, he replied coolly, "If it weren't for the captain's intervention today, you would still be trapped in my barrier ball, begging for mercy. Are you seeking death?" Witnessing Bartolomeo's audacity to retort, Sir Crocodile prepared to strike again. "Enough of the bickering. We are all allies from now on. Let us rest early tonight. For tomorrow we must confront some formidable adversaries." Qin Chuan promptly interjected. In truth, the moment Bartolomeo uttered the word captain, he realized that his counterpart had wholly surrendered. However, he hesitated to speak directly, thus opting for a more nuanced expression of his thoughts. Simultaneously, as Bartolomeo announced his capitulation, a notification chimed within his system. Ding. "Congratulations, host, on your triumphant conquest over the enemy. You have earned a total of 30,000 prestige points." Indeed, the prestige points were not exceedingly high, yet they were preferable to none at all. With Bartolomeo having consented to join his pirate crew, there was no need for further conflict, especially since the waters outside were sure to be tumultuous. According to Qin Chuan's estimation, the naval forces would likely arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest. Given that the navy was on the prowl, perhaps we should make our escape under the cover of night? I have several inconspicuous ships available for our departure. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Bartolomeo immediately suggested, "Should you flee, do so on your own. I wouldn't mind eliminating a couple of naval commanders." Sand Crocodile seized the opportunity to mock. "There's no need for retreat. I intend to pay a visit to Marineford and ascertain the strength of those old-timers." Qin Chuan replied with a nonchalant demeanor. "What? You truly wish to go to Marineford? With the strength of the four of us? It seems we would be venturing into a one-way trip. Perhaps we should wait?" Douglas Barrett could no longer contain his concerns. Having just escaped from Impelled Down, he feared that a trip to Marineford would likely result in their demise under the combined might of the Navy. "It's not my desire to go. They are pleading for our presence. Do you understand? Goodness, your bravado surpasses even mine, yet I find it appealing." Qin Chuan's bold declaration thoroughly captivated Bartolomeo, who, being an admirer of the strong, felt not fear but a thrill of excitement at the prospect of Qin Chuan's proposal to visit Marineford. Chapter 48. The Appearance of the Marine Admiral. Witnessing Bartolomeo's fearless demeanor, Sir Crocodile, a former warlord of the sea frequently traversing the formidable Marineford, felt compelled to stand resolute in the face of adversity. Observing that the others seemed to regard Marineford with a sense of nonchalance, Douglas Barrett could only hope that the legendary naval hero would not make an appearance. The following morning, after the four had partaken in breakfast, they ventured out onto the streets of Loguetown. As the four individuals arrived at the location of yesterday's square, they collectively sensed an unsettling atmosphere. "Have you noticed anything unusual?" Douglas Barrett was the first to speak. "It is eerily quiet. This square has always been the liveliest spot in Roguetown, even after the commotion you caused yesterday. It is simply inconceivable that not a single soul traverses the entire street," Bartolomeo remarked, gazing at the desolate thoroughfare with palpable curiosity. Clearly, something significant must have transpired in Roguetown. "Look," Qin Chuan suddenly remarked, lowering his expression as he cast a glance towards the distant end of the street ahead. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the three individuals beside him immediately readied themselves for battle. Even Bartolomeo, standing nearby, positioned himself in front of the group, seemingly prepared to activate a barrier to protect them all. In the next moment, a large contingent of individuals clad in white coats emerged not far ahead. Clearly, these white coats were the uniforms of the Navy. How intriguing. That individual has also arrived. As the figures gradually approached, Sha Clockter's lips curled into a cold smirk. Among them, apart from Qin Chuan, he possessed the deepest understanding of the Navy's internal personnel arrangements. Douglas Barrett had been imprisoned for over 20 years and was no longer familiar with the outside world, while Bartolomeo had merely established his underworld operations in this small territory, thus lacking familiarity with certain matters concerning the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing Sha Clockter's remark, both of them felt a surge of curiosity. "Who could it be?" Bartolomeo inquired casually. "It is the Navy Admiral, known as Akainu Sakazuki." Before Sha Clockter could respond, Qin Chuan stepped forward and coldly proclaimed. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Bartolomeo involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. Although he had never faced a Navy admiral in combat, he had certainly witnessed their prowess and never doubted their formidable strength. The admiral at the naval headquarters epitomizes the pinnacle of the Navy's combat prowess, rendering him an invincible force within the naval command. The thought of confronting an admiral instilled a sense of trepidation, prompting him to form the common's fingers gesture with both hands, ever poised to initiate a defensive maneuver. In the next moment, the naval forces led by Sakazuki gradually approached and halted before them. Behind him stood 3 vice admirals, establishing a tense 4v4 standoff. At that juncture, Sakazuki, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, surveyed Qin Chuan before directing his gaze towards Sir Crocodile behind him. Sir Crocodile, you are truly a disgrace. Bestowing upon you the title of Warlord of the Sea was an act of kindness, yet here you are, reduced to being someone's dog. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Sakazuki commenced his scathing mockery. Upon hearing this, Sir Crocodile nearly spat blood, as this was the second time within a mere 24 hours that he had endured such derision. However, faced with an admiral, a stark contrast to Smoker, he could only retort with words. What business is it of yours whom I choose to ally with? Since the world government has stripped me of my title, I am no longer associated with you. Huh, utterly ridiculous. Do you truly believe that joining forces with another worthless individual could challenge the world government or our navy? Today, I shall eradicate you disorganized rabble right here in Loguetown. Sakazuki coldly admonished. Hey, little red dog, hasn't the world government sent you to convey a message? At that moment, Qin Chuan interjected with a startling remark. Upon hearing his words, the individuals behind him were taken aback. Simultaneously, the 4 across from them, including Sakazuki, were momentarily stunned, but they quickly regained their usual composure. Nevertheless, despite their swift recovery, Qin Chuan astutely perceived this subtle shift. In truth, after his victory over Shy Crocodile, he had anticipated that the world government would contemplate his recruitment. After all, he not only subdued the former warlord of the sea, but also had a formidable fiend adrift upon the seas. Thus, should Qin Chuan truly ascend to the ranks of the warlords of the sea, it would be exceedingly advantageous for the world government. A single position could ensnare 3 notorious pirates, an exceptional feat indeed. The world government had indeed dispatched an official correspondence. At that moment, Sakazuki spoke once more. As he spoke, the expressions of the 3 individuals behind him shifted dramatically, and they all turned to look at him in unison. After all, it had been agreed upon that this matter would remain concealed. Oh, what was said? The world government has mandated that our navy must impose severe punishment on the 2 criminals who escaped from the deep-sea prison, and furthermore, we must utterly eradicate the disgraceful former warlord of the sea. Sakazuki articulated each word with precision. Falsely representing the orders of the world government is no trivial matter. Are you 3 marine admirals truly unafraid of the repercussions that may follow? Upon hearing Sakazuki's proclamation, Qin Chuan remained unconvinced. He was all too familiar with the machinations of the world government. Chapter 49, The Onset of War. Firstly, it is important to note that the warlord system was conceived by them with a straightforward objective to mitigate the chaos plaguing the world. Yet, in reality, the disorderly state of the world is a consequence of their own actions. In essence, they desire a world that is not at peace, thus willingly granting a legitimate status to certain infamous pirates. Although the world remains under the dominion of the celestial dragons, they have persistently tested the limits of the global populace over the years. Consequently, the higher-ups, in an effort to divert attention, naturally direct their ire towards pirates scattered across the globe. If there were no pirates in this world, what significance would the Navy, Judicial Island, and the deep-sea prison hold? Furthermore, by that time, the common folk would only be concerned with how to live in peace. Would the celestial dragons still dare to treat the masses as their slaves? Perhaps, if provoked, the people might indeed unite and rise against the tyranny of the celestial dragons. Thus, for the celestial dragons and the world government, the existence of pirates is absolutely essential. If Qin Chuan were to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, it would truly align with their utmost interests. Admiral Sakazuki may have already received information in advance. Should we not consider retreating? At this juncture, sensing that Qin Chuan had anticipated certain developments, the subordinate behind Sakazuki, the ghost spider, could no longer contain himself. Being inherently timid and having consistently opposed Sakazuki in this matter, he disregarded the presence of others and openly challenged Sakazuki's authority. What did you say? Upon hearing his subordinate descend in front of Qin Chuan and the others, Sakazuki's expression darkened instantly. He then turned, clenched his fists, and glared at the ghost spider. Upon witnessing Sakazuki's furious gaze directed at him, Ghost Spider was taken aback, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Although the 2 were merely separated by a single rank, their strengths were worlds apart. Ghost Spider's words only served to reinforce Qin Chuan's conviction. As far as I am aware, the Navy headquarters is set to establish an additional admiral position, and the 3 of you have lingered in the vice admiral ranks for quite some time. Should today's incident provoke the world government's ire, you shall undoubtedly find yourselves estranged from any prospect of promotion to admiral. In that moment, Qin Chuan unveiled yet another explosive revelation. As soon as this news broke, it immediately stirred unrest within the naval ranks. Whispers began to circulate regarding Qin Chuan's remarks. Foolishness. I have not heard of any plans to appoint a new admiral within the Navy. Do not disturb the morale here. Today, I was dispatched to apprehend you. And should anyone dare to resist, they shall face ruthless consequences. Furthermore, should anyone within the Navy defy orders, they must not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Sakazuki sensed that the situation was amiss. Initially, he had intended to incite discord among Shichibukai by pitting them against each other. However, rather than fostering internal strife, it seemed that his own faction was beginning to show signs of rebellion. Thus, he found himself compelled to adopt a more resolute stance. As Sakazaki spoke with such finality, the three lieutenant generals behind him felt a profound reluctance, yet they dared not openly defy the general's command. Noticing their silence, Sakazaki turned his gaze once more. Who is that green-haired individual? Why have you intruded here? Depart at once, lest you be swept away with the rest. He then shifted his attention to Bartolomeo, who stood beside Qin Chuan. What business is it of yours? Bartolomeo, feeling belittled by Sakazaki's disdain, was ignited with anger. Enough of this idle chatter. If we cannot reach an agreement, then let us engage in combat. Realizing the situation had spiraled beyond redemption, a surge of crimson energy began to envelop Douglas Barrett. And this is his unique devil form. Simultaneously, Qin Chuan instantaneously summoned Might Guy once more. Ding. The host successfully utilized the Might Guy character card, reducing the usage count by 1. The last time he faced Shanks, he employed the moon reading technique, resulting in his complete exhaustion for several days, alongside significant damage to his eyes. Therefore, without the opportunity to exchange for the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he was unwilling to forcefully use moon reading again. Should it render his vision blind, it would be most unfortunate. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan resolved to summon Might Guy first. Very well, you may perish now. Unleash your fury. Cerberus. In the next moment, Sakazuki launched a full-scale assault. As he concluded his words, his arm elongated with astonishing rapidity, instantly transforming into molten lava. In the next moment, the entirely molten arm surged towards Qin Chuan and his companions with unparalleled speed. Witnessing the billowing smoke rising from the molten lava, Qin Chuan and the others furrowed their brows in concern. Yet, at that very instant, Bartolomeo, who had been poised for action, sprang into motion. He swiftly formed his signature gesture of Kamen's fingers. Just as the torrent of lava approached, a transparent square barrier unfurled before him. Thunderous roars erupted as Sakazuki's lava assault collided with this protective shield. In the following moment, a deafening explosion resonated throughout the skies of Loguetown. Even Smoker, lying in his sickbed, was jolted awake by the resounding noise. Has reinforcement arrived? Upon opening his eyes and seeing the naval soldiers nearby, he weakly inquired. Indeed, Lord Smoker. Admiral Sakazuki is leading the charge against the Qin Chuan pirate crew in a fierce battle. That is reassuring. With them in the fray, victory should be within reach. After hearing this, Smoker sighed and gradually closed his eyes once more to rest. Chapter 50. Intense Battle. Trapping Sakazuki. In the square, Sakazuki's formidable assault appeared overwhelmingly powerful, as even the shockwave from the explosion instantaneously reduced the surrounding buildings to rubble. Yet, despite this, the protective barrier conjured by Bartholomew remained unscathed, without a single crack. Huh. The Admiral of the Navy, is that all there is to it? Upon witnessing his barrier successfully withstand the full force of the Admiral's strike, Bartholomew could not help but smile slightly. This left Shaw Clockter and Douglas Barrett beside him in a state of astonishment. They had distinctly felt the formidable might of Sakazuki's attack moments ago, yet the outcome still failed to breach his impenetrable defense. Witnessing this scene, they began to realize that Qin Chuan's journey here was indeed worthwhile. Yet, Qin Chuan observed all of this with remarkable composure. After all, this protective barrier of his was capable of wholly withstanding even the mighty King Elisabello II's royal fist. Elisabello II, the sovereign of the Pradenis kingdom, wielded a naturally formidable physique that allowed him to unleash devastating blows capable of breaching the fortifications of enemy nations with but a single strike. It is said that even those as powerful as the four emperors would meet their demise if struck, earning it the moniker of a natural weapon of destruction. Hence, the attack from Sakazuki was utterly incomparable to the royal fist, and, as such, could not hope to penetrate this barrier. However, as Qin Chuan remarked, the efficacy of this contraption was somewhat limited. It could only defend a small section of the front, leaving the other three sides entirely vulnerable. If Bartolomeo were to relinquish his grip, the protective barrier would utterly vanish, presenting significant drawbacks. Act swiftly, Bartolomeo. Seize the opportunity to ensnare that Sakazuki with your barrier ball while the other three of us swiftly dispatch those three marine admirals. Qin Chuan immediately issued orders to the three individuals beside him. In the next moment, Qin Chuan paused for a brief instant, then propelled himself forward with a decisive leap, utilizing the reaction force from the ground beneath his feet. Observing Qin Chuan's engagement, the three individuals behind him surged forward as well, prompting Bartolomeo to retract his protective barrier. As they witnessed the opponent charging forward, the three rear admirals swiftly drew their weapons and rushed in as well. In an instant, a tumultuous battle erupted at the heart of the square. The surrounding structures were rapidly devastated by the might of these formidable individuals. In a flash, Qin Chuan executed a technique that allowed him to momentarily disappear, reappearing like a specter directly behind Sakazuki. 8 gates of opening, first gate, and inner lotus, Qin Chuan shouted. As a surge of verdant energy erupted around him, enveloping his form. However, just as he prepared to deliver a kick to Sakazuki, the latter instantaneously transformed into an elemental state. Thus, when Qin Chuan's foot struck, it met only empty air. Curse be it. The speed and explosiveness of the third gate of the 8 gates of opening proved insufficient for a surprise attack against him. Upon realizing this, Qin Chuan's expression darkened. For he discerned that even the formidable burst of energy from the 8 gates of opening could not evade Sakazuki's keen perception. Moments later, Sakazuki reappeared beside Qin Chuan with a contemptuous grunt, and once again, he transformed his arm into molten rock. In the next heartbeat, his molten arm contorted into the shape of a canine head, extending its fiery appendage towards Qin Chuan. 8 gates of opening, 5th gate. And the door of dueling is now unsealed. At this juncture, Qin Chuan had no choice but to hastily activate the 5th gate of his 8 gates of opening. As Qin Chuan opened the 5th gate, his speed had escalated to a level where he could stir the air and disturb the ground as he moved. Should he dare to open the 6th gate, the strain on his body would be immense, potentially inflicting severe damage. Thus, after reaching the 5th gate, he swiftly retreated at high speed. Yet, despite his utmost velocity, the molten arm of the dog-headed creature lightly grazed his chest. In an instant, his clothing was reduced to ashes, leaving his chest charred and blackened. After stabilizing himself from the rapid retreat, Qin Chuan found himself drenched in cold sweat. Had he been any slower, his entire body might have been penetrated. The might of this general was indeed terrifying. At that moment, while Sakazuki was fully engaged with Qin Chuan, Bartolomeo, who was battling the ghost spider, seized an opportunity to evade a sword strike. He swiftly darted beside Sakazuki and struck a classic pose. In the next moment, a transparent barrier sphere enveloped Sakazuki completely. Hey, protect me. Don't let anyone hit me. Bartolomeo called out to the nearby Sir Crocodile, feeling no joy at having ensnared Sakazuki. Instead, he was anxious, for maintaining the sphere's effect required his complete focus, leaving him vulnerable to attack. If he were struck now, his fate would be sealed. The ghost spider, possessing 8 limbs each wielding a long sword, was taken aback by Bartolomeo's successful confinement of Sakazuki. He quickly swung his 8 swords towards Bartolomeo. However, at that moment, a surge of violet lightning-like energy rushed towards him. This sudden assault forced him to halt and raise his swords to defend against the oncoming strike. The clash produced a series of sharp metallic sounds as the attack met the ghost spider's blades. Subsequently, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering back several steps before barely regaining his footing. It was evident that, despite being a vice admiral, he still fell short when facing a pirate of the warlords of the sea caliber. Otherwise, the world government would not have so readily chosen Sir Crocodile for that esteemed position. Meanwhile, trapped within the transparent barrier, Sakazuki was seething with rage. In the next moment, he slammed his completely molten fist against the barrier. A thunderous sound erupted from within. Yet, despite unleashing his full might, the barrier showed no signs of cracking. Outside, Bartolomeo wore a peculiar smile. How pathetic. Even a marine admiral is not so formidable. Sakazuki's fury was palpable, but for the 3 marine vice admirals outside, their emotions were more complex than mere anger. At this juncture, Qin Chuan, alongside Douglas Barrett and Sir Crocodile, quickly positioned themselves against their foes. Although the likes of the Weasel and Ghost Spider were formidable opponents, they appeared significantly outmatched against Qin Chuan and his allies. With a resounding impact, the Ghost Spider was sent crashing into a nearby building by a single punch from Douglas Barrett. Simultaneously, even the powerful Weasel was repelled by Qin Chuan's 5th gate. Ultimately, only the most formidable of the adversaries, Vice Admiral Doberman, remained to hold the line. Just as the marine forces were on the verge of collapse, a figure hurtled towards them from a distance. At that moment, all eyes turned in that direction. Upon witnessing the approaching figure, everyone present, save for Qin Chuan, was utterly astonished. Notably, Douglas Barrett finally displayed a hint of trepidation on his face. Charging at high speed was none other than the naval hero, Carp. Clad in the cloak of naval justice, Carp barreled toward the crowd with reckless abandon. Everyone, clear the way, he bellowed as he sprinted toward Qin Chuan and the others. At this moment, upon hearing Carp's words, everyone discreetly stepped aside. Thus, at the center of the battlefield, only Bartolomeo remained, steadfastly controlling Sakazuki. Hey, don't leave me behind, he exclaimed, realizing that everyone had dispersed and he was now fully exposed before Carp. After all, he could not afford to easily dismiss the transparent barrier at such a critical juncture, especially since Sakazuki's eyes were ablaze with fury. The original tactical plan was for him to hold off Sakazuki while the others dealt with the remaining Navy forces before coming to his aid. In the next moment, Carp had already surged towards him, raising his right hand and striking fiercely at the transparent barrier sphere. A thunderous sound erupted as his massive fist collided directly with the transparent sphere. In an instant, the sky reverberated with a terrifying roar. Following that, a crackling sound emanated from the transparent sphere. The next moment, the once impregnable transparent barrier began to fracture rapidly. This spectacle left everyone present utterly astonished. Even Qin Chuan could not help but furrow his brow. For until this point, he had firmly believed that Bartolomeo's absolute defense was unassailable. Yet now, Carp had created a fissure with a single blow. Although the transparent sphere had not yet shattered completely, and Sakazuki remained confined, it was evident that this contraption had lost much of its efficacy in the face of Carp's might. Shortly thereafter, Vice Admiral Tsuru arrived at the battlefield, accompanied by a substantial contingent of Navy soldiers. Consequently, the situation on the battlefield underwent a significant transformation. The Qinchuan pirate crew, once assured of victory, now found themselves shifting from a position of overwhelming advantage to one of disadvantage. Shell Crocodile and Douglas Barrett hastily moved to Qinchuan's side. Even the notoriously arrogant Crocodile refrained from speaking recklessly at this moment. Bartolomeo, release Sakazuki, Qinchuan suddenly uttered in a cold tone. Upon hearing Qinchuan's command, Bartolomeo swallowed hard and immediately retracted his gesture. Subsequently, the translucent barrier surrounding Sakazuki, which had already developed cracks, vanished. Once the barrier dissipated, Bartolomeo promptly retreated to stand before Qinchuan. Carp first surveyed his surroundings before directing his gaze towards the seething Sakazuki, who was evidently prepared to strike again at any moment. Sakazuki, are you contemplating betrayal? Just as everyone anticipated Carp to issue an attack command, he unexpectedly uttered this enigmatic remark. As soon as he uttered those words, the expressions of the three other naval admirals present instantly shifted. It was evident that their little ruse could hardly escape the scrutiny of those two old-timers at naval headquarters. Admiral Carp, I am at a loss as to what you are referring. Although Admiral Sakazuki was indeed a high-ranking officer, he maintained a composed demeanor even in this moment of tension. Marshal Sengoku issued a command yesterday, demanding that you cease the pursuit and apprehension of the Qinchuan pirate crew. Yet, you and your cohorts have turned a blind eye to the orders from naval headquarters. How do you justify this? I have received no such ludicrous command. All I know is that the Navy must uphold absolute justice. If we are to consistently bow to a handful of moderately powerful pirates, then what purpose do we serve in the Navy? Perhaps we should simply hand over the management of naval headquarters to those ruffians in the New World. Sakazuki retorted forcefully. Despite Carp's formidable reputation and strength, Sakazuki, as an admiral, held a superior rank and status. Thus, even when confronted by Carp's inquiry, he remained undaunted. Chapter 52. Negotiation with the World Government. Sakazuki, Naval Headquarters has now resolved to suspend your position as admiral and requires you to halt all current activities and return immediately to report in detail to Marshal Sengoku. This is a suspension order. Take a look for yourself. Crane interjected, tossing a sheet of white paper to Sakazuki. This time, upon catching the paper, Sakazuki refrained from incinerating it again. Instead, he clenched it in his hand and cast a cold glance at Qinchuan and the others. You lot, wait for me. One day, you shall pay for this. With that ominous proclamation, Sakazuki strode away from the square. Simultaneously, the remaining three naval admirals gathered closely. You three should accompany Sakazuki back and reflect on your actions. Crane understood that their defiance stemmed from a place of hardship, yet they had disobeyed orders, leaving her no choice but to instruct them to return. Understood. Thank you. The members of the group expressed their respect toward the two naval veterans and departed the scene. Once everyone had left, Carp slowly approached Qinchuan and his companions. At this point, Qinchuan's transformation into Might Guy had worn off, and had Carp chosen to strike, a single punch could have left him severely injured. However, it was evident that Carp harbored no intention of engaging in conflict with Qinchuan and the others. Thus he refrained from wasting another opportunity to invoke his character's power. At this moment, the three individuals beside him had become acutely vigilant, particularly Bartolomeo, who once again summoned his iconic gesture, poised for defense at any moment. The world government has recently issued an appointment regarding you and your crew. From this moment forth, you shall be a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Congratulations, Carp remarked with a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing Carp's words, the crowd, with the exception of Qinchuan, gaped in astonishment at Carp. Clearly, they had always regarded Qinchuan's intention to journey to the Holy Land, Mariehua, as mere jest. However, the situation had now shifted dramatically. Should Qinchuan indeed accept this appointment, he would gain legitimate entry to Mariehua. How audacious of those old fogies in the world government to presume I would acquiesce to their summons. After all, the title of Warlord of the Sea holds no allure for me. Just when everyone assumed Qinchuan would unhesitatingly accept the appointment, he unexpectedly uttered something astonishing. What? You are unwilling to accept this appointment? Upon hearing that Qinchuan might actually refuse the position of Warlord of the Sea, Carp's brow furrowed with concern. The individuals behind him, including the Crane, cast vigilant glances in his direction. The previously relaxed atmosphere abruptly shifted to one of palpable tension. Were they truly muddled in their thoughts, or was it sheer folly on their part? Did they expect him to accept the position of a mere Warlord of the Sea? He had obliterated the entirety of Impel-Down and commandeered the ships of the red-haired pirates, yet this was their response to him? Qinchuan did not hold back in his reproach. His words bore a semblance of truth. While the Warlords of the Sea each held prestigious statuses and formidable strengths, he was, after all, a man affiliated with Shanks. To be appointed as a warlord would only invite mockery from those in the New World. Indeed, If the world government were to designate those of emperor caliber as warlords, they might very well retaliate with a punch on the spot. It was evident that the world government merely sought to dispose of him casually, thus prompting Qin Chuan's ire. What do you intend to do? At that moment, Carp clenched his fist tightly. You must grant me a higher-ranking appointment, and I demand to oversee the other warlords of the sea, with no accountability to anyone. Qin Chuan gradually articulated his demands. Upon the utterance of those words, Carp was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into hearty laughter soon after. Young man, you are undeniably audacious. To suggest that the other warlords of the sea would serve as your subordinates is beyond our authority to decide. In other words, such a notion is utterly implausible. Should I then assume you are jesting with us? Carp bluntly dismissed Qin Chuan's demand. You are merely a vice-admiral. This matter does not fall within your purview. The higher-ups sent you a great distance not to negotiate with me, but to convey a message and to probe my limits. Surely, you are aware of this? Following Qin Chuan's retort, Carp's expression instantly darkened. Beside him, Douglas Barrett's fists began to subtly envelop themselves in a layer of crimson and black gas. At this critical juncture, it appeared that a grand battle was on the verge of erupting. However, at that moment, Carp let out a soft snort and then spoke again. If you desire a higher position, mere words will not suffice. To gain personal benefits from the world government and the Navy headquarters, you must be willing to make commensurate sacrifices. It is quite simple. I can assist you in eliminating these notorious warlords of the sea, which would undeniably be advantageous for your Navy. Moreover, throughout this journey, I have resolved numerous issues on your behalf, and you should be well aware of that, even without my prompting. Qin Chuan's stance was equally clear. He had indeed vanquished many pirates along the way, including the formidable Sir Crocodile and Douglas Barrett, thereby indirectly aiding both the world government and the Navy significantly. Furthermore, he promised to utterly defeat several other warlords of the sea and bring them under his command. However, this also presented a considerable risk, as it would elevate Qin Chuan's power to a potentially terrifying new height. At that point, even the Navy might find it challenging to confront him directly. Chapter 53, the bottom line of the world government. You just mentioned that I am merely a vice-admiral. I cannot make decisions on this matter at present. Thus, you should convey a message now. I will grant you half a day. After speaking, Qin Chuan turned on his heel and entered the nearby tavern without a backward glance. After a brief exchange of glances among Douglas Barrett and the others behind him, they hastily followed suit. Once everyone had entered, Carp turned to Admiral Crane. What shall we do? Should we report this matter to the higher-ups? At this juncture, Crane found herself equally uncertain and subsequently inquired of Carp. Inform Sengoku. If we truly intend to take action, then we will have no choice but to confront them head-on. Carp sighed, shaking his head. Initially, he had not anticipated the situation escalating to such an extent. Had he known that Qin Chuan was not so easily subdued, he would have allied with Akainu and the others in defiance from the outset. With himself, Akainu, and several other vice-admirals, it would have been impossible for Qin Chuan to escape, regardless of his formidable abilities. However, having already dispatched Akainu and the others, it was no longer realistic to summon them back at this moment. Thus, if the higher-ups truly opposed Qin Chuan's demands, he could only stand with Crane to confront those four individuals. At this moment, Carp was still quite astonished upon realizing that his charged strike had merely resulted in a crack on the transparent barrier. Unless absolutely necessary, he truly wished to avoid a large-scale confrontation with Qin Chuan and the others in this place. Soon, Crane went to report this matter, and upon receiving the news, Sengoku did not dare to delay. He promptly contacted the highest decision-making body of the world government, the Gorosei. In contrast, within the tavern, everyone was in remarkably high spirits, for they had just joined forces to defeat the troops led by the Marine Admiral, simultaneously compelling the legendary Carp to refrain from making any rash moves. At this moment, Bartolomeo, who had previously harbored grievances and discontent towards Qin Chuan, began to actively assist him in easing his shoulders. Qin Chuan himself had anticipated this outcome. However, he felt a twinge of annoyance at the fact that he had not garnered any prestige points from this fierce battle. The primary reason for this was that neither side had inflicted any substantial casualties. Observing his dwindling prestige points, now reduced to just over 100,000, Qin Chuan resolved that henceforth, he would take matters into his own hands whenever possible, realizing that relying on others often left him with nothing to show for it. After half an hour of clandestine discussions with the five elders, the conclusion of the warring states was finally reached. Following the latest directives from the higher-ups, Carp entered the tavern alongside Tsuru. Inside, Qin Chuan and his companions were indulging in rum. Upon spotting Carp's entrance, they promptly set their glasses down. Carp then approached Qin Chuan and the others with deliberate slowness. The response from above indicated that while they deemed your request somewhat excessive, there remains a sliver of negotiation potential. Oh, so you are inclined to acquiesce to our demands? Bartolomeo interjected at that moment. It is not so simple. The representatives from the world government have stated that unless you can eliminate several other warlords of the sea, there is no possibility of negotiating with them. Carp replied. You are a perceptive individual. I trust you comprehend the implications. Upon hearing Carp's words, Qin Chuan merely smiled faintly. He was well aware of the five elders' intentions. It was evident that to attain unprecedented privileges, he must prove his true capabilities. Although he had successfully subdued Sir Crocodile, there were still 6 other warlords of the sea scattered across the globe. Thus, only after Qin Chuan demonstrated absolute strength would the world government consider engaging in negotiations with him. How easy is it to dispose of all the other warlords of the sea in such a short span? By the time that occurs, the opportunity may very well be lost. Sir Crocodile expressed his dissatisfaction with the proposed terms. Weren't you just defeated a few days ago? Shiryu seized the moment to mercilessly mock Sir Crocodile. Caught off guard by Tsuru's words, Sir Crocodile found himself momentarily at a loss for a retort. Indeed, he had been vanquished by Qin Chuan within a mere day. Yet, at that moment, Qin Chuan interjected once more. If you wish to engage me in battle, with your laundry-themed devil fruit ability, I assure you, I will have you on the ground within 3 rounds. Do you believe me? Observing Sir Crocodile's humiliation, Qin Chuan felt compelled to defend his crew. After all, he was the undisputed leader of this formidable team. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Crane was momentarily taken aback, her expression swiftly transforming into one of solemnity as she turned her gaze towards him. She was acutely aware that Qin Chuan's prowess undoubtedly surpassed her own, for she lacked the confidence to single-handedly confront the monstrosities lurking within the depths of the undersea prison. Consequently, having been so bluntly challenged by Qin Chuan, she found herself ensnared in an equally awkward predicament as that of Sir Crocodile. The moment Crocodile heard Qin Chuan speak up on his behalf, a warmth spread through him, and he began to harbor a sense of admiration for Qin Chuan. Enough of the small talk. Eliminate the 3 remaining warlords of the sea, and we shall personally escort you to the holy land of Mariehua. At that juncture, how you choose to negotiate with the world government will hinge upon your own abilities. Observing the return of their verbal sparring, Karp laid his cards on the table with unreserved candor. In truth, the content of this statement had been previously conspired between the world government and the warring states, though he had not intended to reveal it all at once. From his perspective, he hoped that Qin Chuan could decisively vanquish the other 6 warlords of the sea in one fell swoop. However, Qin Chuan and his companions were no fools. Faced with such an exorbitant demand, they were hardly inclined to acquiesce. Had he mentioned it earlier, none of this would have transpired, and his partner would not have been subjected to my scorn. Qin Chuan let out a cold laugh and downed the rum in his hand in one go. Chapter 54. The target, the warlords of the sea. He then strode confidently past Karp and Crane, making his exit. After Sand Crocodile and the others shot a glance at Karp and the rest, they promptly followed suit. You had the opportunity to act just now. Suddenly, Crane's voice broke the silence, her tone not one of inquiry but of skepticism. I, too, considered taking action. After all, no one in this world has dared to be so brazen before me. Yet, I ultimately refrained, for he is Qin Chuan, a man I know nothing about. Moreover, the most crucial factor remains. We are still unaware of the secrets he harbors. Thus, should I act rashly and fail to subdue him, it would irrevocably sever any semblance of cordiality between us. Karp murmured quietly as he watched Qin Chuan and his companions depart. As they stepped out of the tavern, Qin Chuan suddenly inhaled deeply. The atmosphere inside had been stifling, despite possessing a formidable system. It required immense courage to engage in a verbal exchange with the extraordinarily powerful Karp at such close proximity. Fortunately, Karp had been relatively composed, displaying no intention of resorting to violence, or else Qin Chuan would not have been able to depart so easily. Wow, Captain Qin Chuan, you were incredibly imposing just now. Reprimanding him to his face, and he dared not retaliate, Bartolomeo exclaimed excitedly once they were outside. Meanwhile, even Douglas Barrett and Shah Crocodile gazed at Qin Chuan with a look of admiration. After all, both of them had already achieved considerable success, having previously interacted with figures like Karp. Yet, even those of their esteemed stature would never dare to act arrogantly in the presence of Karp. The consequences of such a miscalculation, should he strike unexpectedly, would be dire indeed. Captain, if a confrontation had truly arisen just now, would you have felt confident? Douglas Barrett inquired, having previously crossed swords with Karp and collaborated with him, thus possessing a clearer understanding of Karp's formidable prowess. At present, he remains uncertain of Qin Chuan's true potential. After all, during today's battle, he nearly fell victim to Sakazuki's attack. It is difficult to ascertain, but in reality, the most formidable individual within the Navy headquarters is not him. Are you referring to Sengoku? Crocodile also joined the conversation. No, it is Sakazuki, the one who faced us today. What? Sakazuki, that fellow couldn't even breach my transparent barrier. How could he possibly be compared to that old man in the tavern? You underestimate him far too much. If he truly unleashes his power, his strength would be utterly terrifying. Moreover, while you have temporarily confined him, if I am not mistaken, maintaining that protective barrier requires a continuous supply of your internal energy, does it not? Therefore, even if he remains inactive, you cannot keep him imprisoned indefinitely, can you? What will you do when your protective shield is automatically deactivated? Qin Chuan scoffed. Indeed, Bartolomeo's barrier is quite overpowered. Yet it can be easily circumvented. Anyone familiar with his abilities would certainly choose to sit down and rest, awaiting its automatic release. Thus, when faced with such a superpower, Bartolomeo's barrier serves merely to delay the opponent's advance. Furthermore, Sakazuki is the only individual in the pirate world to have directly defeated another admiral, even surpassing the formidable Roger, Rox, and the current Yonko. None of them managed to break an admiral's leg in direct confrontation, so one can only imagine the devastation Sakazuki could unleash at full strength. It appears that today's navy is not inferior to its former glory. What should our next course of action be? Should we proactively seek out the other warlords of the sea? Douglas Barrett inquired. Old Sand, you should be able to contact Morgans, right? At this moment, Qin Chuan suddenly turned to Crocodile and asked, what do you intend to do? I do know that guy, but he is a titan of the underworld and has no ties to the warlords of the sea. I am aware of that. I merely wish for you to disseminate the information regarding my challenge to the warlords of the sea and my negotiations with the world government. What? You intend to leak this information deliberately? This would not bode well for us. If those warlords of the sea discover we are seeking them out, one day they simply hide or band together against us. Haha, if they decide to unite, that would be ideal. It would save me the trouble of seeking them out one by one. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan remained unfazed. Very well, but will this not provoke the world government? Crocodile expressed his concerns. What I have to fear? They are the ones seeking to offer us positions, and besides, if they are bold enough to establish these so-called warlords of the sea, what face do they have left? Qin Chuan's resolute demeanor stems from his understanding that the world government is hardly concerned with such matters. A crucial aspect of this situation is that the world government's negotiation demand is for Qin Chuan to eliminate the other members of the 7 warlords of the sea, which would be beneficial for the people of the world. Thus, even if the news were to leak, it would likely only provoke complaints from the warlords. However, they could only express their grievances verbally, for should they attempt to resist, the world government would swiftly turn their weapons against them. Very well. I shall reach out to Morgans, but who shall we target first? How many warlords remain? At this moment, Douglas Barrett finally found an opportunity to speak. Having been confined within Impelled Down for so long that he was utterly unaware of the so-called 7 warlords of the sea, nor could he name the pirates present. Chapter 55. Recruit a beautiful woman for the ship. There are 6 individuals as formidable as myself. The first is widely regarded as the world's strongest swordsman, known as Dracul Mihawk. Although he resides alone in a castle on Korigana Island, no one has ever dared to trespass upon his territory, marking him as a powerful and enigmatic figure, likely quite challenging to confront. The second is Bartholomew Kuma, the former king of the Sorbet Kingdom, nicknamed the Tyrant. Once a ruthless pirate, he has since been entirely transformed by the Navy's scientist, Vegapunk, losing his sense of self. Consequently, he is now aligned with the Navy. The third is Jinbei, captain of the Sun Pirates and protector of Fishman Island. However, it is said that he has recently allied himself with Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, which could provoke his attention if we were to act against him. The fourth is Gecko Moria, captain of the Thriller Bark Pirates. He has a penchant for summoning countless corpses to battle, making him quite a repulsive individual. The fifth is the only female among the 7 warlords, Boa Hancock. She is the Empress of Amazon Lily and captain of the Kuja Pirates, often referred to as the Pirate Empress. However, Amazon Lily is situated in the calm belt adjacent to the Grand Line, an area notoriously difficult for ships to navigate due to the presence of giant sea creatures, rendering any attempt to approach the island for capture nearly impossible. Lastly, we have the most notorious figure of all, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the king of Dressrosa. He has consistently been in the limelight, and to eliminate him would necessitate venturing into the New World and confronting the entirety of Dressrosa. At this point, former warlord Crocodile began to provide a detailed introduction of these individuals. Based on your assessment, it is clear that Bartholomew Kuma cannot be selected, as he has since reformed. To attack him would be a profound insult to the Navy and the world government. Among the remaining individuals, we must select 3. However, the final decision rests solely with the captain. Douglas Barrett chimed in. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes in the room turned to Qin Chuan. It doesn't matter. Let us just pick someone nearby to make a move first. After all, we're all men on this ship, and it's rather dull. Wouldn't you agree? At that moment, Qin Chuan suddenly squinted and smiled. That evening, Carp and Tsuru took up residence in the naval branch base of Loguetown, while also extending their condolences to Smoker. Although Smoker was unable to defeat Qin Chuan's pirate crew, it was hardly his fault. After all, even the Justice Fleet led by Admiral Akainu could not bring them down, let alone a mere branch commander. Thus, it was evident that once Smoker recovered, he would likely be promoted. By the following morning, a newspaper swiftly found its way into their hands. However, upon glancing at the headline, Carp, in a fit of rage, hurled the newspaper forcefully to the ground. What happened? Haru, who had been savoring his coffee nearby, could not help but inquire upon witnessing his old friend's ire. We have been deceived. They have leaked the information, Carp replied with a frigid gaze. Upon hearing this, Haru immediately seized the newspaper to take a look. There, In bold letters, the paper proclaimed the news of the Chuan pirate crew's fierce battle against the Navy admirals and numerous vice admirals in Loguetown. Moreover, it was revealed that the world government and the Navy, in their desire to entice the Chuan pirate crew, have decided to engage in a secret negotiation with him. However, the prerequisite for this clandestine dialogue is that Chuan must eliminate the other 6 existing members of the 7 warlords of the sea. Upon the dissemination of this news, it immediately sparked a tremendous uproar across the globe. The 5 elders of Mary Geos promptly interrogated Admiral Sengoku via the transponder snail. However, Sengoku could not direct his frustrations toward Garp. Thus, he found himself compelled to shoulder the entire burden alone. Upon returning to the warship Marin Vondo, Sakasaki, upon encountering this piece of news, felt not a flicker of anger, but rather a surge of delight. These fools, attempting to hinder my obliteration of them, have unwittingly sealed their own fate. Now, they shall await the scorn and derision of the world. If the reactions from the world government and the Navy could be deemed somewhat normal, the other members of the 7 warlords of the sea, scattered across the globe, were in utter turmoil. Jinbei, the captain of the Sun Pirates, directly contacted Fleet Admiral Sengoku via transponder snail, demanding to know what was happening. On a ship shrouded in mist and surrounded by a terrifying atmosphere, one of the 7 warlords, Gecko Moria, captain of the Thriller Bark Pirates, sneered as he read a newspaper. A mere child speaks with such arrogance, he is courting death. If you dare to come to the West Sea, I assure you, you'll return no more. Seated in a large chair, a man with short black hair, piercing yellow eyes akin to an eagle, a short beard, and a black hat adorned with white fur, calmly set the newspaper aside after glancing at it. He then leisurely sipped his coffee. Only Dracul Mihawk, renowned as the world's strongest swordsman, could remain so composed in such circumstances. In a grand palace, countless women gathered around a tall woman with long, jet black hair and deep blue eyes, adorned with snake-shaped golden earrings. The Queen, the world government, and the Navy are truly despicable. They wish to eliminate us through others. Humph. They seek to capture me on Amazon Lily? Relay my orders. Intensify patrols in the waters surrounding Amazon Lily, and immediately report any suspicious vessels. Spoke Boa Hancock, the pirate empress, with a chilling tone. In a picturesque city, where trees flourished amidst the urban landscape, a man with golden hair, wearing sunglasses, a pink feather coat, and pointed shoes, sat on a throne forged of steel, grinning wickedly as he perused the newspaper. Interesting, I didn't expect this fellow to compel the world government to yield. He seems quite clever. Mr. Doflamingo, what should we do now? Should we negotiate with the world government? Inquired a man draped in a circular, quilt-like cloak, wearing small sunglasses, with unkempt facial hair and sparse teeth, as he wiped his nose. No need for that. Given the current circumstances, Loguetown is the farthest from us, so he is unlikely to approach us anytime soon. Let's wait until he deals with the other 7 warlords first. Each year, countless individuals strive to make a name for themselves, yet invariably, they fade away before they can even blossom. Are you suggesting that this fellow will soon be eliminated as well? I find that hard to believe. He already has several strong allies by his side. Moreover, the newspaper reported that even Admiral Sakaski and Karp, upon their personal attendance, were unable to contend with them. Is the Admiral truly formidable? How does he compare to the one in Wano country? If he is indeed terrifying to a certain extent, then I shall take the opportunity to lure that individual out to confront them. If, at that time, they were to engage in a mutually destructive conflict, we could then reap the benefits as bystanders. Upon uttering these words, a peculiar smile crept across the face of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Conversely, on the side of Chuan, the others immediately laid eyes upon the contents of the newspaper. Goodness, why am I not mentioned at all? I was the one who directly ensnared that Sakazuki. Upon noticing that the article only referenced Douglas Bullet and Sir Crocodile as his accomplices, Bartolomeo's heart was instantly filled with discontent. You may not even be the leader in Loguetown, yet you still aspire to grace the headlines? At that moment, Sir Crocodile sneered from the side. Among such a multitude, his countenance stands out as the most appealing. This transformation is entirely attributable to the fact that he no longer perceives himself as solitary or shameful. Previously, he harbored lingering resentment towards those who had persistently mocked him. However, everything has now undergone a profound metamorphosis. Chuan has not only triumphed over his adversaries, but has also bested 2 formidable generals of the Navy. Even the world government is compelled to entertain negotiations with him. Moreover, in the forthcoming events, Chuan is destined to lead them in vanquishing the remaining members of the 7 warlords of the sea, one by one. When that moment arrives, the fact of his own defeat shall naturally fade from discourse, for all shall have succumbed, rendering any sense of shame utterly inconsequential. After an extensive period of wandering, they have finally arrived at a realm of the sea devoid of any winds. Here lies the region known to the world as the doldrums. The most distinctive feature of the doldrums is the complete absence of wind. Consequently, aside from a few modified vessels and warships, most pirate ships are utterly incapable of navigating these waters. In this era, the majority of pirate ships rely on wind to propel their sails forward. Thus, when the Red Force arrived here, it naturally came to a halt. Gazing at the boundless expanse of the sea ahead, everyone fell into silence. How on earth do we proceed? At this moment, it was Bartolomeo who spoke first. Qin Chuan spoke softly. Sandy Crocodile, is it possible for your sand to take shape? I wish to utilize it as a sturdy rope. Is that feasible? It is indeed possible, but it becomes ineffective upon contact with water. Sandy Crocodile responded earnestly to Qin Chuan's inquiry. There is no need for it to touch water. Your sand merely needs to ensnare the heads that are exposed above the surface. Exposed heads? What do you mean? Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly perplexed. Isn't this place renowned for its abundance of sea kings? Why not capture a few and have them ferry us forward? Qin Chuan asserted with conviction. Wow, Captain, you truly know how to play, turning the fearsome sea kings into pets? Bartolomeo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The sea kings represent the most formidable species within the pirate world as oceans. They do not refer to a single species, but rather a collective term for many species sharing similar traits, residing in oceans worldwide. They are dubbed sea kings due to their regal dominance over the seas. They are immense in size, diverse in variety, numerous in population, and exhibit an array of forms. With extraordinarily long lifespans and ferocious temperaments, they possess intelligence akin to that of humans, making them the most dreaded creatures encountered by sailors at sea. At this moment, Qin Chuan surprisingly intended to use them as mere playthings, which even took Sand Crocodile aback. However, how are we to entice them out? I am a user of the devil fruit. You wouldn't want me to plunge into the water, would you? Sand Crocodile spoke cautiously. After all, Qin Chuan is someone who can conceive and execute even the most unconventional ideas, so it wouldn't be entirely strange if he suggested that he take the plunge. Yet, there is a distinctive trait shared by all devil fruit users. They are utterly incapable of swimming. Thus, should he venture into the water, not only would his devil fruit abilities be rendered completely useless, but he would also face the peril of drowning. In addition, everyone present, apart from Qin Chuan, was also a wielder of devil fruits. No need to worry, just stand by and watch my performance. Once I lure out that sea king, old Shah, you must act swiftly. After Qin Chuan uttered these words, he let out a cold snort through his thoughts. The next moment, a voice from the system echoed in the air. Chapter 57, Capturing a Sea King for Amusement Ding. The host has successfully used the character card of Terumi Mei. Usage count -1. Terumi Mei, being the water shadow, was summoned by Qin Chuan without delay. Subsequently, he stepped onto the deck and shouted with fervor. Water release, exploding water shockwave. In an instant, the sky erupted with a deafening thunderclap, followed by a torrential waterfall cascading down ferociously from above. Witnessing this spectacle, the other 3 individuals on the deck were utterly astounded. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? It is terrifying. Captain Qin Chuan can summon the forces of nature. What other secrets does this individual conceal? While the 3 were engaged in their astonished discussions, the waterfall crashed onto the surface of the water. In that instant, the previously calm and windless sea transformed into a tumultuous expanse of waves. Soon enough, a ferocious sea monster, roughly 1/3 the size of the ship, emerged violently from the depths. Act now. Qin Chuan urgently called out to the formidable Shaq Crocodile behind him. At this moment, Sir Crocodile was already prepared. As the Sea King emerged from the depths, he swiftly leaped to the edge of the deck and raised his right hand. Sand binding. In the next instant, a jet of fine sand erupted from his hand, aimed directly at the creature's head, where it adhered firmly. Simultaneously, this fine sand swiftly coalesced into a rope, and Sir Crocodile grasped one end with a firm grip. Thus, he was able to exert control over the Sea King directly. Once restrained, the sea creature initially attempted to struggle, yet the fine sandy ropes held it firmly in place. Consequently, it was utterly unable to approach Sand Crocodile. Thus, this marine entity could only contemplate an escape. Quickly, restrain it and direct it towards the distant island shrouded in lush greenery. Qin Chuan exclaimed urgently upon witnessing the scene. Shah Crocodile nodded slightly, and then, harnessing the strength of his right hand, he began to exert control over the Sea King. Fortunately, Shah Crocodile possessed formidable power, and after a brief struggle, the Sea King ultimately surrendered its resistance. Subsequently, it swiftly advanced toward the Island of Daughters under Shah Crocodile's command. As they were nearing the Isle of Daughters, a formidable vessel suddenly emerged nearby. They have spotted us, exclaimed Bartolomeo, quickly detecting the presence of the enemy. It is likely a patrol ship from the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Are they preparing to engage? Douglas Barrett inquired. Spare them. Let them lead us to their king. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, contemplating the situation. Very well, Douglas Barrett responded, then took a swift stride to the edge of the deck. With a powerful push from his legs, he leaped into the air. Meanwhile, several female soldiers on the ship, armed with spears, had yet to utter a warning to Qin Chuan and his companions when they suddenly witnessed a figure hurtling towards them. Prepare for combat. We have intruders, shouted a golden-haired woman with a slight curl in her locks. In the next moment, as Douglas Barrett landed heavily on the deck, the entire structure shuddered. Almost immediately, the wooden planks around him began to splinter. Kill him, commanded Marguerite, one of the warriors sworn to protect the realm. However, at that moment, Douglas Barrett was enveloped in a layer of crimson hockey. He did not underestimate these opponents. Rather, he was still unfamiliar with their capabilities. Just then, 2 female soldiers lunged forward, spears aimed directly at Douglas Barrett. Douglas Barrett stood firmly in place, allowing them to thrust their weapons at him. Clang, clang. The sharp, resonant sounds echoed as two iron spears, remarkably keen, struck his body, yet were entirely halted. Witnessing this spectacle, Margaret was utterly taken aback. Was he a wielder of a devil fruit? In that moment, panic began to set in. It was evident that they were not on the same level, and her immediate priority was to return swiftly to report to Empress Boa Hancock. However, just as she contemplated her escape, she suddenly realized that Douglas Barrett had already dispatched all the remaining soldiers on the deck. The battle lasted a mere 10 seconds. At this moment, Margaret's body began to tremble. Who are you? This is the daughter island of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, home to our king and also the warlord appointed by the world government. So you would be wise to vacate this place promptly, or we shall ensure that you meet a fate worse than death. With a derisive smile, Douglas Barrett charged forward in a swift motion, declaring, I seek your empress. As Margaret contemplated raising her bow to unleash an arrow towards him, Douglas Barrett's fist had already descended violently upon her face. Instinctively, Margaret attempted to lift her arm in defense. However, as her arm made contact with his fist, a sharp, resounding crack echoed through the air. In the next moment, she was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Bang! Margaret crashed forcefully onto the deck, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood that escaped her lips. Chapter 58. Who dares to stop me? Yet, the dire situation escalated as Margaret realized her left arm, which she had mentioned earlier, had been completely shattered by her adversary, rendering her utterly immobile. As she observed Douglas Barrett advancing towards her step by step, a glimmer of despair flickered across her face, compelling her to cry out fervently, the great Amazon Lily Kingdom shall never wither. Even in death, you shall never conquer our king. With a swift motion, Douglas Barrett silenced her defiance with a resounding slap. Enough of your nonsense. Lead us to your king at once. Without hesitation, he seized Margaret and leaped back onto the deck of the Red Force. I've brought her, Douglas Barrett declared, unceremoniously thrusting her towards Qin Chuan and his companions. You are the Qin Chuan pirate crew? Upon recognizing Qin Chuan himself, Margaret's voice trembled as she inquired. At least you know some sense. Bartolomeo interjected before Qin Chuan could respond. Who are you? Margaret glanced at Bartolomeo, her expression one of confusion. How dare you not recognize me? I am Bartolomeo, the notorious leader of Loguetown. He retorted, exasperation evident in his tone. I am acquainted with Qin Chuan and this man, Sir Crocodile, who, like our empress, is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, along with Douglas Barrett, who escaped from Down with us. The moment those words escaped his lips, Bartolomeo's fury intensified, igniting a fiery response within him. Meanwhile, 2 crew members observed him with expressions of schadenfreude. Captain, why not just toss her into the sea to feed the sea creatures? Qin Chuan cast him a sidelong glance and replied, how about you personally deliver her to the sea creature ahead? Captain, perhaps that is not advisable. After all, we need not quibble over such trivial matters with these women. I suggest we swiftly locate the Empress Boa Hancock instead. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's suggestion to have him personally escort her away, Bartolomeo felt utterly deflated. Enough with the chatter. Look over there at the beach. Something awaits us. At that moment, Douglas Barrett, who had been fixated on the direction of Women Island, spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing his words, everyone turned their gazes forward. They beheld a multitude of female soldiers armed with spears and bows gathered at the port of Women Island. Is this truly Women Island? Not a single man in sight. Bartolomeo exclaimed, curiosity piqued upon seeing only women. There were none before, but now there are at least 4. Let us go. Qin Chuan snorted lightly, and as the ship neared the shore, he leapt forth, leading the way onto the beach. As soon as he set foot on the ground, several female soldiers wielding spears swiftly surrounded him. Who are you? Leave this place at once, or do not blame us for taking action. A stunning woman with a tall black ponytail and elongated phoenix eyes coldly reprimanded Qin Chuan. The captain of the National Defense Warriors, Kaiki, if I remember correctly? Upon recognizing her, Qin Chuan immediately identified her. You know me? After Qin Chuan uttered her identity and name, Kaiki was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of suspicion as she gazed at him. I am well acquainted with the members of your daughter island. So if you wish to avoid a grim fate, lead the way. Otherwise, today, the daughter island shall run red with blood. In the next moment, Qin Chuan spoke with an air of nonchalance. His authoritative declaration instantly escalated the tension in the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Margaret was also escorted off the vessel. Margaret. Upon witnessing Margaret's arrest, Kaiki's expression darkened further. Captain Kaiki, I'm so sorry. I was useless. Margaret cried out, desperately explaining upon seeing her captain. Take my advice and spare yourself the humiliation. Your empress is no match for me, let alone you insignificant minions. Kaiki's eyes turned icy, and in an instant, a faint crimson aura enveloped the spear in her hand. Qin Chuan had long been aware that she possessed the formidable power of armament hockey, so he swiftly activated the Might Guy character card within himself. The sound of confirmation echoed, the host successfully utilized the Might Guy character card, reducing the usage count by 1. In the very next moment, as the spear of the orange blossom hurtled toward him, before Douglas Barrett and the others could react, Qin Chuan had already taken the initiative. This time, he refrained from engaging in idle chatter and directly opened the third gate of the 8 gates. The moment the gate was opened, a swirling green energy aura enveloped him. Just as the spear was about to pierce his body, Qin Chuan vanished from his original position in an instant. What? He disappeared? Witnessing Qin Chuan's sudden disappearance, the orange blossom came to an abrupt halt, momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment of her bewilderment, Qin Chuan had already executed a swift maneuver, reappearing behind her. The game is over, Lilianhua. Qin Chuan smirked disdainfully and delivered a powerful kick to her back. With a resounding thud, his right foot, infused with a faint green energy, struck the orange blossom's back with great force. Although she was surrounded by armament hockey at that moment, its strength was still insufficient. Consequently, she was propelled forward and crashed onto the floor. Chapter 59, Battle. The 9 snake pirates after being knocked down. The orange blossom initially intended to rise and continue the fight, but just as she prepared to get up, a sharp crack echoed from her ribs. Do not struggle any further. Today, for the sake of your empress, I shall spare your lives, but should you insist on resisting, I shall have no qualms about eliminating women, Qin Chuan coldly declared, casting a disdainful glance at the orange blossom, who lay incapacitated on the ground, before turning away and striding toward the colossal palace at the heart of Daughter Island. Meanwhile, a long-forgotten system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your triumphant victory over the adversary. You have earned a total of 10,000 prestige points as a reward. As he had anticipated, such a formidable opponent could only bestow upon him a mere 10,000 points of prestige. However, when deducting the 5,000 points required for transformations, he ultimately gained only 5,000 points of prestige. Nevertheless, this marked his first income in several days. Seizing the remaining hour of Might Guy's possession effect, Qin Chuan hastened towards the palace to meet Boa Hancock. Due to Qin Chuan's decisive victory over the Kaiki, the surrounding soldiers hesitated to act rashly. Thus, the 4 of them arrived at the central street of the city. Ah, are these the legendary men? How terrifying. We have actually encountered men, exclaimed the residents of Daughter Island. Why haven't Captain Kaiki and her team stopped these foul men? At this moment, the inhabitants began to whisper among themselves about Qin Chuan and his companions. At this moment, a peculiar image suddenly flashed through Qin Chuan's mind, reminiscent of the scene where Tang Xing traveled to the Kingdom of Women to seek scriptures. Coincidentally, they were also a group of 4, lacking only a white dragon horse. However, as Qin Chuan indulged in his whimsical thoughts, 2 colossal women with serpent-like bodies obstructed their path. What purpose did these grotesque creatures serve? Upon encountering the 2 hideously ugly women, who were flicking their long tongues, Bartolomeo couldn't help but furrow his brow. These 2 were Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, sisters of Boa Hancock and vital members of the Kuja Pirates. To the side, Crocodile took the initiative to explain, as he was a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea and possessed knowledge about the others in this elite group. You are the Qin Chuan pirates. Are you not? I have heard that you intend to capture our king? At this moment, Boa Sandersonia, with her flowing green hair, questioned with a grave expression. You have no right to ask me so many questions. Get lost. Qin Chuan understood that there was no room for idle chatter with these 2 adversaries. And seizing the moment while the spirit of Might Guy had yet to dissipate, he lunged forward with remarkable speed. Witnessing Qin Chuan's audacious advance, Boa Sandersonia opened her fearsome maw and lunged at him. However, upon witnessing this, Qin Chuan could not help but smile faintly and without hesitation. He leaped directly into her mouth. What? Captain Qin Chuan was consumed just like that? Bartolomeo was utterly bewildered to see Qin Chuan fall straight into the opponent's mouth. What the devil is happening? Even Sir Crocodile did not anticipate such a turn of events, leaving him at a loss for what to do next. Fear not. Captain Qin Chuan cannot be so easily vanquished. Let us observe the unfolding drama. At this moment, it was Douglas Barrett, a seasoned veteran of tumultuous seas, who remained composed and spoke calmly. Indeed, as his words fell, the previously triumphant Boa Sandersonia's expression shifted abruptly. In the next instant, her face contorted in agony. Sister, what is the matter? Seeing Boa Sandersonia exhibit such a painful expression, Boa Marigold grew anxious. It was then that Boa Sandersonia unexpectedly opened her mouth once more. Meanwhile, a familiar figure had one hand pressed against her mouth. Astonishingly, upon witnessing Qin Chuan leap into the other's mouth, yet emerge unscathed, Bartolomeo found himself utterly in awe of Qin Chuan's remarkable resilience. Yet, this was not the end. Shortly after, Qin Chuan leaped back to the side of the crowd. As he touched the ground, before Boa Marigold could utter another word, her sister, Boa Sandersonia, collapsed to the ground in agony. This scene left all the inhabitants of Daughter Island utterly astounded. Initially, they believed that victory was assured after Qin Chuan had been swallowed, but in a mere heartbeat, the tides had turned dramatically. It was astonishing that Boa Sandersonia, who seemed to have vanquished her foe, had fallen silently. Meanwhile, a notification from Qin Chuan's system chimed in once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully defeated the enemy. You have earned a reward of 15,000 prestige points. Damn it, I shall fight you to the end. Upon witnessing her sister's defeat, Boa Marigold prepared to launch an attack against Qin Xuan and his companions. Just then, a deafening female voice echoed from the palace ahead. Everyone, stand down. Captain Qin Xuan, I await you within the palace. Upon hearing this proclamation, all the residents of Daughter Island immediately shifted their gaze towards the Grand Palace. Concurrently, Boa Marigold cast a venomous glare at Qin Xuan and his party. However, with her sister having spoken, she felt compelled to obey the king's command. Chapter 60, as beautiful as a celestial being subsequently. The guardians surrounding Qin Xuan and his companions parted to create a path. Humph, at least you were sensible. Let us proceed, Qin Xuan remarked with a slight huff, striding directly towards the palace ahead. After a while, they finally entered a majestic hall. In the center of the grand chamber sat a woman of ethereal beauty. Tall and elegant, with flowing black hair and adorned with serpent-shaped golden earrings, she was wrapped in a large crimson python and regarded them with a serious expression. Originally, Qin Xuan had not found Boa Hancock particularly stunning in the anime, but seeing her in person left him utterly captivated. Have you come to find me? Boa Hancock inquired, tossing her lustrous hair and speaking in a sweet, mellifluous tone. This moment not only left Qin Xuan and his companions somewhat entranced, but even the nearby soldiers of Daughter Island were momentarily spellbound. After all, Boa Hancock was undeniably alluring. Her long, fair legs were exposed, complemented by her naturally enchanting visage, making it nearly impossible not to attract the attention of any onlooker. You are far more beautiful than on television. Qin Xuan couldn't help but exclaim. Television? Hearing this strange remark from the unfamiliar man, Boa Hancock was momentarily taken aback. Oh, it's nothing. I merely complimented your beauty, Qin Xuan quickly clarified. At this moment, apart from Crocodile, who had already encountered the other party, both Bartolomeo and Douglas Barrett were meeting each other for the first time. Particularly Bartolomeo, a spirited young man, found himself exhilarated upon encountering such a captivating female pirate. Douglas Barrett, after all, is of a certain age. Although he found the captivating and stunning Hancock to be particularly enchanting, his countenance betrayed no emotion whatsoever at that moment. Greetings, I am Bartolomeo, a principal crew member of the Qin Xuan pirate ship. Would you be interested in getting acquainted? Just as Qin Xuan was about to speak again, Bartolomeo audaciously interjected. Upon hearing those words, all the inhabitants of Daughter Island turned their gaze towards Bartolomeo, their faces betraying a flicker of indignation. What expression is this? Have I uttered something erroneous? Bartolomeo, taken aback by the bizarre looks directed at him, found himself momentarily stunned. To stand before our king without kneeling is already a transgression. Yet you dare to insult our sovereign with your words? At that moment, Boa Sandersonia could no longer contain her ire and reprimanded him once more. Earlier, she had felt a measure of trepidation in the presence of these individuals, but now, with her elder sister by her side, her confidence surged. Am I truly guilty of verbal insult? What a gaggle of Navi women! Upon hearing her rebuke, Bartolomeo sneered disdainfully, his displeasure evident. Do you still dare to speak? Believe me when I say I could end your life on the spot. Enough, sister, let them be. Just as Boa Sandersonia was about to strike again, Boa Hancock intervened, clearly aware of the formidable nature of the adversaries before them. After all, even the likes of Crocodile, who stood on the same plane as herself, had chosen to endure. Thus, it was evident that Qin Xuan would not be an easy opponent. Looking at her companions, it became apparent that, apart from herself, none could effectively contend with the adversaries. Therefore, should a conflict arise, even with her utmost effort, victory would be elusive. After hearing her sister's words, Boa Sandersonia begrudgingly huffed and retreated, yet her gaze remained fixed on Bartolomeo. Have you all caused enough commotion? I do not welcome any men here. Thus, what exactly do you intend with your presence? Boa Hancock paused, then coldly interrogated Qin Xuan. Are you truly unaware of my purpose here, or are you merely pretending ignorance? Faced with Hancock's pretense, Qin Xuan promptly unmasked her deceit. Indeed, upon hearing his rebuttal, Boa Hancock's countenance darkened, an aura of frost emanating from her being. You think you can defeat me, the Queen of Amazon Lily? My kingdom is one of the United Nations under the world government, safeguarded by them and the Navy. Pray, have you not grasped the situation? The elders of the world government only care whose fist is strongest, the weak are never within their contemplation. Furthermore, allow me to divulge a secret. The plan to eliminate the warlords of the sea originated from their end. In other words, they have long since ceased to entertain you. As for the fate of Amazon Lily, does it truly matter to the world government? Frankly speaking, your location lies in a windless zone. Surrounded by an abundance of sea kings, this area is hardly conducive to trade. Thus, the existence of this land is of little consequence to them. I trust you understand my point. Qin Xuan mercilessly mocked Boa Hancock in front of all those present. Indeed, what he articulated holds a semblance of truth. The Amazon Lily Kingdom has long desired to remain an insular realm, eschewing any interactions with foreign nations. Initially, Boa Hancock accepted the title of Warlord of the Sea bestowed upon her by the world government to safeguard her homeland from external threats. However, The current landscape is unmistakably clear. As the formidable Qin Chuan pirate crew emerges, seeking to usurp their positions, the world government assumes the role of arbiter. In Chapter 61, the battle within the palace unfolds. The victor of this confrontation shall undoubtedly earn the favor of the upper echelons of the world government, thus receiving an invitation to the Holy Land of Mariehui for negotiations, ultimately culminating in the grant of a legitimate status. This is a well-worn stratagem employed by the world government, and Boa Hancock is acutely aware of this reality. Even if your assertions are valid, I still possess the opportunity for a reversal. Should I succeed in vanquishing you, your meticulously crafted plans will unravel, and it will be I who engages in negotiations with the world government. Shall we put this to the test? However, let me make one thing abundantly clear. I have a proclivity for hedonism. If you dare to confront me and find yourself captured, I cannot guarantee how I shall treat you thereafter. Qin Chuan remarked in a tone laced with levity. As soon as he uttered those words, everyone in the vicinity was taken aback. Douglas Barrett, who had always been by Qin Chuan's side, could not help but display a look of skepticism. It was evident that he did not perceive Qin Chuan as the type of person to make such statements. Bartolomeo, on the other hand, was even more astonished. He had initially thought that once Boa Hancock boarded the ship, he would have the opportunity to draw closer to her. However, upon hearing Captain Qin Chuan's words, it became clear that she had already caught his eye, leaving Bartolomeo with little hope. Captain Qin Chuan, be cautious. Her devil fruit is specifically designed to deal with lecherous men. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's remarks, Sir Crocodile felt a jolt of alarm and quickly interjected with a warning. He had witnessed Boa Hancock in action, and her devil fruit powers could petrify a person in an instant, so he believed it was wise to remain vigilant. What do you mean her devil fruit is tailored for lechers? Bartolomeo inquired with curiosity. The paramecia-type sweet fruit can turn those infatuated with her into stone, and it can also be wielded to petrify opponents directly. Before Sir Crocodile could elaborate, Qin Chuan, with a smile on his face, chimed in. Clearly, he was already well aware of the formidable powers possessed by this unparalleled beauty. To confront Boa Hancock, there exist only two scenarios in which one might evade her petrifying gaze. The first pertains to those devoid of any lustful intentions towards her. However, Qin Chuan is not akin to the wooden-headed monkey D. Luffy. He is, after all, a man of typical disposition, making it quite implausible to claim an absence of desire. Furthermore, considering his earlier flippant remarks, should he indeed fall victim to her devil fruit powers, it is likely he would be turned to stone instantaneously. The second method, however, proves ineffective against those whose attention is not directed towards her. In the anime, the character known as the General of the Flying Squirrel once resorted to stabbing himself with a small knife, compelling himself to shift his focus through the pain in his palm, ultimately evading petrification. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan harbors no inclination towards self-harm, and thus he does not entertain this approach. Consequently, what lies before him now is the necessity to employ ninjutsu as a means to counter the formidable techniques unleashed by Boa Hancock, stemming from her devil fruit powers. As an hour had elapsed, the effect of Kagaya's possession had completely faded. Thus, Qin Chuan resolutely decided to utilize the Uchiha Itachi character card once more. Ding! The host successfully activated the Uchiha Itachi character card. The number of possession uses decreased by 1. Just as he assumed the character once again, Boa Hancock, positioned opposite him, could no longer maintain her composure. Initially, she had intended to patiently await the opportune moment to exploit her unique devil fruit abilities for a surprise attack on the group. After all, to any observer, they appeared to be nothing more than a band of lascivious men. Her devil fruit was specifically designed to combat individuals like them, so she had never contemplated that her abilities would prove ineffective. However, not only had Sir Crocodile become aware of her powers, but even Qin Chuan seemed to possess considerable knowledge about them. Thus, patiently awaiting the opportune moment was no longer a viable option. She had no choice but to launch a surprise attack while her opponent was still unprepared. At that moment, Boa Hancock suddenly let out a soft hum, her hands forming a heart shape. Caution, she is about to strike. Upon witnessing this, Qin Chuan urgently shouted. It was too late, sweet wind. In the next instant, a dazzling pink beam of light erupted from the heart shape created by Boa Hancock's hands. This radiant beam surged towards Qin Chuan and the others. Just as it was about to make contact with Qin Chuan, he transformed his body into countless crows and swiftly dispersed in all directions. Meanwhile, Douglas Barrett, who had little understanding of the devil fruit's abilities, instinctively attempted to use his Busashoka haki to shield himself from the incoming light attack. However, when the beam struck his crimson haki, he was instantaneously petrified. Clearly, this devil fruit's assault was impervious to haki. As for the wave of Hancock, the astute crocodile promptly transformed his entire being into elemental form. In doing so, he rendered himself nothing more than a mere scattering of sand. This particular attack happened to be ineffective against non-living entities, allowing him to evade it effortlessly. Simultaneously, Bartolomeo instinctively adopted his signature gesture, the common's fingers. Subsequently, a transparent barrier materialized before him. When the beam struck this ethereal wall, it similarly failed to produce any effect. Thus, Boa Hancock's sudden assault only struck Douglas Barrett. Meanwhile, The re-emerged crocodile, having undergone elemental transformation, wore an expression of fury. He was not one to show mercy, and without hesitation, he grasped his hook, preparing to retaliate. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan transformed back through the crow once more. However, in the next moment, Boa Hancock struck again. Chapter 62. Ambiguous Actions. It was evident that she understood that relying solely on the element of surprise would not suffice to petrify these individuals. Thus, her initial strike was merely a smokescreen. Following this, she delicately touched her lips with her fingers, conjuring a colossal pink heart-shaped object, which she drew back like an archer preparing to release an arrow. In the next instant, an abundance of pink arrows surged forward, targeting everyone in their path. Fearing that no one would escape her wrath, Hancock's attack encompassed a vast area. Even within the expansive palace, it seemed as though a storm of pink arrows had descended. This time, Crocodile and Bartolomeo contemplated employing their usual tactics. Yet, as Crocodile transformed his body into sand, the moment the pink arrows made contact with his sandy form, they inexplicably petrified midair. Simultaneously, when the arrows struck Bartolomeo's transparent barrier, it too was instantaneously turned to stone. As the barrier crumbled, the remaining arrows hurtled directly toward him. At that moment, Bartolomeo was utterly unprepared for such an eventuality, leaving him no time to execute any evasive maneuvers. In truth, he found himself with no place to hide. Consequently, in the very next moment, he was utterly petrified. In stark contrast, on the other side, Qin Chuan exhibited no response whatsoever, standing motionless as the arrow struck him, resulting in his own petrification. Those formidable individuals, such as Qin Chuan, have been turned to stone, leaving the other soldiers from Amazon Lily utterly powerless. In an instant, the entire scene was left with only Boa Hancock. Upon witnessing the petrification of everyone around her, Boa Hancock finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Then, with a raised eyebrow and an expression of triumph, she rose to stride confidently towards the direction where Qin Chuan and the others lay in their stony state. This time, she intended to deliver a conclusive blow while they remained immobilized. If she could single-handedly annihilate the Qin Chuan pirate crew, it is likely that she would soon find herself in a position to negotiate with the world government. At that moment, the standing of her Amazon Lily Kingdom could ascend to unprecedented heights. Contemplating this, Boa Hancock could not help but reveal a faint smile. However, just as she began to descend from the platform, her observation haki sensed a disturbance in the surroundings. Observation haki is one of the 3 forms of haki, enhancing one's 5 senses to acute levels, enabling its wielder to perceive the presence and emotional fluctuations of nearby beings, as well as to foresee and evade danger. Thus, upon sensing the anomaly, Boa Hancock quickly detected a hint of peril. But just as she attempted to ascertain the nature of the disturbance, a powerful arm suddenly emerged from behind her neck. In the next instant, that strong arm constricted tightly around her throat. Simultaneously, a body pressed against her back. Boa Hancock was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. While being choked from behind was alarming enough, the fact that the assailant had their body pressed against hers was undeniably intimate. This ignited a fierce anger within her. Who dares to ambush me? Release me at once, or I shall end you. At that moment, everyone present was rendered speechless, leading her to believe that an outsider had stealthily infiltrated amidst the chaos to launch a surprise attack. I warn you, if you wish to engage me, I shall show no mercy. At that juncture, a voice from behind her identified itself as Qin Chuan. In truth, Qin Chuan was playing with fire, though his intentions weren't truly to take advantage of Boa Hancock. However, given her stubborn disposition, he sought to utterly dismantle her psychological defenses before indulging in momentary liberties. When Qin Chuan abruptly appeared behind her, Boa Hancock's face drained of color. Weren't you petrified by me? Her voice now carried a trace of panic. Trapped in Qin Chuan's unyielding grip, unable to move, and with her back turned to him, she found herself momentarily powerless to retaliate. Do you really think such petty tricks could hold me? That was merely my decoy. If you doubt me, lift the petrification and see for yourself. Aren't you skilled with the pistol kiss? Fire a shot and confirm it. Not only did Qin Chuan reveal the truth, but he even provided her the method to verify it. Upon realizing that Qin Chuan was even aware of her devil fruit abilities, Boa Hancock momentarily froze before her gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, she lightly touched her lips with her fingertips. Instantly, a tiny pink heart-shaped substance materialized at her fingertips. With a swift motion, she aimed her finger like the barrel of a gun at the petrified Qin Chuan and fired the heart-shaped projectile. True to its nature, the moment the pink heart struck the petrified Qin Chuan, the stone encasing him shattered, revealing a gaping hole in his chest. Yet, no liquid spilled from the wound, and Qin Chuan merely stared back at her with an impassive expression. Then, abruptly, the living figure of Qin Chuan transformed into a floating piece of wood before dropping unceremoniously onto the palace floor. This is precisely the substitution technique commonly seen in the world of Naruto. In truth, when Qin Chuan transformed into a crow, he immediately reverted to his original state. However, since he was concealed in the shadows and everyone's attention was diverted to the others, he was momentarily overlooked. At that juncture, he had already crafted a substitute and subsequently reappeared before the crowd with that very decoy. Chapter 63, Daughter's Island. I've got this. He concealed himself in the shadows, awaiting the moment when Boa Hancock would reveal her true self. "Who are you?" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with incredulity. It was evident that all her techniques, including her transformation into a crow, were utterly foreign to her, and a flicker of fear had begun to take root within her towards Qin Chuan. "I am the one here to escort you onto the ship," Qin Chuan replied with a tone of playful intrigue, drawing his body even closer to Boa Hancock. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. Fortunately, those around them had been petrified. Otherwise, she might have succumbed to her embarrassment. "There is absolutely no way I will board your ship. You might as well kill me," Boa Hancock declared. For she was not akin to Sir Crocodile. Sir Crocodile was neither the king of Alabasta nor did he care for the lives of others. So when Qin Chuan threatened him, he merely hesitated for a moment before making the most prudent choice. However, Boa Hancock was different. She bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the entire Amazon Lily Kingdom, making it inconceivable for her to step aboard Qin Chuan's vessel or become one of his crew. "Do you not desire revenge? Do you not wish to avenge those who once saved you?" At that moment, Qin Chuan suddenly interjected with those words. As soon as he uttered those words, Boa Hancock was momentarily taken aback. "What are you saying? Who saved me?" After a brief hesitation, Boa Hancock finally responded with a question. However, at that moment, it was evident that her body had begun to tremble slightly. "When you were 12 years old, you were abducted along with your two sisters, Boa Sandasonia and Boa Marigold, by human traffickers from the ship of the Kuja pirates and sold to the celestial nobles, the Tenryubito. Subsequently, these Tenryubito confined you in a cell and branded you with the mark of a slave, the hoof of the flying dragon, on the backs of you and your sisters. During your time as a captive, you were coerced into consuming the sweet devil fruit, which bestowed upon you extraordinary abilities. However, the celestial dragons could never have anticipated that you would be liberated by a merman named Fisher Tiger. This remarkable individual ascended the Red Line unarmed, reaching the sacred land of Mariehua, where he liberated the suffering slaves, including you and your two sisters. Ultimately, with the assistance of others, you returned to the Kuja pirates. Am I correct?" Upon the conclusion of Qin Chuan's words, the once trembling Boa Hancock stood utterly dumbfounded. The grip she had on Qin Chuan's arm slackened, and she appeared to be entranced, lost in a state of shock. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Chuan gradually loosened his grip on her arm. In the next moment, Boa Hancock abruptly turned around, her gaze piercing as it locked onto Qin Chuan. "Are you a celestial dragon or a fishman?" Her eyes brimmed with fury, particularly as Qin Chuan had invoked memory she wished to forget in her presence. Only a select few are privy to this matter, namely the celestial dragons and those who assisted them in returning to the Kuja pirates. Neither of us belongs to that circle. However, it is certain that I stand in opposition to the celestial dragons and the world government. This implies that you and I share a common objective, to eradicate the celestial dragons from this world entirely. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's declaration to annihilate the celestial dragons, Boa Hancock was once again taken aback. In her lifetime, she had encountered only two individuals courageous enough to oppose the celestial dragons, one of whom was Fisher Tiger, who had once rescued her from dire straits. The other individual is the seemingly youthful and enigmatic Qin Chuan before her. At that moment, she suddenly perceived a fleeting resemblance to the long-ago figure of Fisher Tiger. Fisher Tiger has always been her unwavering hero and object of admiration. Initially, Fisher Tiger succumbed to grave injuries inflicted by a naval ambush, leaving her without the opportunity to follow in his footsteps and repay his kindness. However, now, Qin Chuan has appeared before her, sharing the same ultimate goal. This revelation stirred a tempest within Boa Hancock's heart. It is evident that she is deeply moved. "What shall we do? Since I am here, I cannot leave empty-handed. Either you shall be defeated by me, leading to your expulsion from the world government. Your nation shall no longer be under the protection of the Navy. Either you join me aboard my ship, and I shall safeguard your Amazon Lily Kingdom, or you remain vulnerable." At this moment, Qin Chuan laid his cards on the table. "You have yet to disclose how you came to know my origins. The secrets of fate must remain concealed, yet I assure you that at an opportune moment, I will reveal the entire truth to you. Moreover, I can guarantee one thing. I shall not harm you, nor will I jeopardize your nation. Otherwise, I would have struck down your soldiers upon our first encounter. You must remember, I am someone who dares to confront even the admirals of the Navy." Taking this chance to boast, Qin Chuan spoke with audacity. Upon hearing his words, Boa Hancock found herself ensnared in inner turmoil. Clearly, the only path before her was to follow Qin Chuan. "If I were to announce my allegiance to you, do you comprehend the repercussions that would befall my Amazon Lily Kingdom? Not only would pirates set their sights on us, but the world government would also not easily let Daughter Island slip from their grasp." At this moment, Boa Hancock was primarily concerned about the fate of her entire nation. As the sovereign, if she were to board Qin Chuan's ship, it would equate to a relinquishment of her title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Such an act would undoubtedly provoke the world government and the Navy. "Haha, you are overthinking it. As I mentioned earlier, your nation is under my protection," Qin Chuan proclaimed with an air of dominance. Chapter 64, to take advantage of the Empress? But, what of it? The world government would be delighted if I were to eliminate the other warlords of the sea, and subsequently engage in discussions with them at Marigios. Therefore, For the foreseeable future, they are unlikely to consider encroaching upon your nation by the time they truly desire to act against you. I may very well have already stormed Mary Geos, although Qin Chuan's words were somewhat exaggerated. The underlying truth remained: should he publicly declare the recruitment of Boa Hancock before the world government and the Navy would not dare to provoke him, as that would be a direct affront to Qin Chuan. Furthermore, Daughter Island is situated in a windless zone, making it a realm that ordinary pirates would not dare approach. Only the most formidable pirates reside in the New World or among the ranks of the Warlords of the Sea. Now, it seems that I must seek trouble with them myself. How dare they venture out so brazenly? Consequently, the Daughter Island is unlikely to encounter significant difficulties in the near future, at least not until I sever ties with the world government. This is one of the reasons behind Qin Chuan's unwavering confidence. Indeed, after hearing Qin Chuan's remarks, Boa Hancock was thoroughly shaken. I am willing to follow you. However, this matter pertains to the fate of our entire Amazon Lily Kingdom, so I cannot make a decision alone. Very well, summon GOLD. Roger. Upon voicing her concerns, Qin Chuan unexpectedly interjected, "Do you know GOLD? Roger?" Boa Hancock was astounded to discover that Qin Chuan was familiar with GOLD. Roger. For few in this world are aware of her existence. The fact that he could utter her name was remarkable. GOLD. Roger was one of the former emperors of Amazon Lily, and she was instrumental in rescuing Boa Hancock and her sisters alongside Rayleigh and others. Thus, it can be inferred that Qin Chuan might indeed be connected to those who once saved her. With this thought, Boa Hancock's hostility towards Qin Chuan completely dissipated. After all, if he were associated with those who had once rescued her, he would not wish her harm. All right, very well, Boa Hancock nodded in agreement. Let us release these individuals. They have likely been petrified for far too long and can no longer endure it. At this moment, Qin Chuan cast a glance at the others present before speaking once more. In the next moment, Boa Hancock swiftly lifted the petrification that had ensnared everyone. As their immobilized states were released, they were astonished to find Qin Chuan standing alongside Boa Hancock right before them. This unexpected scene left everyone perplexed. Captain Qin Chuan, what on earth is happening? Douglas Barrett inquired immediately upon regaining his freedom. Let us extend our congratulations to Boa Hancock for joining our ranks. Qin Chuan remarked with a gentle smile, resting his hand upon Boa Hancock's shoulder as he spoke. As Qin Chuan once again made contact with her body, Boa Hancock felt a shiver run through her. Just as she contemplated pushing his hand away, a faint voice from Qin Chuan broke the silence. Give me a little face. Let me pretend for a moment. At that moment, Qin Chuan maintained a smiling demeanor as he gazed at everyone. After hearing his words, and recalling that he might be a descendant of her benefactors, Boa Hancock surprisingly chose not to resist. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan leisurely resting his arm on Boa Hancock's shoulder, not only were Douglas Barrett and others astonished, but the inhabitants of Daughter's Island were equally taken aback, frozen in disbelief. Particularly, her two younger sisters stared at their elder sibling in sheer astonishment. They had never anticipated such a transformation in their sister within such a brief span of time. Someone, please summon GOLD. Roger, Boa Hancock calmly instructed. Yet, a subtle blush had crept upon her face, hardly perceptible. Yes, one soldier nodded and promptly departed. Captain, what on earth is happening? At that moment, Bartolomeo could no longer contain his curiosity. He found it nearly inconceivable, especially considering how Boa Hancock had previously shown them no mercy. How could it be that after merely being petrified for a moment, she was now so comfortably companioned by Qin Chuan? This is the essence of charisma, do you comprehend? Qin Chuan remarked, though he had withdrawn his arm from Boa Hancock's shoulder. She is, after all, a sovereign. Initially, she was somewhat obstinate, but following your petrification, I engaged in a profound dialogue with Boa Hancock. Subsequently, she was touched by my charisma and willingly chose to join our collective. Upon hearing these words, Boa Hancock could not help but roll her eyes at him. Wow, Captain, I am increasingly impressed by you. You can even handle this girl. Incredible! Please accept my admiration. Bartolomeo could not restrain his admiration for Qin Chuan. On the other side, Douglas Barrett and Shaw Crocodile were equally perplexed. They were not particularly surprised by Boa Hancock's willingness to come aboard. However, they never anticipated that persuading her would be so effortlessly accomplished. After all, they were acutely aware of Boa Hancock's esteemed identity and status. Even if Qin Chuan had indeed managed to defeat her, it was unlikely that she would readily acquiesce to his demands. Moreover, given the current states of health of both parties, it was evident that no confrontation had taken place. This indicated that Qin Chuan had, astonishingly, convinced her solely through his words, leaving both men utterly astonished. After a considerable pause, a woman of diminutive stature, with cascading white waves of hair and a flower adorning her left temple, slowly entered the room, accompanied by a serpent coiled like a staff in her grasp. Chapter 65, The Empress Aboard. Upon seeing her, the crowd collectively inclined their bodies in a bow, signifying their respect for her. Defeated? Upon entering, Duraliosa unexpectedly uttered this phrase, indicating her apparent familiarity with the situation. Indeed, I may have to depart from the Amazon Lily Kingdom. At that moment, Boa Hancock spoke with a grave expression. In truth, Boa Hancock was not particularly astonished by Guruliosa's words. Due to the location of Amazon Lily, situated in the doldrums, it is challenging to receive any news from the outside world. She is the sole individual on Amazon Lily who tirelessly contemplates how to acquire information from the outside world. It was precisely through her that the knowledge of Qin Xuan and his companions setting their sights on them first reached Boa Hancock, prompting her to convey a warning of utmost caution. However, at that time, Boa Hancock dismissed Qin Xuan entirely, never anticipating that they would make their way to Amazon Lily so promptly. Thus, it enabled Qin Xuan and his group to land on the island with remarkable ease. Upon hearing that Boa Hancock intended to leave Amazon Lily, the soldiers surrounding the island gasped in astonishment. Are you Qin Xuan? Upon hearing Boa Hancock's words, Gu Loli Osa displayed no surprise. Rather, she regarded Qin Xuan with a serious expression. Indeed, Qin Xuan replied casually. In truth, he had summoned her precisely because of her wisdom. While the might of the island was undoubtedly represented by the Empress Boa Hancock, when it came to intellect, it was undoubtedly the unassuming elder before him. As anticipated, Gu Loli Osa first nodded at Qin Xuan, then turned to Boa Hancock and solemnly declared, this individual may very well lead to the revival of our Amazon Lily Kingdom. Therefore, I believe your decision is sound. Additionally, I shall swiftly select a new emperor for the Amazon Lily Kingdom, so you need not concern yourself with that. Upon her pronouncement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated that Gu Loli Osa would utter such weighty words, especially regarding the revival of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. The Amazon Lily Kingdom had languished in silence for far too long, particularly as a nation composed solely of women, which even the world government's United Nations could not penetrate, let alone participate in global conferences. Thus, Boa Hancock strived to become a warlord of the sea, utilizing that status to protect her people. Yet now, the emergence of one who could potentially lead the nation to greatness ignited a flicker of hope within the hearts of all the inhabitants of Amazon Lily. Not only the soldiers, but even Boa Hancock gazed at Qin Xuan with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Gu Loli Osa had always been her strategist, and many times her predictions had proven remarkably accurate. However, to hear her express such unequivocal endorsement of Qin Xuan raised further questions about his true identity. Sister, are you truly going to leave us? Asked the youngest of the three sisters, Boa Marigold, her voice choked with emotion. Did you not hear what the elder said? Qin Xuan can lead us to glory. If that is indeed the case, then I must follow in his footsteps. Boa Hancock responded with determination. At that moment, she had resolutely decided to align herself with Qin Xuan. Mr. Qin Xuan, aside from escorting our empress aboard, is there anything else we may do for you? Gu Loli Osa inquired once more. Indeed, there is. Our journey across the sea has consumed considerable time, and we have not enjoyed a proper meal along the way. Please prepare a sumptuous banquet for us, as a farewell for your empress. Qin Xuan suggested thoughtfully. Very well, you two, heed my command. Go forth and arrange a state banquet, and make an announcement to the entire populace, inviting them to partake in this grand feast. Gu Loli Osa immediately turned to Boa Hancock's two younger sisters, instructing them to carry out the task. After a moment's hesitation, the two sisters nodded in agreement and then led the crowd outside. Soon after, the news that Boa Hancock intended to abdicate and depart from the Amazon Lily Kingdom landed upon Daughter Island like a bombshell. Initially, the inhabitants were filled with outrage upon hearing this announcement, feeling as though Boa Hancock had forsaken them. However, as they learned that her decision was driven by the desire for the nation's revival, their anger gradually subsided. As night descended, the grand hall of the palace illuminated with a resplendent glow, gathering together the esteemed dignitaries of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Among them were individuals such as Kaiki, who had been injured earlier by Qin Xuan and his companions. However, at this moment, they had all become allies, and the grievances of the past were swiftly forgotten. During this lavish banquet, everyone indulged in merriment, feasting and reveling in joyous camaraderie. Furthermore, the enchanting Guruliosa had even orchestrated a series of splendid dances. Observing the women on Daughter Island gracefully perform their mesmerizing routines, Bartolomeo found himself utterly captivated. At that moment, had one suggested he remain there for eternity, he might have genuinely acquiesced. As the soiree drew to a close, the guests had begun to feel a pleasant intoxication. Seizing this opportunity, Gloria Osa, on behalf of Boa Hancock, announced several significant matters. Firstly, she accepted the request for abdication from the throne made by Boa Hancock, representing the entirety of the Amazon Lily Kingdom's populace. Furthermore, she appointed Boa Hancock's two younger sisters as the left and right guardians of the nation. Concurrently, she declared herself the temporary guardian sorceress, overseeing national affairs, with the understanding that upon Boa Hancock's return, the throne would be automatically restored to her. Chapter 66, Turbulent Times. On the following morning, Qin Xuan and his companions embarked on a new journey. This time, they chose not to rely on the Sea King creatures for guidance, as they had acquired a superior companion, the majestic water serpent. The water serpent, a unique species native to Daughter Island, boasts an impressive size, with fully grown individuals capable of towing a vessel. On this occasion, Boa Hancock boldly summoned 8 serpents to pull the colossal red force. Meanwhile, before departing, She personally dispatched a letter to the world government, in which she proclaimed her complete abdication. At that moment, she had become an ordinary citizen of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Her words conveyed a clear message. I am no longer the king, nor am I part of the Warlords of the sea. Henceforth, all my actions will bear no relation to the Amazon Lily Kingdom. When the world government received this news, Morgans was promptly informed, owing to his extensive network of informants. Even in the Holy Land of Mariehua, he had agents providing him with vital intelligence. Before the higher echelons of the world government could react, the announcement of Boa Hancock's abdication to join the Qinchuan pirates sent shockwaves across the globe. Once more, the Qinchuan pirates captured the public's attention, marking another significant event within a mere month. If the previous alliance with Crocodile was not sensational enough, Hancock's willingness to relinquish her title to join the Qinchuan pirates ignited a seismic shift. People worldwide buzzed with discussions about this rapidly ascending pirate crew. While Qinchuan's identity piqued the curiosity of many, it seemed that Qinchuan possessed remarkable abilities, having even won over the formidable Boa Hancock. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Kazuru leisurely perused a newspaper in his office, muttering to himself, though his words hinted at deeper implications. Meanwhile, the entirety of the Navy headquarters was abuzz with discussions. The intervention of the world government in this matter should never have been permitted. I could have eradicated this band of pirates in Loguetown. However, they have now begun to swiftly bolster their military strength. Akainu Sakazuki stormed into Admiral Sengoku's chamber, slamming the newspaper onto his desk and exclaiming vehemently. The sheep beside Sengoku was startled by Sakazuki's outburst. What you need to do is comply with superior orders. I only reinstated you to the rank of Admiral yesterday. Surely you do not intend for me to punish you today? Sengoku was equally incensed. The order to release Qinchuan had not originated from him. Although he held the esteemed position of Fleet Admiral, defiance would invite direct intervention from the Commander-in-Chief, Kong, into the management of the Navy headquarters. Thus, he found himself unable to contradict the decision of the five elders, cloaked in the mantle of justice. We must not overthink our actions. In the eyes of the Navy, pirates deserve death, not negotiations that compromise our integrity. With that declaration, Sakazuki stormed out in a fury. In truth, with his capabilities, he felt no trepidation even in the presence of Garp. Yet, he harbored profound ambitions, including the desire to usurp Sengoku's position as Fleet Admiral. His motivations were not rooted in a lust for power, but rather in a yearning to showcase his prowess on a grander stage. Thus, he often refrained from excessive actions. Otherwise, even if Sengoku were to abdicate, his ascent to power would remain unlikely. After all, compared to the other two admirals, he possessed a tendency to defy superiors. Similarly, Smoker, renowned for his defiance against superiors and distinguished in prowess, has made a complete recovery. Despite suffering a devastating defeat against the Qinchuan pirate crew, the Navy, mindful of its reputation, had no choice but to elevate him to a prominent position. They reached out to Morgans, who penned an article featuring Smoker leading the Marines of Loguetown, where he valiantly faced 3 adversaries, ultimately succumbing to overwhelming odds. While few would believe that a mere Navy lieutenant colonel could withstand the might of the Qinchuan pirate crew, especially when even the formidable Admiral Akainu failed to halt their advance, Smoker's valor was nonetheless recognized. In a high-level meeting at Navy headquarters, figures such as Garp advocated for Smoker's promotion to Rear Admiral. Accordingly, he was reassigned to the G5 branch, a strategic outpost located in the New World, one of the few divisions of the Navy in that perilous region. The G5 branch serves as the frontline bastion of the Navy in the New World, making its geographical significance paramount, yet it is perpetually shrouded in danger. Consequently, the soldiers stationed at G5 exhibit a starkly different demeanor from their counterparts in other branches. They resemble pirates more than they do Navy personnel. Often, they disregard orders from Navy headquarters and resort to brutal treatment of captured pirates from the New World. As a result, G5 has been marred by frequent scandals involving the mistreatment of pirates. Nevertheless, Navy headquarters has refrained from imposing any sanctions on G5, fully aware that survival in such a treacherous locale necessitates a certain ruthlessness. Otherwise, they risk being devoured by the infinitely more savage pirates that roam the New World. The G5 branch, renowned for its formidable reputation and elevated danger level, has deterred numerous naval commanders from seeking permanent assignments there. At that time, the senior officials of the Navy headquarters had no intention of sending Smoker to the G5 branch. However, Smoker, spurred by Qinchuan's provocative remark urging him to venture into the New World, was motivated to act. Thus, upon learning of his promotion to Rear Admiral, he promptly expressed his desire to be assigned to the G5 branch. The high-ranking officials, considering that he had already attained the rank of Rear Admiral, recognized that he could no longer remain in his original post. Furthermore, given that he was among the few in the Navy headquarters possessing the power of a natural-type devil fruit, they acquiesced to his request. Consequently, he set forth with a contingent of naval soldiers aboard a warship, making his grand entrance into the New World. On board the vessel, Smoker also chanced upon the contents of a newspaper. Qinchuan, I await you in the New World. In stark contrast to the Navy, The myriad factions within the pirate world began to take genuine note of Chuan. Notably, among the remaining members of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, 2 pirate crews had commenced full-scale vigilance at Fishman Island in the West Sea during the first half of the Grand Line. These 2 formidable crews were the Sun Pirates and the Thriller Bark Pirates, led by Jinbe, one of the current Warlords, and Gecko Moria, respectively. Among the 7 Warlords, aside from the 2 who had already been defeated, 3 of the remaining 5 would undoubtedly prove to be formidable adversaries. Geographically speaking, Dracula Mihawk and Don Quixote Doflamingo were both stationed within the perilous waters of the New World. The journey from the Grand Line to the New World remains a long and arduous one. Thus, it is unlikely that Chuan could focus his attention on them for the time being. Furthermore, another member of the Shichibukai, Bartholomew Kuma, has been assimilated by the world government and is currently situated in the Holy Land of Mariehua. Consequently, it is improbable that Chuan and his companions would venture to Mariehua to cause a disturbance. As a result, the remaining 2 members of the Shichibukai in the first half of the New World naturally become the primary targets of the Chuan pirate crew. Moreover, from a financial perspective, the strength of these 2 pirate crews appears relatively feeble. Thus, within the Sun Pirates situated in Fishman Island, Jinbe has assumed a grave demeanor. Upon learning of Boa Hancock's defeat, he sensed that he had been targeted by the Chuan pirates. Particularly, the geographical position of Fishman Island is exceedingly unique. It lies 10,000 meters beneath the Holy Land of Mariehua and serves as an essential passageway to the New World. Generally, pirates must coat their ships at Sabaody Archipelago and navigate through the currents to safely reach this locale. Subsequently, they must traverse the underwater tunnel to access the New World waters. Therefore, if the Chuan pirates aspire to venture into the New World, they must either petition the world government or make their way to this location. However, in order to apply to the world government, one must first become a part of it. According to previously leaked information, the world government stipulates that Chuan must subdue more than half of the 7 Warlords of the Sea to be eligible for negotiation. Therefore, if the Chuan pirates aspire to engage in discussions with the world government, they must first achieve victory over him. Even if Chuan refrains from negotiating with the world government, his path to the New World inevitably traverses this place. Thus, he must confront Chuan and his entourage regardless of the circumstances. Captain Jinbe, I have already contacted the Whitebeard pirates, and they have resolved to dispatch a team to lend us their support. At this juncture, a man with prominent fangs, sporting a towering ponytail and adorned with a tattoo reading 1TC on his left arm, approached Jinbe and spoke. He is none other than Aladdin, a key member of the Sun Pirates. How can a single team suffice? The adversary has already vanquished the red-haired pirates. Father is being exceedingly reckless. Moreover, which captain from which crew has come to our aid? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Jinbe's expression darkened considerably, prompting him to inquire further. Long ago, after the demise of Fisher Tiger, the founder and first captain of the Sun Pirates, he took up the banner of the Sun Pirates and assumed the duty of safeguarding Fishman Island. However, at that time, Fishman Island had already harbored significant grievances against the celestial dragons of the world government. Thus, following the death of the formidable Fisher Tiger, the rulers of the world, the celestial dragons demanded that the Navy eradicate the Fishmen. With the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, numerous naval and pirate crews passing through the area began to engage in extensive abduction and plunder of the island's fishmen and merfolk. It was during this period that young female mermaids fetched high prices at human trafficking markets, making them highly sought after by the world. At that time, Jinbe, whose strength was vastly inferior to that of Fisher Tiger, made the ultimate decision to bow to the formidable Whitebeard pirates, who had dominated the New World for many years, in order to safeguard the entire Fishman tribe. Consequently, Fishman Island became a territory under the aegis of the Whitebeard pirates, officially receiving their protection. Upon learning of this news, the world government ultimately weighed the pros and cons and decided to abandon their plan to besiege Fishman Island. After all, at that time, the Whitebeard pirates were already renowned as the most formidable pirate crew in the world, and their captain, Edward Newgate, had been universally recognized as the strongest man in the world following Roger's demise. Thus, the world government was reluctant to instigate a full-scale war with the Whitebeard pirates over such a trivial island. Now, the Sun Pirates faced a significant threat, compelling them to once again send a distress signal to Edward Newgate. On this occasion, Edward Newgate astonishingly intends to dispatch merely one captain from his crew for assistance. Within the core of the Whitebeard pirates, there exist a total of 16 divisions, each helmed by a captain. Among them, the most formidable is the captain of the first division, known as the Phoenix, Marco. Should he personally arrive, it would indeed present a formidable challenge. Chapter 68. The legendary figure, the Underworld King, is the Flower Sword. What? The captain of the 5th Division Vista? Upon hearing this moniker, Jinbe immediately envisioned the man adorned with a curled mustache. Indeed, he has fought alongside Edward Newgate for many years, and his prowess should not be underestimated. Coupled with the might of our Fishman Island, it is certain that the Chuan pirates will stand no chance against us. Aladdin elucidated. Regardless, we must remain vigilant. Convey my orders. Every individual must be perpetually prepared for battle. In this confrontation, we are permitted only victory, not defeat, Jinbei declared with utmost seriousness. At this moment, in the western seas, which are also situated in the first half of the Grand Line, a massive vessel adorned with a colossal flag depicting the leader Moria, characterized by his fiery, tousled hair and a pair of bat wings engulfed in flames, looms on the deck. Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea and a likely target for Qin Chuan's next assault, gazes intently at the vast, endless horizon of the ocean. Report, Master. Everything is in readiness. Should they dare to venture into the misty sea, we shall undoubtedly vanquish them. At this moment, a man stands beside him, adorned in resplendent attire, possessing a fearsome visage, with long hair and spherical earrings. He is clad in a shirt and trousers, topped with a high-collared long coat, and wears knee-high boots, while his nose, mouth, and jaw are styled to resemble that of a lion. He is none other than Absalom, a subordinate of the notorious Gecko Moria, one of the 3 terrifying figures aboard the ominous 3-masted ship. His prowess ranks just beneath that of Captain Gecko Moria within this pirate crew. The entire world perceives us as feeble prey. Even the formidable Don Quixote Doflamingo looks down upon me. However, it matters not. Should they dare to set foot in the West Sea, I shall ensure their demise in this very place. When that time comes, I will stand triumphantly over the other warlords of the sea. Hee hee. Upon finishing his words, Gecko Moria's lips curled into a sinister grin, accompanied by an unsettling laughter that echoed hauntingly through the thick mist. In a tavern somewhere on Sadise archipelago, members of the red-haired pirates were seated, leisurely sipping their beers. Captain Shanks, are we to let this matter rest? Our ship has yet to be reclaimed, and if we venture into the New World now, the reputation of the red-haired pirates may be irrevocably tarnished. Additionally, according to rumors, the world government has deemed you comparable to Edward Newgate of the Whitebeard Pirates, Kaido of the Beast Pirates, and Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom Pirates, as one of the 4 emperors of the sea. Yet, we have been bested by an obscure upstart. Thus, it is clear that such a title is now beyond our grasp. At this moment, Lucky Roo, munching on a piece of meat, expressed his dissatisfaction. During this period, apart from Shanks, the morale among the red-haired pirates had plummeted. Prior to this, they had established an illustrious reputation and ascended rapidly across the globe. However, a series of unfortunate events transpired. Captain Shanks mysteriously lost an arm in Fusha village, creating quite a stir, while doubts about his strength began to circulate. Shortly thereafter, an unknown adversary emerged, first obliterating the underwater prison and subsequently seizing their flagship, the Red Force. Consequently, the prestige of the red-haired pirates plummeted to an unprecedented low. Moreover, whispers have circulated that Shanks has significantly diminished in strength. Consequently, numerous pirates harboring animosity towards them in the New World have declared that should they dare to set foot in these waters again, they shall meet a watery grave. Despite this, Shanks, as the captain, exhibits no inclination to reclaim his honor. Instead, he has led a substantial fleet to the Sadise archipelago. It is evident that their intention is to coat themselves here before returning to the New World through the underwater tunnel from Fishman Island. This situation signifies that the red-haired pirates have been utterly vanquished by the Qin Chuan pirates, forcing their retreat back to the New World, an affront that his crew cannot abide. Nevertheless, while Lucky Roo continues to voice his grievances, Shanks remains composed, leisurely sipping his rum. His calm demeanor and lack of any intention to trouble Qin Chuan stem from his profound understanding of Qin Chuan's capabilities. Although he discerned the trickery behind Qin Chuan's illusion at the very onset of his entrapment, ultimately, his inner defenses crumbled entirely. He is acutely aware that in order to truly contend with Qin Chuan, he must first dismantle his opponent's formidable technique. However, his knowledge in this area is woefully inadequate, compelling him to journey to the legendary Shambadi archipelago in search of that fabled man. At that moment, a figure entered the tavern, a man with long, flowing hair, a peculiar white beard adorning his chin, and silver locks. He wore spectacles, and a prominent scar ran vertically across his right eye. Upon seeing this individual, Shanks immediately rose to his feet. The other crew members in the vicinity were taken aback by this unexpected display. "What is the matter, Shanks?" the first mate, Ben Beckman, questioned, extinguishing his cigar and regarding him with a look of confusion. Meanwhile, the man who had entered the room had already caught sight of the red-haired Shanks and his companions at first glance. What brings you here?" He instinctively adjusted his glasses and, maintaining a calm demeanor, began to speak. "Mr. Rayleigh, there is a matter I wish to consult you about." Upon the utterance of this name by the red-haired Shanks, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. All members of the red-haired pirates turned their attention to the man. Chapter 69. The Art of Peering into One's Heart. It was evident that the name Rayleigh was profoundly shocking. After all, in the entire pirate world, there exists but a single individual named Rayleigh who could prompt Shanks to rise and greet him. He is none other than Silver's Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. Known by the moniker the Dark King, once upon a time, Shanks served as an intern in the Roger Pirates, thus he naturally became acquainted with Rayleigh himself. Moreover, In recent years, as the most prominent figure of the post-Roger era, he inevitably caught Rayleigh's attention. This time, the red-haired Shanks specifically ventured to the Sadise archipelago, not with the intention of traversing the underwater tunnel to enter the New World, but rather to pay a personal visit to the well-versed Rayleigh, who, even surpassing Douglas Bullet in experience, had garnered significant respect. Rayleigh, these gentlemen have been waiting for you for quite some time. At that moment, the barmaid, with her short black hair and striking figure, exhaled and slowly addressed Rayleigh at the entrance. She is the owner of this bar, Shaki. After Roger's demise, she began living with Rayleigh and opened a bar in the Sadise archipelago. However, her primary occupation is not running a bar, but rather engaging in underground intelligence trading, earning her the title of an information broker within the industry. Rayleigh nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to close the bar's door before approaching Shanks and his crew. At that moment, every member of the red-haired pirates, except for Shanks, became intensely anxious. Even Ben Beckman, seasoned by numerous storms, could not help but place his hand on the firearm at his waist. Calm down, we are not here to cause trouble. I merely wish to speak privately with Mr. Rayleigh, Shanks explained, noticing the tension among his crew. Upon hearing their captain's words, the crew members gradually relaxed their taut nerves. Nevertheless, in the presence of a legendary figure akin to Roger, they remained vigilant. I heard you lost an arm, and it was to save a child. Is that why your ship was commandeered? Rayleigh remarked, casting a glance at Shanks' empty left sleeve. It's just an arm. I wagered it for the new era. Truly. The captain of the renowned red-haired pirates, even with a missing limb, spoke with such conviction. But what brings you to me today? May I have a moment of your time? Shanks sought a private conversation with Rayleigh, not out of fear of losing face before his crew, but to prevent unnecessary panic among them. Come with me inside. Also, Shaki, please prepare a fine meal and drinks for our guest. I wish to properly host this former intern of the ship. After addressing Shaki, Rayleigh led Shanks into a small room at the back of the tavern. Once inside, Shanks laid his cards on the table. Mr. Rayleigh, are you familiar with illusions? Upon hearing the term, Rayleigh's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed. That individual possesses the ability to wield illusions. When I faced him, he conjured an incredibly realistic virtual world. Within that realm, I had no capacity for resistance. Not even the ability to use hockey. Yet he was able to subject me to torment at will in this world. Even after having been away from battle for many days, Shanks still feels a lingering dread when recounting this past experience. So formidable, but if it were merely an illusion, wouldn't it suffice to regard it as a mere figment? I initially believed so as well. Yet the vividness of this illusory realm was so profound that I could genuinely feel the pain. Moreover, it is crucial to note that he could conjure forth individuals and events from the depths of my own psyche. Shanks refrained from revealing the terrifying circumstances he faced at that time, for he was bound by a secret pact with the elders. Even in the presence of Rayleigh, he could not divulge this matter. It was, in fact, the illusion of the 5 elders conjured by Qin Chuan that caused Shanks to utterly collapse. He did not believe that these 5 elders were genuinely existent. Rather, he was astounded that even his fellow crew members were completely oblivious to this matter. How could a seemingly inconspicuous individual, one he had never encountered before, possess knowledge of the connection between him and the 5 elders? This revelation was the fundamental reason for his sudden breakdown, rendering him utterly devoid of any combat capability upon returning to reality. Are you suggesting that he fabricated people and events known only to you or a select few, utilizing them to confront you, thus leading to your mental unraveling? Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by the extraordinary prowess that Qin Chuan possessed. Moreover, and of utmost significance, this young individual has displayed such astonishing prowess at such a tender age. Should he continue to evolve, he may well become one of the most formidable figures of the great pirate era. Indeed, this is precisely why I sought your counsel, to inquire whether there exists a particular devil fruit ability that possesses such power, or if there are individuals who specialize in the cultivation of such illusions. It seems to me that the matter transcends mere devil fruit capabilities, and perhaps he has not truly penetrated the depths of your innermost thoughts. At this juncture, Rayleigh, after a moment of silence, spoke up with a contemplative tone. What? He hasn't delved into my heart, yet how does he know everything about me? Shanks questioned, perplexed. Perhaps all of this is merely a figment of your imagination, and he has simply nudged you slightly, allowing you to manifest these visions entirely on your own. Impossible. He was undoubtedly present within this illusion, and he explicitly voiced those words to me. Shanks vehemently refuted. It was evident that he did not concur with Rayleigh's perspective. Chapter 70. Trouble aboard the ship. I contend that even he is a mere construct of your imagination. In essence, the entire illusion is a realm you have meticulously crafted from beginning to end. Rayleigh continued his analysis. Upon hearing Rayleigh's explanation, Shanks found himself wavering in his conviction. If your assertion holds true, do you possess any means to dispel his technique? Shanks pressed for clarification. I do not, at least not at this moment. However, based on my previous experiences, this illusion cannot be conjured at will. Otherwise, he would be invincible. Furthermore, it is paramount to understand that if he is casting this illusion upon you, he must be entirely focused on you. At this moment, if someone were to take the initiative to attack him, perhaps this illusion would shatter effortlessly. Rayleigh, truly the legendary Dark King. Though he had never encountered Qin Chuan nor experienced the formidable prowess of Yuedu, could nonetheless discern the crux of the matter solely based on Shanks' account. While his earlier conjectures may have been inaccurate, they did not impede him from identifying the flaw within Yuedu. Suddenly, Shanks' eyes brightened, only to darken in an instant. Thank you, Mr. Rayleigh, but I am perplexed as to why you choose to remain in such a humble tavern, given your strength and experience. Surely there would be a place for you should you decide to re-enter the fray of the new world. Shanks pressed on. Haha, I have grown old. This era belongs to you. Moreover, there is nothing and no one that has piqued my interest. Thus, I find it more agreeable to enjoy my twilight years in peace. Rayleigh replied with a smile. But can Qin Chuan not evoke your interest? Today he has already recruited another warlord of the sea. His momentum is even more formidable than those three in the new world. I shall meet him. At that time, I can personally gauge his depth. Rayleigh suddenly narrowed his eyes, revealing a characteristic smile. Upon hearing this, Shanks was taken aback, astonished that Rayleigh could foresee his impending encounter with Qin Chuan. Meanwhile, aboard the Red Force, Bartolomeo was persistently harassing Boa Hancock. Hancock, what do you think of me? Go away. In the face of Bartolomeo's relentless pursuit, Boa Hancock merely gazed calmly into the distance, uttering a single word. Oh, how intriguing. I like your spirit. Why don't we date? Instead of feeling angered by Hancock's dismissive attitude, Bartolomeo became even more exhilarated. Is that fool inclined towards masochism? Additionally, Captain, do you truly believe this individual offers substantial assistance to our pirate crew? At that moment, Douglas Bullet, who was not far away on the deck, inquired. Although he had witnessed Bartolomeo's prowess, he had also learned from Qin Chuan about the weaknesses of Bartolomeo's devil fruit abilities. Since he became aware of the other's vulnerabilities, he no longer regarded Bartolomeo with such reverence. Do you know why I have gathered all of you here? Qin Chuan did not provide a direct answer to this inquiry. Instead, he countered with a question of his own. Because we possess exceptional abilities and can assist you. Douglas Barrett responded without hesitation. Incorrect. It is because your backgrounds are untainted, which allows me to recruit you with peace of mind. In this world, there are numerous formidable pirates, yet most of them are entangled with other factions lurking in the shadows. Not only do I aspire to establish a pirate crew, but I also yearn to create one that is uniquely mine. Although that individual possesses only mediocre strength and is still rather impetuous in youth, his loyalty is commendable, which makes me feel more at ease in having him by my side. As for prowess, it does not particularly concern me, for in the ultimate confrontation, the role each of you shall play is merely to divert some of the firepower, nothing more. Qin Chuan candidly articulated the unvarnished truth. Upon stating that everyone could only assist him in diverting fire, even the nearby Sir Crocodile could not help but furrow his brow. It was evident that, until now, Qin Chuan had yet to genuinely acknowledge their prowess. This realization left them quite displeased. However, just then, a sudden commotion arose nearby. At that moment, one could see Bartolomeo incessantly entangled in conversation with Boa Hancock. Yet, in the next instant, Boa Hancock unexpectedly bestowed a faint smile upon him. This smile led Bartolomeo to believe that the other party was finally willing to engage in conversation, causing him to completely lower his guard. After all, they were both on the same vessel, and it seemed impossible for the other to turn against him. Yet, he had miscalculated. Die! Exclaimed Hancock, as she suddenly lifted her right foot and delivered a swift kick towards Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo could scarcely anticipate the sudden assault from his opponent, and he was taken aback in astonishment. Yet, as he attempted to evade, Boa Hancock's foot struck mercilessly against his abdomen. In the next instant, his body was instantly petrified. Following that, he was propelled out of the ship, plummeting with a resounding splash into the vast ocean. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Chuan and the others were utterly astonished. Bartolomeo, after all, was a user of the devil fruit, and those with such powers are inherently unable to swim. Observing this, Douglas Barrett immediately shouted, "Are you out of your mind? He is a devil fruit user." To which Boa Hancock responded nonchalantly, "I am aware, but what of it?" Even when faced with the renowned Douglas Barrett, she exhibited no hint of fear, maintaining her calm demeanor. Chapter 71, Diving to Rescue. Damn it. Everyone on this ship is a devil fruit user. How can we possibly save anyone now? Meanwhile, Shad Crocodile's expression darkened as well. With everyone aboard being a devil fruit user, it meant that at this critical juncture, no one could plunge into the sea to render assistance. Moreover, Bartolomeo had already sunk into the depths of the sea. At this juncture, the only course of action was to plunge into the water to retrieve him. Witnessing Boa Hancock's sudden inclination towards violence, Qin Chuan's expression turned icy. It was one thing for her to toy with Bartolomeo, but the thought of extinguishing his life crossed a line that Qin Chuan could not permit. However, he had no time to engage in dialogue with her. Bartolomeo was someone he had personally chosen, and he had taken him aboard despite the peril of being besieged by the Navy. Thus he could not allow Bartolomeo to perish. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan suddenly sprinted towards the direction where Bartolomeo had fallen, then leaped into the sea without hesitation. The remaining 3 on the deck were taken aback by this spectacle. By God, if Captain Qin Chuan meets with misfortune, none of you will leave the ship alive today. Douglas Barrett glared at Boa Hancock, his face contorted with fury. Clearly, at this moment, he had fully embraced Qin Chuan as his captain. Yet, he remains uncertain whether Qin Chuan is indeed a wielder of the devil fruit powers. Should that be the case, this leap would not only fail to save anyone, but could also cost him his own life. More importantly, despite his formidable strength, he finds himself utterly powerless in this moment. Following the reprimand, Boa Hancock's face also betrayed a hint of concern. Just moments ago, she had harbored the intention to eliminate Bartolomeo, yet she never wished for Qin Chuan to meet his demise. Now that she has officially abdicated and declared her allegiance to Qin Chuan's pirate crew, the prospect of Qin Chuan's death would render her aspirations of regaining the trust and appointment of the world government utterly impossible. Thus, she too felt a pang of anxiety. However, just as the trio stood in a state of disarray, a colossal splash erupted from the water's surface. In the next moment, Qin Chuan emerged, dragging the petrified Bartolomeo with him. Quickly, Old Sand, toss down a sand rope. Qin Chuan shouted urgently towards Sand Crocodile as he struggled to rise above the water. As Sand Crocodile swiftly cast down the same sand rope that had previously ensnared the Sea King, it reached Qin Chuan. Seizing the rope with determination, he was soon pulled from the depths alongside the stone-like Bartolomeo, propelled back onto the deck of the ship. Once aboard, Qin Chuan could not restrain himself from gasping for breath. The endeavor of rescuing someone submerged in a petrified state was undeniably arduous. At one point, he nearly succumbed to the urge to abandon the effort, yet he ultimately persevered. In that moment, Boa Hancock hurried over, her expression laden with remorse. "Captain, I apologize. My actions were impulsive," she acknowledged, fully aware of the gravity of her misstep. "Now that the individual has been rescued, if anyone dares to harm a comrade again, I shall not grant a second chance." Furthermore, she announced that the ship would dock at a Lugia port in the West Sea the following day, stating, "Those who wish to depart may do so without hesitation. I shall not impose any difficulties. However, should we encounter each other again in the future, do not expect me to show any mercy." Qin Chuan's gaze turned icy as he addressed the others, his voice grave and resolute. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's threat, the others were instantly gripped by a chill down their spines. Clearly, they were aware of Qin Chuan's capabilities and recognized his potential to act in such a manner. After coldly delivering his words, Qin Chuan rose from the deck and retreated to his chamber to change his attire. Boa Hancock hastily released Bartolomeo from his petrified state. Once liberated, Bartolomeo suddenly felt a searing pain in his lower abdomen. He had been instantly petrified after being kicked by Boa Hancock, and thus had not experienced any discomfort at that moment. Now that the petrification had been lifted, the pain surged back through his nerves to his cerebral cortex. "Oh, it hurts so much." Bartolomeo could not help but complain, casting a resentful glance at Boa Hancock. "You both better behave yourselves from now on. If you stir up trouble again, I won't hesitate to dispose of you before the captain throws you overboard." At this point, Douglas Barrett, unable to endure any longer, admonished the two before him. Among them, even if they joined forces, he felt no intimidation from their combined strength. Thus, in Qin Chuan's absence, he had assumed the role of their leader. Witnessing Douglas Barrett's ire and recalling the recent events, the two individuals fell silent. However, just then, Shah Crocodile, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke up. "Setting that aside for now, I never expected Captain Qin Chuan to be devoid of devil fruit abilities. This is truly beyond my expectations. From where does his strength derive? Can a human truly attain powers that surpass those granted by devil fruits through sheer effort?" Upon hearing the words of SHK Lu KDR, it dawned upon the crowd that it was indeed Qin Chuan who had leapt into the water to rescue Bartolomeo. This revelation unequivocally indicated that Qin Chuan had not consumed a devil fruit. After all, in this world, only fishmen or merfolk could venture into the sea after partaking of such a fruit. However, Qin Chuan bore none of their characteristics. Thus this situation was naturally dismissed by the crowd. Chapter 72, The Early Appearance of the Supernova. With this revelation, everyone lost their inclination to argue, redirecting their focus towards speculating about Qin Chuan's background. Nevertheless, despite an extensive discussion on the deck, no conclusions were reached. Although this world is vast, if any faction were genuinely powerful, it would be implausible for them to remain entirely concealed without leaving a trace of information. They are all illustrious individuals, possessing a modicum of knowledge about various matters in this world. Therefore, should Qin Chuan belong to any particular faction, they would undoubtedly be aware of it. However, let us refrain from excessive speculation. Captain Qin Chuan has previously mentioned that he will reveal the truth to us when the opportune moment arises. In the following days, indeed, none of them ventured into unnecessary distractions. Aware of his previous missteps, Bartolomeo became considerably more subdued, while Boa Hancock occasionally took the initiative to engage in conversation with Qin Chuan. Yet the topics they discussed were primarily centered around the path that lay ahead. Time passed swiftly, and the five finally arrived at the largest port in the West Sea, the illustrious Elusia port. Here, one finds not only the most expansive area of the West Sea, but also the most prosperous city, the town of Elusia. The most prosperous places inevitably signify an increase in danger. Although the town of Illyria is similarly garrisoned by the navy, much like the town of Rog in the East Sea, the naval establishment here also belongs to a branch. The highest-ranking officer within the branch is merely a colonel. A naval colonel may manage to handle a few pirates, even those numbering in the millions or tens of millions. However, when faced with notorious pirates like Sir Crocodile, who boast bounties in the thousands or even billions, they are akin to mere ants. Fortunately, the city of Elusia, being the most prosperous metropolis in the West Sea, naturally receives significant attention and protection from the world government and the navy. Thus, in general, few foolish pirates would dare to cause trouble here. Upon docking, the crew of the Red Force promptly disembarked. After several days at sea, they were understandably weary, so they made their way directly to the most opulent restaurant in the town. It is undeniable that the grandeur of the West Sea far surpasses that of the East Sea, and it is no wonder that the pirates here exhibit a superiority in strength compared to their eastern counterparts. A mere glance at the restaurant's interior reveals its lavishness. Upon entering, they were greeted by a lofty ceiling and expansive space, with ornate chandeliers gracefully suspended overhead. The dining area was adorned with antique clocks, and complemented by leather seating and dark wooden elements, creating an atmosphere of resplendence and luxury. Qin Chuan surveyed the surroundings and noted that, although the restaurant was bustling with patrons, they were predominantly well-dressed ordinary individuals. There were no obvious pirates in sight. Perhaps the exorbitant prices deterred them, or perhaps they felt out of place in such an establishment. At that moment, a restaurant attendant approached. "Good sirs, would you like to dine here?" "Yes, 5 of us." "Please lead the way," Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. "Fortunately, we have a large table available. Please follow me." The attendant replied, guiding them toward a sizable round table. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the restaurant. Turning to investigate, Qin Chuan and his companions witnessed a group of men clad in black suits and sunglasses entering the hall one after another. The next moment, a diminutive figure dressed in a hat and scarf, sporting a pinstriped suit and a cigar in his mouth, resembling a member of the mafia, made his way into the lobby. Upon encountering this individual, Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated crossing paths with this character, and it appeared that events were becoming increasingly intriguing. Internally, Qin Chuan scoffed. This man was none other than Capone Beach, the captain of the fire tank pirates, one of the 11 supernovas who had emerged from the West Sea and made landfall on the Sabaody archipelago before significant events unfolded. Although his bounty was not exceedingly high, surpassing 100 million nonetheless indicated notable prowess. At this juncture, Capone Beach was not yet widely recognized. Yet a glance at the entourage behind him suggested he had established a commendable presence in this locale. Indeed, as he entered the hall, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Many guests began to lower their heads and whisper amongst themselves, clearly acknowledging Capone Beach's considerable reputation. Shortly thereafter, a seemingly flustered restaurant manager rushed to his side, respectfully inquiring, "Mr. Capone Beach, may I ask if you are here to dine?" Upon hearing this question, Capone Beach not only wore no smile, but also turned to glare at the manager. In the next instant, he raised his foot and delivered a swift kick to the manager's abdomen. With a resounding thud, the manager was sent sprawling onto the polished wooden floor. "Isn't that a redundant question? Am I here to conduct business rather than eat? Hurry up and lead the way," Capone Beach stated coldly, his expression one of disdain. Despite receiving a kick, the lobby manager endured the excruciating pain and managed to rise to his feet once more, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile as he said, "I apologize. Please follow me." He promptly turned around, scanning the surroundings for an available table. At that moment, he spotted an unoccupied seat in front of Qin Chuan and his companions. Without hesitation, he made his way toward their direction. Observing this, the onlookers furrowed their brows in disapproval, clearly understanding that he intended to usurp the table they had just secured. As anticipated, upon reaching them, the lobby manager quickly asserted, "My apologies, but this table has been reserved in advance. We are fully booked today. Please do come earlier next time." Chapter 73. Hold on. Did I permit your departure? At this juncture, Boa Hancock had already taken a seat. Upon hearing the manager's words, she directed a cold glare in his direction. Yet, despite his interruption, she showed no inclination to rise from her seat. Moreover, Qin Chuan and his companions stood still, unwavering. "Esteemed guests, I have already made it abundantly clear that this table has been occupied." Upon witnessing these seemingly amiable individuals remaining motionless, the manager of the hall grew somewhat displeased, his tone becoming noticeably more severe. "When we arrived, the waiter did not inform us that this table was reserved. How is it that just as we have taken our seats, you come to tell me that this table has been booked by someone else?" In the bustling city of Shihai, Qin Chuan had no desire to create a scene. After all, he had an agreement with the world government. He could cause a ruckus on Daughter Island or defeat other members of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, engaging in a violent altercation on the territory of the world government, akin to what transpired in Loguetown, would undoubtedly bring disgrace to both the world government and the Navy. Such actions would be a blatant disregard for their dignity, and naturally, they would not respond favorably. Thus, at that moment, Qin Chuan calmly spoke up. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan speak, even Douglas Barrett, who was prepared to take action, restrained himself. In truth, every individual present was formidable in their own right. Had Qin Chuan not initiated the conversation, it is likely they would have already turned the restaurant upside down. The server, clearly lacking discernment, had made an error. And before the floor manager could finish his statement, he suddenly lunged forward, crashing into the opposite side. Once again, it was the formidable Capone Becky who delivered a forceful kick, exclaiming with disdain, "Clearly, you have a death wish." After sending his opponent sprawling, Capone Becky, still unsatisfied, brandished a handgun, directing it menacingly at his adversary. Witnessing this alarming scene, the lobby manager was rendered weak-kneed, hastily rising to his knees in a desperate plea for mercy. "Are you intending to cause a disturbance?" At that moment, Qin Chuan calmly turned his gaze towards Capone Becky and inquired. It was only at this moment that Capone Becky took notice of Qin Chuan and his entourage. When he turned to face Qin Chuan, his previously stern countenance abruptly froze. He then cast a swift glance at the individuals surrounding Qin Chuan. Douglas Barrett, Shock Crocodile, and Boa Hancock were surprisingly all present. Only one person could gather such a multitude of notorious pirates, and that is the recently renowned Qin Chuan, who was rumored to be negotiating with the world government. Upon realizing that he had provoked the Qin Chuan pirate crew, Capone Beach swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for how to defuse the tense situation. However, before he could utter a word, a man behind him could no longer restrain himself. "Father, stop wasting time with these fools. Let me take them out with a single shot so they understand the might of our fire tank pirate crew." The man, also clad in a suit, prepared to draw his pistol aimed at Qin Chuan and his companions. Yet, before he could lift his weapon, Capone Beach swiftly raised his own gun and fired at the young man who had just shouted for his father. The gunshot reverberated throughout the restaurant, leaving everyone present in shock. Even Qin Chuan and his crew were taken aback to witness the ruthless act of shooting what appeared to be the assailant's son without hesitation. "Hey, I'm talking to you, Capone Beach." However, Qin Chuan, who had long been aware that Capone Beach was not a man of benevolence, spoke once more in a calm manner. This time, he not only questioned the other party again but even called out his name. Are you the Qin Chuan pirate crew?" Capone Beach, upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, immediately responded with an awkward expression. Upon hearing those words from Capone Beach, the crowd behind him, who had initially been taken aback, were now utterly astonished. Many instinctively took a few steps back, attempting to distance themselves from Capone Beach. Consuming a superhuman-type stronghold devil fruit and yet being oblivious to one's own surname? After witnessing Capone Beach's hesitance, Qin Chuan retorted once more. Although this individual possessed a certain degree of strength, in Qin Chuan's eyes, he was utterly insignificant. "I apologize for my lack of discernment. I shall take my leave immediately." During this time, Qin Chuan's reputation had grown immensely, as he was a contender against the 7 warlords of the sea, making it evident that Capone Beach could not afford a direct confrontation here. Thus, after uttering those words, Capone Beach prepared to turn away. However, at that moment, Qin Chuan called out to him again. "Hold on, did I permit you to leave?" Upon hearing the intention to depart, Qin Chuan promptly halted him once more. "Is there something else?" Capone Beach cautiously inquired as he turned back. "You are a ruthless individual, known for relishing in the beheading of your foes. And thus I am concerned that after today, you may seek vengeance against me. How about this? You use your pistol to incapacitate your right hand, and then you and your men can take your leave." Originally, Qin Chuan had no intention of causing a commotion. However, since Capone Beach had already embroiled himself with him, he certainly could not let him go so easily. Firstly, this was a time for him to build momentum. Every action he took in public would be scrutinized and magnified by onlookers. Moreover, Capone Beach was inherently a vicious man, one who would not hesitate to eliminate even his own flesh and blood. Thus, upon returning, he would undoubtedly seek a means to reclaim his lost honor. However, Qin Chuan was no pushover, so it was only natural that he would not easily let his opponent off the hook. Chapter 74. Trapped together. Upon hearing that Qin Chuan intended to sever his own arm, Capone Beach's countenance instantly darkened. Although he was a ruthless individual, he harbored no inclination towards self-harm, nor would he ever resort to injuring himself. "Can we negotiate this? After all, I still hold some influence in the West Sea. If this escalates, it will be detrimental for everyone involved. Furthermore, I am aware of your objectives for this venture. Should you resort to violence here, it is likely that someone will become wary and take preemptive defensive measures. At that juncture, would you not find yourselves at a loss?" Capone Beach, as the leader of a crime syndicate, exemplified a stark contrast to Bartolomeo, who, despite being a rogue himself, lacked the same depth of character and strategy. Bartolomeo relied solely on brute force to conquer others, whereas Capone Beach commanded the underworld of Alucia through a combination of might and extraordinary intellect. With a sharp slap, Qin Chuan interrupted. "What gives you the right to set terms with me? Allowing you to lose a hand is already a considerable concession. Do you understand?" The individual Capone Beach referred to as none other than one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. At this moment, anyone with a semblance of wit would undoubtedly recognize him as such, making the element of surprise irrelevant to Qin Chuan. Moreover, to devise strategies against a mere Gecko Moria was beneath him. Additionally, he harbored no fondness for Capone Beach. Although both were pirates, there existed a fundamental distinction between them. Capone Beach took pleasure in preying upon innocent civilians, as evidenced by his recent bloodlust, which Qin Chuan found utterly contemptible. Thus, he was determined to eradicate some of the more loathsome figures from the pirate world. After being publicly slapped, 5 distinct finger marks appeared on Capone Beach's face. Even though he recognized the evident disparity in strength, he could not swallow his pride. Moreover, he knew that his opponent would not simply allow him to depart. Resolutely, he flung open his suit jacket, signaling his intention to employ the powers of his devil fruit. His understanding of the devil fruit ability was profound, and Qin Chuan swiftly gathered his thoughts, murmuring quietly to himself, "Ding. The host has successfully utilized the character card of Kagaya, resulting in 1 less usage." In the next instant, before anyone could react, Capone Beach bellowed, "Castle. Complete-sized boss." Suddenly, darkness enveloped their surroundings, and they found themselves upon a stone platform. Concurrently, all of his subordinates appeared before Qin Chuan and his companions. This unexpected turn of events startled several members of Qin Chuan's pirate crew. What transpired? Bartolomeo was the first to inquire. "This is a castle. We are now trapped within," Qin Chuan remarked, gazing at the figures clad in black ahead of them. "What? How could we possibly end up in this castle?" Hancock exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, even the knowledgeable Crocodile and Douglas Bullet furrowed their brows in concern as they turned their gaze toward Qin Chuan. "This brings us to his devil fruit. His power is that of the Paramecia-type stronghold fruit, which allows him to anchor everything, including himself, within his own body, akin to a castle. Any object that enters his domain diminishes in size, only to return to its original form once it exits his sphere of influence." "Humph. A mere wall dares to confine us? What a delusion." Crocodile scoffed dismissively after hearing Qin Chuan's explanation. Meanwhile, the figures clad in black ahead appeared to have received the command from Capone Beggy, who had not entered the premises. Without hesitation, they drew their firearms and opened fire upon Qin Chuan and his companions. Bang, 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 seizing the opportunity while they were still engaged in conversation. Dozens of bullets surged forth at high velocity. Yet, even in the face of these bullets, Qin Chuan and his companions remained utterly oblivious, standing still as if frozen in place. As the projectiles were poised to strike them, a transparent barrier materialized before them. Clang, clang, clang. Upon hitting this ethereal wall, the bullets emitted a resonant sound of metal colliding. Subsequently, they swiftly descended to the ground. Upon witnessing the transparent barrier before them, the group of individuals clad in black was taken aback, momentarily astonished. However, they quickly contemplated launching another assault. At that instant, Bartolomeo, having already assumed the common's finger's gesture, let out a soft huff. Barrier, charging bull. In the next moment, Bartolomeo propelled himself forward at an astonishing speed, utilizing the curved, transparent barrier that obstructed his path. The transparent barrier surged forward like a bulldozer. Upon witnessing this, the black-clad figures had no choice but to flee, for they possessed no devil fruit powers, at best. They were mere gangsters. Faced with formidable pirates, they were utterly defenseless. As they saw the imminent attack, their only option was to scatter in panic. However, the speed of the transparent barrier was astounding, charging towards them like an enraged bull. With a resounding crash, the barrier sent all the black-clad individuals standing before Qin Chuan and his companions flying. They fell to the ground like raindrops, and it was evident that they had become lifeless corpses. Chapter 75. The Return of the Water Shadow. Just when everyone thought they could easily escape the castle, the structure suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation. The once steadfast floor began to ooze murky liquid. Simultaneously, Qin Chuan and his companions found their feet ensnared, rendering them immobile. "What is happening?" Bartolomeo exclaimed in astonishment. This is his special devil fruit technique, Castle Swamp. He utilized his devil fruit powers to manipulate the castle structure within him, transforming it into a swamp to torment all trapped within. At this moment, Qin Chuan coldly warned, "Damn it, even with my armament hockey, I cannot free my legs from this quagmire." Douglas Barrett lamented after several futile attempts. Soon after, Crocodile and Boa Hancock also employed their abilities to escape, but all efforts were in vain. To make matters worse, a viscous green liquid began to seep from the surrounding walls. Clearly, Capone Beach aimed to trap them here indefinitely. Seeing this, Qin Chuan snorted disdainfully. "A mere trivial technique. You are not worthy to kill us." Boil release, mist technique. In the next moment, he expelled scalding steam from his mouth. This steam quickly made contact with the green viscous liquid seeping from the walls, which was instantly consumed. Simultaneously, the steam surged towards the fortress's walls. Upon contact, the high-temperature vapor began to gradually evaporate the sturdy walls. This spectacle left the others in stunned silence. Apart from Crocodile and Douglas Barrett, who had witnessed Qin Chuan's prowess in Alabasta, the others were entirely unprepared for such terrifying power. They gazed at Qin Chuan in astonishment. Realizing that this steam was no ordinary mist, it could corrode solid walls. Moreover, considering that Qin Chuan lacked devil fruit abilities, it implied that the steam he produced could be stored within his body flawlessly. This revelation deepened their intrigue towards Qin Chuan. Not only were they astonished, but Capone Beach, who was monitoring everything from outside, was equally taken aback. He was compelled to shut down the castle and release Qin Chuan and his companions. However, although they returned to reality, the previously luxurious dining hall had been reduced to ruins due to Beach activating fortress mode. Moreover, a considerable crowd had gathered, including soldiers clad in white navy uniforms. Yet, at this critical juncture, these lowly minions dared not intervene in the conflict, likely having informed headquarters immediately and now awaiting reinforcements. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the physique of Cape and Baiki had significantly weakened. The castle that had just stood was, in fact, a part of his essence. Yet after being corroded and dissolved by the mist conjured by Qin Chuan, his body had sustained considerable damage. Perish, he exclaimed. Water release, hidden mist technique. Immediately, Qin Chuan expelled a vast quantity of dense fog from his mouth. This thick mist rendered the surrounding environment obscured, enveloping even his own teammates in its shroud. Initially, Crocodile intended to disperse the encroaching sandstorm at the earliest opportunity. However, he suddenly realized that this phenomenon had been deliberately conjured by Qin Chuan as a means to confront his adversaries. If he were to dissipate the dense fog, it would undoubtedly thwart Qin Chuan's strategic intentions. Upon this realization, he resolved to summon his Busashoka Haki to guard against any imminent peril. Simultaneously, Douglas Barrett and Boa Hancock, both adept in Busashoka Haki, also activated their defensive powers without delay. Without the enhancement of armament Haki, Bartolomeo resorted to his signature gesture, promptly encasing himself within a transparent barrier. This maneuver was a spontaneous invention of his, allowing him to evade lethal attacks by secluding himself in moments of peril. Meanwhile, on the side of Capone Beach, a sense of unease began to envelop him as the thick fog descended. He had always relied heavily on the powers of his devil fruit, but now that his abilities were rendered utterly ineffective against his opponent, he pondered what means he possessed to continue the fight. With this thought, the notion of retreat began to take root in Capone Beach's mind, prompting him to hastily flee in a random direction through the mist. However, having scarcely taken 2 steps, he suddenly sensed a fleeting shadow pass by him. Startled, Capone Beach halted, drawing his pistol and aiming it towards the direction of the movement. Yet, just as he prepared to fire a blind shot, a water dragon-shaped column surged forth, crashing towards his face with a thunderous roar. Boom! With a muffled thud, Capone Beach was sent hurtling backward. Meanwhile, the dense fog had completely dissipated. At this moment, everyone beheld Qin Chuan standing still and Capone Beach lying in the distance. Upon witnessing this scene, Shaki Karaktal experienced a sense of déjà vu. Even though Qin Chuan had employed the same technique before him for the second time, he remained unable to devise a strategy to counter Qin Chuan. At this juncture, Capone Beach could only feel his internal organs churning violently, the intense pain rendering him breathless. Just then, Qin Chuan finally received a long-awaited notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the enemy. You have earned a total of 15,000 reputation points as a reward. Chapter 76, an interview. This time, Qin Chuan received a reward of 15,000 reputation points, which aligned with his expectations. After all, the opponent would only become a supernova several years later. At present, he was merely a gang leader endowed with the powers of a devil fruit. His strength fell considerably short of Bartolomeo's, thus his reputation could hardly be elevated. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Qin Chuan realized that Capone Beach had undoubtedly lost all combat capability. At that moment, the local naval forces finally arrived, albeit belatedly. The leading middle-aged man, clad in a naval coat, gasped upon seeing Qin Chuan and his companions, as well as the incapacitated Capone Beach on the ground. Upon learning that Qin Chuan's pirate crew hailed from the West Sea, he fervently hoped that he would not have to confront them. After all, he represented the Navy. Should he encounter them in a tumultuous situation, would he intervene? If he chose to act, he would undoubtedly be easily defeated, possibly even face life-threatening danger. It is worth noting that Smoker, who once wielded the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, had been severely beaten by Qin Chuan and his crew. Moreover, it was fortunate that the naval admiral arrived promptly at the scene. Otherwise, it is likely that Smoker would have never had the opportunity to ascend to the rank of rear admiral. Presently, I find myself in the West Sea, several days' journey away from the Navy headquarters at Marineford. Should a confrontation occur today, my demise would be inevitable. Yet, if I choose to turn a blind eye to this situation, the news of it would undoubtedly tarnish both the Navy's reputation and my own. It is important to note that reporters have already made their presence felt at the scene, thus every one of my actions must be executed with the utmost caution. At this critical juncture, I find myself at a loss as to how to proceed. Qin Chuan then noticed the gathering naval soldiers and addressed them calmly, stating, "This individual is a notorious local crime lord, known as Capone Becky. Today, while he was preparing to commit indiscriminate slaughter in the restaurant, I happened upon him. Driven by a resolute sense of justice, I decisively intervened at that moment, ultimately vanquishing the adversary. and I fervently hope that the Navy would apprehend him and ensure his proper confinement. Moreover, I propose the organization of substantial manpower and resources to conduct a thorough search throughout the city of Irussia with the aim of eradicating his remaining followers, thereby bestowing upon the local populace a more joyous and fulfilling existence. Upon the utterance of Qin Chuan's words, all the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Capone Becky and his notorious gang were well known in the area, and now it seemed that Qin Chuan had taken action on their behalf. This unexpected turn of events sparked a newfound admiration for the Qin Chuan pirate crew among the gathered crowd. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the naval commander could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. As Qin Chuan had articulated, despite the considerable uproar he had caused, his intentions were not to provoke the world government or the Navy, but rather to eradicate the scourge afflicting the populace. Furthermore, the intricate ties he maintained with the upper echelons of the world government left the commander with even less reason to oppose him. With this thought in mind, the naval commander stepped forward and declared, "Mr. Qin Chuan, I am the local chief of security, and I extend heartfelt gratitude on behalf of all the people of Illusia. Moreover, we shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly to eliminating these nefarious elements." As soon as the naval commander uttered these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Currently, Qin Chuan was still operating under the guise of a pirate, making it almost unfathomable for a naval commander to publicly commend a pirate in such a manner, a feat previously deemed impossible. At this moment, Qin Chuan has accomplished his goal. This signifies that his identity has been irrevocably redeemed in the hearts of the people here. After all, prior to this, all the commotion Qin Chuan had caused elsewhere bore no relevance to them, and thus, they naturally harbored no animosity towards him. Suddenly, a spontaneous wave of applause erupted around him. Gradually, the clapping grew louder, accompanied by fervent shouts extolling the valiant spirit of Qin Chuan's pirate crew. At that moment, a reporter, microphone in hand, seized the opportunity and boldly approached Qin Chuan, followed closely by a man wielding a camera. It was evident that he was also a member of the press. In the realm of journalism across the globe, it seems that only the reporters of the World Economic News Agency possess the audacity to confront danger head-on. After all, this esteemed agency was established by none other than Morgans, a titan of the shadowy world. Even the Navy and the world government, on numerous occasions, find themselves compelled to show a modicum of respect towards him, let alone the common pirates. Furthermore, at this juncture, Qin Chuan had already gained the recognition of the local Navy, making any overt aggression towards them implausible. At that moment, a reporter rushed forward, promptly introducing himself. "Good day, Mr. Qin Chuan. I am George, a correspondent for the World Economic News Agency stationed in Illusia. May I inquire if you would be amenable to an interview?" "Certainly. Feel free to ask." Qin Chuan, eager to seize this splendid opportunity to promote himself and his crew, welcomed the inquiry. Meanwhile, several of his crew members gathered around, positioning themselves alongside him. Thus, in the frame of the camera, Qin Chuan stood prominently at the forefront, flanked by 4 members of the Qin Chuan pirate crew. "Mr. Qin Chuan, it is rumored that you have escaped from the depths of the undersea prison. May I thus presume that you are indeed a pirate at this present moment?" George boldly initiated with such a provocative question. "You may consider it so," Qin Chuan replied candidly without hesitation. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's response, the individuals behind him suddenly appeared somewhat uneasy. Clearly, proclaiming oneself a pirate before the entire world was a novel experience for them. Chapter 77, Redemption of Identity. "I would like to inquire further," the journalist continued. "You mentioned that defeating Capone Beach was for the benefit of the local populace. As a pirate, what was your true motivation for undertaking such an endeavor? Is it indeed as the outside world speculates, that you were preparing to negotiate with the world government and submit to their authority, thus, by vanquishing the 7 warlords of the sea and lesser pirates? Are you attempting to cleanse your past actions and establish a commendable new image?" At this point, Douglas Barrett, standing behind, felt an urge to lash out. He had never participated in an interview, so he was unaware of how incisive these journalists' inquiries could be. However, he cast a glance at Qin Chuan, sensing that the latter bore no trace of anger, which compelled him to suppress his impulse. "This topic is rather intriguing," Qin Chuan remarked. "In the eyes of the Navy and the world government, I am a pirate, while within the depths of Impel Down, I am merely a prisoner. Yet, before the citizens of Illusia, I am their savior. This illustrates that I embody different roles in the hearts of various individuals, although our identities may differ. This in no way hinders us from pursuing what is right. Who says that pirates cannot uphold justice and eradicate tyranny? The majority of pirates are merely in search of the fabled treasure, rather than engaging in plunder and violence. Furthermore, can we truly assert that the Navy and the world government are blameless, under the guise of justice and for the sake of the people? What clandestine and unscrupulous deeds have they committed? If we were to delve into such matters, I would argue that I surpass them in virtue." At this moment, Qin Chuan suddenly unveiled an explosive revelation. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the naval commander was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. He hastily instructed his subordinates to escort Capone Beach away and to vacate the premises. Consequently, Qin Chuan was left to unleash his vitriol against the Navy and the world government without concern. Simultaneously, the journalist was taken aback by Qin Chuan's audacious remarks. Although his assertions were exceedingly scandalous, to the reporter, they represented a sensational story. Are you aware of any scandals involving the world government and the Navy? Could you kindly elucidate on this matter? Following this, the journalist began to coax Qin Chuan into revealing more explosive revelations. Yet, Qin Chuan was no fool. He understood that one must tread carefully with such matters. Were he to unveil the myriad of transgressions committed by the world government and the Navy, would it not incite an upheaval across the globe? To speak of nothing else, the mere mention of the demon-slaying order suffices to stir public outrage. Thus, at this moment, Qin Chuan paused briefly before gradually articulating, all my current endeavors are aimed at rectifying their misdeeds. The Warlords of the Sea represent a fundamentally flawed system. And my journey to the West Sea is solely to vanquish the captain of the notorious three-masted pirate ship, one of the Warlords of the Sea, Moonlight Moria, who has been wreaking havoc there. With this declaration, Qin Chuan boldly proclaimed his intentions before the entire world. Upon hearing Qin Chuan voluntarily mention Moonlight Moria, the journalist's eyes sparkled with intrigue once more. How did you come to know that Moonlight Moria is wreaking havoc in the West Sea? Were you not imprisoned for many years? It is well known that he possesses the power of the shadow fruit, an ability that can forcibly seize another's shadow. Should the original owner of the taken shadow be exposed to sunlight, they will utterly vanish, thereby forcing these individuals to reside in perpetual darkness. Under the moonlight, Moria has the ability to transform these shadows into what is referred to as a zombie legion. Subsequently, he utilizes his undead army, along with his formidable three-masted ship, to capture passing vessels, thereby seizing a considerable amount of gold and silver treasures, while also causing the demise of numerous individuals. Whether these events are true or not is something you may inquire about, and your newspaper's president should certainly be well acquainted with this matter. If you possess the audacity, you might return and question Morgans regarding the veracity of my claims. Upon hearing that Qin Chuan had implicated Morgans in this affair, George was somewhat taken aback. He also understood that delving deeper into this matter could potentially jeopardize his own president, Morgans. He then spoke again. Now that you have exposed your objectives and whereabouts, do you not fear that Moria will be fully prepared to confront you? We are not the sort to engage in petty thievery. Our integrity shields us from shadows, and thus we harbor no concerns about encountering any obstacles. My sole apprehension lies in the possibility that upon learning of my intent to find him, that scoundrel will flee with his subordinates. Consequently, I am at a loss as to where to locate him. Qin Chuan boldly provoked Moria in front of the reporter. Given the character of Moonlight Moria, it was only natural that he would not flee upon hearing such words. After all, he had once engaged in battle with one of the four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, in Wano. Thus, he would never easily retreat when faced with Qin Chuan and his comrades. On behalf of everyone, I wish you a triumphant return. Furthermore, do you have any final words for the camera? I would like to add that I will be staying here for 2 days, and early the day after tomorrow, I shall set sail from the port of Irussia. Those who are willing to lend their strength to the Qin Chuan pirate crew may gather at this port, so that we may unite our efforts to defeat that nefarious trio-masted pirate crew. As he concluded, Qin Chuan became fervent and impassioned. What began as mundane words from his lips transformed into a message of profound inspiration and impact. Even the renowned pirates standing behind Qin Chuan were nearly swayed by his words. After George departed, Bartolomeo, in a daze, finally inquired, Captain, have we truly become men of justice? Chapter 78, Commanding the World. In this world, where can one find absolute darkness or absolute light? Everything is relative. Thus, we cannot proclaim ourselves as righteous individuals. After all, I once turned the entire deep-sea prison upside down and unleashed a great demon. Yet, it matters little. History is penned by the victors. As long as we act with a clear conscience, that is enough. After speaking, Qin Chuan deliberately cast a glance at the formidable demon, Douglas Barrett, beside him. Douglas Barrett feigned ignorance, diverting his gaze elsewhere. I still have a question. With our current strength, we could easily overpower Moonlight Moria and his pirate crew. Yet, why do you choose to ostentatiously recruit allies in front of the reporters? If this information were to leak, would it not imply that we harbor fear of that individual? At this moment, Sir Crocodile could no longer refrain from interjecting. Being one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he was well aware of the intricacies surrounding Moonlight Moria. In truth, long before this, he had heard that the world government was rather dissatisfied with the prowess of Gecko Moria, and there had been ongoing discussions about finding a successor to take his place among the 7 warlords of the sea. However, Gecko Moria had always been exceedingly cautious, remaining firmly entrenched in his own territory in the West Blue, thus denying others the opportunity to challenge him. My intention in this endeavor is not to seek external assistance, but rather to raise our banner high. If a significant number of individuals are willing to rally to our cause, capturing Gecko Moria would undoubtedly amplify our influence with the world government. Simultaneously, it would transform the public perception of you few, creating a mutually beneficial situation, Qin Chuan elucidated. His reasoning was also rooted in the fact that the reputation of those aboard his ship, himself included, was rather tarnished. In order to sway the tides of the world's situation in the forthcoming period, it was essential not only to possess substantial strength, but also to gain the people's acknowledgement. Otherwise, One would be relegated to a life akin to that of the four emperors, merely retreating into their own domains. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, everyone finally grasped his intentions. After spending a night in Loguetown, the following morning, a new wave of discussion swept across the globe once more. The protagonist once again is Qin Chuan and his pirate crew. Unlike previous occasions, he has not only graced the pages of the newspaper, but has also had the moment of his battle against Capone Beach immortalized and rapidly disseminated. Consequently, the enigmatic veil surrounding Qin Chuan has been partially lifted. Furthermore, while his victory over the mob boss Capone Beach did not create a substantial uproar, what followed was nothing short of astonishing. He audaciously denounced the world government and the Navy before the gaze of the entire world. In a remarkable display of defiance, he called upon the powerful individuals of the West Sea to join his campaign against Gecko Moria. His public denouncement of the world government was already a significant transgression, compounded by his audacity to recruit forces without the Navy headquarters oversight. To the high-ranking officials of the Navy, it was evident that Qin Chuan sought to exploit this opportunity to bolster his ranks. However, despite this, neither the world government nor the Navy headquarters appeared inclined to offer any form of rebuttal. The primary reason for their silence lay in their inability to confront the situation, as Qin Chuan's rising influence had cast doubt upon the Navy's capabilities. After all, why had the Navy, stationed in Alusia for so many years, failed to eradicate the local gang? Having only just arrived for half a day, Qin Chuan has already defeated the opposing leader. A direct slap in the face to the Navy headquarters. Furthermore, Qin Chuan's recruitment of forces aims to confront Moonlight Moria, specifically highlighting that Moria's long-standing misdeeds in the West Sea are the result of the Navy and world government's indulgence. Should the Navy claim they have not condoned Moria, they must explain why they have refrained from sending troops to eliminate him over the years, instead granting him a legitimate status. Thus, the Navy Admiral Sengoku finds himself once again seething in silence. I have long asserted that this fellow must not be allowed to persist, and now, it seems the Navy's reputation is at stake. Meanwhile, Sakazuki, visibly displeased, stood before Sengoku and voiced his grievances. He has consistently been a staunch proponent of military action and yearns for another opportunity to clash with Qin Chuan. After all, during their brief encounter, he realized that Qin Chuan was not as formidable as the world had imagined. Had it not been for the peculiar devil fruit ability of one of his subordinates that ensnared him, he was confident he could have defeated him swiftly. Yet now everything has changed. Qin Chuan has become a hero in the eyes of the people, who have begun to lose faith in the Navy throughout Loguetown. Consequently, his desire to once again petition for the eradication of the Qin Chuan pirates has become increasingly daunting. Sakazuki, now is not the time for this discussion. I believe we should immediately order Colonel Issues stationed in Alusia to gather his forces and join the Qin Chuan pirates at dawn to launch an assault on Moonlight Moria deep in the West Sea. At this moment, Garp, who had been quietly lounging with his legs crossed, finally spoke up. What? You wish for the Navy to follow him? Wouldn't that imply to the world that Qin Chuan has risen above us? Upon hearing Garp's words, Sakazuki found it utterly inconceivable. I find Admiral Garp's proposal rather astute. We are currently under immense pressure. If we remain passive now, it will only incite further public outrage. Given that we cannot reverse the situation at hand, we might as well burn our bridges and have the world government strip Moonlight Moria of his warlord status, after which we can deploy forces to eliminate him. This way, we may salvage some semblance of our image in the eyes of the West Sea populace. Interjected Borsalino. Chapter 79. The Expedition into the Depths of the West Sea. Indeed, this proposal bears merit. Kazan, the West Sea is within your jurisdiction. You shall directly issue an offensive order to the Navy forces stationed in Alusia as a Marine Admiral. Furthermore, make it abundantly clear to Colonel Issues that this battle must be executed flawlessly, otherwise he shall be dismissed. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku finally reached his conclusive decision. Once again, Sakasaki found himself defeated. Humph, you shall reap the consequences of your actions. With this harsh remark, Sakasaki stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Oh dear, it seems Sakasaki's temper has reached new heights. Evidently, Qin Chuan has thoroughly provoked him. Observing Sakasaki's demeanor, Borsalino took on a spectator's attitude, jesting at the unfolding drama. All of you, leave. I must discuss the removal of Moonlight Moria with the 5 elders. At this moment, Sengoku issued an eviction order. It was imperative that he swiftly persuade the 5 elders to expunge Moonlight Moria from the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea under the banner of the world government. Otherwise, the Navy could never publicly align with Qin Chuan as they ventured into the depths of the West Sea to engage in battle. Meanwhile, aboard the terrifying 3-masted ship, Moonlight Moria seethed with fury upon reading the humiliating article about himself penned by Qin Chuan. He was not one to shy away from confrontation, and now, with the gaze of the world fixed upon him, he found himself with no avenue for retreat. If he were to flee now, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Qin Chuan, I vow that you shall forever be my shadow. Moonlight Moria clenched the newspaper tightly and bellowed into the thickening fog ahead. His shout reverberated through the entire ship, startling the crew members who were already under immense pressure from their formidable adversaries. The fear instilled by Moria's roar sent them into a state of panic. The following morning, Qin Chuan and his companions arrived early at the port of Elysia. As they approached the harbor, they were utterly captivated by the scene before them. A multitude of vessels had already anchored along the narrow coastline, among which were several warships stationed alongside the Red Force. Simultaneously, the decks of the ships lining the shore were brimming with people. Upon witnessing the arrival of Qin Chuan and his companions, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Down with Moonlight Moria, justice shall prevail. Down with Moonlight Moria, justice shall prevail. It was evident that these individuals had been summoned by Qin Chuan's words to join the expedition deep into the West Sea. This sight astonished not only the others, but also startled Qin Chuan himself. He had anticipated that perhaps only a few ambitious pirate crews or grassroots organizations would join the fray. But it appeared that a significant number of individuals from throughout Elysia and the surrounding towns had gathered. Furthermore, the naval officer who had been present at the scene yesterday now stood at the harbor, accompanied by a large contingent of soldiers clad in white naval uniforms. As Qin Chuan and his party approached, he stepped forward to greet them. Greetings, I am Colonel Isius of the 25th Marine Division stationed in Elysia. May I inquire the purpose of your visit? Qin Chuan nodded and, intrigued, asked, What brings you here? Isius promptly explained. I have received orders from my superiors regarding the notorious three-masted pirate crew in the West Sea, who have not only violated agreements made with the world government, but have also posed a significant threat to the surrounding waters. Therefore, the world government issued an announcement early this morning declaring that one of the warlords of the sea, Moonlight Moria, has been officially removed from his position. He is no longer a warlord of the sea, and hence, my division must embark on a mission in the name of the Navy to confront the three-masted pirate crew in the depths of the West Sea. Upon hearing Isius's explanation, Qin Chuan nodded thoughtfully. The crowd standing behind him was equally taken aback. To garner such widespread support within a single day was already astonishing. But what was even more unexpected was that the world government not only refrained from publicly condemning Qin Chuan's remarks, but also chose to align with his stance. They swiftly removed Moonlight Moria from the ranks and openly dispatched the Navy to support Qin Chuan's actions. This was undoubtedly a declaration to the world that Qin Chuan had received the endorsement of the world government, while the Navy sought to rectify its previous transgressions. As anticipated, numerous journalists from various news outlets had already gathered around them, summoned by issues to cover this pivotal event. With the Navy now firmly on Qin Chuan's side, it was only natural for them to wish for the world to be aware of these developments. Upon stepping onto the deck of the Red Force and gazing at the nearly 100 ships surrounding him, Qin Chuan was instantly enveloped by an exhilarating sense of wielding dominion over the world. It was in this moment that he first experienced the allure of power. Due to the presence of Qin Chuan, the naval commander, Colonel Isius, was rendered a mere accessory in this operation. The three fully armed naval vessels he commanded stood by, patiently awaiting Qin Chuan's orders. Simultaneously, countless cameras on the shore were focused on Qin Chuan, who stood upon the deck of the Red Force. At that instant, it felt as if the world had come to a standstill. Then, Qin Chuan let out a thunderous roar that echoed across the gathering. Set sail. Let us condemn the pirate Moonlight Moria. Upon his command, the surrounding ships erupted in fervent cheers. In the next moment, the Red Force was the first to depart from the harbor, followed closely by the three naval vessels. Chapter 80. The oncoming storm. Such a large-scale coalition of forces had never been witnessed in the history of the West Sea. Moreover, the leader of this united army happens to be a pirate who has only recently escaped from prison. Soon, under the guidance of Qin Chuan, the coalition swiftly reached the periphery of the foggy sea. At this moment, they found themselves completely enveloped in thick mist. Captain, the fog here resembles the tactics you employed against me in that mob boss. At this juncture, Sir Crocodile could not help but interject, his intention being to probe Qin Chuan's capabilities. It is different. My fog is of my own creation, while this mist is entirely natural, likely influenced by the local topography. Oh, I had thought it was conjured by Moonlight Moria. Upon hearing this, Boa Hancock's curiosity was piqued. At present, she felt a tinge of envy. If her own Amazon lily could be shrouded in mist within the calm belt, it would significantly enhance her nation's defensive capabilities. In truth, fog can be regarded as clouds that are near the ground, dependent on the seasons and local temperatures. The considerable temperature variation between day and night in this vicinity likely contributes to the formation of such dense fog. Captain, what shall we do now? We have only just arrived at the outskirts, and visibility is nearly non-existent. If we recklessly venture forth, we might easily fall into the enemy's trap. At this moment, after analyzing the surrounding circumstances, Douglas Barrett turned to Qin Chuan and inquired. Qin Chuan glanced back at the vessels behind him. Everyone was looking to him, seemingly awaiting his command. Meanwhile, even before fully venturing into the dense fog ahead, his vision had begun to blur. The Moonlight Moria was inherently a cunning individual, and coupled with the formidable size of his terrifying three-masted ship, it would be all too easy to be consumed by it if one were not careful. His Red Fleece was relatively secure, yet other vessels might not withstand the onslaught of his undead legion. The united army fought under his command, and should it suffer heavy casualties, it would not only fail to enhance his reputation, but would, in fact, tarnish it. After careful consideration, he resolved to open his system shop. At this juncture, through his long-term, diligent accumulation, the prestige within his system shop had once again reached 230,000. In this instance, he was on the quest to locate a ninja possessing formidable wind release techniques. After considerable contemplation, his gaze settled upon the character card of Shimura Danzo. Clearly, within the realm of Naruto, the most proficient wielder of wind release was none other than Shimura Danzo. Furthermore, upon glancing at the card, Chuan noted that the redemption requirement for the Shimura Danzo character card was a mere 100,000 points of prestige. For someone as relatively affluent as Chuan, this was hardly a matter of concern. Thus, without hesitation, he redeemed the Shimura Danzo character card. Ding! The redemption of Shimura Danzo character card was successful, and the system automatically deducted 100,000 points of prestige from the host. At this moment, Chuan had exhausted all uses of his possession ability, compelling him to once again opt for additional possession uses. Ding! Redemption of possession uses X10 was successful, with the system deducting 50,000 points of prestige from the host. After this transaction, Chuan's prestige had dwindled to 5 digits, yet he was indifferent to this change. Ding! The host successfully utilized the Shimura Danzo character card, reducing the possession uses by 1. Upon immediately activating the character of Shimura Danzo, Chuan felt an extraordinary energy surge within him. In the next moment, he strode to the bow of the ship, spread his arms wide, and proclaimed loudly, "Wind release, tornado." As soon as he uttered these words, a tremendous gust of wind suddenly enveloped the Red Force ship. This powerful wind began to swirl in place, rapidly coalescing into a fierce hurricane. Witnessing this tempest, everyone on the decks of the various ships stood agape, transfixed by the spectacle. The atmosphere was undeniably surreal. A multitude of astonished and horrified gazes converged on Chuan. Even the crew members who had accompanied him were rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. Damn, how could this fellow conjure a storm? Sand Crocodile mused inwardly upon witnessing the spectacle. Moreover, the tempest unleashed by Chuan is of a vastly different magnitude compared to the desert storm he previously conjured, exhibiting a power that is incomparably superior. It is evident that the scope of this hurricane is much broader, and consequently, its potency cannot be underestimated. The ability to summon water, fire, and wind. Could this be the fabled force of nature? Even the renowned Captain Roger did not possess such extraordinary capabilities, did he? Is he truly a denizen of this world? At this moment, Douglas Barrett, who has always prided himself on his extensive knowledge and experience, found himself utterly bewildered. He had never witnessed anyone capable of effortlessly invoking the forces of nature. This was, to him, utterly unfathomable. On another warship, Ischias gazed at the slowly expanding colossal storm, unable to suppress a gulp. Fortunately, at that moment in Alucia, he refrained from decisively acting against Chuan and his companions. Otherwise, he would likely have perished in the line of duty by now. However, the present circumstances were markedly different. Should his naval forces excel in this battle, he would not only redeem himself, but might also attain promotion. Additionally, aboard a small vessel adorned with a black flag, George, representing the World News Agency, was taken aback, yet swiftly activated his camera to document this miraculous moment. Miracles continue to unfold. Chapter 81. The terrifying three-masted ship. In the next moment, Chuan spread his hands and thrust them forward. Whoosh! In an instant, the tempest surged forth, roaring into the dense fog ahead. Its momentum swept in all directions, rapidly expanding. Subsequently, the previously tranquil sea surface was abruptly upheaved by this fierce tempest, conjuring a terrifying giant wave. The tumultuous waters crashed down violently upon the decks of all vessels. Simultaneously, wherever the hurricane passed, even the densest fog was swiftly dispersed. Within mere moments, the once impenetrable darkness of the sea transformed into a scene of striking clarity. At that moment, startled exclamations erupted from some of the ships. "Look, what is that?" Everyone turned their gazes forward. As the fog dissipated, a colossal vessel emerged, its grand entrance resembling an enormous mouth agape, as if poised to devour all that dared to intrude. At this moment, the vessel was enveloped by a formidable wall, resembling a grand castle from the outside. This was none other than the so-called largest ship in the world, the fearsome three-masted ship. Upon this intimidating vessel stood a tall and striking figure who immediately cast his gaze towards Chuan and his companions. Was this ship not astonishingly large? It was nearly the size of an island, and its height was equally perplexing. Could it be the work of giants? Upon catching sight of the imposing Moonlight Moria in the distance, Douglas Barrett, encountering him for the first time, could not help but express his astonishment. Typically, the height of ordinary humans hovers around 1 meter, yet Moonlight Moria towered at an impressive 7 meters, appearing as a veritable giant in the eyes of most. Moreover, upon the vast deck of the fearsome three-masted ship stood countless silhouettes, unmistakably the legions of zombies he commanded. The sight of Moonlight Moria and his undead army swiftly extinguished the once fervent spirit of the United Forces. Even the naval branch officer, Isis, felt his legs weaken upon witnessing this scene, nearly collapsing to the ground. He was well aware of the reckless antics of Moonlight Moria in the West Sea. Yet engaging him in battle would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Thus, at this moment, he could only await Qin Chuan's orders, ready to offer some assistance while hoping the media would portray him as valiant. Should he perform admirably, there was a chance he might ascend directly from his current rank to that of a rear admiral, much like Smoker. With this thought, Isis regained a measure of courage. At this moment, aboard the ominous three-masted ship, several of Moonlight Moria's trusted subordinates were utterly stunned by Qin Chuan's maneuver. A woman with pink twin tails, adorned with a crown and holding a wine-red umbrella, widened her eyes and addressed Moonlight Moria. Master Moria, what shall we do now? Humph. I did not expect our natural barrier to be breached so swiftly. It seems this individual possesses some skill, Moria replied, his tone laced with a veneer of calmness. However, do not be overly concerned, Perona. As long as you can effectively command the army of zombies, defeat will not befall us. Yet, beneath his stoic facade, a tempest brewed within him, revealing his profound uncertainty regarding the impending battle. The individual referred to as Perona is one of the three peculiar subordinates of Moonlight Moria. A user of the ghost fruit, classified as a paramecia-type devil fruit, and the commander of a legion of zombies. Allocate a portion of the zombies to me. I wish to personally confront the Qin Chuan pirate crew. At that moment, one of the three, Hogback, caught sight of the swiftly approaching red force and immediately issued a command to Perona. Despite their equal standing, Hogback was a prodigious surgeon, having miraculously revived numerous patients and personally crafted the zombie army. Consequently, Moonlight Moria held him in high regard and trusted him with the authority to command the zombies. Recognizing that Hogback had taken the initiative, Perona, albeit reluctantly, promptly arranged a contingent of zombies for his use. Meanwhile, the Allied forces surged forward under the leadership of the Qin Chuan pirate crew, racing towards the ominous three-masted ship. As the distance between the two parties diminished, all present beheld the expressionless zombies aboard the frightening vessel. What on earth are those? They appear quite sinister, Bartolomeo exclaimed, swallowing hard upon encountering the concept of such creatures for the first time. These zombies, known as nobody types, are the result of Hogback's expeditions to graveyards around the world, where he pilfered corpses for modification and preservation, subsequently infusing them with shadows to transform them into true zombies. These entities retain the personality and combat prowess of their shadow masters. Moreover, if a pact is established to sever the original owner's essence, the memories of the original owner will be irrevocably lost. The longer the shadow and the corpse amalgamate, the more the zombie transitions from initial rebellion to complete subservience. Furthermore, the greater the combat prowess of the shadow master, the more formidable the resulting zombie becomes. At this moment, Qin Chuan fervently shouted towards Bartolomeo and the individuals aboard the nearby vessels, endeavoring to elucidate to everyone the true nature of this so-called zombie. What shall we do? In response to Qin Chuan's declaration, the closest individual, Issues, urgently exclaimed from the warship. There is nothing we can do, they are merely shells, with the essence residing within the shadows encased in these shells. The shadow is conjured by Moonlight Moria. Thus defeating or eliminating him will cause the entire legion of zombies to collapse instantaneously. Qin Chuan called out once more. In reality, Qin Chuan was aware that these entities had a profound aversion to salt. Zombies animated by the powers of the devil fruit would be purified if salt imbued with the essence of the sea were inserted into their mouths. Furthermore, should the master of the shadow perish, the shadow itself would vanish immediately. However, both methods are ill-suited for large-scale combat, particularly the latter, as the act of killing the shadowless individual to make the shadow disappear would undoubtedly lead to widespread condemnation. Therefore, the paramount objective remains to confront and defeat Moonlight Moria directly. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, everyone understood that the crux of this battle rested upon the shoulders of the few members of the Qin Chuan pirate crew. Chapter 82, Battle. Moonlight Moria nevertheless. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, everyone brandished their weapons, preparing for the imminent melee. As the Red Force ship drew near the deck of the terrifying three-masted sailing ship, Moonlight Moria finally spoke. You truly dare to come here and seek your demise. And you've even brought me so many specimens to forge into new zombies. I must thank you. Even in a significantly disadvantaged position, Moonlight Moria spoke with unwavering confidence. Enough with the pretense. You know your own worth all too well, and I presume you've received the notice of your expulsion from the world government? Isn't the feeling of being cast aside rather uncomfortable? At that moment, Qin Chuan exhibited no trace of anger. Instead, he spoke with a tone of bemusement. Originally intending to provoke his adversary, Moonlight Moria found himself unexpectedly incensed by a mere utterance from Qin Chuan. Indeed, earlier that very morning, the world government had personally contacted him via a din mushi, announcing his permanent removal from the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea. Subsequently, they issued a bounty notice against him, which astonishingly pegged his reward at a staggering 320 million berries. This figure is indeed considerable, especially when one considers that the combined bounties of the former warlords Boa Hancock and Sir Crocodile do not even amount to half of his own. Such treachery from the world government left him feeling not only abandoned but also belittled. While he could tolerate abandonment, he could not abide being underestimated. Years ago, He suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of one of the four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, and ever since, he had relentlessly strived to grow stronger, driven by the desire to reclaim his lost dignity. Now, the opportunity had finally presented itself. If he could vanquish the illustrious Qin Chuan pirate crew and the allied forces he commanded, the world government would undoubtedly be compelled about him once more. The world will come to a profound realization that Moonlight Moria is not one to be trifled with. Thus, he must engage in this battle, and he must emerge victorious. With this thought, a smile unexpectedly spread across Moonlight Moria's lips, and he shouted to all the conscious beings around him, "I entrust these fellows to you." In the next moment, Perona and Hogback acted in unison. The vast legion of zombies they commanded surged forth like a tidal wave, charging towards the allied forces that had already landed and disembarked. At this moment, Issues seized the opportunity before Qin Chuan could utter a word and began to shout fervently to those around him, "Charge forward! Eliminate the Moonlight Moria!" In an instant, countless soldiers from the united forces raised their weapons and surged towards the horde of zombies. Simultaneously, the naval soldiers swiftly lifted their firearms, commanding, "Fire!" Obeying Issues' orders, a barrage of bullets erupted from the muskets. Instantly, numerous advancing zombies were pierced through by the relentless gunfire. Yet, at that very moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The zombies, far from collapsing after being shot, instead intensified their assault, lunging forward with even greater ferocity. Witnessing this, all but a select few, including Qin Chuan, felt a chill run down their spines. "You few, take on those three monsters. I shall handle the rest." Shimura Danzo, a formidable figure in his own right, required no further persuasion for Qin Chuan to unleash his power. He immediately charged ahead, undeterred. Meanwhile, Crocodile and his companions swiftly enveloped themselves in the formidable red hue of haki. In an instant, both sides plunged into a brutal melee upon the expansive deck of the terrifying three-masted ship. "Moonlight Moria, your adversary is I. Prepare yourself for wind release, vacuum orb." Qin Chuan shouted as he charged forward, releasing the energy he had amassed like bullets from his mouth. Whoosh! A barrage of projectiles surged towards Moonlight Moria. However, at that very moment, a peculiar smile crept across Moria's face. The next instant, just as the bullets were about to strike his massive form, his body inexplicably became ethereal. The bullets passed through him as if they were merely piercing the air, continuing their trajectory into the distance before ultimately vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Moonlight Moria manifested on the opposite side of the shadow that once reflected his form. A shadow warrior. To switch places with one's own shadow is indeed a remarkable defensive technique. Upon witnessing this, Qin Chuan displayed no surprise. Instead, he resumed his mockery. The fact that Qin Chuan could articulate the name and effect of his technique startled Moonlight Moria once more. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of composure on his face. "Now it is my turn to strike. Bat Swarm." In the next moment, it was Moonlight Moria's turn to act. He swiftly fragmented the shadow that appeared before Qin Chuan, ultimately giving rise to a multitude of bat-shaped shadows. These bat-like apparitions then surged forward with frenzied intent, as if eager to consume everything in their path. "Very well. Since you can manipulate shadows, let us see if you can discern which one is my true self." Shadow Clone Technique. With a resounding thud, a thick fog enveloped Qin Chuan, and as it dissipated, three identical figures of Qin Chuan suddenly emerged in the same spot. This unexpected phenomenon startled the onlookers who had been intently observing the battle. After delivering a punch that pierced through a zombie's skull, Douglas Barrett's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the trio of Qin Chuan. Meanwhile, Boa Hancock and Sir Crocodile exchanged incredulous glances. "My goodness, Lord Ishield. How could that man possess three identical bodies?" At that moment, among the Navy forces engaged in fierce combat not far away, others began to notice the extraordinary spectacle. "Let us set aside our concerns for now. We can only pray that he swiftly eliminates Moonlight Moria, or else these relentless zombies may ultimately wear us down." At this juncture, Isho stood resolutely, brandishing his great sword to fend off the assault of 5 zombies. At the very moment he spoke, a zombie suddenly lunged from the side and struck down at his face. Issues was taken aback in shock, quickly attempting to sidestep the impending blow. However, the adversary's speed was so formidable that he failed to evade it in time. Chapter 83, The Terrifying Dominance. Swish! A gash immediately appeared across Issues' chest, blood gushing forth from the wound. "Madre, come to my aid," Issues shouted, clutching his injury and calling out to the nearby naval soldiers. Yet, at that moment, they were all entangled with the zombies, lacking the capacity to assist Issues. At that moment, a translucent barrier surged towards him with tremendous force. With a thunderous roar, dozens of zombies along its path were sent sprawling, some even plummeting directly into the depths of the ocean. As these zombies plummeted into the ocean, they utterly lost their ability to move, subsequently sinking beneath the waves. Witnessing this scene, Issues' face lit up with joy, and he shouted to the surrounding crowd, "Push them into the sea." Upon hearing Issues' call, the beleaguered united army suddenly glimpsed a flicker of hope, and they began to drive the zombies toward the edge of the fearsome three-masted ship. Observing the zombies tumble into the water, One of the three oddities and the second strongest member of the fearsome three-masted pirate crew, Absalom, could no longer remain still. He immediately raised his hands. Hand of the dead. In the next moment, a barrage of powerful projectiles erupted from his fully transparent rocket launcher. Thunderous explosions resonated across the open ground, sending countless individuals flying in all directions amidst the cacophony. The zombie horde, unperturbed by cannon fire, left Absalom unconcerned about harming his own men. This is precisely one of the abilities bestowed by his superhuman transparent devil fruit. This particular fruit grants the power to render his own body transparent, while simultaneously bestowing the same effect upon any person or object that he touches. However, transparency does not equate to non-existence. It merely ensures that neither the body nor the objects reflect or absorb light, thus rendering them invisible to the eyes of all observers in the vicinity. Just as he was poised to strike again, a sudden wave of terror surged towards him with alarming speed. Absalom swiftly turned his head and beheld a shadow hurtling towards him at an extraordinary pace. Witnessing this scene, Absalom's gaze sharpened, and he raised his fist to deliver a powerful blow towards the approaching figure. This was his Hand of the Anomaly, a technique derived from his devil fruit abilities, capable of unleashing a ferocious attack weighing 300 kilograms in an instant. During close combat, this move proved to be immensely potent, serving as one of his lethal trump cards. However, in the next moment, as the shadow drew near, it too thrust its fist forward, imbued with a torrent of crimson and obsidian energy. This overwhelming force seemed to engulf everything in its path. Upon witnessing the true visage of the figure before him, Absalom could not suppress a gasp. Douglas Barrett. With a resounding thud, their fists clashed instantaneously. Following that, the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing echoed from Absalom's hand. Crack. In the face of Douglas Barrett's demonic form, Absalom's formidable 300-kilogram punch proved utterly inadequate. Undeterred by the excruciating pain radiating from his right hand, Absalom promptly rendered his body transparent. Consequently, Douglas Barrett was unable to lock onto him immediately. Indeed, once Absalom fully entered his state of invisibility, Douglas Barrett swiftly lost his target. He halted, furrowing his brow as he meticulously scrutinized his surroundings for any movement. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual stir behind him and swiftly pivoted, delivering another powerful punch. Boom. Another resounding impact, this time landing squarely on Absalom's fist. Yet, this time, it was Absalom's left hand that was injured. As a result, both of his hands were rendered incapacitated by Douglas Barrett's strike. Damn it, how could you possibly know of my presence? Absalom exclaimed, retreating several steps in frustration. Humph. Are you unaware of the ability known as observation hockey? Douglas Barrett replied calmly, brushing off the dust from his attire. Curse be it, he possesses observation hockey as well. Observation hockey is an extraordinary ability that allows one to perceive the surroundings extensively, often referred to as a means to foresee an opponent's actions. What he remained unaware of was that Douglas Barrett's observation hockey had grown to a terrifying level. Upon realizing this, Absalom swallowed hard. A flicker of panic etched upon his face. The current battlefield was decidedly unfavorable for them. The zombie legion had suffered significant casualties, and Perona and the others were ensnared by the members of the Qin pirate crew. Most critically, the disparity in strength between the two sides was overwhelming. Although he possessed considerable power, facing the legendary devil descendant Douglas Barrett, his arms had been rendered useless after merely 2 exchanges. Continuing the fight seemed futile at this juncture. Subsequently, he disregarded Douglas Barrett and rendered himself completely invisible once more. However, Douglas Barrett had no intention of allowing his opponent to escape easily. He unleashed his observation hockey fully, attempting to sense Absalom's whereabouts through its formidable power. Indeed, as Absalom attempted to flee, Douglas Barrett accurately tracked his escape route. In the next instant, like a specter, Douglas Barrett charged forward once again. Boom. A dull thud echoed as Absalom crashed violently to the ground. This time, his invisibility dissipated entirely, for he was now drenched in his own blood, which rapidly stained his entire form crimson. Under such circumstances, his transparent state became utterly ineffective. Coughing violently, Absalom struggled to rise. Yet, rather than looking at Douglas Barrett, he turned to his master, Gecko Moria. Master, flee. Upon uttering these words, his expression froze in place. Chapter 84, Decapitation. Gecko Moria. He then forced a painful smile towards Gecko Moria before collapsing heavily to the ground. At that moment, Gecko Moria, engaged in a fierce battle with Qin Chuan not far away, turned his gaze towards the sound. Upon seeing the grievous wound in his subordinate's abdomen, his expression changed drastically. Absalom. Gecko Moria bellowed, intent on rushing to his aid. However, just then, Qin Chuan sneered coldly. Trying to escape? Join him in hell. Would release. Violent gun tree. With that, Qin Chuan extended his right hand, and a massive tree trunk rapidly grew from his arm. In an instant, the trunk surged towards Gecko Moria, and branches ensnared him completely. In his anxious state, Gecko Moria had been unable to evade the impending tree. Now, realizing he was trapped, panic surged in his heart. Yet, being a seasoned warrior, he grunted defiantly even as his body remained immobilized. Shadow Master. In response, a colossal shadow clone quickly emerged from him, darting towards Qin Chuan. With one arm firmly grasping Gecko Moria, Qin Chuan stood immobile. Upon seeing the shadow rushing towards him, Qin Chuan smiled slightly and exerted force with his right arm. The branches constricting Gecko Moria suddenly tightened. At that moment, the shadow, nearly upon Qin Chuan, came to an abrupt halt, for its master was undergoing the most excruciating torment. The intertwining branches swiftly engulfed Gecko Moria entirely. Master! Witnessing this scene, the beleaguered hogback and others gasped in horror. At that moment, the towering figure of Gecko Moria had vanished completely. As the trunk extended by Qin Chuan began to ooze a copious amount of blood, even the shadows cast by Moonlight Moria instantly vanished into nothingness. At that moment, the once tumultuous battlefield fell into a profound silence. All eyes were drawn toward Qin Chuan, for the fate of Moonlight Moria was pivotal to the course of the battle. If the master still lived, then the existence of these zombies signified that hope remained. However, at that very instant, Hogabok could no longer contain his agitation. The death of Absalom had already dealt a severe blow to morale. If their spiritual pillar, Moonlight Moria, were to fall, the battle would lose all meaning. Yet, no sooner had he uttered these words than the trunk of the tree began to contract rapidly once more. In the next moment, a torrent of blood erupted forth. Subsequently, the zombie legion, upon which they relied for survival, began to collapse en masse. Such a phenomenon among the zombie army could stem from only two possibilities. Either Moonlight Moria had relinquished control voluntarily, or he had done so involuntarily due to his own dire condition. Should it be the latter, it would imply that Moonlight Moria was either dead or gravely injured. Cease all actions. Who dares to resist further shall be met with merciless retribution. Qin Chuan suddenly bellowed, exuding an imposing aura that resonated with all around him. At this juncture, Hogabok's inner world had entirely shattered. He immediately fell to his knees, tears of despair streaming down his face. At that moment, Perona, rendered immobile by Boa Hancock, despaired and shut her eyes upon witnessing the appearance of Moonlight Moria. Subsequently, Qin Chuan finally retracted the great tree entirely. As the entwined branches loosened completely, a Moonlight Moria, whose features had been grotesquely contorted, emerged before the onlookers. His visage, already unsettling, now startled everyone even further. However, at this juncture, Moonlight Moria was utterly devoid of life. Instantly, he collapsed before the gaze of the crowd. A chime resonated, announcing, "Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating your adversary. You have earned a reward of 30,000 prestige points." This time, Qin Chuan unexpectedly accrued 30,000 prestige points, indicating that Moonlight Moria possessed a certain level of strength. Alas, he was merely unfortunate to encounter a being as formidable as Qin Chuan. Thus, the battle has reached its inevitable conclusion. With the absence of the zombie legion and the absolute leader, the remaining live pirates aboard the terrifying three-masted ship dare not resist any longer. They begin to surrender their weapons to the united forces. The last two officers of the terrifying three-masted ship, Hogabak and Perona, have been firmly bound by the navy, led by issues with chains made of sea stone. Sea stone, akin to the crystallization of the sea, bears a composition similar to that of the ocean, representing its solid form. Consequently, those endowed with the powers of devil fruits not only fear the sea itself, but also the sea stone. The Navy had declared the creation of sea stone was intended to counteract devil fruit users. Therefore, for Perona, whose abilities primarily rely on her devil fruit powers, being shackled with sea stone renders her combat effectiveness nearly null. Although sea stone is chiefly utilized to restrain devil fruit users, its exceptional hardness makes it difficult to destroy through ordinary means. Thus, the Navy employs it to confine formidable individuals who may not possess devil fruit abilities, such as Douglas Barrett, who, even without his powers, can unleash remarkable combat prowess. What shall be done with the ship? After the battlefield is cleared, Issues hurriedly approaches Qin Chuan with eager inquiries. Despite the decisive victory, he is fully aware that it is entirely attributable to the efforts of the Qin Chuan pirate crew. Therefore, regarding the disposition of the spoils, he must heed Qin Chuan's counsel. Prior to this, he had resolved that should Qin Chuan insist on taking the ship, he would acquiesce, as capturing the two officers and the corpse of Moonlight Moria would suffice for him to return and fulfill his obligations. While these items can be taken back for reporting, it is evident that the ship harbors significant wealth, and thus he suggests retaining a portion to distribute among the participants of this battle. Furthermore, for those who fell in battle, an additional sum should be allocated to their families as burial compensation. Chapter 85, The Return of the King. Very well, that is agreeable. Upon hearing this, Issues was filled with elation. Now, the spoils he has acquired are indeed substantial, and even after sharing a portion with others, he can successfully fulfill his duties. However, I must lay down a stern warning. These spoils must be distributed in our joint names, and should I discover any attempt to embezzle these funds for personal gain, even if you hide in Mariehua, I shall unearth you. You should be well aware of my strength and resolve. Is that so? We, as representatives of justice, naturally would not engage in the vile actions of pirates. Issues exclaimed without hesitation. What did you say? Upon hearing Issues' words, Boa Hancock suddenly turned and shot him a disdainful glance, retorting with discontent. No, nothing. Humph. Without us so-called pirates, you Navy would still be cowering in the city, barely surviving. At that moment, even Douglas Barrett scoffed dismissively. Indeed, you speak the truth. Issues, realizing he had misspoken, refrained from retorting as he faced their ire. Thus, a highly anticipated battle came to a close. Merely a day later, the news of the joint forces led by the Qin Chuan pirates successfully slaying Gecko Moria spread rapidly across the globe. Once again, Qin Chuan's display of dominance sent shockwaves throughout the world, particularly when journalist George from the World Economic News Agency unveiled footage of Qin Chuan's decisive blow against Gecko Moria aboard the warship. It incited widespread panic worldwide. A notorious devil fruit user, a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea with a bounty of 300 million berries, had been ruthlessly slaughtered without the slightest chance to retaliate. Yet this was not the end. After vanquishing the Moonlight Moria, the Navy, under the guise of a united force, distributed a substantial portion of the spoils among the participating fleets. Such actions ignited fervent discussions across the globe. Suddenly, the World Economic News Daily featured a philosophical debate on whether Qin Chuan should be regarded as an angel or a demon. Some argued that Qin Chuan, having eradicated pirates, simultaneously upheld local law and order, and thus should not be labeled a pirate. Conversely, others contended that once a criminal, always a criminal, having escaped from prison, he would forever remain a fugitive as long as the world government did not absolve him. The discourse extended beyond Qin Chuan himself, as even his crew began to attract public scrutiny. Consequently, the reputation of the Qin Chuan pirate crew had eclipsed that of contemporaneous dominators of the seas, both in the Grand Line and the New World. At this juncture, on Fishman Island, a vast pirate crew was fortuitously anchored at the port. On the land, a multitude of fishmen had gathered. At the forefront stood Jinbei, adorned in a patterned yukata and traditional wooden sandals. As the crew of the pirate ship successfully disembarked onto the island, Jinbei immediately approached them. Captain Vista, you have worked hard on this journey. This pirate vessel belonged to the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and it was none other than the division commander, the distinguished sword-wielding Vista, who led them. Indeed, Father has sent me to assist you. If those foolish beings dare to set foot on Fishman Island, I shall ensure they find their eternal resting place in the depths of the sea, Vista declared, stroking his beard with an air of severity. However, Captain Vista, you may not be aware that we have just received word that the Qin Chuan pirates have successfully slain Gecko Moria, and the entire terrifying 3-sail pirate crew has been utterly annihilated. Thus, this group is not to be underestimated. Given our current strength, do you believe we can truly withstand them? Jinbei remarked, fully aware that speaking such words in front of Vista might imply a lack of respect for his capabilities. Yet, the stark reality before him was undeniable. He did not consider his own strength to be significantly superior to that of Gecko Moria, and he was certain that the prowess of an ordinary division commander would not be exceedingly high either. Upon hearing Jinbei's words, a displeased expression unmistakably surfaced on Vista's face. Yet, internally, he felt a pang of anxiety. Living in the depths of Fishman Island, a staggering 10,000 meters beneath the sea, his vessel had been adrift for a full 3 days, during which no news from the outside world had penetrated their isolation. Now, upon his arrival at Fishman Island, he was met with this startling revelation, inciting a twinge of concern about his capacity to withstand the onslaught of the Qin Chuan pirate crew. Setting aside his trepidation, he resolved to inform his father discreetly. If Qin Chuan and his crew were to learn of his arrival and still dared to target Jinbei, it would be a clear declaration of war against the entire Whitebeard pirate crew and his father. At that juncture, no amount of strength would serve them well. Despite feeling somewhat unsettled, Vista, as a division commander, recognized the necessity to maintain composure. Thus, he steeled himself to offer words of reassurance to Jinbei. When Jinbei learned that his father would personally make an announcement, he felt a sense of relief. After all, the name Edward Newgate alone was enough to instill fear in the hearts of most individuals across the world. In Marineford, within the office of the Admiral, Sengoku was currently engaged in a significant phone call. Was it truly prudent to summon the fleet admiral to Mariehua at this critical juncture? Was it not a tad too perilous? There was indeed no danger. The 5 elders had already made their decision. His strength had been thoroughly validated. And in addition to his resounding victory in this campaign, he had also garnered the support of the populace. At present, citizens throughout the West Blue had even begun to chant the praises of the Qin Chuan pirate crew. Thus, it was only fitting to seize this opportunity to call him forth. At that moment, the voice on the other end of the line, the fleet admiral, spoke in a grave tone. As the commander of the Navy, Army, and Air Force, he naturally possessed the authority to request anything of Sengoku. Very well. I shall endeavor to discuss this with him. Since the higher-ups had already reached a consensus on this matter, Sengoku refrained from further commentary. After hanging up the phone, he immediately prepared to contact Ischius. At this moment, the United Forces had just returned to the port of Illyria. Throughout the city of Illyria, the populace eagerly prepared to welcome the heroes back from their valiant endeavors. A multitude of citizens lined the streets, creating a corridor of cheers for the arrival of Qin Chuan and his companions. Leading the way was Issues, accompanied by the naval fleet and the bound prisoners, including Perona. Chapter 86. An invitation from the world government. In an instant, a wave of furious citizens began hurling their meals toward the members of the notorious three-sail pirate crew. Ischius radiated with joy as he waved enthusiastically at the surrounding onlookers. This was an experience he had never encountered before. However, despite his fervent gestures, the crowd seemed largely indifferent to his presence. Suddenly, when Qin Chuan and his companions approached, a resounding cheer erupted from both sides of the road. The crowd spontaneously called out the names of Qin Chuan, Douglas Barrett, Crocodile, and the other members of their group. In that moment, not only did Qin Chuan feel an inexplicable sense of accomplishment, but even the notoriously cold-hearted Douglas Barrett and Crocodile were visibly moved. Previously, they had been vilified and recognized as villains across the globe. Yet now, everything had transformed. They were hailed as heroes in the eyes of the public. Even during the time when Roger claimed the treasure and stood at the pinnacle of the world, the Roger pirates had never achieved such heights. Among the group, only Boa Hancock maintained her composure. After all, she was a sovereign, and her fame and prestige in the country of Lily had once commanded the reverence of her entire nation. Thus, she regarded the townsfolk with a sense of disdain. After accepting the accolades from the entire city, Qin Chuan and his companions made their way to the Navy's 25th branch base. There, Qin Chuan received a call from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. "Hello, Admiral Sengoku. We finally have the chance to converse." Qin Chuan initiated the call with a playful tone. "Qin Chuan, you have truly astonished everyone. It is remarkable that you have accomplished so much in just a month. Therefore, I have good news. Today, the world government has made a decision. We formally invite you to marry Geos to discuss a series of cooperative matters. What do you think?" Sengoku stated directly. "Oh, so the world government has agreed to my previous proposal?" Qin Chuan responded without exhibiting excessive surprise, as it was clear to anyone that his strength was now formidable enough to rival any of the 7 warlords of the sea. "I cannot guarantee that, but the invitation from the world government signifies our sincerity. If negotiations fail, you will allow me to leave, right? After all, I am somewhat concerned that you might turn against me." Are you really worried about that?" Sengoku retorted. "Haha, it's hard to say. If the Navy were to mobilize in full force, with so many admirals and vice-admirals charging at me, I doubt I could take down many. Thus, you need not worry too much. At least the Navy has not received any orders to deal with you. Furthermore, should you agree to go to marry Geos, I will personally dispatch an admiral to escort you," Sengoku added, emphasizing his point. Rather than assigning a formidable general to accompany them, it would be more accurate to say they were being monitored. "Very well, but you must absolutely refrain from sending Sakaski, otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I won't end up killing him," Qin Chuan ominously cautioned. His intention in saying this was to subtly inform Sengoku that if he were to dispatch a general this time, he ought to dismiss the idea of sending Sakaski. Otherwise, should an unfortunate clash occur, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. "Understood. 3 days hence, I shall have Borsalino await you in the city of Orhots on the Red Earth continent. There, he will personally escort you to the pinnacle of the Red Earth continent, the holy land of Mariehua," Sengoku stated in a solemn tone. He was well aware of Qin Chuan's meaning, and even without Qin Chuan's warning, he would never consider sending Sakaski. Thus, after careful deliberation, he chose to send a relatively obedient general, one who didn't harbor a deep-seated animosity towards pirates. Upon hearing that Borsalino would personally come to escort him, Qin Chuan broke into a smile. Indeed, among the 3 admirals, Borsalino's identity was the most suspect. Prior to his arrival, the anime's narrative had not disclosed whether he was an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army. Hence, Qin Chuan was genuinely eager to meet him in person. After hanging up the call, Qin Chuan gathered everyone once more. At that moment, their faces were all adorned with smiles, clearly still immersed in the cheers of the townsfolk. "What did Sengoku say?" Shichibukai Crocodile inquired. "He mentioned that the world government wishes to discuss matters with us and requested that we wait for Admiral Borsalino in Orhots on the Red Earth continent in 3 days. At that time, he will personally take us to the holy land of Mariehua," Qin Chuan replied. "What? Are we truly going to negotiate there? Isn't that rather risky? In my opinion, we should play it safe and find an island nearby, allowing the world government to send someone to discuss matters with us first." Hancock immediately opposed. She was all too aware of the duplicity of the world government's upper echelons. Take Qin Chuan's situation as an example. The world government played a double game. On one hand, they acknowledged Hancock's status, while on the other, they incited Qin Chuan to defeat her. Therefore, venturing to the holy land of Mariehua as pirates was undoubtedly an unwise choice. Indeed, even we, the officially recognized warlords of the sea, would not venture to Mariehua while still identifying as pirates. It was only after the world government issued proclamations and appointed us that we were able to enter Mariehua under a legitimate status. At present, not to mention myself and Hancock, you two are still fugitives. If we recklessly proceed, should a confrontation arise, we would have no justification. Even if misfortune befalls us, no one would stand in solidarity with us. Crocodile also reminded them. After all, The world government is hardly known for honoring its commitments. Haha, do you lack confidence in me or in yourselves? It is merely Mariewa. In this world, no one extends sympathy to the weak. Furthermore, do not forget, the holy land of Mariewa is home to the celestial dragons, the ruling aristocrats of the world. Do they not fear that we might take a few of them as hostages should we resist? Qin Chuan responded dismissively. Chapter 87. A familiar encounter. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, everyone collectively gasped in astonishment. The celestial dragons are the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago, and they are the absolute rulers of this world. Even the world government and the navy headquarters hold them in high esteem. Thus, if a conflict were to erupt in the holy land of Mariewa, the celestial dragons residing there would undoubtedly be threatened. That is a valid point. Let us meet with the world government and see what capabilities they possess. Douglas Barrett spoke up. Following Qin Chuan's remarks, the gathered individuals felt somewhat reassured. 3 days later, Qin Chuan and his entourage finally set foot on the legendary Red Earth continent. At the port of Orhots, a contingent of naval soldiers had been awaiting their arrival. After disembarking, a man clad in a naval coat, dressed in a black suit beneath, approached with measured steps. Mr. Qin Chuan, I am Rear Admiral Gibbon, stationed here. Greetings. Where's Borsellino? Qin Chuan glanced around, not spotting the admiral clad in his yellow suit, and inquired with curiosity. Admiral Borsellino's fleet will not arrive until tomorrow due to a storm at sea in the direction of Marineford. I shall host you today, Gibbon explained. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan nodded. After all, in this era, storms pose a significant threat to all, even to the most powerful pirate crews who cannot resist the calamities of nature. Once inside the city, Gibbon promptly arranged for Qin Chuan and the others to stay in a luxurious hotel. Though this may not be the holy land of Mariewa, it is the final stop before reaching Mariewa, so we might occasionally encounter some celestial dragons here. If such an encounter occurs, I hope everyone will refrain from any conflict, which could help us avoid unnecessary troubles. At that moment, Gibbon suddenly cautioned everyone. Clearly, in this location, the Navy and ordinary citizens would not dare provoke these individuals. But the celestial dragons were another matter entirely. Before the arrival of Borsellino, all matters concerning Qin Chuan and his companions were entirely their own responsibility. Thus, if any commotion were to arise here, he would indeed find it difficult to report to the higher-ups. Understood, Qin Chuan nodded. As long as the celestial dragons did not seek trouble, he truly did not wish to engage in an all-out war with the world government at this stage. However, after Gibbon finished speaking and turned to leave, the nearby Boa Hancock was trembling uncontrollably. Qin Chuan could not discern whether her trembling stemmed from anger or fear, so he approached her and gently patted her shoulder. Regardless of the situation, now was not the time for a full-scale confrontation. Their numbers were insufficient, and thus, patience was required for a while longer. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Boa Hancock's once trembling form began to relax slightly. How about we go for a stroll? Bartolomeo suggested, unable to contain his impatience. Being naturally restless and visiting this place for the first time, he certainly could not remain confined to the hotel. As he spoke, the others exhibited no signs of dissent. Although Kibbe had indirectly warned them moments prior, the majority, save for Bartolomeo, were not easily intimidated, thus they naturally dismissed his words. Very well, let us proceed with our activities freely, Qin Chuan declared after considerable contemplation. Subsequently, the group departed from the hotel and ventured onto the streets. Upon arriving at the main thoroughfare of Olahosi, they were struck by its undeniable vibrancy. The streets were bustling with an array of vehicles, and elegantly adorned women strolled arm in arm, while a plethora of exquisite shops stood proudly along either side of the road. Such a splendid scene was one that could not be witnessed in either the Loguetown of the East Sea or the Loguetown of the West Sea. Once on the bustling street, Qin Chuan expressed his desire to explore, and the inherently feminine Boa Hancock, upon spotting several jewelry stores, immediately became intrigued and decided to part ways with the group. Noticing her intent to shop, Bartolomeo readily volunteered to accompany her. Douglas Barrett and Shaw Crocodile were certainly not inclined towards a leisurely shopping spree, thus they resolved to accompany Qin Chuan on his stroll. However, Qin Chuan was apprehensive. He feared that should any unforeseen circumstances arise, these two individuals might not make the wisest decisions. After a moment's hesitation, he proposed that Shaw Crocodile accompany the duo. Initially, Old Shaw was decidedly reluctant at the notion of trailing behind the two men on their shopping excursion. Yet, he understood the gravity of their situation on the Red Earth continent, especially since the two had previously caused quite a stir aboard the ship. Without proper oversight, they might inadvertently create further chaos. Consequently, he acquiesced to Qin Chuan's request. Thus, the two parties diverged in the street, with Qin Chuan leading Douglas Barrett in another direction. As they meandered along, Qin Chuan's gaze inadvertently fell upon a man standing at the entrance of a tavern. In an instant, his pupils dilated, and he came to an abrupt halt. What is the matter? Douglas Barrett inquired, noticing Qin Chuan's unusual demeanor. Let us go meet someone. Perhaps we can even challenge the world government directly, Qin Chuan exclaimed, elated. Without delay, he approached the man. Sir, would you care to share a drink? Qin Chuan initiated the conversation as he drew near. As Douglas Barrett approached, he encountered a man with short black hair, a circle of facial hair adorning his lips, and closed eyes, bearing an X-shaped scar on the left side of his forehead. Dressed in a light purple kimono and secured with a black-purple belt, he wielded a cane, which immediately aroused Barrett's suspicion. It was evident that this man, both in attire and the aura he exuded, did not resemble a formidable opponent. "Do you recognize me?" he inquired, still keeping his eyes shut, his tone remarkably calm. If you grant my request, wouldn't we then be considered acquainted?" Qin Chuan replied with a smile. "Haha. Splendid. I, too, am in the mood for a drink. Please, lead the way." Chapter 88. A major incident unfolds. After this exchange, the man let out a hearty laugh and gestured for them to proceed. Once inside the tavern, the trio chose a relatively secluded booth to settle down. From that point onward, it seemed as though the three shared a tacit understanding, continuously toasting and drinking without uttering a single word. Douglas Barrett, in particular, found the situation bewildering. After all, since Qin Chuan had invited the man for drinks, why did he not pose a single question throughout their time at the table? The situation became increasingly peculiar. When others offered him a drink, he failed to express even a modicum of gratitude. After an inexplicable hour of drinking, the table was entirely cluttered with empty glasses. "Well, I believe we've had enough. Shall we part ways?" At this juncture, the gentleman could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. "Mr. Xiao, are you in such a hurry to depart?" Just then, Qin Chuan unexpectedly interjected with a sudden remark. As soon as the words left his lips, the other man's expression shifted, and he promptly turned his gaze towards Qin Chuan. Although his eyes remained closed, the staff he had previously set aside was once again firmly in his grasp. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, prompting Douglas Barrett to furrow his brow, ready to confront any unforeseen developments. Yet, at that moment, Qin Chuan continued, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. You must be aware of our identities and the purpose of our visit." Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Douglas Barrett was even more bewildered. To him, this individual appeared merely as a blind man leaning on a cane. If he could not see them, how could he possibly know their identities? However, it was then that the man referred to as Yi Xiao finally spoke. "Mr. Qin Chuan, what do you mean by that? What relevance does your endeavor hold for an ordinary citizen like myself?" Upon hearing the name Qin Chuan uttered by the other, Douglas Barrett was taken aback. Had he not been present throughout the encounter, anyone would have assumed these two were longtime acquaintances based solely on their dialogue. Yet, he alone understood that they had only just met an hour ago, with no prior communication between them. "Do you not wish to transform this murky world? Especially to eradicate the so-called Warlords 7 Seas system?" At that moment, Qin Chuan proposed once more, though his voice was barely above a whisper. It sent a shiver of cold sweat down Douglas Barrett's spine. In the Red Earth continent, beneath the sacred Mary Joa, to boldly proclaim the intention to overthrow this murky world could indeed incite considerable unrest if others were to overhear. Fortunately, the tavern was sparsely populated during the day, with the few patrons engrossed in their own beers, oblivious to the conversation at hand. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yi Xiao finally opened his eyes. Yet, even with his eyes now ajar, only the whites were visible. It was evident that he was indeed blind. "What do you wish? Do you desire to recruit me into your ranks?" "Precisely. What are your thoughts?" You truly underestimate me if you believe that the tumult you've stirred outside could compel me to join your cause. While you may have caused quite a stir, to me, it pales in significance and fails to sway my resolve." At that moment, Yi Xiao laid bare his stance. His words clearly conveyed that, despite the strength and commotion Qin Chuan had generated, it was merely trivial noise in his eyes, lacking any allure. Upon hearing these words, Douglas Barrett's face immediately reflected a hint of anger. It was quite displeasing to him that such an unremarkable blind man could look down upon them. "Barrett, do not be hasty. This individual possesses strength comparable to that of a naval admiral. While his words may seem somewhat arrogant, they are not entirely unfounded." At that moment, however, Qin Chuan calmly stepped forward to defend Yi Xiao. Upon hearing Qin Chuan mention that the blind man before him possessed strength rivaling that of a great admiral, he could not help but be taken aback. Indeed, throughout their journey, aside from the two quasi-admirals they encountered in the city, they had not come across anyone of considerable power. Even during their confrontation with Sakazuki, they had not gained a clear advantage. Thus, if this individual truly possessed the might of a naval admiral, he could certainly boast a bit. However, Douglas Barrett was no ordinary foe. He certainly did not consider his own strength inferior to that of an admiral. "Do not be overly arrogant. Admirals are of little consequence in my eyes." Douglas Barrett thought to himself, "Though your power is formidable, you remain unaware that there exist entities far more powerful than admirals in this world. When that time comes, you will realize that your strength is woefully inadequate." At that moment, Isshu spoke up with a calm demeanor. "Are you referring to those 5 individuals?" Before Douglas Barrett could respond, Qin Chuan interjected, "Not just them. There are others above them. However, I am uncertain of that individual's true strength. Nonetheless, it is evident that those 5 elder statesmen serve him loyally, which indicates his exceptional capabilities. At least at this stage, your powers cannot contend with his." Yi Xiao cautioned, "I know whom you speak of. He does indeed appear rather formidable. However, my arrow has already been loosed, and there is no turning back. That is precisely why I have come to personally extend this invitation to you. I shall remain here until tomorrow, so if you have any thoughts, feel free to find me at the Osman Hotel, Qin Chuan declared. Upon realizing that Qin Chuan had a good idea of whom he referred to, Yixiao's expression finally shifted slightly. Nevertheless, after a brief moment, he merely nodded. The three then exited the tavern together. Yet, as soon as they stepped outside, they spotted Bartolomeo rushing towards them in a frenzy. Not good. Something has happened, Captain Qin Chuan. Seeing Qin Chuan and the others, Bartolomeo exclaimed as if he had seen a beacon of hope. What is going on? Witnessing Bartolomeo's frantic demeanor, a sense of foreboding surged within Qin Chuan. If this individual was so distressed, they must have encountered a significant issue. Indeed, after taking a deep breath, Bartolomeo hurriedly began to explain. It was like this. The three of us were idly browsing in an accessory shop when suddenly, a celestial dragon walked in. Initially, we thought it best to avoid the celestial dragon upon sighting him, so Boa Hancock set down the accessory she was holding to leave. However, at that moment, the celestial dragon caught sight of Boa Hancock and began to scrutinize her with a lecherous gaze. Unable to restrain herself, Boa Hancock glared at him. But with that single glance, the celestial dragon became infuriated and commanded his subordinates to seize Boa Hancock. Just then, Sir Crocodile intervened, swiftly neutralizing two of the celestial dragon's henchmen. This only enraged the celestial dragon further, prompting him to order his men to surround us and prevent our escape. Taking advantage of this interval, I swiftly slipped out to seek you all. After an extensive explanation, Bartolomeo finally elucidated the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing his account, the three present could not help but furrow their brows in concern. Here, one might offend a marine admiral or even the world government. Yet to provoke the celestial dragons is a perilous endeavor. Let us go and confront them. I am eager to witness the audacity of the celestial dragons, Qin Chuan declared, striding forward with determination. Shortly thereafter, the others followed suit. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance of the jewelry store, where a considerable crowd had already gathered. Eager to observe, Qin Chuan boldly pushed through the throng of onlookers and entered. Once inside, he beheld several men clad in black encircling Sir Crocodile and Boa Hancock. Amidst the encircled figures clad in black stood a portly man, his visage grotesque, adorned with a peculiar bubble-headed helmet. Upon catching sight of him, Qin Chuan instantly recognized him as one of the celestial dragons, Charlemagne Saint. At that moment, Qin Chuan understood all too well that the events of the day would not conclude so easily. Indeed, Charlemagne Saint swiftly drew his pistol, aiming it directly at Sir Crocodile. And without uttering a single word, he fired a shot at his head. Bang! The bullet instantaneously pierced through Sir Crocodile's skull. In that fleeting moment, Sir Crocodile transformed his head into an elemental state, deftly evading the bullet. The next instant, his head returned to its original form. Yet, despite enduring such humiliation, Sir Crocodile merely cast a frigid gaze upon his adversary, revealing no intention of retaliation. Beside him, Boa Hancock was also watching the unfolding scene with a tense expression. My goodness, a user of the devil fruit abilities, no wonder he dares to oppose me. But do you truly comprehend who I am? I now advise you to kneel before me and allow that woman to attend to me for 3 days and nights. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you are unable to depart from this place for eternity. At that moment, Charlemagne Saint felt no fear upon learning that SH Crocodile was a devil fruit user. Rather, he intensified his threats with even greater ferocity. Upon hearing these words, everyone present could not help but gasp in astonishment. In the eyes of all, whatever the celestial dragon sought to accomplish must inevitably come to fruition. Particularly in front of such a multitude, should he proclaim intentions he could not fulfill, it would be tantamount to a disgrace for the celestial dragons. In contrast, on the side of Sir Crocodile, the hook on his right hand was already positioned defiantly across his chest. Clearly, he would not permit his adversary to act recklessly. Just then, a voice pierced through the tension. Hey, do you think you've grown weary of life? Do you dare lay a hand on my people? At the sound of this voice, all eyes in the room turned in unison. It was then that Qin Chuan leisurely emerged from the crowd, making his way to the side of Sir Crocodile and his companions. At that moment, Charlemagne, like the others, cast a skeptical glance at Qin Chuan, only to suddenly darken his expression and exclaim with fierce intent, Do you dare to insult me? I care not who you are. You must perish at once. Having uttered these words, he once again pulled the trigger. However, just as the bullet was poised to strike Qin Chuan, his form unexpectedly transformed into countless crows that scattered into the air. Witnessing the spectacle, Charlemagne was taken aback in astonishment. As he prepared to raise his pistol once more to aim at the crows, they vanished from sight in an instant. The next moment, he felt a chilling sensation creep down his spine. Almost immediately, a figure materialized behind him. You are truly courting death, Qin Chuan declared as he delivered a powerful punch to Charlemagne's head. With a resounding thud, the bubble helmet atop Charlemagne's head shattered, and he crashed violently to the ground nearby. Observing this scene, everyone present, including the bodyguards he had brought, stood frozen in disbelief. The faces of all were etched with shock and terror. Even the seasoned Douglas Barrett and Yi Shao stared in wide-eyed amazement at the unfolding events. Qin Chuan had utterly lost his sanity. He had dared to strike against a lofty celestial dragon noble who ruled this world. Moreover, the act was committed right beneath the very feet of Mariewa. This time, the most perilous consequence has unfolded. Publicly assaulting the celestial dragons is tantamount to declaring war on the world government. Furthermore, this is not a matter that can be resolved through calm negotiations. For throughout the span of 8 centuries, no one who has dared to lay a hand on the celestial dragons has ever met with a favorable outcome. Bonnie Hancock was evidently left in a state of shock, her mind rendered blank by Qin Xuan's actions. Initially, she presumed that his declaration of annihilating the celestial dragons was merely a jest. Yet, in less than a month, he had indeed accomplished this feat right before her eyes. Although it was merely a single punch, it was sufficient to send shockwaves throughout the world. After all, even among the formidable pirates of the New World, there had never been an instance of anyone daring to strike a celestial dragon. Unexpectedly, Charlemagne Saint could not anticipate that Qin Xuan would suddenly strike him. After being forcefully thrown to the ground, he was unable to suppress the torrent of blood that escaped his lips, while tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Throughout the years, he had never endured such humiliation, especially not in front of a crowd. For a noble of the celestial dragon lineage, swallowing such indignity was utterly inconceivable. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he rose to his feet and glared at Qin Xuan, exclaiming, "You wretched scoundrel! I shall ensure the world government brings about your demise." Chapter 90, The Death of a Celestial Dragon Kill Me? Then you shall perish first, Qin Xuan retorted. Disregarding the gazes of those around him, and with a swift motion, he charged once more towards Charlemagne Saint. He then delivered a powerful kick. Bang! With a resounding thud. Charlemagne Saint collapsed to his knees, utterly defeated. In that moment, the atmosphere became profoundly silent. Everyone seemed frozen in place, struck by an overwhelming sense of disbelief. At last, Charlemagne Saint could no longer contain himself and pleaded, "Stop, please. No more. The pain is unbearable." In the face of absolute might, even the esteemed celestial dragon could not withstand the onslaught. Just as Charlemagne Saint uttered those words, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. As the crowd parted, Gibbon swiftly spotted Charlemagne Saint kneeling on the ground. As he finally discerned the audacious individuals daring to cause a ruckus in this place, he was met with several familiar faces. Standing before Charlemagne was Qin Xuan, alongside other members of the Qin Xuan pirate crew not far away. At that moment, Gibbons' mind was utterly blank. He never anticipated that after departing for such a brief period, his greatest fears would materialize before him. "Did you not just declare your intent to kill me?" Qin Xuan remarked, yanking Gibbons' hair back with a cold scoff. "Mr. Qin Xuan, Captain Qin Xuan, Brother Qin Xuan." At that instant, everyone around simultaneously called out to him in unison. Clearly, they were all deeply concerned that this fearless individual would indeed dare to slay a celestial dragon on this red line. Particularly Boa Hancock, for this situation had, in fact, arisen due to her actions, and she was acutely aware of the dire consequences of Qin Xuan's current course. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the impending negotiations would undoubtedly become exceedingly arduous. However, as long as the celestial dragon remained alive, there was still a glimmer of hope. Yet, should Qin Xuan truly proceed to take the life of that individual, they would have no choice but to flee immediately. The world government would never permit the murder of a celestial dragon, especially in such a public setting on the red line. "Everyone, shut the hell up." Upon hearing their shouts, he suddenly bellowed, asserting his dominance in that moment. It was clear that he had fully embraced his formidable presence. Even the naval brigadier, Gibbon, dared not utter a word at that moment. It was not fear of being struck by Qin Xuan's wrath that silenced him, but rather a genuine concern that Qin Xuan, in a fit of displeasure, might indeed take the life of this celestial dragon. After all, a man capable of obliterating the deep-sea prison and slaying those legendary pirates imprisoned in the 6th level of infinite hell was certainly capable of anything. Douglas Barrett and the others were momentarily stunned by Qin Xuan's sudden outburst, and the crowd fell into an uneasy silence. In that instant, every gaze in the vicinity converged upon him. "Listen well, Charlos," Qin Xuan murmured, lowering his eyes to the barely conscious celestial dragon sprawled before him. "Did you not just vow to end my life? You wouldn't dare." Charlos spat, his voice trembling, though the last vestiges of his celestial arrogance still clung to him like a tattered cloak. "Kill me, and you'll never escape retribution." A shadow passed over Qin Xuan's expression as the smile faded. Without another word, his palm lashed out, crack. The sharp, resounding slap echoed through the desolate street. The face of Chalmaco Saint was immediately marked by 5 crimson imprints of fingers. Though the slap was not particularly forceful, it nearly rendered the utterly defenseless Chalmaco Saint unconscious. "I ask you, do you intend to kill me?" Qin Xuan pressed on with his questioning. I. Chalmaco Saint's words were cut short as Qin Xuan's hand struck again. Slap. Each time Qin Xuan unleashed his hand upon Chalmaco Saint, the hearts of all onlookers would race with fervor. Even the usually composed Yi Shao furrowed his brow in concern. "Captain Qin Xuan, please cease. Otherwise, something truly unfortunate may occur." At that moment, Boa Hancock was on the verge of despair, rushing forth to grasp Qin Xuan's hand in a desperate attempt to prevent him from striking again. At this moment, Charlemagne Saint had been rendered unrecognizable by Qin Xuan's relentless strikes. "Are you afraid?" Qin Chuan released his grip on Charlemagne's saint and turned to gaze calmly at Boa Hancock. I am not afraid. It is merely that we are in the midst of negotiations. If we proceed in this manner, the world government will not spare us. Boa Hancock replied softly, her head bowed. The world government will not spare us? You might be mistaken. My purpose in negotiating with the world government this time is to demonstrate my respect for them. If they dare to wage war over a celestial dragon, then I, Qin Chuan, shall fight to the end. As Qin Chuan's words fell, he suddenly steeled his resolve and lifted his foot with great force. In that instant, everyone realized what Qin Chuan intended to do. Douglas Barrett and Crocodile understood all too well the consequences that would ensue if Qin Chuan brought his foot down, prompting them to rush forward without hesitation. However, as a naval officer, Gibbon could not afford to ponder further and charge forward. Yet, they were a moment too late. For Qin Chuan's murderous intent had been firmly resolved. No one could impede him now. As everyone rushed towards Qin Chuan, his foot had already descended with great force upon Charlemagne's face. Bang! In that instant, Qin Chuan unleashed an extraordinary strength reminiscent of the world of Naruto, channeling all his energy into his right foot. With a single forceful kick, the once tranquil earth was abruptly shattered, creating a deep pit. Charlemagne's head was plunged directly into this cavity. At this moment, everyone stood frozen in place, utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that Qin Chuan would actually take action upon his words. From the observations of the gathered crowd, it was evident that the seemingly powerless celestial dragon was undoubtedly facing death. Consequently, the atmosphere in the vicinity grew exceptionally eerie. Many onlookers had quietly retreated. For in this land, the death of a few individuals was commonplace. However, the prospect of a celestial dragon perishing was a profoundly terrifying notion for those inhabiting this territory. They were uncertain of what might transpire next, yet they were acutely aware that if they did not hasten their escape, they could very well share the same fate. Captain Qin Chuan, have you truly taken a life? Sir Crocodile, having dealt with the world government for many years, was fully aware of their boundaries. At this moment, it was clear that Qin Chuan had crossed those limits, leaving no room for negotiation. Chapter 91. Escalation of events. Nationwide manhunt. He threatened to kill me. Now that he has uttered such words, I shall simply send him on his way, Qin Chuan stated calmly. In that instant, despite his tranquil demeanor, an intimidating aura emanated from him. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Sir Crocodile found himself at a loss for words. After all, he was not incorrect. The adversary sought his demise, and if they were to release Charlemagne, there was no doubt that retribution would follow. Given this reality, it was understandable that Qin Chuan would resort to taking a life. Yet, they had lived their entire lives without witnessing a celestial dragon's death. Especially not in such a striking manner before their very eyes. The scene was undeniably staggering. At that moment, Boa Hancock remained dazed, still clasping Qin Chuan's hand tightly. She was overwhelmed with shock, so much so that she found herself utterly at a loss. However, in the next instant, an irate voice erupted from Ji-Bean's lips. Seize them all and leave not a single one unscathed. The voice emanated from Cabin, a rear admiral and the highest-ranking naval officer currently stationed in Ailhu City. Therefore, regardless of how formidable Qin Chuan's capabilities or connections might be, he could not simply allow them to depart unimpeded. Otherwise, not only would he face severe repercussions, but the Navy as a whole would also suffer disgrace. After a brief moment of astonishment, the soldiers behind him swiftly raised their rifles, aiming them at Qin Chuan and his companions. At that moment, Douglas Barrett and a few others gathered around Qin Chuan. In an instant, both sides stood in confrontation on the street. General Gibbon, refrain from violence. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. I have no desire to indiscriminately spill innocent blood, Qin Chuan calmly declared as he gently released Boa Hancock's hand. Since the moment you took the life of Lord Charlemagne, I have been left with no avenue for retreat. Gibbon replied sternly, gripping the hilt of his dagger. How absurd. You, a naval brigadier, are groveling before the celestial dragons, even referring to them as Lord Charlemagne. These wretches engage in their nefarious deeds daily. Do not attempt to convince me of your ignorance. Qin Chuan retorted. All their actions fall outside my jurisdiction, rendering me powerless to address their misconduct. It is a disgrace that you don the naval code emblazoned with the word justice, yet willingly serve as a lapdog to the celestial dragons. If you truly seek your own demise, then by all means, take action. However, my patience is finite, should you dare to strike. I assure you that I will turn this naval branch into a river of blood before the admiral arrives. At this moment, Qin Chuan was thoroughly incensed. The actions of the celestial dragons could not possibly be unknown to their navy, yet they chose to tacitly condone such behavior. This was one of the many reasons Qin Chuan held the navy in such disdain. Faced with Qin Chuan's threat, Gibbon hesitated, glancing at the expressions of the surrounding naval personnel, which clearly displayed a hint of panic. Some naval soldiers were even trembling as they held their rifles. These naval soldiers are indeed the elite among the elite. Otherwise, they would not have been stationed so close to the sacred Mary Geos. Even they were significantly intimidated, which illustrates the magnitude of the threat posed by Qin Chuan. After a moment of silence, Ji-Bean finally sighed helplessly and implored. Please do not harm the others in this city, I beg you. As soon as he uttered these words, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Clearly, he had acquiesced. Qin Chuan had once again triumphed in the presence of the Navy. However, at this juncture, apart from Qin Chuan, the others were far from jubilant. Qin Chuan nodded and then unexpectedly approached Yixiao, patting him on the shoulder. Mr. Yixiao, will you come with me? Or will you remain here, drifting through life aimlessly? Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yixiao could only manage a wry smile before responding slowly. Mr. Qin Chuan, you have publicly slain a celestial dragon. And now you wish to befriend me. In this case, I would be unable to clear my name even by jumping into the Yellow River. So what is your decision? Sighing, he continued, well, since it has come to this, I shall accompany you on this mad venture. And I am also curious to witness what the new world truly holds. Haha, as expected of Mr. Yixiao, you know exactly what I am thinking. Let us depart for the new world. With Qin Chuan's laughter, the entire Qin Chuan pirate crew swiftly departed from the city of Orhus. Upon returning to the Red Force, Qin Chuan immediately commanded the ship to hasten towards the Sadise archipelago. They must reach the new world waters without delay. There, the Navy would have no means to contend with them. However, traversing the skies above Mary Geos to reach the new world was utterly impossible. Thus, they were left with but one path. First, they would head to the Sadise archipelago to coat their ship in a special film using the resin from the Yarkamanga tree. Then, they would dive 10,000 meters beneath the sea, traversing a massive cavern located beneath the Red Continent, passing through the underwater route to Fishman Island before finally reaching the New World. Nonetheless, this route was fraught with peril, as the Sadise archipelago fell under the jurisdiction of the world government, heavily guarded by numerous naval forces. Moreover, the underwater routes are exceedingly perilous. A substantial number of individuals have ventured in only to never emerge again, leaving many to live their lives without ever reaching the New World seas. The following morning, as Borsellino, having just evaded a storm, prepared to dock his fleet at the port of Orhot City, he unexpectedly received a call from the naval headquarters. Upon answering, Borsellino casually inquired, "What is it?" "I have arrived at Orhot City, and shall soon seek out Qin Chuan and the others." "Humph, seek them out? Are you not aware of the recent developments?" The voice of Admiral Sengoku on the other end was ominously low. Hearing these words, Borsellino's brow furrowed in concern. Throughout the day, the messenger pigeons had failed to deliver any news due to the maritime storm. What other turmoil had arisen? Charlemagne has been slain, killed by Qin Chuan. What? He has slain a celestial dragon? This revelation jolted even the typically languid Borsellino into a state of heightened alertness. Clearly, this news was profoundly shocking, even for one seasoned in the tempestuous seas. Chapter 92. Departure to the Sadise archipelago. Indeed, just yesterday, he had publicly executed Charlemagne in the streets. And now they were in flight. Damn it, what is the world government's stance on this? What stance? The situation in Mariewa has descended into chaos. The celestial dragons are protesting, demanding that the world government take the most stringent measures to ensure that Qin Chuan and his companions are captured and executed. Sengoku retorted sharply. Very well, I shall intercept them immediately. Borsellino recognized the gravity of the situation. According to the regulations between the Navy and the world government, should a celestial dragon be attacked, the Navy is obligated to dispatch an admiral for rescue. Thus, Borsellino willingly took on this responsibility. Reliable sources indicate they have made their way to the Sadise archipelago, aiming to enter the underwater routes and proceed to the New World seas. Understood. I shall turn back at once. With that, Borsellino promptly ended the call and issued orders forthwith. At that moment, the previously waiting Gibbon, who had been anxiously lingering by the shore, witnessed the astonishing sight of Borsellino's warship executing a sudden about-face. This unexpected maneuver sent the soldiers throughout the port into a state of utter disarray. Captain Shanks, that rascal, seems intent on approaching the Sadise archipelago. Will we succeed in reclaiming our vessel this time? Suggested Jesus, after perusing the newspaper. His words rang true. If we fail to retrieve the Red Force, we shall become the laughingstock of the world, and the red-haired pirate's resurgence will be an arduous task. Ben Beckman, the first mate, concurred. Meanwhile, the red-haired pirates, still lingering at the Sadise archipelago, were fervently debating the matter. However, Shanks sat there, his brow furrowed and silent. The previous night, he had received a clandestine call from the highest command of the world government, the Five Elders. In the call, they directly demanded that he intercept Qin Chuan at the Sadise archipelago, regardless of the cost. Yet, as it stands, Qin Chuan's influence had risen to unprecedented heights, not to mention that he had effortlessly led a colossal coalition army of the West Sea to defeat Moonlight Moria. This feat had garnered him immense renown within the West Sea. Furthermore, he had audaciously slain the celestial dragons, the ruling aristocrats of the world, who were both despised and feared by humanity. Consequently, although no one openly expressed their opinions globally, it was clear to all that, after this audacious act, Qin Chuan had ascended to the status of a deity in the hearts of the people. At this juncture, he must confront Qin Chuan in the capacity of a pirate crew member, inevitably shouldering immense public scrutiny, a scenario he ardently wishes to avoid. Furthermore, the entirety of the red-haired pirates is eager to reclaim their honor, compelling him to face Qin Chuan. With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, Shanks gradually parted his lips. He issued a command to strictly monitor Qin Chuan and his crew, Should they dare to set foot on Sadise archipelago, they must inform him immediately. Upon hearing Shanks' words, the assembled crowd erupted with excitement. This indicated that Shanks was unequivocally prepared to engage in battle with Qin Chuan. In contrast, Rayleigh, seated at the tavern counter, furrowed his brow. Is that old fellow finally making his move? Beside him, Shucky quietly handed him a beer and inquired softly, Indeed. It has been over 20 years since we last met. I wonder how formidable he has become. Is he still the fearsome descendant of the devil that once instilled dread in many? This truly piques my curiosity, Rayleigh mused with a bitter smile. Meanwhile, the incident involving Qin Chuan ignited global discourse once more. What? Qin Chuan has actually slain a celestial dragon? At Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters beneath the sea, Jinbei was once again seated alongside Vista. Indeed, not only did they eliminate a celestial dragon, but they are also advancing towards Sadise archipelago, seemingly preparing to traverse the underwater tunnel to the New World. Jinbei stated solemnly. What is the world government stance on this? Vista inquired. No official announcement has been made yet, but based on precedent, the world government will not let them off easily and will certainly refrain from negotiating with them again. In that case, there is no necessity for them to engage in battle with us. It is possible that they will pass through Fishman Island, where we may encounter one another in a skirmish. However, if their agreement with the world government is shattered, it could indeed be advantageous for us. Jinbei continued his analysis. Regardless, you must ensure your subordinates remain vigilant during this period. Even a mere ordinary vessel should not be allowed to escape easily. At that moment, the world government issued a latest communique. In this announcement, they vehemently condemned the various atrocities committed by Qin Chuan and the pirate crew he leads during this period, specifically highlighting their brutal slaying of the celestial dragon nobles in the city of Orhus. Ultimately, the world government resolved to empower the navy, mandating them to apprehend Qin Chuan and his associates with utmost urgency and bring them to Judicial Island for trial. Furthermore, the most recent bounty on Qin Chuan and his crew once again captured the public's attention. Qin Chuan, captain of the Qin Chuan pirate crew, bounty, 5 billion berries. Douglas Barrett, member of the Qin Chuan pirate crew, bounty, 2 billion berries. Sir Crocodile, member of the Qin Chuan pirate crew, bounty, 500,200,000 berries. Boa Hancock, member of the Qin Chuan pirate crew, bounty, 460 million berries. Bartolomeo, member of the Qin Chuan pirate crew, bounty, 160 million berries. Notably absent from this bounty list was the name of Yi Xiao, which is attributable to the fact that, thus far, the world government remains oblivious to his true identity. Additionally, he had not participated in any operations of the Qin Chuan pirate crew prior to this, hence there was no corresponding bounty assigned to him. Upon gazing at the announcement issued by the world government, Bartolomeo could not suppress his grievances. What does this mean? A mere 160 million berries? How is it that you two are worth 4 or 500 million? His ire was not directed at his bounty being placed upon him, but rather at the fact that his own was so disappointingly low, igniting his fury. What more do you expect? As a leader of a criminal syndicate, had you not aligned yourself with us, you might still be languishing in the meager confines of Loguetown. Observing Bartolomeo seemingly implying that his bounty was inflated, Sir Crocodile was equally unwilling to yield. Chapter 93. The target, Rayleigh. In truth, before joining the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile's bounty was a mere 81 million berries. However, following his elevation to the rank of a warlord, the world government rescinded the bounty on him, resulting in the absence of any reward for his capture. Yet, astonishingly, within just a month, his bounty has soared to 500 million berries. This surge is evidently attributed to the brutal execution of a celestial dragon they carried out in broad daylight yesterday. A pirate's bounty is not solely reflective of their individual prowess, rather, it is more indicative of the threat they pose to the world. If a common pirate engages in indiscriminate slaughter, their bounty is bound to escalate dramatically. Presently, with Qin Chuan and his crew having directly executed a celestial dragon, his bounty has skyrocketed to 2.5 billion berries. Such a figure is rivaled only by a few notorious figures entrenched in the New World. What do you mean by that? I once single-handedly restrained Admiral Akainu in Roguetown. Otherwise, you would have been reduced to a sieve. Upon hearing Crocodile's words, Bartolomeo immediately shot back with sarcasm. Humph. Do you truly believe your invisible barrier makes you invincible? Enough. Can you not see the gravity of our situation? Douglas Barrett, who had been wearing a furrowed brow, could no longer restrain himself from chastising the two. The world government has openly declared its intent to deal with us. In my estimation, it is highly probable that Admiral Kazuru will be dispatched to intercept us at Sadise archipelago, yet you still engage in petty banter? Given his commanding presence, Barrett's words silenced the two instantly. Nevertheless, Bartolomeo continued to wear an expression of defiance. Captain Qin Chuan, I fail to comprehend why you would publicly announce our intention to head to the Sadise archipelago, although that region falls under the jurisdiction of the world government. Its unique geographical conditions render it a veritable den of chaos, with your combined bounty totaling 50 billion. Not to mention the potential for the Navy to set up heavy defenses there, it is likely that many pirates will also attempt to thwart our passage. At this moment, the usually silent I smiled, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. He too was perplexed as to why Qin Chuan would reveal their forthcoming movements to the world. Quite simply, because I have never believed we were in the wrong. Since we have done nothing wrong, why should we be concerned about revealing our whereabouts? Qin Chuan retorted. Initially, he had no intention of slaying the celestial dragons. It was merely the sight of Boa Hancock being harassed that incited him to take action. Due to the nature of these celestial dragons, Qin Chuan understood that injuring them was no different from killing them. Even if he granted them a chance at life, they would undoubtedly seek to retaliate with vengeance at the first opportunity. Thus, he resolved to eliminate them without hesitation. Now, what are your plans? In the Sadise archipelago, we have no acquaintances. If we proceed recklessly, it may prove challenging to find someone to coat our ship. At this moment, Yi Xiao grasped Qin Chuan's intent, clearly. He regarded the world government's bounty with disdain. Who says we have no connections? Captain Douglas Barrett is there waiting for us. Upon uttering this, Qin Chuan cast a deliberate glance at Douglas Barrett beside him. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Douglas Barrett was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Qin Chuan with a face full of skepticism. Captain, ISNT Roger already. At this juncture, the ever-volatile Shad Crocodile could not hold back his interject upon hearing the name. Boa Hancock was equally struck with astonishment. It was, after all, Rayleigh himself who had guided them away from that infernal place. Thus she held deep concern for her benefactor. While I possess a wealth of knowledge, there remain uncertainties, such as whether other pirates might be waiting for us at this very moment. Qin Chuan replied calmly. The Sadise archipelago consists of 79 trees, corresponding to 79 distinct regions. Given that Silver's Rayleigh is present, do you, Captain, know in which region he resides? Asked a smile, pressing further. He is located in Region 13. Region 13? That is the lawless territory of the Sadise archipelago. Upon hearing Qin Chuan declare Rayleigh's presence in Region 13, a smile displayed a hint of disbelief. Throughout the Sadise archipelago, Regions 1 to 29 are teeming with human trafficking establishments and auctions, truly a den of iniquity. This is largely due to the proximity to Fishman Island, where both merfolk and fishmen are the most sought-after commodities in the trafficking trade, rendering the business particularly lucrative. Is it not true that the more chaotic a place becomes, the easier it is to conceal one's identity? Qin Chuan retorted. After hearing his words, a smile found herself unable to counter. Thus, the Qin Chuan pirate crew, under the gaze of the entire world, successfully arrived at the outskirts of the Sadise archipelago 2 days later. At this moment, the naval soldiers stationed across the Chambered Islands were fully armed and on high alert. The sheer vastness of the Chambered Islands rendered even the formidable navy incapable of exerting complete control over its 79 regions. Consequently, only a modest number of naval personnel were garrisoned in each area. At this juncture, nearly all naval soldiers were fervently praying that the Qin Chuan pirate crew would refrain from landing in their respective territories. Ultimately, the Red Force ship docked at the harbor of Region 13. Due to the ship's conspicuous nature, news of its arrival swiftly reached the inhabitants of Region 13. Subsequently, various factions within the region began to stir with anticipation. Just as the crowd stepped onto the streets of Region 13, a commotion erupted not far ahead. In the next moment, a group of fearsome individuals obstructed the path of Qin Chuan and his companions. Is this not the recently renowned Qin Chuan pirate crew? It seems fortune smiles upon us. We have encountered you here, exclaimed a one-eyed man at the forefront, brimming with excitement. This man had one eye completely covered by a military patch, and his attire bore a striking resemblance to that of a pirate captain from cinematic portrayals. Indeed, it could be said that such a person truly embodied the essence of a pirate. Behind him, a throng of pirates wielding large blades had gathered. Have they found us so swiftly? Douglas Barrett inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. To his dismay, Qin Chuan could not help but scoff, remarking, I never anticipated that my first battle upon stepping onto this island would be against such rabble. How disheartening. At this moment, the man, with a darkened expression, let out a sinister chuckle before retorting, Youngster, being arrogant in the Grand Line does not equate to genuine prowess. I have fought my way back from the New World. That is where true hell lies. Suddenly, Boa Hancock beside Qin Chuan recalled something and exclaimed in shock. The Ghost Eye Pirates? You are familiar with them? Crocodile turned his head, intrigued. The Ghost Eye Pirates are, in fact, an old and formidable crew that rose to prominence in the South Sea. Their captain, known as the Ghost Eye Bigus, claims to communicate with human souls. The bounty on this fellow, if my memory serves me correctly, has escalated to a staggering 360 million berries. Boa Hancock elucidated. Oh, is that not Boa Hancock of the Amazon Lily? The allure of those captured maidens from the kingdom was indeed remarkable. I wonder how adept the king of Amazon Lily is in the bedroom? Aha. Upon seeing Boa Hancock, Bigus suddenly recalled a certain event and erupted into boisterous laughter. The moment his words escaped his lips, Boa Hancock's expression darkened significantly. Clearly, Bigus had unearthed a poignant memory from her past. What is the matter? Qin Chuan, upon hearing this, turned to her with a puzzled expression. They had previously launched a surprise attack on a naval branch base, subsequently seeking refuge on the island of Amazon Lily. Coincidentally, I was at the Holy Land Mary Geos receiving an assignment from the world government at that time. thus the entire Kuja pirates were absent from the island. This left the defenses of Amazon Lily alarmingly weak, providing them with an opportunity. By the time I returned, they had already abducted several of our female inhabitants. Boa Hancock explained through gritted teeth. This should not be possible. Amazon Lily is located in a windless zone. How could they infiltrate the kingdom? Bartolomeo inquired curiously. After all, it was through his collaboration with Crocodile that Qin Chuan and the others managed to capture the Sea Kings and utilize them to navigate forward. Did I not just mention? That fellow's obscured eye possesses the ability to communicate with the souls of living beings. Therefore, I surmise that he must have employed such a technique to control the Sea Kings, harnessing their immense power to bring them to Amazon Lily. Upon hearing Boa Hancock's words, everyone fell into deep contemplation. The manipulation of souls was not a new phenomenon for them. During their time in the West Blue, the fearsome captain of the thriller bark, Gecko Moria, was capable of controlling shadows. However, while Gecko Moria extracted and manipulated shadows, the cursed Ibaigusa seemed capable of directly controlling souls. If this were indeed the case, the terrifying potential of the two would be vastly different. Controlling souls, you say? Bartolomeo, have you not always lamented your meager bounty? Perhaps this time you shall seize the spotlight, if you successfully defeat this individual with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries. Your own bounty should soar to an impressive 4 to 500 million. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan scoffed lightly and then turned to Bartolomeo, who stood not far from him. Bartolomeo, upon being designated by Qin Chuan, displayed no signs of trepidation. Rather, his eyes were now ablaze with fierce combat zeal. He strode forward with a defiant gait, approaching the opposing group. Today, I shall entertain you thoroughly. Humph, sending such a minor character to confront me. It seems you truly underestimate the Ghost Eye Pirates. Witnessing such disdain from his adversary, Baigusu couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Captain, is it wise to let him face them alone? Boa Hancock quietly inquired at this moment. She had some understanding of their opponent's strength and was somewhat aware of Bartolomeo's devil fruit powers. Clearly, it seemed that Bartolomeo's abilities would have little effect on the foe. Let him give it a try. It will be an excellent opportunity to discern the nature of that fellow's peculiar powers. Qin Chuan remarked, narrowing his eyes. In reality, he was well aware that if what Boa Hancock claimed were indeed true, then Begas might possess an ability akin to the Sharingan in the world of Naruto, capable of conjuring illusions. Should that be the case, Bartolomeo would likely find himself unable to defeat his opponent. At that moment, he silently resolved that if his adversary truly wielded such power, he would have no choice but to invoke the roll card of Uchiha Itachi once more. Just then, a commotion erupted ahead. With a commanding shout, Begas ordered his crew of pirates to draw their weapons and charge fiercely towards Bartolomeo. TCH, a bunch of inept fools. Bartolomeo scoffed, immediately forming the common's fingers gesture. In the next instant, a transparent square barrier materialized before him. Then, he suddenly spread his arms wide. Following that, the transparent barrier surged forward at an astonishing speed. Boom. The transparent barrier seemed to act like a bulldozer, sweeping away all members of the Ghost Eye pirate crew in its path. Beggs swiftly dodged to the side in the nick of time, though he managed to evade. Over half of his subordinates had already fallen in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the ground was strewn with corpses. Fallen members of the Ghost Eye pirates scattered everywhere. These casualties were wrought by Bartolomeo's devastating devil fruit technique, barrier stampede. From the initial clash, it became abundantly clear that Bartolomeo had seized overwhelming dominance. Upon witnessing this, Bartolomeo could not help but reveal a hint of a triumphant smile. However, at that moment, not far ahead, Begas finally made his move. He removed his military eye mask, and in the next instant, an exceedingly terrifying eye emerged within the line of sight of all present. Chapter 95. A smile precedes the strike, to everyone's astonishment. Begas's right pupil was a pale shade of green. Suddenly, his pale green iris began to spin at an alarming speed, and thereafter, an eerie grin crept across Begas's lips. Bartolomeo, who had previously worn a smug expression, found himself momentarily stunned. In an instant, his entire body began to tremble violently. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone at the scene, save for Qin Chuan, was taken aback. At that juncture, Begas suddenly exerted himself, and with a swift lunge, he advanced directly towards Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo stood foolishly in place, failing to activate the protective barrier upon which he relied for survival. In the next moment, all onlookers witnessed Bartolomeo being struck squarely in the face by a powerful punch from the ghostly-eyed Begas. A dull thud echoed as Bartolomeo was sent flying backward, crashing directly into an ordinary residential building. In an instant, the structure collapsed with a resounding crash. Thick plumes of smoke billowed upward, obscuring the view for those outside, leaving them unaware of Bartolomeo's condition. At that moment, Sir Crocodile was poised to intervene against the enigmatic Begas, but was abruptly halted by a wooden staff blocking his path. What do you intend to do? Sir Crocodile had never fully trusted this enigmatic figure, particularly upon learning that he possessed the strength of a marine admiral. After all, in this world, how could someone wield such formidable power yet remain in obscurity for so long? Faced with the obstruction, Sir Crocodile expressed his displeasure, saying, "Young man, you would do well to step aside. That fellow's eyes are problematic. If I am not mistaken, his eyeballs must be capable of emitting some form of special radioactive substance. This substance can temporarily paralyze the neural pathways of the brain, leading to a state of confusion and involuntary movements. To unravel the intricacies of his devil fruit abilities, one need only avoid direct eye contact. If my conjecture holds true, then it is indeed most fitting for a blind man such as myself to confront him." At that moment, Yixiao astonishingly deciphered the opponent's devil fruit powers in just a few words. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan felt a tremor within, and turned to Yixiao with a gaze of admiration. Although Yixiao's assertions may not be entirely accurate, his theoretical approach is certainly not misguided. Even in the realm of the most formidable illusions, as long as the adversary does not meet the caster's gaze, they shall remain untouched by the phantasm. For all this time, Yixiao has relied on his formidable perceptive abilities in battle, rendering the absence of sight inconsequential. At that moment, although Sand Crocodile harbored doubts regarding Yixiao's words, he turned to Qin Chuan, seemingly seeking his counsel. Qin Chuan merely nodded lightly, indicating that Yixiao should proceed. Observing this exchange, Sand Crocodile fell silent and took a step back. With a faint smile, Yixiao subtly nodded towards Qin Chuan before he gradually made his way forward, wielding his staff and saber towards Biggs. At that moment, Biggs, having gained immense confidence after defeating Bartholomew with a single strike, found himself unexpectedly unsettled upon encountering a blind man. Clearly, no one understood the weaknesses of his devil fruit powers better than he did. Subsequently, Yixiao spoke in a calm demeanor, challenging, "Receive my attack. If you can still stand, I shall concede defeat." Upon hearing Yixiao's words, Biggs' previously anxious expression transformed into one of relaxation. "Haha, Master Biggs, is this old man not overly arrogant? He dares to claim he can defeat you with a single blow. Master Biggs, swiftly eliminate them to avenge our fallen brothers." At that moment, the remaining members of the Ghost Eye Pirates surrounding them began to jeer and incite further chaos. Even the esteemed Baigus could not suppress a hint of disdain upon hearing Yixiao's words. "Old man, no one in this world has dared to speak to me in such a manner." Yixiao, undeterred, raised the staff in his hand with deliberate grace. "Very well. Let me witness the true power of your attack. Prepare to meet your demise." Upon uttering these words, Baigus's eyes began to whirl with fervent intensity once more. Yet, this time, Yixiao remained utterly composed, standing firmly in place. In the next moment, Baigus surged forward again, employing the same familiar tactic. However, it was at this juncture that Yixiao finally made his move. He swiftly elevated the staff he wielded, and in that instant, his palm and the entire staff became enveloped in a swirling mass of dark violet energy. "Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger." As Yixiao proclaimed this, the staff connected with the dark violet energy and swung forcefully. The violet energy, akin to a roaring purple tiger, surged forth towards the advancing Baigus with incredible velocity. Along its path, the purple tiger conjured by Yixiao cleaved through the solid stone pavement with ease. Baigus, taken aback by the spectacle, hastily raised his fist to confront this violet tiger. The ground trembled as the powerful energy collided with Baigus's fist, sending a shockwave that radiated outward, prompting all nearby to instinctively avert their gazes. When the crowd turned their heads once more, everyone stood frozen in place. To their astonishment, Biggs had collapsed directly before Yixiao. Had this resulted in victory? Upon witnessing this, Sha Kelowoctor twitched at the corners of his mouth and murmured softly to himself. Meanwhile, Douglas Barrett finally comprehended why Qin Chuan had once proclaimed that this individual possessed strength rivaling that of an admiral. It became evident to him that Yixiao had not exerted his full power. Subsequently, Yixiao rested his scepter against Bei's head and calmly remarked, "It seems the pirates of the New World are not as formidable as they claim." Upon hearing these words, Beige could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was at this moment that he truly recognized the vast disparity in strength between himself and the members of the Qin Chuan pirate crew, prompting him to hurriedly plead for mercy. "Yes, I apologize. I overestimated my abilities. I beg you, spare me." Upon uttering such words, the members of the Ghost Eye Pirates behind Baigus were utterly stunned. Chapter 96, A Reunion with Shanks. In the next moment, all the members of the Ghost Eye Pirates instinctively knelt down. The myth they revered had been vanquished by a single move from their opponent, leaving them devoid of any thoughts of resistance. "Captain Qin Chuan, how shall we deal with this fellow?" A smile did not respond but turned to gaze at Qin Chuan, who was not far away. "Captain Qin Chuan, I implore you, grant me a chance to live. Provide me with a reason not to meet my end. I can serve as your crew member, and I possess extensive knowledge of the New World seas. If you allow me to guide you, your journey will surely be much easier." Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, Baigus completely cast aside his dignity and spoke once more. "Oh, is that so? My apologies. But I have no need for worthless scum. Dispose of him." As Qin Chuan's voice fell, a smile quickly transformed into a decisive action. As he brought his staff crashing down upon the head of Baigus, he bore no particular disdain for pirates. Rather, his greater concern lay with the welfare of the populace. At that moment, it was evident that Begas was a pirate with a multitude of crimes to his name, thus eliminating him posed no moral burden for the smiling one. The impact of the staff was brutal, and blood erupted from Begas's skull instantaneously. This grotesque scene was unsettling, even for Boa Hancock, who was accustomed to the harsh realities of life and death, causing her to furrow her brow in dismay. Why are you still standing there? Eliminate the remaining pirates. Qin Chuan suddenly turned to the others beside him and commanded with chilling authority. Upon receiving the order, Douglas Barrett wasted no time. He propelled himself forward with a powerful push from the ground, darting towards the remaining members of the Ghost Eye pirate crew who were still kneeling in submission. In an instant, the air was filled with cries of anguish and pleas for mercy. Simultaneously, Crocodile and Boa Hancock swiftly followed suit. Despite the Ghost Eye pirate crew's considerable numbers, Qin Chuan's crew members were formidable, capable of confronting 100 foes each. Thus, within moments, the streets of Area 13 were awash with blood. At that juncture, a scarred figure, Bartolomeo, whose tattered clothing bore multiple rips and whose face was marred with bruises, slowly emerged from the wreckage of a collapsed building. Upon stepping into the open, he was taken aback by the sight of the carnage that littered the streets in the lifeless form of Begas. After a brief moment of shock, Bartolomeo lowered his head and approached Qin Chuan and the others, clearly having been rendered unconscious by Begas's earlier strike. When he found himself rendered unconscious, others had swiftly dealt with that individual. The outcome left him exceedingly disheartened. However, Qin Chuan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and remarked with a smile, "Do not be disheartened. Your assignment was merely to test the capabilities of the opponent's devil fruit. Among us, aside from Yixiao, it is likely that anyone else would have met a similar fate." Initially, Bartolomeo was rather despondent, but upon hearing Qin Chuan's comforting words, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes, and his gloom vanished without a trace. Although this place is a den of iniquity, devoid of any permanently stationed naval forces, the commotion we have caused surely has attracted the attention of the Navy stationed in other districts. Therefore, I believe we should promptly seek out Mr. Rayleigh. At that moment, Yixiao returned to Qin Chuan and the others and took the initiative to suggest this. In truth, he held little interest in the matter of meeting Rayleigh. The primary reason for his desire to depart swiftly was his reluctance to encounter naval soldiers in such surroundings. The two parties were currently in a state of hostility, and an encounter here would likely culminate in a bloody confrontation, with the naval soldiers inevitably bearing the brunt of the injuries. Just then, however, Qin Chuan cast a glance at a rather unremarkable house nearby, and then slowly spoke. "Since we are already here, why not come out and meet?" Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, everyone was taken aback. Yet, just as Douglas Barrett and the others were about to respond, the door of the modest house was suddenly kicked open with force. The door hurtled towards Qin Chuan, but in the next moment, Douglas Barrett, standing beside him, swiftly intervened, shattering the door to the ground with a single punch. Following this, the one-armed Shanks emerged first from within the house. Upon encountering the crimson-haired Shanks in person, everyone present, save for the already acquainted Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett, found themselves momentarily stunned. Even the remarkably powerful Yixiao felt an involuntary grip tighten around his staff at the sight of Shanks. As for Bartolomeo, he instinctively took 2 steps back after swallowing hard. And this is the pressure emanating from the formidable. As Shanks emerged, several of his crew members followed suit. Upon encountering their adversary, the atmosphere thickened with animosity, as the gazes of the opposing crew fixated intensely upon Qin Chuan. Yet Qin Chuan remained composed as he gazed at Shanks before him. "Hey, take it easy." Noticing the gravity etched on Shanks' face, Qin Chuan promptly spoke with a smile. No sooner had his words fallen than Shanks lifted his right hand, and the renowned sword, Griffin, was instantly unsheathed. In the next moment, both parties prepared for battle in an instant. A grand conflict was on the verge of erupting. At that moment, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was nearly suffocating. Even the ordinary residents hiding in the modest houses, peering through their windows at this scene, felt their breaths quicken. Both parties in this confrontation were once formidable figures who dominated their realms. Even in the face of a potentially fierce battle, there was not a trace of fear on their faces. "Are you seeking to reclaim your honor or to retrieve your ship?" Qin Chuan inquired with an air of nonchalance. "I desire both," Shanks retorted with conviction. "I have just annihilated a pirate crew returning from the New World, and I genuinely would not mind eliminating another notorious pirate of the New World." Upon uttering these words, Qin Chuan's aura surged forth with palpable intensity. At this moment, Qin Chuan once again embodied the character card of Uchiha Itachi. The formidable strength of Shanks compelled Qin Chuan to approach the situation with utmost seriousness. Presently, the most effective card in his hand remained the Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi. However, activating the infinite Tsukuyomi would severely strain his eyes. Thus Qin Chuan resolved not to employ the illusion unless absolutely necessary. His current confidence in being able to repel the Shanks pirates without the use of illusions primarily stems from the recent addition of a formidable force on his side, Yixiao. In Chapter 97, Rayleigh takes action. Therefore, when considering the overall strength of both parties, it is evident that Qin Chuan's side possesses sufficient power to overwhelm the Shanks pirates. It seemed that Shanks had also perceived the formidable nature of the unfamiliar face beside Qin Chuan, which prompted him to refrain from taking immediate action. Thus, an impasse ensued, with both parties remaining steadfast in their positions, particularly in such a pivotal battle. If neither captain initiates an attack, their subordinates would certainly not dare to act on their own volition. If you hesitate to strike, allow me to shatter this stalemate. With that thought, Qin Chuan decided to break the silence. Observing Shanks' reluctance to engage, he took the initiative to unleash a simple yet effective B-class ninjutsu to test the waters. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and unleashed a colossal fire dragon that surged toward Shanks, just as Shanks was poised to raise his sword to intercept. A white figure suddenly appeared from a distance, moving with a speed akin to light, positioning itself beneath him. Subsequently, before the astonished gaze of all, this ethereal figure wielded a long sword and struck downwards at the roaring fire dragon that surged toward them. In an instant, the ferocious fire dragon was cleaved in two upon contact with the razor-sharp blade. At that moment, everyone widened their eyes, transfixed by the sight of this white figure. It was Rayleigh. Then, breaking the silence that enveloped the scene, Rayleigh's old comrade, Douglas Barrett, was the first to speak. The one who just intercepted Qin Chuan's attack is none other than the legendary pirate, Silver's Rayleigh. If encountering Shanks was not enough to leave a profound impact, then witnessing the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, Silver's Rayleigh, in person rendered Boa Hancock nearly breathless. "Long time no see, Barrett," Rayleigh said with a smile, adjusting his glasses after sheathing his longsword. With Rayleigh personally intervening, the situation became increasingly awkward for both parties. Initially, everyone was prepared for a fierce confrontation due to Qin Chuan's aggressive stance. However, the arrival of Rayleigh transformed the dynamics of the scene into an enigmatic affair. Were it not for the presence of Douglas Barrett on Qin Chuan's side, Rayleigh's intervention would likely have been to assist Shanks and his crew. Yet, given Barrett's involvement, it was improbable that Rayleigh would draw his sword against an old comrade. Thus, the allegiance of the formidable Rayleigh became critically significant. Even the ever-confident Qin Chuan hesitated to assure his victory should Rayleigh choose to stand against them. According to credible intelligence, Admiral Kazuru of the Navy is already approaching the Sabaody archipelago. Furthermore, Admiral Akainu has departed from Marineford with several warships, evidently heading in your direction. At that moment, Rayleigh cast a serious gaze towards Qin Chuan and spoke. "Are you offering me a kind warning, or attempting to intimidate me?" In the current predicament, Qin Chuan remained uncertain of Rayleigh's intentions, prompting a less than amicable tone. "Both sides have my crew members. As their former vice-captain, I naturally do not wish to see you slaughter one another," Rayleigh stated gravely. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, the others present exhaled in relief. His declaration indicated that he did not intend to favor either side. This could prove somewhat troublesome. "That red-haired fellow behind you seeks both retribution and the reclamation of his ship. However, I neither wish to suffer humiliation nor relinquish the sole pirate ship I possess, thus complicating matters considerably," Qin Chuan remarked pensively. At this juncture, Qin Chuan's stance was unequivocal. Seeking vengeance and reclaiming the ship was utterly unattainable. "Mr. Rayleigh, please step aside. I need to settle this matter with him here," Shanks interjected, displaying his characteristic fearlessness. Although he had previously experienced Qin Chuan's terrifying prowess, after an in-depth conversation with Rayleigh, he felt he had uncovered a method to counter Qin Chuan's illusions, especially amidst the chaos of battle. He did not believe Qin Chuan would dare ensnare him in a delusion under such circumstances. "Let this one slide, if a fight is to occur. Let it not happen here, for the sake of my dignity, if nothing else," Rayleigh remarked, observing that neither side showed any intent of backing down. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, rapidly enveloping the street. In an instant, everyone present felt the weight of this invisible pressure. Upon sensing the force radiating from Rayleigh, Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that this was Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki. To his astonishment, he was able to flawlessly unleash the Conqueror's Haki, indicating that he had mastered the art of harnessing his own Haki to perfection. "Captain, might you grant me a favor today?" At that moment, Douglas Barrett, who stood nearby, could not restrain himself from speaking up. After all, Rayleigh was once his captain, and at this critical juncture, if Qin Chuan insisted on taking action, it would reflect poorly on him as well. Observing that Douglas Barrett had voiced his opinion, Qin Chuan felt it inappropriate to say more and thus remarked, "Since everyone is in agreement, it would be rather inconsiderate of me to act otherwise. However, how do you propose we resolve our grievances?" With that, Qin Chuan presented the dilemma to Rayleigh. If he wished to play the mediator, he must find a resolution to the conflict at hand. Quite simply, the Red Force shall be returned to Shanks and his crew. As compensation, I shall personally provide you with a substantial vessel. Though this ship may not surpass the Red Force, it would certainly be of commendable quality. Upon hearing Rayleigh's proposition, Qin Chuan felt a flicker of interest. After all, the Red Force had initially been seized in a moment of desperation, and he had never truly relished the idea of holding on to another's property. However, throughout his journey, he had not encountered a suitable pirate ship to serve as a replacement, thus he had no choice but to make do with it for the time being. At present, since Rayleigh is willing to provide them with a brand new vessel, he is naturally inclined to return the Red Force. Moreover, this transaction serves a dual purpose. Should Qin Chuan voluntarily return the Red Force, It would undoubtedly lead those who are unaware of the circumstances to speculate that he was compelled by Shanks to relinquish the ship. In this scenario, although Shanks may not have directly defeated Qin Xuan, he would regain a semblance of dignity. Thus, the crux of this proposal lies in whether Qin Xuan is willing to accept it. Indeed, as soon as Rayleigh's words fell, Shanks, who stood nearby, displayed no signs of opposition. Instead, he cast a piercing gaze towards Qin Xuan across the table. Clearly, he too was awaiting Qin Xuan's response. As for Qin Xuan, everyone turned their gaze towards him. If he were to reject Rayleigh's proposal, the negotiations would undoubtedly end in discord, and they would likely have to confront the onslaught of the red-haired pirates along with Rayleigh. Thus, Qin Xuan's forthcoming words would indirectly determine the fate of all present. After a moment of silence, a subtle smile crept across Qin Xuan's previously calm face. Since you, a venerable elder, have expressed such sentiments, and considering the long-standing camaraderie between my crew and you, I shall reluctantly acquiesce, he declared. However, I must add, should there be any issues with leaks or the like in the vessel you provide, I would not hesitate to seek you out at your old acquaintance's tavern for a personal discussion. At this, Qin Xuan spoke with significant undertones. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, it was now Rayleigh's turn to be utterly astonished. He and Xiachi had lived incognito in this place for many years, and aside from a handful of old crew members, no one else was privy to its existence. Even one of his former subordinates, Shanks, had only learned of this location after extensive inquiries. Yet, at this moment, Qin Xuan surprisingly knew of his hiding place. Rayleigh could not help but glance towards his companion, Douglas Barrett. At that moment, Douglas Barrett's face was a canvas of questions. Observing that his old crew members seemed oblivious to the situation, Rayleigh turned to Qin Xuan. Surprised that I know your hiding place, are you? Shall I divulge more about you? Old Ray, the one with the coating. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's last remark, Rayleigh's face involuntarily twitched. Old Ray was a moniker used by ordinary workers who collaborated with him, and even Xiachi was unaware of this special title. Yet, Qin Xuan seemed privy to it. Furthermore, Rayleigh was certain that Qin Xuan had only just set foot in Area 13 today. This implied that Qin Xuan had no opportunity to investigate him prior to arriving at the Shambadi archipelago. Consequently, Rayleigh's interest in Qin Xuan's identity began to peak. Initially, when Shanks informed him of Qin Xuan's illusionary abilities, he did not pay much heed. However, upon meeting him today, it became evident that Qin Xuan possessed a unique charisma. Despite his extensive experiences, Rayleigh had encountered only one other individual in his lifetime who shared such compelling charm, and that person had been executed by the Navy. Qin Xuan, you are truly fascinating, a worthy adversary indeed, one bold enough to slay the celestial dragons, Rayleigh replied, narrowing his eyes. As soon as his words left his lips, Qin Xuan promptly grasped his intent, which was to cease any discussion regarding his affairs. Subsequently, the two returned to Xiachi's tavern. Xiachi, originally seated at the bar indulging in a cigarette, could not contain her ire upon seeing Rayleigh lead such a large entourage into her establishment. Rayleigh, are you trying to get me killed? The combined bounty of these individuals exceeds a staggering 1 billion. Moreover, that fellow just caused quite a commotion in Zone 13. Do you truly fear that the Navy and other factions might not find me? As the head of intelligence, Xiachi had become aware of this news immediately after dispatching the Ghost Eye pirates. Therefore, witnessing Qin Xuan and his companions entering, she could not help but unleash a torrent of vitriol. As for the red-haired pirates, they were in a similar predicament, after all. Xiachi had initially sheltered them because their arrival was clandestine, known to very few outsiders. Yet now, both parties had completely revealed their identities, and unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the stationed Navy forces in the Sadise archipelago must have already commenced their operations. It matters not. I had already exposed myself the moment I took action. Although this is not a Navy base, you should be aware that their eyes are omnipresent in these regions, especially considering how lively our activities have been lately. It is likely that we have long been under their watchful gaze. As for why they have hesitated to approach, it is likely that they are awaiting reinforcements. After taking a seat, Rayleigh could not help but jest. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Shucky curled her lips and resumed smoking, lost in her own thoughts. Indeed, as Rayleigh had surmised, when Shanks and his companions entered Shucky's tavern, the informants planted by the world government promptly reported the situation to the Gorosei. The sole misjudgment made by Rayleigh was the belief that the informant was an agent of the Navy, when in fact it was the legendary CP9 organization. CP9 is a clandestine intelligence agency directly under the auspices of the world government, characterized by its strict internal management, where all personnel appointments must receive the approval of the highest echelons of the world government. Even the Navy headquarters remains oblivious to the exact number of members within this secretive agency. Consequently, it is virtually impossible for an ordinary individual to secure a position within CP9. This is one of the reasons why CP9 can deploy informants here without detection. Once the intelligence reached the hands of Commander Span M of CP9, he promptly relayed the information to the five elders. This matter was not only pertinent to the notorious pirate Shanks, but also involved the long-hidden Silver's Rayleigh. Unbeknownst to him, however, Shanks had a connection with the five elders, which led to their astonishment upon learning that red-haired Shanks was indeed seeking Rayleigh. Initially, they merely intended for CP9 to continue surveilling Shanks and Rayleigh, seeking to discern their true intentions upon their meeting. However, Qin Chuan unexpectedly dispatched a celestial dragon on the Red Line, unabashedly proclaiming his intention to journey to Sadise Archipelago, from whence he would venture into the New World. This turn of events left the Gorosei in a state of utter disquiet. They first discreetly reached out to the red-haired Shanks, urging him to intercept Qin Chuan. Furthermore, as a precautionary measure, they relayed this information to Fleet Admiral Sengoku at the Navy headquarters. Upon receiving the news, Sengoku promptly convened a high-level meeting. This assembly was so exclusive that even vice admirals were deemed unworthy of attendance. Only Sengoku, Kazan, Sakazuki, Garp, and Crane were present within the naval ranks. In this pivotal discussion regarding strategies to encircle the Qin Chuan pirate crew, the hawkish Sakazuki ultimately held a position of overwhelming dominance. He was once again authorized to lead the naval fleet to the Shambadi Archipelago to assist Borisellino in battle. Chapter 99, The Underlying Currents of the Shambadi Archipelago. However, this time, Sakazuki did not steer the fleet towards the Shambadi Archipelago but instead directed the ships towards the sacred site of Mariewa on the Red Earth continent. Mr. Rayleigh, I apologize for the trouble this has caused you. At that moment, upon hearing the conversation between Shuki and Rayleigh, Shanks, who was nearby, expressed his regret. In truth, this may not be such a bad thing. As soon as Shanks finished speaking, Qin Chuan, sitting on the other side, unexpectedly interjected with this remark. What do you mean? Upon hearing Qin Chuan's startling statement, Shuki immediately cast a suspicious glance in his direction. The others present turned their gazes towards them. Mr. Rayleigh, with your formidable prowess, you undoubtedly possess the capability to contribute to transforming this world, much like when you aided Fisher Tiger in rescuing many from the Holy Land of Mariewa. Upon Qin Chuan's mention of this past event before Boa Hancock once more, both Rayleigh and Shaki exchanged astonished glances. Clearly, this matter was shrouded in secrecy, however. Qin Chuan appeared to possess knowledge of certain details, which piqued their curiosity regarding his identity even further. Qin Chuan, it seems you are aware of something. Shaki inquired after exhaling a ring of smoke. Haha, it's nothing of great consequence. I must admit, I'm not well acquainted with you, as you have not accomplished anything of note for over 2 decades. Yet, perhaps it is not entirely unfavorable to bring you into the spotlight this time. At the very least, Mr. Rayleigh, you can no longer leisurely enjoy your drink here, living the life of an ordinary person. Qin Chuan chuckled. In truth, he was rather unaware of certain matters regarding Rayleigh that had transpired later. Kid, are you attempting to drag me down with you? At that moment, Raleigh's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze unexpectedly imbued with a hint of malice. Witnessing this, the atmosphere among the crowd instantly shifted to one of palpable tension. Consequently, those standing behind Qin Chuan resumed their vigilant stance, apprehensive that a moment's inattention might allow the adversary to strike first and seize the initiative. If I were to propose an invitation for you to board my vessel, would you acquiesce? At that juncture, Qin Chuan unveiled yet another explosive revelation. This news has indeed startled Shanks, who has been closely observing the unfolding events. Should Rayleigh truly choose to ally himself with the Qin Chuan pirate crew, it is conceivable that this crew may dominate the entirety of the New World for an extended period. Currently, among the 3 most formidable pirate crews in the New World, aside from their captains, none can rival the likes of Rayleigh or the formidable Douglas Bullet. Moreover, and most importantly, he had distinctly sensed within the confines of that humble dwelling that the seemingly blind individual possessed an impressive strength that should not be underestimated. Although he was unaware of how Qin Chuan had managed to locate him, it was evident that anyone capable of boarding his vessel was far from ordinary. I have no intention of joining any pirate crew. Should I choose to ally myself, it would only be with the Roger Pirates. Rayleigh stated slowly, a hint of disdain in his tone. Do not rush to conclusions. At present, you have yet to witness certain matters, so refrain from making hasty judgments. Oh, what is it that you wish for me to see? I shall reveal to you events that will reshape the entire world. When that time comes, you will find yourself eager to set foot upon my ship. Qin Chuan replied with an air of unwavering confidence. Humph, are you speaking of slaying the celestial dragons? Apologies, but I harbor no interest in such affairs. Furthermore, if you truly desire to eliminate them, the areas from 1 to 29 are frequently visited by celestial dragons. You might consider taking a stroll nearby. Rayleigh dismissed the notion with indifference. Though the celestial dragons were deemed the aristocracy of the world, to individuals like Rayleigh, they were no different from common folk. He preferred to avoid unnecessary entanglements unless provoked. Haha, a mere celestial dragon? Killing one is merely an appetizer. Once I have dominated the entirety of the pirate world and established a formidable empire within the New World, you will come to understand the veracity of my words. Do you covet Roger's treasure? Rayleigh retorted. No, I seek the entire world. At that moment, Qin Chuan exuded an overwhelming aura of ambition. Had anyone spoken such audacious words in Rayleigh's presence before, he would have ruthlessly mocked and belittled them. Yet now, as a young man in his 20s uttered these sentiments, Rayleigh felt no inclination to ridicule him. In fact, he found himself somewhat swayed. For this young man bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary figure who once reigned supreme over the seas, and he sensed a potential that might even surpass that of his predecessor. Consequently, Rayleigh began to genuinely entertain the possibility of believing in Qin Chuan's declarations. Hey, you do realize we have yet to be defeated, correct? At that moment, an incongruous voice disrupted the atmosphere. Everyone turned to see that it was Ben Beckman of the red-haired pirates. As the vice-captain of the crew, he felt compelled to remind everyone that the red-haired pirates had not been vanquished by anyone. Otherwise, the entire crew would face an unprecedented crisis. At this moment, he solemnly emphasizes this matter, firstly to instill confidence in the crew, and secondly to express the stance of the entire red-haired pirate crew. That day will indeed come. But not now. Furthermore, Mr. Rayleigh, I wish to refrain from unnecessary chatter. Will I be able to procure the ship in a few days? A smile graced Qin Chuan's lips as he spoke. This evening, I will apply a coating to the vessel, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, you shall embark tomorrow morning. Rayleigh elucidated. Tomorrow, you say? It seems I may indeed have to face the Admiral once more. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Qin Chuan pondered thoughtfully. Due to the lack of alignment between the two parties, and in consideration of not implicating Rayleigh and Shanks and his companions bid their farewells and departed from the tavern. It was evident that he intended to take charge of the Red Force pirate ship docked at the port. Furthermore, given the extensive connections red-haired Shanks possesses in this world, he could easily find someone on Sadise archipelago to coat his vessel. Thus, he would not linger here awaiting Rayleigh's assistance. Once the entirety of the red-haired pirates had left, the atmosphere in the vicinity significantly eased. Bartolomeo and Boa Hancock, who had been on high alert throughout the encounter, were finally able to exhale with a sense of relief. As night fell, the entire archipelago of Shambadi was enveloped in a surging tide of intrigue. Chapter 100, Sakazuki's Decision. At the stroke of 10, a colossal warship slowly approached the port of Area 13 in the Shambadi Islands. Near the harbor, a considerable number of naval soldiers had gathered. Suddenly, a man clad in a Navy justice coat, with a yellow suit underneath, leaped from the deck. Report, Admiral Pagliusolino. Qin Chuan and his crew are currently drinking at a tavern on the street. Our men have been monitoring them closely. A naval soldier approached and respectfully saluted before speaking. Humph, these fellows dare to disregard me. Is there any news from Sakazuki? Upon hearing the report, Pagliusolino understood that, despite being an admiral and a natural-type devil fruit user, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Moreover, he had just received intelligence from Sengoku indicating that the 13th district was not only home to the Qin Chuan pirate crew but also the red-haired pirates and that legendary man. Thus, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to pose a significant threat to the Qin Chuan pirate crew alone. It seems Admiral Sakazuki is not heading this way. The naval soldier stammered. What? Pagliusolino's brow furrowed upon hearing this. According to our surveillance in the waters surrounding the Sadise archipelago, no naval vessels have been detected within a radius of several hundred nautical miles. After listening to the report, Pagliusolino began to feel perplexed. Marineford is not far from the Sadise archipelago. If Sakazuki had departed yesterday, he should be nearing the archipelago by now. Yet, there was no sign of Sakazuki among the stationed naval forces. This left only one possibility. Sakazuki had no intention of coming to the Sadise archipelago. Damn it. Could that guy have already gone to the New World? Pagliusolino mused inwardly. Meanwhile, aboard another colossal warship, a middle-aged man with a youthful visage, clad in a Navy justice coat over a striking red suit, stood on the deck, gazing intently at the distant Holy Mary Joa. Report, Admiral Sakazuki. The clearance documents have been obtained, and the world government has granted us passage through Holy Mary Joa. You may disembark now, a Navy soldier exclaimed, rushing over with utmost respect. To these soldiers, the Admiral stood as an insurmountable peak, towering and unattainable. What arrangements have been made at the G1 branch? The fleet from the G1 branch is already awaiting us at the entrance to the New World. As soon as we traverse Holy Mary Joa and safely land, they will be there to assist us. Very well, let us proceed. Upon hearing these words, Sakazuki finally descended from the warship. Indeed, as Pagliusolino had surmised, after departing from Marineford, he had utterly disregarded the operational plan set forth by the high-ranking officials of the Navy headquarters. Driven by extreme confidence and a desire to reclaim the dignity he had lost at Loguetown, Sakazuki promptly ordered the warship to change course and head towards the Red Continent. In the Grand Line, there are only two ways to enter the New World. Now that Qin Chuan and his companions had ventured to the Sadise archipelago, they could only access the New World through the underwater tunnel. As a naval admiral tasked by the world government to apprehend pirates, he naturally possesses the authority to request a direct passage from the sacred land of Mariawa atop the Red Continent. However, this necessitates abandoning their vessel and utilizing specialized transportation. Thus, Sakazuki urgently called upon the Navy's G1 branch, stationed in the New World and responsible for maintaining order throughout the region, to promptly dispatch warships to retrieve him. At this moment, the commander of the G1 base is none other than Admiral Weasel, whom he had personally designated to join the operation against the Qin Chuan pirate crew. Admiral Weasel is, in fact, one of the few proponents of direct confrontation among the senior officers of the Navy headquarters. Furthermore, due to his unsatisfactory performance in the previous battle at Loguetown, he swiftly mobilized a formidable fleet upon receiving orders from Sakazuki. setting sail towards the entrance of the New World to rendezvous with him. However, this predicament left Admiral Pagliusolino in a rather awkward situation. As a Navy admiral, having already landed on the Sadise archipelago, it was now impossible for him to turn back. It was once again the deep of night. If he wished to request support from headquarters, the earliest assistance would arrive by tomorrow morning, as headquarters would dispatch reinforcements to the Shambodi archipelago. Even so, this would require a full 2 days. Therefore, this plan was utterly impractical. At this juncture, he could only venture alone to confront the Qin Xuan pirate crew. With this thought, Pagliusolino spoke in a deep voice. Lead the way. Shouldn't we confirm the whereabouts of Admiral Sakazuki with the Navy headquarters? A nearby sailor inquired softly, swallowing hard upon noticing that Pagliusolino seemed intent on proceeding solo rather than awaiting reinforcements. I am sufficient. A ragtag group of miscreants hardly necessitates the presence of so many admirals. If capturing a single pirate crew requires the personal attendance of 2 admirals, we would surely be overwhelmed. Upon hearing the soldiers' apparent trepidation regarding the impending battle, Pagliusolino's expression darkened. No, Admiral Pagliusolino, please follow me. The soldier was taken aback by Pagliusolino's demeanor, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Subsequently, a contingent of Navy soldiers trailed behind Pagliusolino as they made their way to the streets of Area 13. As they passed the battleground where the Qin Xuan pirate crew had clashed with the Ghost Eye pirate crew during the day, Pagliusolino suddenly halted. Gazing at the several collapsed buildings nearby, he calmly inquired, how long did Biggs of the Ghost Eye pirate crew hold out? One exchange, the nearby sailor replied, trembling with fear. What? Pagliusolino turned to him in disbelief. Why yes, Admiral Pagliusolino, our men observed everything clearly from nearby. The middle-aged man in the purple robe, wielding a staff, only made one move. As a result, Biggs fell directly before him and never rose again. After hearing this, Pagliusolino's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Although Biggs did not command a high bounty, he possessed a certain notoriety in the New World, especially after causing a significant uproar at the Navy's G5 branch. Located at the forefront of the New World. Chapter 101. Encirclement of the Navy Admiral at that time, Vice Admiral Virgo, the commander of the G5 branch, exerted all his strength in battle, yet was unable to capture the formidable figure known as Begas, indicating that his prowess was indeed not to be underestimated. However, he was ultimately slain by an unknown individual who had never shown his face beside the Qin Xuan pirate crew. This revelation suggested the presence of concealed formidable power within the ranks of the Qin Xuan pirates, which was far from favorable news for him. The mere existence of Qin Xuan posed a significant threat, compounded by the presence of Douglas Barrett and 2 other formidable former warlords of the sea within the pirate crew. Now, with the addition of this mysterious man, the balance of the entire conflict had decisively shifted in favor of the adversary. Upon observing that Admiral Borsellino appeared to hesitate, a brave Navy soldier ventured to speak again, suggesting, Admiral Borsellino, perhaps we should lie in wait nearby for an ambush? This would not only enhance our chances of success, but also provide a means of retreat. At that moment, he was genuinely terrified, particularly given that Borsellino seemed intent on relying solely on his strength to confront the Qin Xuan pirate crew. Thus, he could only hope that Borsellino would reconsider the daunting task ahead. An ambush is indeed a commendable strategy. However, I must apologize, for I have already claimed that approach for myself. Just as Borsellino was about to articulate a response, a figure suddenly emerged on the roof of an inconspicuous building nearby, startling everyone present. Who goes there? A Navy soldier shouted, prompting dozens of firearms to be raised and aimed at the shadowy silhouette in the darkness. Meanwhile, Borsellino furrowed his brow as he gazed intently at the individual before him. How could this be? When did this young man appear beside me? Why was my observation hockey unable to perceive any of this? Borsellino, did you come alone? This is tantamount to courting death. Qin Xuan on the rooftop spoke once more, his voice calm yet foreboding. Upon hearing his words, the crowd of naval soldiers erupted in commotion, for it was abundantly clear to them who the figure atop the roof truly was. At that moment, a brilliant beam of yellow light suddenly surged forth from Borsellino's fingertip, striking Qin Xuan, who stood on the rooftop, in an instant. The next moment, a tremendous explosion reverberated from the roof of the modest dwelling. As the thick smoke began to dissipate, only a desolate ruin remained. Upon realizing that Qin Xuan was nowhere to be found amidst the wreckage, Borsellino felt a surge of alarm within him. His beam of light was not only devastatingly powerful, but also extraordinarily swift. Had the opponent not been thoroughly prepared, there was no way he could have evaded such an attack at such close range. In truth, Qin Xuan did not evade this attack. Upon the beam striking his form, he instantaneously erupted in a brilliant explosion. However, this corporeal manifestation was merely a manifestation of Qin Xuan's substitution technique. Despite the formidable intelligence capabilities of the Navy, it was Xia Qi who reigned as the sovereign of information in the Sadise archipelago. As soon as she learned that Borsellino had landed in Area 13, Bartolomeo and the others, acting on the intelligence she provided, swiftly eradicated all spies lurking near the tavern. Subsequently, the group arrived early to the essential route leading to the tavern to set up an ambush. In order to test the prowess of Admiral Borsalino, Qin Chuan employed a substitution technique, placing a decoy atop the dwelling. Meanwhile, he and his companions concealed themselves not far ahead, observing discreetly. This explains why Borsalino, even at such a close proximity, failed to detect Qin Chuan's presence, for the figure he beheld was not a living entity, but merely an illusion. Upon witnessing Borsalino obliterate the entire house with a single strike, and realizing that Qin Chuan had seemingly vanished, a faint smile crept upon the faces of the naval soldiers present. Clearly, they had begun to entertain the notion that Borsalino might indeed triumph over the Qin Chuan pirate crew. However, the sweetness of their hope would not endure for long. In the next moment, several figures abruptly emerged ahead. As the faint moonlight illuminated their faces, a collective gasp of astonishment echoed among those present. Approaching them, alongside members of the Qin Chuan pirate crew, was a man wearing glasses, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. Witnessing Qin Chuan's nonchalant demeanor, the naval soldiers who had previously felt victory within their grasp were plunged once more into despair. Borsalino, your behavior is quite discourteous, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Luckily, I escaped swiftly, otherwise, I might have met my demise at your hands. Qin Chuan remarked with a subtle smile as he greeted the figure. Did you take me for a fool? That earlier individual was not you at all. Borsalino, no fool himself, quickly discerned that the figure atop the roof was merely a diversion after unleashing his beam attack. Haha, and yet you still chose to attack? Are you not the one being foolish? Qin Chuan retorted, his sarcasm deepening Borsalino's frown. However, the current circumstances constrained him from initiating an offensive, compelling him to endure the situation. Borsalino, do not entertain thoughts of aggression. We harbor no desire to harm you. If you depart now, I can petition the captain to ensure the safety of you all. One of Qin Chuan's companions interjected, speaking up. Who might you be? Borsalino inquired, noting the resemblance between this man and the one who had reportedly dispatched Biggs with a single strike. I am merely a simple man. Yet I strive to exert my utmost efforts in hopes of securing a semblance of peace. Is the peace you seek to be founded upon the suffering of others? Do you ever consider granting those tormented souls an opportunity to survive while you engage in pillaging and slaughter? Borsalino countered sharply. To my knowledge, Mr. Qin Chuan and his companions have not committed any heinous acts during this time. In fact, they have inadvertently aided your navy and the world government by eliminating numerous threats. Thus, Mr. Borsalino, your accusations appear to lack a solid foundation. Even in the face of Borsalino's unfounded allegations, the companion remained remarkably composed. Such matters are best left for you to discuss with the judges on Judicial Island. Until the world government grants you a pardon, you shall remain pirates. My duty is to capture all of you and bring true peace to this world. Chapter 102, The Duel Among Top Warriors. Upon finishing his words, Borsalino instantly transformed into light and soared into the air. Clearly, he was prepared to take the initiative. After all, he found himself encircled, so rather than waiting passively, it was wiser to strike first. Perhaps he could eliminate a few of his adversaries. In the next moment, he crossed his arms, and dazzling cross-shaped radiance appeared at his fingertips. Bartolomeo. Upon witnessing this, Qin Chuan immediately shouted towards Bartolomeo beside him. In an instant, Bartolomeo leaped forward to confront the crowd. Eightfold Jewel. A protective barrier. Both sides launched their assaults simultaneously. Before our eyes, Borsalino unleashed a multitude of dazzling light projectiles that surged forth, intensifying as they hurtled towards the assembly of Qin Chuan's forces. Under such a relentless barrage of luminous projectiles, evasion seemed an almost impossible feat, yet, despite the peril, Qin Chuan and his companions exhibited no signs of panic. They did not even contemplate shifting their positions. Just as these radiant orbs were poised to strike, an ethereal square barrier materialized before Bartolomeo. In the next heartbeat, the projectiles collided with this transparent shield. A thunderous cacophony of explosions reverberated through the skies of Zone 13. As the smoke from the detonations dissipated, the unscathed barrier stood resolutely in front of Borsalino. At that moment, all the naval officers, including Borsalino himself, were taken aback. Borsalino was acutely aware of the potency of his attack, yet it was entirely thwarted by the most unassuming member of the Qin Chuan pirate crew, who bore the lowest bounty among them. At this moment, the other naval soldiers surrounding Borsalino had entirely lost any desire to engage in battle. In their eyes, defeat was inevitable. Since Mr. Ishiao has made the first move, we must accompany him to the end, I suppose? Qin Chuan remarked casually to Ishiao, who stood beside him. Well, there is no other choice. Since he has acted without mercy, we cannot be blamed for our lack of righteousness. Let us leave his corpse behind. Ishiao sighed softly as he spoke. Though his words were spoken slowly, the moment they fell silent, a smile transformed his demeanor, elevating his presence dramatically. In the next instant, he grasped his scepter and, with a swift stride, charged towards Borsalino. Bartolomeo stood guard beside me, while the others engaged in combat to eliminate him. At that moment, Qin Chuan promptly issued the command to attack. Confronting such a user of a natural-type devil fruit, Qin Chuan preferred not to employ illusions. Thus, he urged those nearby, endowed with the power of armament hockey, to take action. Upon receiving the command from Qin Chuan, Douglas Barrett and his companions did not dare to underestimate the situation. After all, their opponent was one of the Navy's most formidable forces. Thus, they rushed towards Borsellino in unison. In an instant, Borsellino found himself facing multiple attacks simultaneously. Witnessing this, he remained utterly composed. With both hands clasped together, he concentrated photons to form a sword of light, ready to wield his weapon. Prepare to experience the might of the Amaterasu, he declared coldly as he grasped the luminous blade. In the next moment, a staff imbued with a smile came crashing towards him. Gravity blade, fierce tiger, Amaterasu slash. The two weapons clashed explosively. Boom. The collision produced a dazzling burst of light, generating a powerful shockwave that reverberated throughout the streets of Zone 13. Instantly, every structure in the vicinity crumbled to ruins. Yet, this was merely the beginning. For during their confrontation, Douglas Barrett had already surged forward. Devil form, the strongest fist. He fused his demonic aura with his overwhelming might, significantly enhancing both his speed and power, fully entering what he termed the devil form. As he closed in on Borsellino, he unleashed his most potent attack without hesitation. The explosive speed and force struck Borsellino squarely in the abdomen. Although Borsellino endeavored to fully elementalize himself, Douglas Barrett's formidable armament hockey ultimately connected with his true form. Bang! With a muffled thud, Borsellino was sent crashing into the remains of a nearby structure. Thick smoke billowed upwards. Nevertheless, the members of the Qin Chuan pirates showed no signs of retreat, firmly believing that a Navy admiral would not be so easily vanquished. In the next moment, Boa Hancock took action. With a leap, she approached the crumbled edifice, and amidst the swirling smoke, she lightly touched her lips with her fingers, conjuring a gigantic pink heart-shaped projectile. Drawing it back like a bow, she unleashed a barrage of pink arrows. These arrows surged into the smoke with wild intensity. Moments later, the scene fell silent, as everyone awaited the dispersal of the smoke to see if Borsellino could rise again to resist. Just as the tension began to ease, a beam of light shot forth from the ruins. Boom. Boa Hancock, too close to evade, was caught off guard by this near-light speed assault. In an instant, the beam struck her abdomen, sending her flying backwards. Seeing this, Crocodile rushed forward to shield her. Puff. After being intercepted by Crocodile, Boa Hancock could not suppress a spurt of blood. Her expression turned grave, clearly indicating that Borsellino's unexpected attack had inflicted serious injury upon her. As the smoke finally cleared, Borsellino slowly emerged from the rubble, rising once more. At this moment, it was evident that he was not faring well either. Initially, during the battle with Yi Shao, he was struck by Douglas Barrett's most formidable punch. Douglas Barrett's punch nearly shattered his rib. Before he could even rise, Boa Hancock's barrage of captive arrows rained down upon him. In Chapter 103, titled The Streets Brimming with Conqueror's Hockey, it is fortunate that he possesses the power of a Logia-type devil fruit, allowing him to fully elementalize at the crucial moment, thereby enabling the arrows to pass through his form without petrifying him. However, despite landing a surprise attack on Boa Hancock, it is evident that this did little to alter the overall situation. The opposing side not only outnumbered them significantly, but also included 3 others, including Qin Chuan, who had yet to engage in combat. After merely a clash in the initial round, I found myself suffering internal injuries. It is evident that the disparity in strength between us is considerable. To withstand my most formidable strike is truly commendable for an admiral. However, despite enduring the blow, your body must have sustained significant damage. Therefore, should you be unfortunate enough to be struck by me once more, it is quite likely that you shall meet your demise here. At this moment, Douglas Barrett, engulfed in black mist, issued a cold warning. Do you think you can so easily extinguish my life? It is not so simple. Gritting his teeth, Borsellino immediately brandished his sword, a matsukes, and fiercely slashed forward. In the next instant, a brilliant golden arc of light erupted from his blade. Seeing this, Ishiu swiftly raised his staff to counter Borsellino's assault. Boom. The sword's light struck Ishiu's staff with tremendous force, producing a deafening sound. Once again, thick smoke billowed forth. All naval officers, heed my command. Flee. I shall hold the rear. Amidst the rising smoke, Borsellino, instead of seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, turned and shouted to the bewildered naval soldiers below. The naval soldiers, initially rendered speechless, seemed to awaken from their stupor upon hearing Borsellino's words, as if granted a chance at redemption. They hastily discarded their firearms and began to flee in all directions. Shall we pursue them? Crocodile inquired, loosening his grip on Hancock's golden hook, his expression composed. There is no need. They are merely a rabble. We need only to eliminate this fellow, Qin Chuan replied indifferently. Clearly, Lin Chen did not wish to annihilate the Navy entirely, for in this world, they were often relied upon to uphold order, at least for the time being. Moreover, the Shambadi archipelago is inherently a land of disputes. Thus, should the naval forces be significantly weakened, the lives of the local populace would become increasingly arduous. Consequently, Lin Chen ultimately resolved to spare the naval soldiers. Kill him. At that moment, Douglas Barrett took action once more. If they, as a collective, were unable to vanquish this Borsellino today, the repercussions would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the entire pirate crew. Therefore, he must conclude the battle in the shortest possible time. Suddenly, Douglas Barrett's entire being surged with an overwhelming aura. In the next instant, a formidable pressure radiated from him, wreaking havoc in all directions. Instantly, the streets of Area 13 began to tremble violently, as if they were experiencing an earthquake. Such an intense display of Conqueror's Haki? It seems this fellow has indeed enhanced his strength even while confined in the pitch-black depths of the underwater prison. Observing this scene, Rayleigh, who had been watching from a distance, narrowed his eyes. His action startled Shaq Crocodile and Ichiji, for such Conqueror's Haki was beyond their possession. Immediately thereafter, Douglas Barrett surged towards Borsalino with the swiftness of a cannonball, a ghostly apparition in motion. At that moment, Borsalino swiftly raised the Amatsukuyomi sword and struck downward. Nevertheless, Douglas Barrett exhibited no inclination to evade. With his Conqueror's Haki fully unleashed, he delivered a powerful blow with his fist, entirely enveloped in armament Haki, directly towards the colossal golden sword. The impact resounded. The fist collided fiercely with the Amatsukuyomi sword. At this juncture, Borsalino, gripping the Amatsukuyomi sword, felt his hands tremble violently, as if his entire being was subjected to an immense force of impact. In contrast, Douglas Barrett appeared to be in a dire state, his countenance ashen, seemingly burdened by immense suffering. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. At that moment, a formidable pressure suddenly manifested around them. Confronted with this unexpected turn of events, Borsalino was taken aback. He immediately exerted himself, forcefully pushing Douglas Barrett away, subsequently retreating several paces. Simultaneously, all eyes turned toward the source of this overwhelming force. There stood Boa Hancock, who had just been struck by a beam of light, her brow furrowed as she gazed ahead, emanating a peculiar dark crimson aura. It was evident that this pressure was a manifestation of her own power. What? She possesses Conqueror's Haki as well? Upon witnessing Boa Hancock, a woman wielding such formidable prowess, the crowd, with the exception of Qin Chuan, was left momentarily stunned. Even Crocodile appeared bewildered, unable to fathom that Boa Hancock too possessed Conqueror's Haki. When did this phenomenon become so commonplace? Observing the scene, Bartolomeo, who had a slight awareness of Conqueror's Haki, swallowed hard and murmured softly, "She is the second woman I know of to possess Conqueror's Haki. The other is Charlotte Linlin." Just then, Qin Chuan made a startling remark, causing the onlookers to collectively gasp in astonishment. On the opposing side, the expression of Borsalino was exceedingly grim. It is essential to understand that this formidable Conqueror's Haki cannot be acquired through mere training. It is precisely for this reason that it is so rare. Even within the entire Navy headquarters, only the Fleet Admiral Sengoku possesses this extraordinary power. At this moment, a newly emerged pirate crew astonishingly boasts 2 members endowed with the Conqueror's Haki. This realization plunged Borsalino into a profound sense of despair. "You have wounded me. Now I shall repay you double." Upon uttering these words, Boa Hancock delicately touched her lips with her fingertips, conjuring a diminutive, pink, heart-shaped object. This pink substance was enveloped in a gentle crimson aura, clearly surrounded by the armament Haki. In the next instant, before Borsalino could utter a word, this heart-shaped projectile shot forth with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, Boa Hancock fully unleashed her Conqueror's Haki and surged forward. Chapter 104, Maritime Equilibrium. Amidst the interference of their simultaneous release of Conqueror's Haki, Borsalino's thoughts were already considerably affected. Faced with the incoming attack imbued with armament Haki from Boa Hancock, he dared not underestimate it. Swiftly, Borsalino sidestepped. The pink heart-shaped object grazed past his chest and collided forcefully with a massive tree behind him. Boom! An intact giant tree instantly crumbled to the ground. Yet, in that very moment, Boa Hancock had closed the distance, confronting Borsalino directly. "Die!" she exclaimed, executing her fragrant foot technique with a fierce kick aimed at him. Borsalino immediately raised his right hand in defense. Bang! Hancock's kick propelled Borsalino through the air. After being sent flying backward for more than 10 meters, he finally managed to regain his footing. However, even as he steadied himself, he was left panting, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. A Navy admiral? Humph! Boa Hancock, having regained a measure of pride, could not help but reveal a hint of disdain upon her face. "It seems today I truly cannot gain any advantage." At that moment, Borsalino remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calm as he remarked with a steady voice. It became evident that during their clash, the naval soldiers had vanished without a trace. He was acutely aware that individuals of Qin Chuan's stature would not waste their time seeking trouble with them for no reason. Thus, with everyone else having departed from the scene, the situation had become considerably simpler for him. "Do you believe you still have a chance?" Douglas Barrett slowly approached Borsalino. "I may not have a chance, but it will not be so easy to take my life." Eight-span mirror. Borsalino grinned, then swiftly placed his hands before his chest, gathering a radiant light that resembled a mirror. In the next moment, this beam of light shot rapidly towards a nearby wall. As the emitted beam of light struck the wall, it refracted and rebounded towards another nearby building, subsequently undergoing yet another refraction. Thus, the entire scene was transformed into a luminous trajectory. This radiant path was remarkably elongated, with the source of light reaching several kilometers beyond its initial vicinity. "Farewell." Borsalino offered a subtle smile, and in an instant, he transformed into a golden beam of light. This golden ray swiftly traversed the luminous trajectory and vanished from their sight in the blink of an eye. Has he fled? Bartolomeo furrowed his brow and murmured, evidently taken aback that Palusolino could escape despite being surrounded by so many. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of discontent. For this battle was crucial to his rise to fame and a significant opportunity to rapidly augment his bounty. Yet, the outcome found him firmly anchored in place by Qin Chuan. Upon witnessing Palusolino's escape, Douglas Barrett's expression darkened, and he glanced towards a nearby figure, clearly realizing that this individual was merely putting on a day of effort. Similarly, the figure of Sir Crocodile behind him appeared to have no intention of intervening. As a result, although he and Boa Hancock could inflict damage upon Borsalino, they were unable to intercept him. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, who had been observing the entire scene, squinted his eyes in the direction of Qin Chuan. In his perspective, Qin Chuan had never intended to kill Borsalino. His actions were merely a means to intimidate the opponent. Captain, what should we do? Should I go after him? Douglas Barrett, who had returned to Qin Chuan's side, couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Feeling that he had failed in his mission. Let him live. His speed is too formidable. Even if you were to transform into your devil form, you might not catch up to him. Moreover, eliminating him holds little significance for us at this moment. Our immediate priority is to head towards the New World Sea. Qin Chuan replied in a solemn tone. According to intelligence reports, no naval reinforcements had been spotted in the waters near the Sadise archipelago, ensuring safety for the next few days. Therefore, come tomorrow morning, once my ship has been coated with a layer of natural resin, you will be able to access the underwater tunnel. Rayleigh interjected. There's no rush, Mr. Rayleigh. We will be attending to matters in the Sadise archipelago for the next 2 days, so you can take your time. At that moment, Qin Chuan spoke again. Huh? Captain? What else are we to do here? The red-haired pirates have already departed. Bartolomeo inquired, intrigued by Qin Chuan's desire to linger. Though the Sadise archipelago is under the jurisdiction of the world government, those scoundrels in the inept naval headquarters are incapable of maintaining order. Consequently, at least 30 of the 79 areas are in a state of utter chaos. Presently, we shall act on behalf of justice, doing good for the people here. Additionally, let us take along a message for Fishman Island, Qin Chuan said with a slight smile. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, everyone present was left in confusion. However, they were already accustomed to Qin Chuan's eccentricities, so they did not dwell on it. Having successfully driven away the navy, Qin Chuan and his companions returned once more to Shaki's bar. As Shaki could not help but voice her disdain upon witnessing the return of those harbingers of misfortune, she retreated to her quarters and succumbed to slumber. It was only after Riley departed that Douglas Barrett approached Qin Chuan. Captain, why did you not detain that naval admiral? Should we succeed in eliminating him, it would not only dampen the resolve of the world government and the navy, but it would also mitigate future threats to our cause. Clearly, Douglas Barrett was aware that Qin Chuan had deliberately allowed Borsalino to escape. After all, he had never intended to engage in combat. Do you presume that it is so effortless to slay a naval admiral? His speed is indeed a formidable challenge. Additionally, your first mate is no fool. His arrival was not to assist us, but rather to position himself as a mediator. Should he ascertain that we are capable of dispatching Borsalino, I am certain he would intervene at once to thwart our efforts and escort him away. Qin Chuan dismissed the notion. Why would he perceive any advantage in rescuing the naval admiral? Does he naively believe that such an act would endear him to the world government? On the contrary, he simply wishes to preserve the current equilibrium at sea. Qin Chuan suddenly narrowed his eyes. The balance at sea? Chapter 105, Carp Betting on the Future. Clearly, it was the first time Douglas Barrett had encountered such terminology. Indeed, although the maritime world is currently tumultuous, it maintains a delicate equilibrium. The crux of this fragile balance lies in the Navy's possession of 3 absolute forces of power. Should we effortlessly eliminate an admiral here, the delicate equilibrium would be irrevocably disrupted in a remarkably short span of time. At that juncture, the pirates of the New World would undoubtedly become restless, and those formidable pirate crews would once again stir up turmoil. This is a scene that Rayleigh is unwilling to witness. Qin Chuan explained. What does this matter have to do with him? His identity is that of a pirate. Indeed, like Ishio, both of them possess a desire to uphold the world. However, Rayleigh, having weathered countless storms and once having stood at the pinnacle of the world, chose to retire at this stage of his life. Yet, a smile alters everything. For him, the journey has only just commenced. Qin Chuan spoke again. He could genuinely comprehend individuals like them once their strength reaches a plateau. They often aspire to effect change through their own capabilities. This is a shared trait among many of the foremost powerhouses. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Douglas Barrett nodded, a flicker of understanding gracing his expression. Meanwhile, within a discreet residence in Area 13, Borsalino wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and then vanished completely from sight. The battle that transpired last night had sent shockwaves throughout the entirety of Area 13, and by dawn, the repercussions of this conflict had reverberated across the globe. Major newspapers boldly emblazoned sensational headlines. The next emperor of the seas is born. Qin Chuan will completely upend this world. The admiral nearly fell in the islands of Sadise. And today, the new emperor is officially ascending. The demon Qin Chuan strikes again. the Navy is powerless to resist. As the headlines of various newspapers proclaimed the overwhelming victory of Qin Chuan over Admiral Borsellino, the atmosphere in Marineford, the Navy's headquarters, became distinctly eerie. Everyone understood the grave consequences of this significant defeat for the Navy. Damn it, connect me to Sakazuki immediately. I need to ascertain his whereabouts, roared Admiral Sengoku, slamming his fist onto the desk in a fit of fury. A report followed. Admiral Sengoku, according to intelligence, Admiral Sakazuki's forces have successfully traversed the skies above Mariehua and reached the waters of the New World. Within the Naval G1 branch of the New World, a considerable contingent of naval forces, under the command of the formidable Admiral Long Weasel, has set forth towards the entrance of the New World to await the arrival of Admiral Sakazuki. At this moment, a trembling naval liaison soldier stands before Sengoku, delivering his report. How infuriating. Even at this critical juncture, he is contemplating a venture into the New World. Sengoku, upon hearing this, is engulfed with fury. He is not only irate that Sakazuki failed to rendezvous with Admiral Borsellino in a timely manner, but he is also incensed by Sakazuki's repeated insubordination to his commands. The necessity of relying on intelligence to ascertain Sakazuki's whereabouts has rendered the marshal utterly disgraced. According to the news relayed this morning by Borsellino, the entire Sadise archipelago is now entirely beyond the capacity of anyone to thwart the actions of the Qin Chuan pirate crew. Kapu, take Kazan to the Sadise archipelago. Sengoku spoke reluctantly after a moment of silence. At present, the Marine headquarters is nearly devoid of personnel. As the fleet admiral, he must remain stationed at Marineford. Therefore, apart from Kapu and Kazan, there is no one else within the Marine headquarters capable of confronting them. Sengoku, in my opinion, perhaps we should consider letting them go. It may not be such a terrible thing. At that moment, Kapu unexpectedly presented a contrasting viewpoint. What? Let them go? We have already suffered enough humiliation at the hands of this pirate crew, and you wish to show them leniency? Upon hearing this, Sengoku was nearly beside himself with rage. Calm yourself. What exists in the New World? Are there celestial dragons? Or the world government? There is nothing but a band of ruthless pirates. If they wish to venture into the New World, do you believe that the pirates residing there would accept them? Is it conceivable that they might remain idle? At this moment, Karp nonchalantly posed a series of questions. Upon hearing Karp's words, the previously irascible Sengoku found a semblance of tranquility. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and retorted, "Are you suggesting that you wish to exploit Qin Chuan's hand to eradicate the pirates of the New World? Indeed. It presents a splendid opportunity, at least for us. It is a chance to irrevocably disrupt the maritime equilibrium." Karp nodded in agreement. Such a course of action is fraught with peril. Even if they are able to eliminate all the formidable pirates in the New World, their own strength will inevitably reach a terrifying level by that time. Capturing them afterward will prove even more challenging. Akainu immediately opposed. Was the Rocks pirates not powerful in their day? Yet they were ultimately vanquished, Karp interjected with narrowed eyes. This statement jolted Sengoku's thoughts back to that era of great pirates. During that time, the Rocks pirates emerged with an extraordinarily lavish and elite roster, momentarily dominating the seas. However, it was during this very period that Karp clandestinely allied with the Roger pirates to execute an unprecedented ambush against them. Ultimately, in this battle, the Rocks were completely obliterated from the ocean. The entire pirate crew had been shattered. To this day, among the four most formidable pirate crews in the New World, the captains Edward Newgate, Charlotte Lin, and Kaido all hail from the infamous Rocks pirates. At present, it is evident that the Qin Chuan pirates have yet to reach the heights attained by the Rocks pirates. Are you truly considering placing the entire navy on the gambling table once more? At this moment, Sengoku finds himself in a state of uncertainty. Should we emerge victorious this time, a prolonged period of peace shall ensue, and I deem it a gamble worth taking. Furthermore, I harbor doubts regarding his pirate crew's ability to seize the entirety of the New World unscathed, let alone the formidable Whitebeard pirates led by Edward Newgate, which he would find exceedingly challenging to withstand. Karp spoke with an air of calm confidence, as if wagering the entire navy were a trivial matter. Chapter 106. The human trafficking den. Sengoku understood Karp's temperament well. Once he made up his mind, it was nearly impossible to change it. However, if Kapu is unwilling to lead the expedition, even the addition of Kazan may not suffice to completely annihilate the Qin Chuan pirates. Contemplating this, Sengoku abandoned the idea of dispatching the navy to encircle the Qin Chuan pirates. Thus, it signified the navy's total relinquishment of the plan to eradicate the Qin Chuan pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. At this moment, outside a grand auction house in Area 1 of the Sadise archipelago, a stark contrast to the atmosphere in Area 13 prevails. This section radiates prosperity, with bustling streets filled with lively chatter and smiles adorning the faces of the crowd, seemingly untouched by the fears stemming from the events that transpired in Area 13 the previous night. However, this flourishing scene bears no connection to the Navy or the world government. Rather, it is solely tied to an individual within the waters of the New World. The individual in question is none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the current warlords of the sea, endowed with formidable powers derived from a devil fruit. Doflamingo operates seamlessly within both the legitimate and illicit realms of society, possessing the official backing of the Warlords while simultaneously being supported by dark forces. This duality has allowed him to clandestinely manage and monopolize the illegal human auction houses, supplying slaves to the celestial dragons and affluent aristocrats, while also abducting various races of beings. Furthermore, he has vested interests in the arms trade within the underworld, his influence sprawling across the globe. Serving as a broker in the shadows, codenamed the Joker. In truth, at the forefront of the Navy's new world, within the G5 branch, the highest commander, Virgo, is also one of his trusted confidants. However, this matter remains known only to a select few, as the backing of Don Quixote Doflamingo ensures that few dare to stir trouble here. Yet, a young man standing outside the venue possesses a keen awareness of these affairs. Observing the numerous elegantly attired individuals entering the auction house, it becomes evident that significant items are to be auctioned today. Captain, what brings us here? Bartolomeo could not contain his curiosity, voicing the confusion shared by the others regarding Qin Chuan's decision to venture into such a place instead of remaining in the new world. You shall find out once we step inside. Qin Chuan chuckled heartily, striding forward with purpose. However, just as they were about to enter the hall, a menacing figure stationed at the entrance obstructed their path. Hey, what are you doing here? This is an auction house, not just anyone can enter. Clearly, in the eyes of the man, Qin Chuan and his companions did not appear to be affluent individuals. Coughing lightly, Qin Chuan drew attention. In the next moment, the graceful Boa Hancock swiftly extended her delicate foot, delivering a forceful kick to the man's lower body. The man instinctively covered himself and fell to his knees before Qin Chuan and the others. Am I permitted to enter now? Qin Chuan inquired with a smile. At that moment, the man was rendered speechless by the excruciating pain coursing through him, and he could only nod painfully in response. It was evident that he understood the formidable nature of the individuals before him. Thus, he felt compelled to allow them entry for the time being. Once he received their confirmation, Qin Chuan, satisfied, drew back the curtain and formally stepped into the auction hall. Upon entering, he was met with a throng of people. The grand venue was filled to capacity, indicating that this was indeed a highly significant auction. Qin Chuan quickly scanned the audience present and noted with disappointment the absence of any celestial dragons donning their characteristic bubble helmets. After all, having already slain one celestial dragon, he harbored no qualms about eliminating a few more. At that moment, the previously dimly lit stage was suddenly illuminated by the lights suspended above. The once boisterous crowd below fell into a remarkable hush. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged gentleman, adorned with a top hat and clad in a suit, gracefully made his way to the center of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend a warm welcome to all of you at our auction house. As you are well aware, today marks our monthly auction gala. Today we have meticulously prepared a plethora of exquisite auction items, among which the most anticipated are undoubtedly the merfolk and the fishmen. As the man's words echoed through the air, the atmosphere within the venue erupted with excitement. It was evident that the crowd had gathered with these extraordinary beings in mind. In the global population auction industry, the most sought-after treasures are the merfolk and fishmen found at depths of 10,000 meters beneath the sea. The merfolk represent the royal lineage of Fishman Island, possessing a pure mermaid bloodline. Due to their scarcity, the auction prices soar, particularly for female merfolk, whose value can reach an astounding 70 million berries, 70 times that of their male counterparts. They are also the favorites of the celestial dragons, the Fishman tribe. A progeny born from the union of merfolk and humans, possesses the dual lineage of both species. They inherit the formidable physical prowess of mermaids alongside the intellectual capacity of humans, rendering the Fishman tribe formidable in combat. In comparison to the merfolk, the Fishman tribe boasts a significantly larger population, resulting in a comparatively lower market value. The price set by traffickers hovers around 1 million berries. Today, this auction not only features the sale of the Fishmen, but also the appearance of the merfolk. This has indeed stirred considerable excitement. Could it be that my recent public execution of the celestial dragons has prompted them to adopt a more subdued demeanor? Even in such a significant event, they seem to refrain from mingling. Observing this scene, Qin Chuan murmured softly to himself. In truth, this assertion holds merit. Ever since Qin Chuan brazenly executed a celestial dragon in public, the inviolable privileges of the celestial dragons have been profoundly challenged. Consequently, a number of their actions have become somewhat more restrained. The celestial dragons, who were previously quite active in the Sabaody archipelago, have retreated into hiding upon hearing that Qin Chuan and his entourage had landed, fearful of inciting the wrath of such a harbinger of calamity. For others, the fear of Qin Chuan and his companions has considerably diminished. Throughout their journey, there have been no reports of the Qin Chuan pirate crew targeting civilians. Adding to this, his past actions in the West Sea, where he led the people in vanquishing the nefarious Moonlight Moria, have further alleviated the populace's trepidation towards him. Consequently, today's auction still attracted a considerable number of affluent individuals. Just then, a large crimson curtain behind the man was dramatically drawn aside. In the next moment, a row of exquisite items came into view, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the gathered crowd. Upon surveying the lineup of merfolk and fishmen, Qin Chuan's eyes widened in surprise. Among them were female merfolk as well. At the center of the group stood a woman with lustrous black hair and a red fishtail. The woman appeared to harbor a profound fear of humanity. Upon encountering the throngs of people, she instinctively lowered her head in utter submission. Among the crowd were also the ordinary male merfolk and fishmen, whose prices were relatively modest and lacked significant allure, thus drawing the collective gaze towards the enchanting female merfolk. Please remain patient, the auctioneer addressed the eager audience. I understand your excitement, but our auction house adheres to certain protocols. Therefore, I must commence bidding with the first item on our agenda. The initial item for auction was a middle-aged male from the merfolk tribe named Ferrari, a formidable warrior of his kind. At that moment, the man in the suit began to introduce him to the audience, particularly focusing on a figure seated in the front row on the far left. This merfolk possessed sharp fangs, a high, defiant ponytail, and adorned his left arm with tattoos. His long beard framing an expression of indignation as he glared at the gathered crowd, evidently displeased with his predicament of being captured for auction. However, his ire did little to intimidate the audience. Rather, it heightened their excitement. Given the rarity of merfolk and the even greater scarcity of those with combat prowess, anticipation surged, even for a male. As expected, when the auctioneer announced the opening bid of 1 million berries, hands shot up throughout the room. Number 16 bids 1.05 million berries. Number 27 bids 1 million berries. Number 74 bids 2 million berries. Bidding escalated rapidly, and soon the prize for the merfolk warrior soared to 350,000 berries. Ultimately, victory in the bidding war belonged to an elegantly dressed woman, likely in her 50s or 60s. As Qin Chuan observed her avaricious expression, his thoughts inevitably wandered astray. However, considering that the lower half of merfolk is a fishtail, this notion seems somewhat nonsensical. The initial auction item unexpectedly garnered immense popularity, leading to subsequent items also fetching remarkably high bids. After all, in this era, both mermaids and mermen are becoming increasingly scarce, with each capture diminishing their numbers. Before long, all preceding auction items had been successfully sold, leaving only the grand finale item remaining. Thank you all for your support and patience. Now, we shall proceed to the final highlight of this auction, the bidding for the beautiful mermaid, Alice. As the elegantly attired man concluded his announcement, the entire venue erupted once again. Many attendees sprang to their feet, fervently shouting, as if determined to secure this auction. All right, everyone, please settle down. It is evident that you are all well aware of the current market value for female merfolk, so I shall dispense with unnecessary words. The starting bid is 80 million berries, with a minimum increment of 1 million for each subsequent bid. At that moment, the suited man finally declared the base price for the mermaid Alice. 80 million berries was indeed a substantial starting figure, comparable even to the bounties of notorious figures such as Sir Crocodile and Boa Hancock. Seriously? This defenseless mermaid's worth exceeds my former bounty? Sir Crocodile could not suppress his discontent upon hearing the bid. You think that's something? Back in my day, while reigning over the underworld of Loguetown, I never encountered such wealth. Bartolomeo lamented, clearly distressed, as those who lived on the edge of danger valued their own bounties dearly. Qin Chuan paid little heed to their complaints, for at that moment, the entire auction hall had reached a fervent climax. I bid 81 million berries. A middle-aged, portly man was the first to raise his hand. I bid 85 million. No sooner had he spoken than an unattractive man, clad in a mysterious black hood, also raised his hand. Yet, in this gathering, peculiar individuals were commonplace, hence little attention was paid to him. Before long, Alice's price began to soar, astonishingly surpassing 100 million berries in mere moments. Within just a minute, the price had surged by 20%, and the trend showed no signs of abating. This compelled some moderately affluent bidders to forego their pursuit of this auction. Just then, the previously mentioned mysterious man again raised his hand. The Field family bids 110 million berries. I hope you will all grant us this courtesy, should anyone wish to bid further. I shall perceive it as a provocation against our family. Not only did he announce a bid, but he also revealed a name. As soon as that name was uttered, the atmosphere in the room fell into a profound silence. Indeed, after his words echoed, no one dared to raise their hand again. The other nobles, who had previously contemplated bidding, could only shake their heads in resignation. At that moment, the gentleman in the suit on the stage also appeared visibly perturbed. Clearly, his intention was to elevate the auction item's price. Yet now, with such a name thrown into the mix, was he not coercing others into silence? Sir, your actions seem rather unscrupulous. Our rules do not permit guests to intimidate one another with their status. Even the world's elite, the celestial dragons, adhere to this code of conduct. After a moment of contemplation, the suited man spoke slowly. Although he was aware of the other's background, he was not one to be trifled with either. If he remained silent now, it would imply that he feared his counterpart. Surely, his words provoked a reaction from the other party. I beg your pardon, Mr. Anderson, but I am here on the chieftain's orders to ensure that the merfolk is taken away. I sincerely hope you can be lenient. Upon hearing the mention of Chieftain Lufield, Anderson's expression darkened, and he chose to say nothing further. Just who was this Lufield? He seemed to possess considerable power. At that moment, Boa Hancock inquired with keen interest. Before Qin Chuan could respond, the nearby Shichibukai, crocodile, interjected. He is one of the titans of the underworld. Known as the king of usury, specializing in lending, with interests spanning the globe, his power is quite formidable. Chapter 108, The Turmoil at the Auction. Do you know him? Boa Hancock asked, somewhat astonished. After all, she had served in the Shichibukai for many years and had never heard of this individual. Humph. My Baroque work still owes him a considerable sum. When I first arrived in Alabasta, I borrowed several tens of millions of berries from him. Crocodile replied with a scoff. Oh, do you intend to repay him? Boa Hancock countered. Several tens of millions is no trivial amount. At this stage, it's not on my agenda. If I manage to acquire some funds in the future, I shall repay him double. His words suggested a hint of apprehension regarding the man. Upon hearing that Crocodile contemplated repaying his debt, Bartolomeo could not help but interject. This is the rule of the underworld. If I truly borrow and refuse to repay, he indeed cannot harm me. However, by doing so, I would be violating the very code of that world. If one were to truly offend them, then any future collaboration would be utterly inconceivable. SHK Loguetown elucidated. In truth, given his formidable prowess, even the most powerful titans of the underworld would find it exceedingly challenging to capture him. However, should he dare to default on his debts, SHK Loguetown would encounter immense obstacles in securing future loans or engaging in any other ventures. What obligation is there to repay? Why should he return money borrowed based on his own capabilities? At that moment, however, Captain Qin Chuan made a startling remark. Captain Qin Chuan. Those fellows are not to be trifled with. They are remarkably united within their ranks. Even the head of this auction appears hesitant to provoke them. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, SHK Loguetown could not help but furrow his brow. He was, in fact, reluctant to offend those individuals in the underworld at this juncture. Let us consider it later, perhaps after today, if we do not seek them out. They may come to us. With that, Qin Chuan once again directed his attention to the stage below. At that moment, as the enigmatic man had spoken, even though the host on stage felt a sense of dissatisfaction, there was little he could do. While everyone desired to acquire Alice, they were even more reluctant to offend Lou Field over this matter. Consequently, the atmosphere was devoid of any competitive bidding. Witnessing this scene, the host shot a fierce glare at the opposing party and prepared to announce the successful auction of the female merfolk. However, just then, a discordant voice erupted from the audience. I will offer 1 billion berries for all the auction items on this stage. The moment those words were uttered, an uproar ensued. All eyes swiftly turned to focus on Qin Chuan. Douglas Barrett and his companions gazed in astonishment at their captain. Clearly, they were well aware of how implausible it was for the entire pirate crew to possess 1 billion berries. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the suit-clad host was taken aback, and with a hint of perplexity, inquired, Sir, who might you be? Although Qin Chuan and his companions were renowned figures, the number of individuals who had personally encountered them remained limited. Most had merely heard their illustrious names in newspapers. In the dim light of the present moment, the host was unable to immediately recognize Qin Chuan and his entourage. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan revealed his identity with candor, stating his name outright. As the name was uttered, the entire venue erupted in chaos. Many individuals began to rise from their seats, preparing to flee the scene. Meanwhile, the host and the enigmatic man donning a hood could not help but furrow their brows. Mr. Qin Chuan, this may be somewhat irregular. All the auction items here have already been claimed by others. Even if your bid is exceedingly high, we cannot contravene the established rules of this venue. If you truly wish to bid on some merfolk or fishmen, we can expedite the search for new offerings. What do you think? The host on stage was well aware that Qin Chuan and his associates were not to be trifled with. Even the Navy found themselves at a loss against them. Thus, he had no choice but to muster the courage to explain the situation. After all, he did not wish to see the integrity of the entire auction house compromised due to Qin Chuan's actions, as such a breach could undoubtedly tarnish their reputation. Very well. I shall have a word with them. Qin Chuan replied with an air of calm resolve. Bartolomeo, you stand guard at the entrance. If anyone dares to flee, be prepared to take decisive action. As his words escaped his lips, several guests who had been poised to flee were so petrified that their legs turned to jelly, compelling them to return to their seats. Simultaneously, the host's countenance darkened further. Mr. Qin Chuan, I am aware of your formidable prowess. However, the mere fact that this auction house continues to thrive in the archipelago of Chambo speaks to its legitimacy. Should you choose to disrupt the decorum here today, you must exercise caution in the future. Do you dare to threaten me? Qin Chuan retorted, casting a fierce glare at his opponent. In an astonishing instant, he vanished from sight amidst the crowd. What? The host's expression soured as he attempted to discern Qin Chuan's whereabouts. Just then, a figure materialized before him. You. Yet before he could utter a second word, Qin Chuan's fist had already struck his forehead with tremendous force. Boom. Following the impact, the host was sent hurtling off the stage, losing consciousness on the spot. In that moment, an oppressive silence enveloped the venue. Even the mysterious man who had previously dared to challenge the host found himself utterly subdued in the presence of Qin Chuan. Now, I wish to take my leave with the individuals involved. I wonder if anyone has any objections? Qin Chuan remarked with a smile. brushing off the dust from his hands as he surveyed the assembly. At this moment, unless one were utterly foolish, no one would dare oppose Mr. Qin Chuan. However, after a brief struggle, the mysterious man cautiously spoke up. Mr. Qin Chuan, I am an envoy from Lord Field. My primary purpose for visiting today is regarding the female merfolk. If you could kindly exercise your magnanimity, I believe Lord Field would be quite pleased. And I am willing to offer you 110 million berries in return. This mission is of great importance to me, and failure to fulfill it would result in severe consequences upon my return. Hence, I find myself compelled to risk my life in an attempt to negotiate with you. Chapter 109. A dialogue with Minggu. As soon as his words escaped his lips, the playful expression on Qin Chuan's face vanished in an instant. What is Lu Field? After all, today, my intention is not to take your life, but rather to send a message back to your master. In the future, in my presence, it would be prudent for you to keep your distance. Furthermore, one of my crew members, Sha Crocodile, seems to have borrowed several million berries from you. I shall now assume responsibility for that debt, and should you wish for him to repay it, your master must come personally to seek me out. Do you understand? Qin Chuan's words were undeniably domineering, and the mysterious man before him was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Clearly, within his understanding of the world, no one had ever dared to insult Lu Field in such a manner. Even the elusive owner of this auction house, Don Quixote da Flamingo, would never utter such words. Yet, he was acutely aware that should he dare to speak further, his life would be forfeit. After a moment of silence, he finally managed to utter, I'm sorry. These 3 words signified his complete submission. At that moment, Sha Crocodile, who was present, was equally taken aback. He had never anticipated that Qin Chuan would step forward to resolve this debt issue on his behalf. In that instant, he found himself somewhat moved. As the emissaries dispatched by Lord Field bowed their heads, the remaining individuals present dared not voice any dissent. Observing the silence that enveloped the room, Qin Chuan approached the male warrior of the Fishman tribe situated on the far left. Damn human, regardless of your status, do not expect us to submit to you. The Fishman warrior, embodying a semblance of pride, spat these words with clenched teeth, his defiance palpable even in the face of Qin Chuan. Do you wish to return home? Qin Chuan's unexpected inquiry pierced through the tension. What? The warrior's confusion was evident. I ask you again, do you long to return to Fishman Island? Qin Chuan's expression remained impassive as he repeated his question. Caught off guard by Qin Chuan's probing, the Fishman warrior found himself momentarily bewildered. If you desire to go back, I shall release you immediately, and you may accompany me. If you do not wish to return, I will unbind you, and you may depart from this place. With that, Qin Chuan proceeded to unlock the iron chains that bound him. The onlookers were taken aback by Qin Chuan's unexpected actions, their minds racing to comprehend his intentions. Upon regaining his freedom, the Fishman warrior gazed at Qin Chuan with bewilderment before murmuring, What is your true purpose in this? Nothing of consequence. I simply detest human traffickers. Is that reason sufficient? Qin Chuan replied with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's explanation, the warrior of the Fishman tribe took a deep breath and solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. Immediately thereafter, he hurriedly began to free the remaining members of both the Fishman and Merfolk tribes. At that moment, the host, who had previously fainted, regained consciousness. Upon waking and realizing that Qin Chuan had released all the auctioned items, he forced himself to rise despite the excruciating pain. Qin Chuan, do you truly believe we are easy prey? Do you know who the true master behind this auction house is? In this moment, he had no choice but to invoke the name of his powerful benefactor. After all, he was acutely aware that Qin Chuan would never consider paying for the items that had just been auctioned. However, if he were to relinquish these auction items freely to Qin Chuan, he would inevitably face the most severe repercussions. Therefore, even at the risk of his own life, he must step forward. I now present you with an opportunity. Dial the number of Don Quixote da Flamingo, and I shall speak with him personally. Upon hearing the other party's words, Qin Chuan dismissed them with contempt. Very well, since you are acquainted with my boss, just wait and see. After the host finished speaking, he mustered his weakened body and hurried backstage. Moments later, he returned, clutching a phone bug and rushed over. It's connected. He coldly handed the phone bug to Qin Chuan. At that moment, Qin Chuan seized the opportunity and brought him over. Qin Chuan, I have heard that you were looking for me. A deep voice resonated from the other end of the phone. The owner of this voice was none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo. Da Flamingo, I've heard that you're the mastermind behind the human trafficking syndicate on Sadise archipelago. Is that true? Qin Chuan cut straight to the point. And what if I am? Are you looking to get involved? Da Flamingo retorted coldly. Not at all. I would never stoop to such despicable acts. The reason I'm speaking to you now is simply to inform you that as of today, the human trafficking industry on Sadise archipelago will cease to exist. I will uproot every single one of your auction houses in the shortest time possible, so brace yourself. Qin Chuan, you're playing with fire. My business has nothing to do with you, and right now, the world government is hunting you down everywhere. Do you really want to provoke another formidable enemy at this critical moment? Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Don Quixote da Flamingo could no longer remain composed. Among his underground enterprises, human trafficking undoubtedly held significant weight, especially the trafficking network on Sadise archipelago, which had been his labor of love for years. At this moment, Qin Chuan unexpectedly expressed his desire to uproot all of his forces in this place. Do you believe that having once been a celestial dragon makes you exceptionally formidable? It was at this juncture that Qin Chuan suddenly lowered his voice and uttered these words. As soon as these words escaped his lips, there was a palpable moment of astonishment on the other end of the line, followed by an extended silence. Clearly, Don Quixote Doflamingo was taken aback by Qin Chuan's statement. After what felt like an eternity, a voice finally broke the stillness. Who exactly are you? Very few individuals in this world possess knowledge of Don Quixote Doflamingo's origins, and most of those who do have long since departed from this realm. Thus, Qin Chuan's sudden revelation of his lineage left him utterly bewildered. Indeed, as Qin Chuan had asserted, many years prior, his biological father, Don Quixote Homing, had voluntarily renounced his celestial dragon status. Consequently, their entire family had since endured ostracism and scorn from other celestial dragons, who regarded them as a disgrace to their kind. Don Quixote Doflamingo attributed all his misfortunes to his foolish father. Later, at the tender age of 10, disregarding his brother's pleas, he resolutely took a firearm and shot his father dead before his brother's eyes, subsequently returning to marry Joa with the severed head. However, despite this grim act, the remaining celestial dragons in his homeland refused to accept him as one of their own, viewing him as a traitor. Chapter 110, a stark threat from that moment onward. Don Quixote Doflamingo embarked on an utterly dark path, vowing to upheave the world itself. Enough of this idle chatter. When we meet, the truth shall reveal itself. Qin Chuan scoffed. Do you still intend to seek me out in the new world? I am not a puppet like Moonlight Moria, nor do I aspire to be a sycophant like Sir Crocodile or Boa Hancock. Should you truly wish to come, be prepared to face the consequences. Doflamingo warned solemnly. Are you not already a pawn of Kaido? If you consider yourself truly formidable, why not refuse to collaborate with Kaido and see what happens? Qin Chuan retorted sharply. Upon Qin Chuan uttering those words once more, Don Quixote Doflamingo finally lost his composure. Cursed fellow, who on earth are you? And how do you possess such extensive knowledge? Doflamingo roared from the other end of the phone. Indeed, Qin Chuan had struck a chord deep within him. Although he held the esteemed title of a sovereign and was recognized as one of the 7 warlords of the sea by the world government, he harbored a profound fear of Kaido. If you desire me to divulge more, I could reveal matters concerning the G5 branch. However, I would prefer to reserve that information for the higher-ups of the Navy, as they would surely find it intriguing. Qin Chuan chose not to relent and proceeded to unveil yet another shocking revelation. Cold sweat began to beat on Doflamingo's forehead. He had never anticipated that Qin Chuan would be privy to the affairs of Virgo. Virgo was a formidable asset he had embedded within the Navy, and his underground arms trade relied heavily on Virgo's influence to thrive across the globe. Virgo, now esteemed as a vice admiral, stands at the pinnacle of his career, wielding considerable power over the entire Navy's G5 division. Should Qin Chuan choose to expose this matter, Virgo would not only face grave peril to his life, but also suffer catastrophic repercussions to his arms trade. Consequently, the 2 most vital sectors of his underground empire would endure a devastating blow. Contemplating this, Don Quixote Doflamingo, a man of exceptional shrewdness, hesitated momentarily before conceding. What do you truly desire? I believe I should not be your adversary. In other words, we harbor no animosity towards one another. Therefore, I hope we can be partners rather than foes. Ultimately, Doflamingo could only hope that Qin Chuan would be amenable to a constructive dialogue. There is nothing to discuss. By tomorrow morning, release all the merfolk or fishmen who have been ensnared by your auctions on the Chambord archipelago. Additionally, I will be waiting for them at the port of Area 13. If by tomorrow morning I do not see them, I shall not only unleash a bloodbath upon every human trafficking establishment across the entire Sadise archipelago, but I will also publicly expose your dealings with Virgo. Qin Chuan stated bluntly, clearly compelling Doflamingo to make a choice regarding human trafficking and arms. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Doflamingo felt an intense urge to tear apart Qin Chuan's heart. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to reach an agreement with Qin Chuan. Faced with the 2 options presented by Qin Chuan, Doflamingo naturally leaned towards protecting Virgo. To bestow upon Qin Chuan all the merfolk and fishmen who have been trafficked thus far is not an exceedingly difficult decision for him. After all, the enduring success of his human trafficking enterprise in the Sadise archipelago over the years can largely be attributed to the fact that external forces have been unable to fully infiltrate the region. While the Marine admirals possess the capability to uphold order here, it is impractical for them to remain indefinitely. As soon as they depart from this place, the influence of Don Quixote Doflamingo will undoubtedly resurge. After all, this location serves as a critical juncture to the New World, presenting an unparalleled geographical advantage for the pirates of that realm. This explains why, for an extended period, although the Sadise archipelago is nominally under the jurisdiction of the world government, the area they effectively control is merely a fraction of what exists. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request, but I shall only yield this once. Should you dare to use this matter to threaten me again in the future, we shall see what unfolds. Although Don Quixote Doflamingo chose to compromise, he still sought to caution Qin Chuan. That phrase is one I shall direct at you. After Qin Chuan spoke, he refrained from further conversation and abruptly ended the call. Following the termination of the call, Qin Chuan returned the Din Din Mushi and prepared to leave the venue. At that moment, a fishman warrior suddenly approached him and, to his astonishment, knelt before him. "What are you doing?" Qin Chuan inquired, his brow furrowed. "Are you heading to Fishman Island? If so, could you possibly take us with you? If you are willing to bring us home, we would be eternally grateful." As soon as he finished speaking, all the merfolk and fishmen present knelt down in unison, evidently placing their hopes in this man. Despite having gained their freedom, they recognized that their own strength alone would make it perilous to return to Fishman Island. "Rise. I shall indeed take your people to Fishman Island tomorrow, so you may accompany me," Qin Chuan replied calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone present rejoiced and immediately expressed their gratitude to Qin Chuan once more. After escorting them away from the auction house, Sir Crocodile swiftly approached. "Captain, why are we taking them to Fishman Island? It is likely that we will not be welcome there at this time." He was acutely aware that the island was currently under the guard of another warlord of the sea, Jinbei, captain of the Sun Pirates. Before this, the Qin Chuan pirate crew, prior to their falling out with the world government, had set their sights on Jinbei, a fact that has become a well-known secret among the populace. Now, as they endeavor to traverse the underwater tunnel to the New World, it is highly likely that they will encounter the Sun Pirates, led by Jinbei, beneath the waves. When that moment arrives, a fierce battle between the two factions is inevitable. This is precisely what Sand Crocodile currently fears the most. Having already severed ties with the world government, there is no longer any need to trouble Fishman Island. Moreover, I intend to engage in fruitful collaboration with them, Qin Chuan explained with a faint smile. Chapter 111, Departure to Fishman Island. Collaborating with Jinbei? That seems unlikely. To my knowledge, his Sun Pirates have already pledged allegiance to the Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates are universally acknowledged as one of the most formidable forces in the New World. Therefore, if we wish to enlist Jinbei aboard our ship, it would undoubtedly mean opposing the Whitebeard Pirates. At that moment, Boa Hancock hastily interjected to caution Qin Chuan. "What of the Whitebeard Pirates? If he dares to interfere, then I shall annihilate his entire crew," Qin Chuan replied with disdain. In truth, Qin Chuan was acutely aware that as long as he refrained from committing any egregious acts, such as slaying their captain, Edward Newgate would undoubtedly not engage him in a life-or-death struggle. The surrounding crew members were taken aback by Qin Chuan's commanding words. Although he had nearly dispatched a vice-admiral, the overall strength of the Whitebeard Pirates far surpassed that of poor Salino himself. At this moment, the Whitebeard Pirates boasted a formidable roster of 16 powerful captains. Thus, should a confrontation arise between the two factions, the odds would not favor the Qin Chuan Pirates. "Captain, it seems you have some knowledge of the dark underworld," interjected Ishiao, clearly more concerned with the entities lurking within that realm than with the evident strength of the Whitebeard Pirates. "I possess a modicum of understanding. There are 4 major figures in the dark world. Aside from the recently mentioned King of Usury, Lu Field, 3 others possess considerable might. Among them, the most renowned is Morgans, the president of the World Economic News. The remaining 2 are less famous globally. One is known as the King of Shipping, Omit. Despite the current turmoil of the great age of pirates, his merchant fleet navigates the corners of the world, demonstrating his ability to subdue pirates in various regions. The other is Stussy, the Queen of Pleasure Street, who oversees the global red light district. However, her identity is rather unique, and should we have the opportunity to meet her, it would undoubtedly prove to be quite intriguing," Qin Chuan elucidated to the gathering. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's explanation, Sha Clockter, who was standing nearby, opened his mouth in astonishment. Among this group, he had considerable dealings with individuals from the dark underworld. Not only had he borrowed several tens of millions from Lu Field, but he had also facilitated the transport of a significant quantity of contraband weapons and ammunition to Alabasta via Umit's cargo ships, which he then delivered to the rebels. This enabled the insurgents to engage in prolonged combat with the government forces for several years. Nevertheless, despite his extensive experience, he was not well acquainted with these figures from the dark world. Observing Qin Chuan's demeanor, it was evident that he possessed insight into many hidden truths. This realization heightened Sha Clockter's curiosity regarding Qin Chuan's true identity. "Captain Qin Chuan, what is your perspective on these denizens of the dark world?" he inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he pressed for further insight. Upon being questioned by him, Qin Chuan naturally comprehended what Ishiao sought to understand. Although he had joined Qin Chuan's ranks, this did not diminish his noble aspiration for world peace. Previously, he might have been oblivious to the existence of individuals in the dark world. However, now that he had discerned how these forces could potentially impact the stability and structure of the entire world, a sense of concern began to arise within him. The dark world possesses a necessity for existence, yet not in its current form, Qin Chuan replied earnestly. "Oh, why do you believe that the dark world is necessary? What distinguishes such individuals from villains?" Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, it was Yi Zhao's turn to be perplexed. Order should prevail in every corner of the world, encompassing both overt and covert forms of order. At present, the overt order is governed by the world government and the navy, and our objective is to alter this visible order. However, transforming this order does not imply the complete eradication of the world government and the Navy. There is nothing inherently wrong with the existence of these two institutions. Rather, the individuals in charge of them pose a significant problem. Thus, what we aim to overthrow are the individuals wielding power over these two institutions. The Dark World is similar. It is an impossible endeavor to eradicate these orders entirely, even if one were to capture all four of the formidable leaders. For wherever there are interests to be found, there will inevitably be individuals emerging. Qin Chuan elucidated. He regarded this statement as rather profound, imbued with a semblance of philosophy, which may elude the comprehension of the average person. Clearly, in this assembly, the average person he referred to was none other than Bartolomeo himself. As anticipated, once Qin Chuan concluded his discourse, the others present began to ponder deeply. Yet, Bartolomeo gazed at Qin Chuan in utter confusion and inquired, "Captain, if that is your perspective, why should we exert such effort to rescue these individuals? According to your theory, will these human trafficking operations not persist indefinitely?" "That is indeed a pertinent question," Qin Chuan replied. "Firstly, human trafficking is merely a facet of the Dark World. Thus it is entirely replaceable. Secondly, if it cannot be eradicated, we can allow it to exist in a different form, legally, in fact. For instance, once we have gained complete control over the Dark World, we shall transform these trafficking operations into what we shall call a trading post. This trading post will also facilitate transactions involving various races, but rather than buying and selling, it will entail employment. For example, if you seek a mermaid to serve as a nanny, you may hire a female mermaid here. Should you wish to find a fisherman warrior to act as your bodyguard, you can also employ a fisherman here. Members of the merfolk, fishmen, and giants, among other races, may seek to earn a living by registering their identities at these exchanges. Subsequently, should someone take an interest in them, a mutually beneficial employment relationship may be established. However, this arrangement is bound by a time constraint and shall only take effect with the consent of both parties. At that moment, Qin Chuan presented his own proposition. This notion, indeed, was a commonplace thought in the reality he had previously inhabited, having undergone extensive validation over time regarding its feasibility. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's fervent discourse, Bartolomeo was momentarily rendered speechless, clearly overwhelmed by the profound impact of Qin Chuan's words. Chapter 112, 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Not only he, but the others present also displayed a hint of astonishment. For prior to this moment, the world had witnessed an influx of numerous formidable beings. Yet no one had dared to propose such a groundbreaking notion. Among this group, the most exhilarated was undoubtedly Yixiao himself. He had long harbored the desire to transform this murky world, yet was at a loss for where to begin. Now, it seemed he had discovered a so-called savior, whose theories resonated deeply with his own convictions. With this thought, Yixiao suddenly bent deeply at the waist and offered a profound bow to Mr. Qin Chuan. "Mr. Qin Chuan, I entrust these matters to you. Furthermore, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command. I am willing to plunge into fire and water for this cause." His words were a solemn declaration to Qin Chuan, implying that if he could indeed realize such a grand ideal, he would gladly sacrifice his life for it. "Not to worry, my crew is meticulously selected. It shouldn't be so easy to meet one's demise," Qin Chuan responded with a teasing smile. The following morning, at the port of Area 13, a colossal vessel loomed prominently. This ship was flanked by 4 cannons on either side, and its exterior appeared remarkably sturdy. Notably, the entire structure stretched over 50 meters in length, qualifying it as an extraordinarily long luxury battleship. Even from a considerable distance, Qin Chuan and his companions could discern its imposing silhouette. "Good heavens, is this the ship Mr. Riley has gifted us?" Bartolomeo exclaimed with palpable excitement. "Humph. The larger the vessel he gifts us, the greater the debt of gratitude we shall owe him in the future," Qin Chuan replied with a wry chuckle. In their realm, it was rare for the powerful to extend assistance to one another. If the other party has indeed rendered you assistance, it signifies that you now owe them a favor. Consequently, when they encounter a significant difficulty and seek your help, you find yourself unable to refuse, as this pertains to matters of reputation and honor. Thus, upon witnessing such a colossal battleship, Qin Chuan felt little joy. Moreover, upon their arrival at the port, they encountered a gathering of several hundred members of the Fishman and Mermaid clans. Judging by their attire, it was evident that these individuals had likely been captured and confined in various trafficking facilities, awaiting auction. It appeared that Don Quixote da Flamingo was indeed apprehensive of us. Observing the dense crowd ahead, Sir Crocodile could not suppress a sardonic chuckle. Perhaps, he mused, he may merely be releasing a few individuals to placate us. One must consider the vastness of the Sadise archipelago. It seems implausible that only this meager number of fishmen and mermaids resides here. At that moment, Boa Hancock, who harbored a deep disdain for human trafficking, spoke solemnly. "It matters little. My intention was merely to test his resolve and ascertain whether he truly fears us." Qin Chuan interjected. In truth, it was utterly impractical for Qin Chuan to scour each region in search of the abducted mermaids and fishmen. Firstly, He lacked the time for such trivial pursuits. Furthermore, as Boa Hancock had stated, the Sabaody archipelago was vast, and upon learning of Qin Chuan's intentions to rescue these hostages, they would undoubtedly conceal themselves. Thus, if Qin Chuan were to methodically search each area, he might not uncover even 2 hostages after 10 or 15 days. Rather than pursue this futile endeavor, he preferred to intimidate Don Quixote da Flamingo and see if he would fall for the ruse. From the scene, it was evident that Don Quixote da Flamingo had utterly intimidated him. When Qin Chuan and the others approached the crowd, the members of the Fish Tribe and the Merman clan suddenly knelt in unison. "Please take us home." In the next moment, this plea resonated from the lips of several hundred individuals, their voices echoing throughout the port and even reaching every corner of street number 13. Meanwhile, seated in the tavern, Rayleigh felt a smile begin to form at the corners of his mouth upon hearing that voice. At the port, not only were there the merfolk and the fishmen, but also a considerable crowd of onlookers surrounding the scene. Among them, naturally, was a journalist from the World Economic Society, one of the titans of the dark world. It was evident that come morning, Qin Chuan would once again grace the front page of the newspapers. Under the direction of Boa Hancock and others, the merfolk and fishmen began to board the colossal warship. Standing on the deck, Qin Chuan gazed at the vessel before him, suddenly feeling a surge of exhilaration. This was the first ship that truly belonged to him. However, a minor disappointment lingered, as the mast on the deck was adorned with nothing but a plain white flag. This was due to the fact that the Qin Chuan pirate crew had yet to establish their own flag, necessitating Rayleigh's use of this makeshift white cloth. "Captain, what should we name this ship?" At that moment, Douglas Barrett approached and inquired. "Let us call it the Harmony." Qin Chuan pondered for a moment before suddenly arriving at this name. "Harmony? What does that mean?" Douglas Barrett expressed his confusion upon hearing this unfamiliar term. This term is a unique designation from an ancient realm, where virtually all esteemed modes of transportation bear such a name. Upon listening to Qin Chuan's explanation, Douglas Barrett remained somewhat perplexed, yet it was clear he had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Ultimately, the name of the ship was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the caliber of individuals it would carry aboard. As the vessel had successfully undergone its coating process, it was now entirely equipped to submerge into the depths of the ocean. Subsequently, Douglas Barrett selected several skilled navigators from the merfolk and fishmen to command the Harmony as it ventured into the underwater realm. Before long, the Harmony commenced its official descent toward the ocean floor. Due to the fact that Fishman Island is situated over 10,000 meters beneath the sea, the entire vessel required a full 2 days to descend. Initially, as the ship sank completely into the depths, the surroundings were engulfed in impenetrable darkness. Consequently, Qin Chuan and his companions chose to retreat to their quarters for rest. Upon emerging from their rooms the following morning, they were astonished to discover a dramatically transformed scene. At that moment, the underwater world surrounding them was alive with vibrancy, and the surrounding waters were remarkably clear and luminous. Chapter 113. Arrival at Fishman Island. Even at a depth of 10,000 meters beneath the sea, this place radiates an extraordinary brightness, as if a colossal luminous pearl illuminates the entire underwater realm. However, Qin Chuan is well aware that this brilliance is not due to any pearl, but rather the result of the immense tree, the sun tree Eva, which thrives near the Fishman Island, channeling sunlight from the surface to the depths. Thus, the Fishman Island, situated in the abyssal ocean, experiences the presence of sunlight and the passage of day and night. At this moment, a plethora of vibrant and diverse little fish were meandering around the Harmony, seemingly intrigued by such a colossal vessel. "Captain, is that Fishman Island?" Just then, Bartolomeo excitedly pointed towards an island not far below, encircled by a magnificent double-layered semicircular membrane. On this island stood numerous edifices, most of which were constructed along the coral reefs. "Indeed, that is the legendary Fishman Island," Qin Chuan remarked with calm assurance. At this moment, all the merfolk aboard the vessel had descended into a state of sheer frenzy. They had never anticipated that they would have the opportunity to return to their homeland in this lifetime. In this instant, the deck resonated with their exuberant cheers. However, just then, 2 unidentified ships suddenly emerged around the Harmony. "Captain, what shall we do? Should we deploy the cannons to drive them away?" Bartolomeo inquired, hastily approaching. "Do you think such contraptions can be fired underwater?" Qin Chuan replied with a dismissive glance at Bartolomeo, rendered speechless. After being reprimanded by Qin Chuan, Bartolomeo suddenly recalled that they were currently at sea, and their ability to engage in this idle conversation was solely due to the protective membrane on their vessel. Thus, even if the cannons were capable of being fired, once they departed from this membrane, they would render themselves utterly impotent in the water. What should they do now? Bartolomeo scratched the back of his head and awkwardly inquired. "Go, let them greet their fellow kind. These should be the patrolling ships nearby." Qin Chuan spoke in a low voice. He was acutely aware that even with the membrane, the vessels might not successfully reach Fishman Island. This was because, within the immense dual-layered semicircular bubble shield enveloping Fishman Island, there existed an air layer between the 2 shields. Should those ships, having been coated in the Chambered Islands, venture into Fishman Island along an incorrect path, the membrane would automatically peel away and fuse with the island's shield, causing some vessels to plummet to the ground within the air layer. Even if one were to successfully breach the barrier, the invading vessels would still be swept away by the water within the shield. Thus, Qin Chuan was determined to ensure that these two ships would sink alongside them. Upon receiving the command, Bartolomeo immediately rushed to the crowd on the deck. Soon, a merman warrior, whom Qin Chuan had personally rescued, approached the edge of the deck and engaged in a brief exchange with individuals aboard an approaching ship. Following this interaction, the two vessels swiftly turned around and began their rapid descent towards the underwater realm of the mermen. Subsequently, the Harmony swiftly followed suit. At this moment, the port of Fishman Island is heavily fortified. In fact, after the Qin Chuan pirate group wreaked havoc at the human trafficking facility, Jinbei and others received the news almost immediately. However, they remained oblivious to Qin Chuan's true intentions. After all, they believed that in this world, nothing comes without a price. Particularly for someone like Qin Chuan, it seemed implausible that he would go out of his way to rescue their kin from Fishman Island, risking the wrath of other factions without any ulterior motive. Thus, upon learning that Qin Chuan had led an enormous warship, carrying hundreds of their kin, to a watery grave, the entire Fishman Island entered a state of high alert. By early morning today, Jinbei, alongside Flower Sword Bista, arrived at the sole entrance of Fishman Island, awaiting the arrival of the Qin Chuan pirate group. Soon, under the guidance of two vessels exclusive to Fishman Island, the Harmony successfully made landfall. As Qin Chuan and his companions disembarked, a man approached with a serious demeanor, sporting a thick, short beard and a lightning-shaped scar at the corner of his left eye. He was stout, with prominent canine teeth, dressed in a patterned yukata, and wearing wooden clogs. Qin Chuan? Jinbei called out as soon as he spotted him. Jinbei? Qin Chuan replied with a gentle smile. What do you want? Release my kin, and perhaps I will spare you. Jinbei warned coldly as he watched his people descend from the ship. Who do you think you are? We exerted considerable effort to rescue the people of Fishman Island. And you expect us to be treated to fine wine and delicacies while you contemplate attacking us? Bartolomeo, unlike the others, did not care about Jinbei's stature and immediately lashed out with harsh words. However, this was hardly surprising. After all, Qin Chuan was a man bold enough to slay celestial dragons, and naturally, he harbored no fear of anyone. Upon hearing Bartolomeo's words, Jinbei showed no inclination to respond. Instead, he continued, stating, There is no need for circumlocution. What is the purpose of your visit? I am here to return your kin to you. Qin Chuan was not angered by Jinbei's tone. Rather, he maintained a calm demeanor as he replied. In truth, Qin Chuan understood well the source of Jinbei's aversion towards humans, stemming from the long-standing discrimination against fishmen and merfolk. This historical animosity naturally bred a deep-seated resistance to humanity. If you are genuinely returning our people out of goodwill, I, Jinbei, would be eternally grateful. However, should you intend to use this as leverage to coerce us into other matters, we shall not be so accommodating. After hearing Qin Chuan's words, Jinbei remained skeptical of his motives and reiterated his stance. Oh? Do you think I would use this as a means to pressure you into what? Perhaps inviting me to join your pirate crew? Huh? Do you truly believe my crew would accept any riffraff? Following Jinbei's remarks, a trace of a sardonic smile appeared on Qin Chuan's lips as he spoke with a measured tone. As soon as he uttered those words, the previously tense atmosphere in the vicinity escalated to a palpable standoff. Even those surrounding Qin Chuan were taken aback by the audacity of his insulting remarks. In contrast, upon receiving such indignity, Jinbei instinctively clenched his fists. Chapter 114, Undersea Battle. Jinbei, do not allow this individual to provoke you so easily. At that moment, the composed Hujin Bista finally spoke. He was well aware that if a confrontation were to ensue, it would undoubtedly be to their detriment. Moreover, he sensed that Qin Chuan did not genuinely wish to engage them in conflict, prompting him to immediately counsel Jinbei to refrain from reacting. In a moment of anger, Jinping had initially let his emotions take control. However, upon hearing Bista's words, his fury was swiftly quelled. I have no time for idle chatter. If there's nothing of importance, I'll tell Qin Chuan to leave, he was about to say, but at that moment, Qin Chuan suddenly took action. Ding. The host has successfully utilized the Might Guy character card, reducing the usage count by 1. As the system notification echoed, Qin Chuan's figure flickered and, in the blink of an eye, he rushed to Jinping's side. He felt compelled to teach Jinping a lesson, demonstrating the true strength of the formidable beings in this world. Simultaneously, Qin Chuan aimed to instill a sense of fear among all the inhabitants of Fishman Island. Given the island's unique geographical position, gaining control over it would significantly benefit his future endeavors in navigating the New World. Jinping is renowned for his unique fishman karate, which compelled Qin Chuan to engage him with sheer physical prowess. Jinping was entirely unprepared for Qin Chuan's sudden assault. As he observed Qin Chuan's figure flickering, he hurriedly raised his hands to strike. However, Qin Chuan's speed was astonishingly swift, and despite Jinping being one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he possessed only the armament haki, lacking even the observation haki that would allow him to anticipate movements. Consequently, when Qin Chuan materialized before him, Jinping found himself unable to react in time. The 8th gate of Duanjia, the 3rd gate, the life gate. Lianhua. Qin Chuan let out a soft grunt, and in that instant, an immense wave of green energy emanated from his entire being, crashing forcefully towards Jinping's face. Bang! Jianping instinctively raised both hands in an attempt to defend himself, yet when Qin Chuan's fist collided with his palms, he was propelled backward several dozen meters before managing to stabilize his stance. Although Jinbei successfully intercepted Qin Chuan's attack, he was not in optimal condition. Standing several meters away, his legs began to tremble slightly, and his upper body was heaving with labored breaths. His hands, which had reached out to Qin Chuan moments ago, were now completely numb. It was evident that Qin Chuan's strike had inflicted considerable impact upon him. Are you truly willing to oppose the Whitebeard pirates? You must think this through. We are not the Navy. If you provoke us, you will find it impossible to establish yourself in the new world. Beside him, Vista observed as Qin Chuan, who had just spoken civilly, suddenly launched a surprise attack. In an instant, he drew his twin swords, positioning them defensively before him, and admonished Qin Chuan. How dare a mere squad captain speak so impertinently to me? Return to your master and inform him that I shall protect Fishman Island from now on. However, should you wish to continue this confrontation, you must consider whether you can survive the encounter. Qin Chuan cast a sidelong glance at Vista and replied coolly. In truth, he did not desire to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates at this moment. Not only did his current strength fall short of a necessary level, but many items in the system store remained unredeemed. Even if his pirate crew were to triumph over the Whitebeard pirates, the toll would undoubtedly be substantial. In the present day, various factions across the New World seas have been eyeing each other with keen interest, coupled with the presence of a world government and the Navy, who are ever eager to seize an opportunity to eliminate him. He is reluctant to act hastily against the most formidable pirate crew in existence. However, this does not imply that a mere commander of a subordinate unit can presume to dominate him. Therefore, should Vista continue to prattle on, he would not hesitate to issue a subtle warning to Edward Newgate. Just as Vista hesitated on whether to take action, a deep voice resonated from behind him. Vista, this is not your concern. I shall face him one-on-one. With a thunderous shout, Jinbei sprinted forward, his wooden sandals striking the ground with urgency as he charged towards Qin Chuan. Clearly, Jinbei was unwilling to accept being repelled by Qin Chuan moments earlier. He sought to reclaim his honor in front of his own hands. In the next instant, a powerful wave of water surged forth, propelled by his swift advance. Akin to a cannonball, faced with this highly destructive attack, Qin Chuan chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he activated the fifth gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, swiftly evading the onslaught with a flicker of movement. Having already opened the door of dusk, Qin Chuan's speed was such that he stirred the air and disturbed the ground as he moved. Such speed was more than sufficient to evade Jinbei's long-range attacks. Witnessing his strike so effortlessly dodged by Qin Chuan, Jinbei's expression darkened considerably. Yet, at this juncture, he could not afford to halt his advance. Thus, in the next moment, as he prepared to sprint towards Qin Chuan, he suddenly thrust both feet downwards with tremendous force. The shark skin palm. Immediately thereafter, Jinbei propelled himself into the air with the power of his legs. The imposing figure then lunged towards Qin Chuan's position. 5,000 tiles of the Fist of Justice. Humph. Mere trifles. Towards the peacock. In this instant, Qin Chuan had once again activated the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the Gate of View. He had now fully entered a semi-open buffering state, maintaining the green energy emitted after opening the gate while his body remained unchanged, thereby minimizing his consumption and damage, ready to unleash his full combat power in an instant if necessary. This also marks the final gateway before the 7th, whose power, albeit not as formidable as the 7th's astonishing threshold, entails significantly lesser burdens and damages to oneself. Previously, Qin Chuan merely opened the 7th gate for a brief moment, only to succumb to unconsciousness shortly thereafter. Thus, he is not inclined to reveal his ultimate trump card so easily this time. Upon instantaneously unleashing the 6th gate, Qin Chuan's bodily functions rapidly ascended to peak condition. In the next moment, facing a fist reputed to be capable of cleaving through 5,000 stacked tiles, Qin Chuan retaliated with a strike of his own. His speed had reached an extraordinary zenith, allowing him to unleash a multitude of punches in the blink of an eye. Chapter 115. Infighting on Fishman Island. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, revealing a truly alarming scene. At that moment, Jinbei was sent soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. With a resounding crash, his massive form collided with the ground, creating a vast crater upon impact. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your victory over the enemy. You have earned a total of 40,000 prestige points as a reward. In this battle, Qin Chuan once again reaped the long-awaited rewards of prestige. This scene utterly astonished all the onlookers present. Even Bista, who had weathered many storms, found himself swallowing hard at this moment. Initially, he felt quite confident in his own abilities, but after witnessing Qin Chuan's display of skill, he sensed that if a confrontation were to ensue, it would not require anyone else's intervention. Qin Chuan alone could easily vanquish both him and Jinbei. Such terrifying combat prowess is likely only matched by Captain Marco and perhaps the formidable Edward Newgate himself. In the next moment, as the battered and bloody Jinbei prepared to muster the strength to rise, Qin Chuan once again advanced upon him. Do you now comprehend the chasm that lies between us? You are far from worthy to set foot upon my vessel. Qin Chuan scoffed. At that moment, the hundreds of fishmen and merfolk who had returned to their homeland with Qin Chuan promptly rushed before him, kneeling on both knees before the ground. Mr. Qin Chuan, we beseech you to spare Mr. Jinping. It was evident that they wished to prevent any further serious conflict between Qin Chuan and Jinping. One was their savior, while the other was the guardian deity of the entire island. Both had bestowed upon them immeasurable kindness. Upon witnessing so many individuals kneeling in supplication for Jinbei, Qin Chuan halted his impending assault. After all, he had not come to Fishman Island with the intention of instigating conflict. However, given Jinbei's apparent arrogance, Qin Chuan felt compelled to impart a lesson. Otherwise, he feared the latter would not heed his counsel. Captain Qin Chuan, we need not inflict harm upon these individuals. At that moment, a smile could not help but interject. His own principles revolved around the sanctity of life, particularly for those belonging to marginalized communities, who should never be subjected to such treatment. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Qin Chuan, he swiftly stepped forward to dissuade him. Captain, Jinbei holds considerable esteem among the Fishman tribe. Should you proceed to take his life, any prospect of collaboration with Fishman Island would be utterly extinguished. At that juncture, Boa Hancock, who had once benefited from the kindness of the Fishman tribe, also rose to speak. Having been saved by the legendary Fisher Tiger, she could not bear to witness the current guardian of the Fishman tribe fall victim to Qin Chuan's wrath. However, Qin Chuan did not genuinely wish to take the life of Jinbei, for he recognized the fundamental difference between him and the malevolent Moonlight Moria. Moreover, with his two crew members voicing their opinions, Qin Chuan promptly deactivated the 8 gates of Duanjia. At the moment the 8 gates of Duanjia closed, it felt as though Qin Chuan's entire being had been instantaneously drained. Fortunately, he had long since grown accustomed to this sensation. Otherwise, he might have collapsed to the ground, unable to bear the sudden weight of exhaustion. If that were indeed the case, then the authority he had just established would be significantly diminished. At this moment, as the crowd observed that Qin Chuan seemed to be contemplating withdrawal, they all exhaled in relief. As Jinbei observed the scene before him, he could only clench his teeth in reluctant frustration, ultimately refraining from uttering any further provocative words towards Qin Chuan. This was due to the fact that, although his recent strike was not his most formidable technique, it was still immensely powerful. Yet, in the face of Qin Chuan's assault, he found himself utterly powerless. Most crucially, his instincts warned him that Qin Chuan had not yet exerted his full strength. This realization was the source of his greatest anxiety and fear. At present, he still possessed a legitimate identity granted by the world government, and due to both his own capabilities and those of the Sun Pirates he commanded, he could secure the protection of the Whitebeard Pirates over the entire Fishman Island. Should he be defeated and slain, the Sun Pirates would swiftly disintegrate, and at that juncture, Edward Newgate would very likely abandon Fishman Island entirely. Thus, he found himself compelled to proceed with utmost caution in dealing with the Qin Chuan pirates. At that moment, Vista's expression turned grave as he inquired, Qin Chuan, what exactly do you intend to achieve? He was perplexed by the purpose of Qin Chuan's visit. Was it merely to dampen their spirits? Such an act would hold no significance and would only serve to offend. I have come to present a grand gift to Fishman Island, but concurrently, I require your cooperation. Do you comprehend? At last, Qin Chuan revealed his intentions. Cooperate with us? Upon hearing this, Jinbei finally rose to his feet, his expression now one of serious contemplation as he regarded Qin Chuan. Was this collaboration proposed by Qin Chuan, in the presence of Bista, not an attempt to sow discord between him and the Whitebeard Pirates? It is not you I wish to partner with, but Fishman Island itself. You do not represent the entirety of Fishman Island, so if you wish to avoid demise, lead me to Ryugu Palace, Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. His words were laden with a clear implication. The Sea Knight Jinbei could not embody the entirety of Fishman Island. In truth, according to Qin Chuan's prior understanding, Fishman Island was a vast underwater realm composed of both fishmen and merfolk. Centuries ago, the inhabitants had been categorized by humans as mere fish, enduring significant discrimination. However, it was only 200 years ago, when the Ryugu Kingdom became a member of the world government, that amicable relations with humans began to form, allowing the king of Fishman Island to participate in the World Conference. Nevertheless, despite this progress, humans continued to harbor disdain towards the fishmen, and the issue of discrimination had only worsened. At that moment, two pivotal figures emerged on Fishman Island. One was Queen Otoheim of the Ryugu Kingdom, an advocate for peaceful coexistence with humans, who also served as the leader of the merfolk and a member of the royal family of Fishman Island. The other was Fisher Tiger, who had once stormed the holy land of Mariawa, liberating thousands of enslaved individuals from various races. He later founded the Sun Pirates, roaming the seas with a staunch belief in severing ties with humanity. Consequently, Fishman Island found itself in a state of partial division. Chapter 116. The Prince of Ryugu. Although Queen Otoheim belonged to the royal family of Fishman Island, the combat prowess of the merfolk paled in comparison to that of the fishmen, rendering her unable to unify the island's ideology. Thus, for the ensuing 2 centuries, The merfolk and fishmen maintained a delicate relationship, coexisting on this island. On this occasion, Qin Chuan's primary objective was to journey to Dragon Palace City in search of the king of Fishman Island, the great knight of the sea, Neptune. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Jinbei's expression grew increasingly grim. However, at that moment, he found himself powerless to impede Qin Chuan's advance. Thus, for the sake of the greater good, Jinbei had no choice but to personally escort Qin Chuan and his companions to Dragon Palace City, situated at the pinnacle of Fishman Island. As Jinbei, bearing the marks of a fierce battle, led Qin Chuan and his party into the heart of Fishman Island, it immediately sparked a considerable stir among the onlookers. Many residents of Fishman Island gasped in shock at the sight of Jinbei in such a state. At this moment, despite his injuries, Jinbei's countenance remained imbued with an imposing demeanor. Clearly, he did not wish for anyone to perceive him as utterly vanquished. Shortly thereafter, after traversing a bustling thoroughfare, a contingent of soldiers clad in resplendent white armor, brandishing long spears, abruptly obstructed their path. Behind them loomed a grand and opulent palace, constructed from vast coral reefs, shells, and various other materials, with a colossal dragon coiled majestically around it. "This is a forbidden zone. Trespassers are not permitted," barked the armored commander with a chilling tone. "I am Jinbei, and this is the captain of the Qin Chuan pirate crew. He wishes to have an audience with your king, Neptune." At that moment, Jinbei made their intentions clear. Notably, he referred to your king rather than our king, subtly indicating his reluctance to acknowledge the dominion of the Fishman royal family over Fishman Island. Upon hearing Jinbei's words, the armored commander let out a cold snort. "When did you ever cooperate with humans? I'm afraid we do not welcome humans here." Although this commander recognized Jinbei's identity, his tone was laced with disdain. Jinbei, already in a foul mood, could hardly contain his anger at being mocked by a mere soldier commander. Just as he was about to retaliate, Qin Chuan suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Qin Chuan's fist struck the soldier's helmet with tremendous force. In the next moment, a fine crack appeared on the once impenetrable helmet. Crack! 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 Within 2 seconds, that minute fissure rapidly expanded, causing the helmet to splinter. Witnessing this, beads of sweat instantly formed on the commander's forehead. He understood all too well that had Qin Chuan's punch landed on his own head, it would have resulted in utter devastation. "Can you take me in now? I would prefer not to create a massacre outside the palace, so you best make a wise choice," Qin Chuan stated with an impassive expression as he withdrew his fist. Please, follow me." The commander, realizing he could not thwart Qin Chuan, reluctantly chose to let him and his companions enter. Meanwhile, some soldiers had stealthily slipped away to the massive palace to sound the alarm. Thus, when Qin Chuan and his party arrived at the entrance to Dragon Palace City at the pinnacle of Fishman Island, a large contingent of guards had already assembled. At that moment, a towering figure appeared before them. He stood at least several dozen meters tall, with a circular mark on his forehead, razor-sharp shark-like teeth, and gill slits. Flowing blue wavy hair, a noble visage, a fishtail adorned with light-colored circular spots, and wielding a golden trident. "Is this the legendary giant?" Bartolomeo exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing him. "He is not of the giant race. He is the crown prince of the Ryugu kingdom, shark and fisher tiger," explained Sir Crocodile, who recognized the identity of the figure based on his knowledge of Fishman Island as one of the warlords of the sea. "Jinbei, I have heard rumors of an impending invasion of Fishman Island. Is this the culprit?" Fisher Tiger inquired sternly, casting a serious glance at Jinbei. "Fisher Tiger, this is Qin Chuan. He wishes to meet your father." Jinbei interjected. "No way. The Ryugu kingdom does not permit just anyone to enter. I do not care what relationship you have with the fishmen, but as long as I am here, I will not allow him entry." Fisher Tiger replied unyieldingly. It was evident that he held Jinbei in contempt as well. "Do not compel me to resort to violence. I have no desire to kill today," Qin Chuan calmly remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. Despite the smile and his placid tone, Fisher Tiger suddenly felt an intangible pressure emanating from Qin Chuan. Glancing again at Jinbei's injuries, it was apparent that Jinbei had been bested by him. Consequently, Fisher Tiger tightened his grip on the trident in his hand. On the side of Qin Chuan, Douglas Barrett and his companions instantly entered a state of combat readiness. At this moment, it appeared that a grand battle was inevitable. "Son, let them in." Yet, just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a deep and authoritative voice resonated from within the massive palace behind him. The voice belonged to none other than the master of this palace, Neptune. Upon hearing his father's words, although Sharkstar felt a twinge of reluctance, he gradually stepped aside. Simultaneously, the tense atmosphere that enveloped the scene was considerably alleviated. Subsequently, Qin Chuan and the others officially entered the inner sanctum of Dragon Palace City. Upon entering the palace, they arrived before an immensely spacious and grandiose hall. At the farthest end of this hall stood a magnificent golden chair, shaped like a shell. At this moment, seated upon a golden throne, was a middle-aged man adorned with a crown, whose physique surpassed that of the average merman. His luxuriant, voluminous orange-red hair and beard framed a robust figure, his arms adorned with tattoos resembling flames, and his body cloaked in a dense layer of hair. This man, far larger in stature than the previously mentioned Shark Star, spoke with a calm demeanor. I have recently heard of your deeds. As the king of Fishman Island's Ryugu Kingdom, I am profoundly grateful for your efforts in rescuing the Fishman race and our brethren from the clutches of malevolent humans, bringing them back to our island. However, our kingdom has never had any dealings with pirates, thus I am uncertain of your intentions in this visit, Neptune articulated with a composed tone. The meaning behind Neptune's words was clear. While he appreciated the rescue, his kingdom, as a member of the world government, could not possibly associate with someone hunted for the murder of a celestial dragon. As soon as he uttered those words, the atmosphere in the room became tense once more. Qin Chuan remained unfazed, yet the individuals standing behind him instantly expressed their displeasure. Was a king truly so self-important? His subjects were being sold by human traffickers in the archipelago of Shambody, while he and his kind cowered 10,000 meters beneath the sea, merely surviving in obscurity. How could he still feign dignity in such a situation? At that moment, Boa Hancock, another of the kings, promptly began to mock him. Though the fishman had shown her kindness, she had no particular connection to the merfolk. Furthermore, given the fishman's recent disdainful attitude towards Jean Bay, she had little desire to extend them any courtesy. After being reprimanded so sternly by Boa Hancock, Neptune's expression suddenly darkened. Indeed, no one was more aware of the human trafficking issues plaguing the Sabaody archipelago than he was. However, he had always wished to avoid a full-blown conflict with humanity, striving instead to protect the remaining citizens of Fishman Island to the best of his ability. What exactly do you intend to do, Qin Chuan? You didn't come here merely to lecture me, did you? Neptune expressed his reluctance to engage in excessive disputes with Qin Chuan and the others, opting instead for a direct approach. Is everything well in Fishman Island lately? Just then, Qin Chuan unexpectedly interjected with this remark. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, everyone present, including Jean Bay, furrowed their brows in unison. And then, Neptune inquired with a furrowed brow. I can help quell your troubles and simultaneously save your daughter, Qin Chuan replied languidly. However, as soon as Qin Chuan mentioned his ability to assist the Ryugu kingdom, Neptune's fury erupted. He brandished his intricately carved golden trident, pointing it fiercely at Qin Chuan, and bellowed, How do you know about my daughter? Could this somehow be connected to you? His daughter, the princess of the Ryugu kingdom, Shirahoshi, had indeed been under threat recently. Yet, very few were privy to this information, and he had not disclosed even the slightest hint to the upper echelons of the Ryugu kingdom. The fact that Qin Chuan seemed to be aware of this matter only served to ignite Neptune's suspicions. Meanwhile, Shark Star, standing alongside Qin Chuan and others, promptly raised his trident, bracing for an impending confrontation. The atmosphere was charged, as if a fierce battle were on the verge of erupting. Are you prepared to abandon this palace? Upon observing Neptune's intentions to engage, Douglas Barrett was instantly enveloped in a shroud of dark energy. This phenomenon signified his devil form, indicating that he was fully prepared for combat. Douglas Barrett remained calm. Qin Chuan, witnessing this scene, displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he calmly issued orders to those around him. Following Qin Chuan's directive, Douglas Barrett retracted his devil form. I lack the patience for idle chatter. To be succinct, should we collaborate, I can assure you the demise of Vanderdecken 9 and the complete eradication of all rebellious factions within the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Conversely, should you refuse to cooperate, I shall take my leave at once, and any subsequent events here will not concern me. At this moment, Qin Chuan laid his cards on the table. Upon hearing Vanderdecken IX's name mentioned, Neptune's expression shifted between uncertainty and tension. Vanderdecken 9, the captain of the flying pirate crew and a user of the target fruit, was also one of Shirahoshi's admirers. Unlike other suitors, he harbored a profound sense of possessiveness and jealousy, forbidding Shirahoshi from associating with anyone else. Initially, Vanderdecken 9 would send her love letters weekly. However, his affections escalated from letters to packages, ultimately culminating in threatening marriage proposals that instilled considerable fear in Shirahoshi. This incident has incited Neptune's fury, prompting him to command his 3 sons, the Neptune brothers, to lead an army in pursuit of Vanderdecken 9. Yet, despite being wanted by the Ryugu kingdom, Vanderdecken 9 remains at large, thanks to the unique abilities of his supernatural targeting devil fruit. Once an opponent is designated as his target, any object thrown by the user will automatically pursue them to the ends of the earth, ceasing only if intercepted or obstructed. Thus, should Shirahoshi dare to reveal herself, she would be assaulted by Vanderdecken 9 wielding his weapon, resulting in her long confinement within a massive, hardshell tower, a situation that shows no signs of resolution. Furthermore, Vanderdecken 9 has allied with a pirate crew comprised of fishmen, forming a rebellious faction that has gradually infiltrated various sectors of the Ryugu kingdom, hinting at an impending overthrow of the royal family, which deeply troubles Neptune. However, Qin Chuan claims he can not only resolve this predicament but also quell the ensuing chaos, stirring Neptune's intrigue. Father, do not be deceived by human lies. This may very well be their ruse to lure our sister out. At that moment, Sharkstar stepped forward to express skepticism towards Qin Chuan, clearly unconvinced that humans would aid them without ulterior motives. I'm willing to assist, but only under certain conditions. I cannot offer my help freely. Qin Chuan retorted with a slight scoff. Shark Star refrained from interrupting. I wish to hear what you desire in return. Neptune chastised his son before turning to Qin Chuan with a serious inquiry. I desire your daughter. This declaration from Qin Chuan landed like a bombshell within the palace, causing an uproar. No one anticipated such an outrageous demand, especially the crew of the Qin Chuan pirates, who stared in shock at their captain. Why forsake such an unparalleled beauty for a mere fishman princess? Is our captain truly so peculiar? Bartolomeo inwardly mused. Chapter 118. Target. Seal the undersea tunnel. A perplexed silence enveloped the gathering as everyone struggled to comprehend Qin Chuan's intentions. Was he, perhaps, seeking to invite White Star aboard? The captain noted that White Star was reputed to stand over 10 meters tall, her stature comparable to that of her father and brother, rendering our vessel, the Harmony, incapable of accommodating her. At that moment, SHK Liu K.D. promptly interjected, reminding Qin Chuan of this impracticality. Simultaneously, Neptune, positioned opposite Qin Chuan, was seething with rage. He had not anticipated that Qin Chuan would utter such audacious remarks. It seemed he had underestimated humanity, convinced that none of them possessed noble intentions. However, just as he resolved to expel Qin Chuan and his companions by force, Qin Chuan calmly spoke again. Where on earth do you think your minds are wandering? I require White Star to control the entire underwater tunnel. With this declaration, the atmosphere in the room began to ease significantly. What do you mean? Why should White Star oversee the underwater tunnel? Neptune still gazed at Qin Chuan in utter confusion. The underwater tunnel is the only route to the New World aside from the official passage, and I intend to seal it off. As soon as his words fell, a chorus of dissent erupted. Absolutely not. Currently, Fishman Island is under the jurisdiction of our Whitebeard pirates, and we cannot consent to this. The speaker was none other than Bista, who had remained silent throughout the journey. The Whitebeard pirates hold territories across various regions, even maintaining interests in the first half of the Grand Line. Should the underwater tunnel be closed, would they then need to petition the world government to abandon their ships and traverse above Mariehua? Thus, he promptly expressed his stance. Indeed, setting aside the fact that no one could possibly close this underwater passage, even if it were feasible, Fishman Island would never arrive at such a decision. After all, this would not merely offend a single individual or faction, but would incite the wrath of pirates across the globe. Jinbei immediately chimed in. Clearly aware that Fishman Island's geographical position was exceedingly unique, choosing to close this underwater tunnel at such a juncture would be tantamount to provoking pirates worldwide. Particularly, the formidable pirate crews in the New World would certainly not let them off easily. Whoever kills Vista shall become my first mate. At that moment, Qin Chuan unexpectedly uttered this astonishing proclamation, leaving Vista utterly astounded. At that moment, the formidable leader of the team, Douglas Barrett, who also had some connection to the Whitebeard pirates, took immediate action. Douglas Barrett unleashed his Conqueror's Haki in its entirety. The waves of Haki emanated from him instantaneously, enveloping the area with an overwhelming aura of dread. In the next instant, several ordinary soldiers of the Ryugu kingdom, who were stationed within the palace, were struck by this oppressive force, letting out anguished cries. Subsequently, these well-trained soldiers, who were typically disciplined, dropped their weapons and collapsed to the ground, groaning in despair. And this is the lethal power conferred by the Conqueror's Haki. After the release of this overwhelming aura, Douglas Barrett surged forward towards Vista like a cannonball. Subsequently, his fist, enveloped in armament Haki, hurtled towards Vista with a deafening roar. At that moment, Vista was compelled to raise his dual swords to withstand the onslaught. Clang! When the formidable fist collided with the razor-sharp blades, the entire palace reverberated with the sound of metal striking metal. In the next instant, Vista was propelled backward, stumbling over 10 steps before being forcefully ejected from the palace. Douglas Barrett had no intention of retreating. He immediately turned and pursued. Captain, are we truly going to take his life? It is hardly prudent to sever ties with the Whitebeard pirates at this juncture. At that moment, Crocodile did not follow but instead chose to counsel Qin Chuan. He was well aware of the implications involving the Whitebeard pirates, and thus wished to avoid standing in opposition to Edward Newgate unless absolutely necessary. However, Qin Chuan paid no heed to his words, for he understood better than anyone that Vista was not so easily slain. His intention in uttering such words was solely to drive away that bothersome individual. Upon witnessing Vista being relentlessly pursued, he departed from the palace, causing the atmosphere within to grow increasingly tense. The beads of sweat began to form on Jinbei's forehead. He was acutely aware that should he dare to speak out again, he would be the next target of pursuit. In contrast to him, Neptune's demeanor reflects a different sentiment. In practical terms, the Whitebeard pirates primarily safeguard the Fishman tribe residing on Fishman Island, which bears no connection to the merfolk of the Ryugu kingdom. Thus, he remains indifferent to the opinions of Vista and Jinbei. Qin Chuan, you may be mistaken. My daughter lacks the formidable prowess to seal off the narrow underwater tunnel. In other words, no one can truly obstruct this passage to the New World. Neptune's assertion holds merit, for his daughter indeed possesses limited combat abilities, let alone the capacity to blockade such an underwater route. However, despite her lack of combat strength, She is the sole individual in the world capable of commanding the Sea Kings. At this moment, Qinchuan once again made a startling revelation. The fact that Shirahoshi can control the Sea Kings is an absolute taboo subject. Even her father and brothers hesitate to broach it lightly, fearing that this unique ability of Shirahoshi might attract the attention of unscrupulous individuals. Not only does Qinchuan possess extensive knowledge of the inner workings of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, but he is also aware of this exceedingly clandestine matter. At this juncture, Neptune is compelled to take Qinchuan and his associates seriously. Do you intend for her to command the Sea Kings to assault the vessels traversing the underwater tunnel? By now, Neptune has begun to piece together certain insights. The entire underwater tunnel is, in fact, inhabited by Sea Kings, and for an extended period. Numerous ships have indeed met their demise while navigating through this passage. According to certain official statistics, the overall passage rate of this underwater tunnel is less than 30%. This implies that more than half of the vessels traversing this underwater conduit have met their eternal demise beneath the waves. A critical factor contributing to this grim statistic is the relentless assaults from the formidable Sea Kings. Navigating the depths is already fraught with numerous limitations, and the immense power wielded by these oceanic behemoths only exacerbates the peril. Consequently, pirate crews of lesser strength or ill fortune find themselves relegated to mere sustenance for their adversaries. Chapter 119, The Compromise of Various Factions. Now, Qinchuan surprisingly intends for Baixing to mobilize the sea creatures to proactively attack passing vessels, which is undoubtedly a bold notion. Indeed, while there are numerous sea creatures throughout the entire underwater tunnel, they often find it challenging to coalesce. Such a scattered presence could never effectively seal off the entirety of the underwater passage. Therefore, I plan to have Baixing manipulate a multitude of sea creatures, directing them to converge at a specific location. As long as there are vessels daring to pass through, they shall be met with countless formidable Sea Kings, possessing immense size and lethal power. Thus, the number of ships capable of navigating towards the New World dwindles significantly, Qinchuan elucidated. Why would you undertake such an action? What advantages does sealing the entire underwater tunnel provide you? Although Neptune recognized the merit in this strategy, he was acutely aware of the consequences that accompanied such a decision, compelling him to discern Qinchuan's true intentions. I aim to completely seal off those ruffians in the New World, leaving them with no means of escape. Upon finishing his declaration, Qinchuan suddenly revealed a peculiar smile, sending a chill down Neptune's spine. Are you mad? Do you intend to trap those ruthless villains in the New World? With your current strength? Why not? Furthermore, this could potentially serve your interests as well. How so? Neptune inquired, perplexed. If I were to seal this underwater tunnel, countless pirates would harbor a deep-seated enmity towards me, perhaps even endangering my daughter. Neptune expressed his concern. Precisely because this underwater tunnel would incite the pirates' wrath against you. Conversely, you would garner the adoration of people worldwide. Moreover, this would inevitably draw the attention of the world government to your Dragon Palace Kingdom. In the future, your entire merfolk race may well become esteemed guests of the world government. In such a scenario, who would dare to trouble you? Qinchuan articulated with gravity. After listening to Qinchuan's words, Neptune indeed fell into deep contemplation. It was evident that Qinchuan's perspective held a degree of validity. Although the Dragon Palace Kingdom had become a member of the world government, they had never participated in the global conferences, primarily due to the enduring disdain that humanity harbored towards the merfolk. However, if he were to now make a decision that would benefit the world, it would undoubtedly transform the merfolk's image in the eyes of humankind. The world government will undoubtedly recognize the significance of the Dragon Palace Kingdom and will strive to assist them in the future. Consequently, Fishman Island will not only be devoid of crises but will also see its status in the world rapidly ascend. This prospect has further ignited Neptune's enthusiasm. However, although this underwater tunnel may deter numerous pirates, the formidable marauders of the New World will not be intimidated by these Sea Kings. After a moment of silence, Neptune resumed his inquiries. Firstly, I shall announce to the world that Fishman Island is under my protection. Anyone who dares to harm you shall be declaring war against the Qinchuan pirate crew. Secondly, since these Sea Kings prove ineffective against such powerful pirate crews, they will naturally be able to traverse this underwater tunnel with ease. In light of this, do they still need to trouble you? Qinchuan patiently elucidated. He understood that while these Sea Kings were numerous, they were rendered as mere decorations when confronted by the 4 emperors or those of equal stature to the 7 warlords of the sea. Thus, he never contemplated employing such a method to obstruct them. His intention was solely to foster a semblance of tranquility in the waters of the first half of the Grand Line, allowing ordinary citizens to lead more stable lives. After absorbing all of Qinchuan's words, Neptune fell into a profound silence. The tumultuous expressions on his face betrayed his inner turmoil. Do you wish to remain coiled in this abyss for eternity? Observing Neptune's indecision, Qinchuan could not help but speak once more. His words penetrated the very depths of Neptune's soul. Clearly, Neptune harbored grand ambitions when he ascended to the throne of the Ryugu Kingdom. He was certainly unwilling to allow the entire Fishman Island to remain confined 10,000 meters beneath the surface. However, for an extended period, His strength was insufficient to elevate his people to the land above, and even in the depths of the sea, he was perpetually plagued by the fear of their abduction. At this moment, an opportunity to revitalize Fishman Island lay before him, rendering it nearly impossible for him to refuse Qin Chuan's request. With these thoughts in mind, Neptune turned to Ji Bei. Ji Bei, have you not longed for Fishman Island to regain its former glory? Shall we not consider a temporary alliance? He had resolutely decided to collaborate with Qin Chuan. However, Fishman Island was not solely within his dominion. If the formidable Fishman race did not stand by his side, many of his decisions would undoubtedly face obstruction. Thus, it was imperative for him to unite with Ji Bei in this moment. Meanwhile, Ji Bei found himself in a state of indecision. After all, his current identity encompassed not only that of a warlord of the sea, but also that of the captain of the Sun Pirates. The Sun Pirates, in fact, serve as a subordinate crew to the Whitebeard Pirates. Should one openly make such a decision now, it would likely incur the displeasure of Edward Newgate. If that were to happen, the Qin Chuan pirates might find it exceedingly difficult to withstand any ensuing wrath. Thus, when Neptune inquired directly, he found himself unable to provide a definitive response. At that moment, however, Douglas Barrett unexpectedly entered from outside the palace. What has transpired? Crocodile inquired hastily upon his return. He fled, albeit not without sustaining significant injuries. He is likely seeking an opportunity to escape to the New World. Should we pursue him? There may still be time. Douglas Barrett replied solemnly. Such a result was anticipated by Qin Chuan. Do not pursue any further. Let him return. He continued, moreover, Ji Bei, you have witnessed your formidable ally being driven away by me. At this crucial moment, you find yourself here idly conversing with me. How do you suppose Vista will explain this to his captain upon his return? If it were I would certainly assert that Ji Bei chose to abandon the Whitebeard pirates for his own interests. At that moment, Qin Chuan suddenly turned to Ji Bei and spoke these words softly. The instant they left his lips, Ji Bei trembled, and beads of sweat began to trickle down his cheeks. Indeed, in this predicament, he had unwittingly aligned himself with Qin Chuan. Even if he were to seek out Edward Newgate to explain himself in the future, it would likely prove futile in assuaging the captain's wrath. Thus, he felt as though he had inadvertently boarded Qin Chuan's ship of treachery. Chapter 120. I am an actor. The current situation was undeniably clear. Should he dare to resist, he would not even need to await punishment from the Whitebeard pirates. He would likely find it impossible to leave this palace alive. Should the Sun Pirates lose him, they would undoubtedly disintegrate entirely. At that juncture, the entire Fishman tribe would once again confront a state of leaderlessness. In stark contrast, the Mermaid tribe, with the assistance of Qin Chuan, would flourish, ultimately even potentially engulfing the Fishman tribe and reigning supreme over the entirety of Fishman Island. This is precisely what Ji Bei is reluctant to witness. Contemplating this, Ji Bei took a deep breath and slowly uttered, I have no objections. Though his words did not explicitly indicate an agreement to cooperate, they effectively represented a concession. As the captain of the Sun Pirates, Ji Bei holds considerable esteem within the Fishman tribe. If he refrains from intervening in this matter, it clearly signifies his stance. Upon hearing Jin Ping's agreement, Neptune finally resolved to take action. Qin Chuan, please elaborate on how we should assist you. All you need to do is to scurry away like frightened mice and hide in a place where no one can find you. After Qin Chuan spoke, he suddenly narrowed his eyes, and before the gathered crowd could react, he swiftly vanished. In the next moment, he appeared before a pillar within the palace, crafted from incredibly hard coral. What do you intend to do? Neptune inquired, perplexed by Qin Chuan's sudden movement. I intend to dismantle this palace. As Qin Chuan's words echoed, his fist, enveloped in a faint green energy, surged towards the pillar. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the entirety of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Meanwhile, the once unyielding coral pillars manifested a considerable fissure almost instantaneously. The entire palace, which was supported solely by 4 pillars situated at the corners, began to tremble slightly as Qin Chuan struck one of them, causing the palace to sway ominously. This extraordinary phenomenon alarmed all the inhabitants of Dragon Palace City. What is happening? Why is the palace shaking so violently? Who knows? Could it be under attack? I heard that the Qin Chuan pirate crew is currently negotiating with the king. It seems that talks have broken down and conflict has erupted. Oh no! What should we do? We must flee. Those ruffians are merciless and will kill without hesitation. It appears that our Dragon Palace Kingdom is doomed. At this moment, 2 soldiers stationed not far from the palace, witnessing this chaos, did not rush to provide assistance. Instead, they discarded their armor and fled in panic. Meanwhile, deep within the Dragon Palace Kingdom, in a colossal tower, a strikingly beautiful and statuesque woman sat anxiously upon a grand bed adorned with flowing draperies, flanked by bedside tables and 2 lamps. This is Dire, your highness. It is rumored that His Majesty the King has engaged in battle with the infamous Qin Chuan pirate crew. What shall we do now? A hurried female fishman servant exclaimed as she rushed into the hard-shell tower where Princess Shirahoshi was seeking refuge. What? How can this be? Are they not known as a benevolent pirate crew? They previously aided the people of the West Sea in vanquishing the wicked pirates. Princess Shirahoshi responded in astonishment. These humans are not to be trusted. Perhaps their earlier actions were merely self-serving. In our Dragon Palace Kingdom, with an abundance of treasures and a multitude of merfolk, Which human would not desire to claim it all for themselves? The maid gritted her teeth in frustration. However, I simply cannot venture outside at this moment. If I do, that wretched individual will undoubtedly find me. Princess Whitestar yearned to escape this place at once, yet as she prepared to rise from her bed, she was suddenly reminded of the ever-watchful Vander Dykan 9 lurking in the shadows. Thus, it seems we must remain here for now, hoping that His Majesty Neptune can triumph over these nefarious humans. Upon hearing the princess's words, the maid could not help but let out a sigh. Meanwhile, a multitude of armored soldiers had gathered in a corridor replete with surveillance systems and communication devices. This corridor was specifically designed for facilitating communication, allowing the merfolk to connect with ministers and soldiers throughout the realm via these devices. Alarmingly, the Kingdom of Dragon Palace has come under malicious assault from humans. Immediate military assistance is imperative. A grave situation has arisen in the Kingdom of Dragon Palace. All citizens in the vicinity of Dragon Palace City must be promptly evacuated. The soldiers anxiously clutched their communication devices, calling out fervently. This was a precautionary measure established by Neptune to safeguard against unforeseen calamities. Should the palace be subjected to an unidentified attack, the kingdom would automatically enter a state of wartime emergency unless commanded otherwise by Neptune himself. At present, the palace had been under siege for quite some time, yet there had been no word from His Majesty Neptune, who remained within the palace's confines. Consequently, the stationed soldiers swiftly transitioned into a state of wartime readiness. In contrast, within the grand hall of the palace, even Douglas Barrett and others were at a loss as to what Qin Xuan was truly contemplating. Why did he suddenly seem to be in a frenzy, intent on dismantling this majestic palace? Captain Qin Xuan, could you possibly provide me with an explanation? The entirety of my Dragon Palace kingdom is currently in utter disarray. Are you here to assist me, or to bring about my ruin? At this moment, Neptune could no longer contain his unease. For the outbreak of violence within the palace would undoubtedly plunge the entire Dragon Palace city into chaos. If he fails to intervene promptly, the consequences could be dire. If the Dragon Palace Kingdom and even the entirety of Fishman Island remain undisturbed, how would those lurking in the shadows dare to reveal themselves? At this moment, however, Qin Xuan spoke calmly and unhurriedly. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, everyone present suddenly came to a profound realization. Are you suggesting that your actions are merely a performance for those individuals? Neptune inquired, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Indeed, at present, the entire Ryugu Kingdom and even Fishman Island remain in a relatively stable condition. Under such circumstances, those who lurk in the shadows, harboring treacherous intentions, would naturally refrain from reckless actions. However, if someone were to meddle, leading to the sudden disappearance of the royal family of Ryugu Kingdom, do you believe they would hesitate to seize the opportunity? Qin Xuan responded with a slight smile. After reflecting on Qin Xuan's explanation, Neptune's expression shifted between uncertainty and concern. There was merit in Qin Xuan's reasoning, yet he was apprehensive about the potential chaos that would ensue should the Ryugu Kingdom fall into disarray. Chapter 121. Princess Shirahoshi. Clearly, he was still troubled, for entrusting the fate of an entire nation to a pirate crew, especially one that had escaped from the depths of a notorious prison and was on the world government's wanted list, raised significant doubts in his mind. As a king, if you lack this kind of resolve, then I fear the Ryugu Kingdom shall never emerge from the depths of the sea. You shall remain sequestered here for eternity. Qin Xuan observed Neptune's hesitation and promptly offered a scornful retort. Sighing deeply after hearing Qin Xuan's words, Neptune resolved, Shark-son, immediately send someone to escort your brother and sister out of Ryugu City, then find a place to hide. No matter what occurs. Under no circumstances are you to show yourselves without my command during this period. No, Princess Shirahoshi must remain in Hardshell Tower. Qin Xuan interjected without hesitation. What? Why must my daughter stay in that place? Neptune questioned, incredulous at Qin Xuan's insistence on keeping Shirahoshi. I intend to use her to lure out Vander Decken 9. As for her safety, you need not worry. No one on Fishman Island poses a threat to my crew. Qin Xuan's declaration was commanding, leaving no room for Neptune to question his authority. Although Neptune felt a pang of anxiety, he recognized that this was not the time for indecision or negotiation. Shark-son, summon your two brothers and depart swiftly. Yes, father. Although reluctant, Shark-son dared not defy his father's orders and promptly exited Ryugu City. What shall we, the Fishman tribe, do? After Shark-son had left, Jibei inquired. You will accompany Douglas Barrett into Fishman Street, where Douglas Barrett will begin enticing those restless fishmen who are contemplating betrayal to seek you out in the name of our Qin Xuan pirate crew. Subsequently, gather them and bring them to Ryugu City. Qin Xuan instructed both Jinbei and Douglas Barrett. Understood. Jinbei replied resolutely. The Qin Xuan dispatched Douglas Barrett to Fishman Street with a purpose. This Fishman Street serves as a substantial refuge for orphans. However, due to the current fragility of Fishman Island's overall strength, it has unfortunately become a haven for illicit organizations. Therefore, should Fishman Island truly falter, Fishman Street would swiftly emerge as the primary gathering place for all rebellious fishmen. The formidable Douglas Barrett personally stationed at Fishman Street is undoubtedly capable of subduing the ruthless fishmen. After Qin Xuan escorted Douglas Barrett away, He turned to the smiling Trafalgar Law, Sir Crocodile, and Bartolomeo, instructing them, "You three must immediately spread the word throughout every corner of Fishman Island regarding our imminent takeover. Recruit those who wish to rebel, and subsequently gather them to bring to Ryugu Castle." At that moment, Bartolomeo interjected with a rather frivolous question. "Is Miss Boa Hancock not joining us?" Clearly, he still harbored some unwarranted thoughts regarding Boa Hancock. "She will not be coming. She will remain by my side during this time, as I require an assistant," Jean Chuan replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "Ah, why choose her? Is it because she possesses the conqueror's haki to subdue others? Or is it merely because she is a beauty? Am I not a man? Would I have nothing better to do than to have a man follow me around all day?" Upon hearing Bartolomeo's incessant questioning, Jean Chuan could no longer restrain his reprimand. Upon hearing those words, the expressions of those present turned to one of dismay. Particularly, Boa Hancock's visage flushed a deep crimson upon hearing Jean Chuan's remark. When she was first brought aboard by Jean Chuan, she had harbored some resistance towards him. However, as time passed, his audacious act of slaying a celestial dragon for her sake, which compelled them to venture into Fishman Island, profoundly moved her. This act ignited a flicker of affection within her, albeit one she diligently suppressed, for she was, after all, the sovereign of the entire Amazon Lily Kingdom, burdened with numerous responsibilities. Thus, discussing her personal matters was utterly out of the question at that moment. "Well, that's something," Bartolomeo muttered softly after pondering Jean Chuan's words. Before departing the palace in a dejected manner, he dared not engage in a dispute with Jean Chuan. Once the others had exited, Jean Chuan abruptly turned to face Neptune. "Your Majesty, in order to instill greater belief among everyone, I have made the decision to confine you. My apologies." Neptune responded, "I shall retreat to my chambers and await your favorable news." And with that, he slowly exited the palace. At that moment, the vast palace was left with only Jean Chuan and Boa Hancock. "Let us go," he urged. "Go where?" Hancock inquired nervously, uncertain of Jean Chuan's intentions. Could it be that he was planning to confess his feelings for her at this juncture? If that is truly the case, should I yield to him? If I do not comply, will he become enraged? At this moment, Boa Hancock's mind was in turmoil. "Let us go meet Shirahoshi at the Hard Shell Tower," Jean Chuan said, observing the peculiar expression on Boa Hancock's face. "Oh, very well." Upon hearing this, the tension in Boa Hancock's heart suddenly eased, and a hint of embarrassment graced her features. Clearly, she had misunderstood the situation earlier. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the foot of a towering spire. At that moment, the grand entrance of the tower bore the marks of numerous weapons that had struck against it, unmistakably left by Vander Decken 9. It appeared that due to some incident in Fishman Island, not a single soldier was stationed at the massive gate. Jean Chuan then sauntered over to the entrance and gently tapped on the door. "Knock, knock. Who is it?" After a brief pause, a feminine voice resonated from within the tower. Upon hearing that voice, Jean Chuan immediately discerned that it did not emanate from Princess Baixing. Her inherently gentle and kind nature, coupled with a timid disposition and a propensity for tears, suggested that, under normal circumstances, she would be too frightened to utter a word at this moment. "Jean Chuan, I wish to meet Princess Baixing." Chapter 122. The performance commences. "Vile humans, you shall not enter and harm our princess." As soon as Jean Chuan's words fell, an indignant voice resonated from within the tower. "Open the door, and let us engage in a civilized discussion, shall we? There is nothing to discuss. This hard-shelled tower is impenetrable. If you possess the ability, then break it down." The opposing party's resolve was unwavering, leaving Jean Chuan momentarily at a loss. "Captain Jean Chuan, should we not confront them directly?" Witnessing this exchange, Boa Hancock could not restrain herself from whispering to Jean Chuan. However, at that moment, Jean Chuan suddenly gestured for silence. "Do not speak carelessly. A lecherous individual has been watching this place incessantly. My primary objective now is to lure that fellow out." Jean Chuan whispered softly into Boa Hancock's ear, lowering his voice. However, due to his concern that Vander Decken 9 had been lurking nearby, he leaned in a tad closer to Boa Hancock's face. Consequently, the two were nearly cheek to cheek. Boa Hancock could even perceive the rhythm of Jean Chuan's breath and heartbeat. This sudden action from Jean Chuan caused Boa Hancock's heart to race uncontrollably, rendering her unable to truly listen to what he was saying. "Did you comprehend my words? And why is your face flushed?" After Jean Chuan spoke, he noticed Boa Hancock standing there, dazed and staring at him, which prompted his curiosity. I understand now. So what shall we do?" Boa Hancock was instantly brought back to reality by Jean Chuan's call. "It's fine. I genuinely do not believe they will remain hidden. You should find a place to rest. I will keep watch here," Jean Chuan replied with a casual tone. After he finished speaking, he simply sat down on the ground. "Are you truly going to wait here?" Upon witnessing Jean Chuan's actions, Boa Hancock could not help but furrow her brow. "I am fine. Everyone is bustling outside. And it hardly seems appropriate for me to indulge in leisure alone," Jean Chuan explained with a smile. "In that case, I shall sit beside you and keep you company." After saying this, Boa Hancock promptly settled down right next to Jean Chuan. However, Jean Chuan was taken aback by Boa Hancock's actions. Yet, upon gazing into her resolute eyes, He could only manage a wry smile and shake his head in resignation. He understood her temperament and character well, once she had set her mind on something. It was nearly impossible to alter her course. Thus, Qin Chuan chose not to attempt to persuade her. Moreover, having such a beautiful companion by one's side is indeed a fortunate circumstance. Princess Shirahoshi, it seems they are guarding outside. What shall we do now? The maid, eavesdropping on the conversation between Qin Chuan and Boa Hancock, hurriedly addressed Princess Shirahoshi. However, Princess Shirahoshi, being inherently timid, began to weep upon hearing that Qin Chuan was stationed at the door. I believe that father and my brothers will come to our aid, she said, her voice trembling with emotion. Soon, news of the turmoil in the Ryugu kingdom spread rapidly throughout Fishman Island. Consequently, fear swiftly enveloped the skies above Fishman Island. Simultaneously, numerous residents began to flee to their homes, bracing themselves for the impending storm. On the largest Fishman street of Fishman Island, a group of fearsome fishmen gathered in a menacing cluster. At the forefront stood a formidable shark fishman, adorned with curly hair and donning a flat hat emblazoned with a trident motif. His neck was wrapped in a wolf fur scarf, and his left arm bore extensive tattoos. This individual was none other than Hody Jones, the captain of the Fishman pirate crew, once a distinguished soldier of the Ryugu kingdom. His perspective darkened following the tragic assassinations of Fisher Tiger and Princess Odoheim at the hands of human pirates. Consumed by hatred for humanity, he evolved into a staunch racist. Since departing from the Ryugu kingdom, he has relentlessly sought to seize control of Fishman Island from the hands of its king. The arrival of Qin Chuan and his companions seemed to herald the realization of his dreams. Captain, should we inform Vanderdecken 9? Inquired a cadre from the Fishman pirate crew. Don't rush. He will contact us when the time is right. In the meantime, you should focus on recruiting fishmen who wish to overthrow the Ryugu kingdom's regime. In such chaos, it is the perfect opportunity to expand our influence, Hody Jones said with a sinister smile. However, at that moment, a deep voice unexpectedly echoed, "Hey, are you interested in joining us?" Upon hearing the voice, Hody Jones quickly turned his gaze towards a dim alley. Gradually, a tall and robust man emerged, adorned with golden hair, wearing earmuffs and military attire. "Who are you?" Hody Jones asked, instantly raising his guard, his expression turning grave. The presence of a human in this place was far from ordinary. "I am Douglas Barrett, a member of the Qin Chuan pirate crew. I have come on Captain Qin Chuan's orders to seek individuals willing to collaborate with us." Upon realizing that the stranger was Douglas Barrett, a legendary figure from the Qin Chuan pirate crew, Hody Jones nervously swallowed hard. The other cadres of the Fishman pirate crew instinctively took a couple of steps back, clearly intimidated by Barrett's formidable aura. "We are merely ordinary fishmen. How can we assist you? Furthermore, what benefits would we gain?" Hody Jones inquired in a calm tone, fully aware of the opponent's strength. Even their numbers might not be sufficient to contend with him. Do you not wish to seize control of Fishman Island? We can help you realize your ambitions. Surely, nothing so advantageous comes without a catch. You create such a ruckus, then willingly hand over Fishman Island to us? Hody Jones challenged, his demeanor unyielding. What is Fishman Island to us? Once we topple the Ryugu kingdom, we will head to the New World. However, given Fishman Island's unique geographical significance, we seek fishmen willing to collaborate with us to govern it. Thus, the captain commanded me to come to Fishman Street and find suitable candidates to see if they possess the capability to rule over Fishman Island. Douglas Barrett replied earnestly. It was evident that he had carefully prepared his words before arriving. Chapter 123. Fear spreads. After listening to Douglas Barrett, Hody Jones fell into deep contemplation. There was merit to the man's words, yet he was no stranger to perilous situations and would not be easily swayed by mere rhetoric. After a moment of silence, Hody Jones spoke again. "How can I be certain you are not merely intending to use us as cannon fodder? Would you believe me if I told you that killing you would be as effortless as crushing a few ants?" As soon as Douglas Barrett finished his sentence, a faint aura began to emanate from him. Suddenly, this aura transformed into an overwhelming pressure that surged forth like a tidal wave towards Hody Jones and his companions. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, and panic ensued among those present. Several weaker fishmen fell to their knees, utterly paralyzed by the sheer force of this pressure. Meanwhile, even Hody Jones, the captain, found his legs trembling uncontrollably in the face of this overwhelming pressure. What in the world is this? At that moment, a long-eared shark man, wielding a war hammer and adorned with tattoos on his left arm, could not help but inquire. "Doss, is this the fabled conqueror's hockey?" Hody Jones replied gravely. Upon hearing the captain's words, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Even the mere notion of ordinary hockey felt distant to them, let alone the legendary conqueror's hockey that existed only in tales. In the next moment, Douglas Barrett withdrew his hockey entirely. As the oppressive aura dissipated, the merman began to gasp for air, clearly having been rendered breathless by Barrett's formidable presence. "What do you want us to do?" Hody Jones spoke once more, the gravity of the situation now unmistakable. The Qin Chuan pirates sought a representative on Fishman Island, for they were outsiders. Even if they triumphed over the royal family of the Ryugu kingdom, complete dominion over this realm would elude them. Thus, they were compelled to seek a formidable merman or mermaid born of this land to govern in their stead. It is evident that his Fishman pirate crew possesses the capability to seize control of this island. Assemble a formidable force and await our command. Douglas Barrett stated in a deep voice. Can you assist us in dealing with the Sun Pirates? Their captain, Jinbei, is exceedingly powerful and also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Confronting him poses a considerable challenge for me. Humph, Jinbei? He has long since hidden away after I wounded him. Should he dare to show his face, I shall personally sever his fish head. Douglas Barrett scoffed dismissively. Upon hearing the words of Douglas Barrett, Hody Jones felt an overwhelming joy within. Within the Fishman tribe, after departing from the Sun Pirates, the Fishman pirates had long been overshadowed by Jinbei. Concurrently, the individual he had always aspired to follow was not Jinbei of the Sun Pirates, but rather Arlong, a high-ranking officer of the Sun Pirates. After all, Arlong's ideology closely mirrored his own. They harbored a deep disdain for humanity and yearned to conquer all of humankind. However, Jinbei willingly chooses to associate with humanity, particularly as he not only answered the call of the world government, but also allied himself with the human pirate crew, the Whitebeard Pirates. Therefore, should Jinbei meet his demise, he would personally extend an invitation to Arlong to take command of his Fishman pirates. With the formidable presence of Arlong, no one in Fishman Island will be able to threaten their status. We shall patiently await your favorable news. Upon finishing his words, Hody Jones revealed a sinister smile at the corners of his lips. Indeed, Douglas Barrett also displayed a smile in agreement. After Douglas Barrett departed from the scene, Dose could not restrain himself from speaking. Captain, do you truly believe they would so readily relinquish Fishman Island to us? Humph, I cannot place my trust in their words. However, one thing is assuredly true. They harbor no significant concern for such a trivial place as Fishman Island. Thus, once they have overthrown the Ryugu kingdom and slain Jinbei, they will inevitably select a puppet to assume the role of the new king of Fishman Island. At this moment, it is the might of one's fist and the strength of one's abilities that capture their attention. This individual, after seeking us out, will undoubtedly continue to search for other formidable allies. Therefore, our immediate priority is to assemble a vast pirate crew. In doing so, we shall wield greater influence in the future. Hody Jones spoke with a grave tone. Indeed, his analysis was entirely accurate. At that moment, Douglas Barrett had begun to scout the next wave of Fishman pirates, adhering to the list provided by Jinbei. Having had no prior interaction with the Fishmen, he was oblivious to the identities of those possessing true strength. Thus, the Fishman pirate crew was not a mere coincidence. It was Jinbei who had intentionally directed him to seek out Hody Jones. Simultaneously, a multitude of conflicts erupted across Fishman Island, particularly in the areas inhabited by the Fishmen. Many had seized weapons in a desperate attempt to gain some advantage amid the chaos. Before long, several formidable pirate crews, led by Hody Jones, emerged prominently, swiftly gathering a faction of rebellious Fishmen. By the following morning, a cacophony of rumors swept through Fishman Island. Reports claimed that King Neptune of the Ryugu Kingdom had been captured by the Qinchuan pirates and had gone missing. The main forces of the Ryugu Kingdom, spearheaded by Shark Star, had fled from Ryugu Castle and were subsequently untraceable. The leader of the Fishmen, Jinbei, captain of the Sun Pirates, had declared his escape from Fishman Island after being pursued. These myriad whispers had plunged the entire Fishman Island into utter disarray. At this moment, within an inconspicuous shipwreck, a wide-striped tiger shark man, adorned with a small top hat, flamboyant hair, and a beard draped in multiple strands of necklaces, gazes through a telescope at the formidable shell tower of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Captain Vander Decken 9, amidst the rumors circulating outside, is aware that the Qinchuan pirate group is in pursuit of an agent for the future Fishman Island. Moreover, it is rumored that Hody Jones has commenced a large-scale recruitment near Fishman Street. At that moment, a merman hurriedly approached with a report. Humph. That scoundrel Hody Jones dares to secretly expand his influence behind my back. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Vander Decken 9 scoffed dismissively. Captain, what shall we do now about the flying pirate crew? Chapter 124, The Demise of the Flying Pirate Crew. They must have already rendezvoused with the Qinchuan pirate crew. If that is the case, we, the flying pirate crew, shall also make our presence known, allowing the members of the Qinchuan pirate crew to witness our might. Immediately summon everyone. I intend to personally visit the Dragon Palace Kingdom, Vander Decken 9 coldly declared while observing through his telescope. Yes. After his subordinate departed, Vander Decken 9 muttered under his breath with a grim expression, Qinchuan, you had better not harbor any designs on Princess Shirahoshi. Otherwise, I will plunge Fishman Island into eternal chaos. In truth, his motivation for visiting the Dragon Palace Kingdom was twofold, to converse with Qinchuan and, based on his observations throughout the day, he had discerned that Qinchuan seemed to harbor a keen interest in Princess Shirahoshi. From yesterday until now, Qinchuan had not left the hard shell tower at all. This fact began to stir a sense of unease within him. In truth, should he successfully win the heart of Princess Shirahoshi, the entirety of Fishman Island would inevitably fall within his grasp. Historically, there has never been a union between the royal families of the Fishmen and the Merfolk. Thus, if he were to marry Princess Shirahoshi, his identity and status within the Fishman community would compel the Qinchuan pirate crew to regard him favorably, rather than merely considering Hody Jones, who is but an ordinary pirate captain. His audacity to seek out Qin Chuan stemmed from the understanding that, at present, the Qin Chuan pirate crew was in dire need of assistance from individuals like them. In the afternoon, while Qin Chuan engaged in casual conversation with Rainwave Hancock outside the hardshell tower, Bartolomeo suddenly rushed in with great urgency. What is the matter? Why the haste? Upon seeing Bartolomeo, Qin Chuan immediately rose to inquire. There is a captain from a pirate crew who insists on meeting you in person. He claims to have matters to discuss with you and insists you meet him at once. Bartolomeo gasped as he spoke. Who is this person? At this revelation, Qin Chuan could not help but furrow his brow, pondering which individual possessed such audacity to demand an immediate audience. It is a fellow named Vanderdecken 9, and his crew is called the Flying Pirate Crew. Upon hearing this, a faint, cold smile crept across Qin Chuan's lips. Meanwhile, within the confines of the hardshell tower, the princess of the White Star could not suppress a gasp upon hearing that name. Clearly, her fear of this individual surpassed that of Qin Chuan. Lead the way. Qin Chuan glanced back at the hardshell tower before speaking decisively. After a brief moment, he found himself in a secluded chamber within Dragon Palace City. Face to face with Vanderdecken 9. You seek my presence? Upon encountering the other, Qin Chuan feigned ignorance. Greetings, I am Vanderdecken 9. The betrothed of the princess of the White Star, Vanderdecken 9 replied, his expression dark as he slowly extended his hand. However, upon witnessing this gesture, Qin Chuan chose not to reciprocate. Instead, he turned and stepped outside, speaking softly to Boa Hancock and Bartolomeo. Go, ensure that every member he brought is eliminated without exception. What? Are we to act now? Bartolomeo was taken aback by Qin Chuan's sudden intent to annihilate the entire pirate crew. Moreover, judging by Qin Chuan's temperament, he was not one to issue such a brutal command lightly. Precisely. If even a single enemy escapes, I will hold you personally accountable. Now, go. Qin Chuan declared with unwavering severity. Witnessing his resolute demeanor, the two subordinates dared not question further and immediately turned to depart with haste. At this moment, Vanderdecken 9, who was in the room, initially felt somewhat displeased by Qin Chuan's indifference towards him. However, upon witnessing Qin Chuan dismiss his two subordinates, he assumed that Qin Chuan wished to engage in a private discussion with him. A gradual smile began to adorn his face. Speak. What do you wish to discuss with me? Qin Chuan inquired cheerfully upon returning to the room. I have heard that your people are searching for someone to succeed Neptune in ruling the fishmen. Clearly, I am that individual. Vanderdecken 9 boasted with utmost confidence. And why is that? Are you particularly formidable? I possess the powers of a devil fruit, and moreover, a crucial point, Princess Shirahoshi is my fiancée. I am of the fishmen, and she belongs to the merfolk. If we unite, it will greatly facilitate my rule over Fishman Island. Oh, I was unaware that she was your fiancée. Qin Chuan feigned surprise and queried. It is merely her father who is obstructing our union. Once we have firmly stabilized the situation on Fishman Island, I shall ensure that Princess Shirahoshi becomes my bride. Vanderdecken 9 was convinced that Qin Chuan and his companions were unaware of the true circumstances on Fishman Island, and thus he was boasting in an attempt to deceive him. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan indeed displayed a look of joy, and then leisurely approached the side of Vanderdecken 9. He then leaned in close to Vanderdecken IX's ear and softly uttered, Fool, go to hell and marry Princess White Star. As soon as Qin Chuan's words fell, Vanderdecken IX's pupils dilated in shock. However, just as he attempted to react, a sudden, piercing pain shot through his lower abdomen. Instinctively, he glanced down, only to see a blunt instrument embedded deep within his belly. Blood trickled slowly from the weapon onto the floor. Why? At that moment, the agony in his abdomen rendered him powerless, forcing him to endure the excruciating pain while wailing. Why must I kill you, you ask? It is because Princess White Star shall become one of my crew members, and you, in your desperate pursuit of the ability to control the Sea Kings, have resorted to the despicable act of threatening her with that so-called target devil fruit. Therefore, if you do not perish, neither she nor I will find peace. Qin Chuan spoke slowly. He thrust the blunt weapon, a kunai, the most prevalent instrument of murder in the world of Naruto, into the abdomen of Vanderdecken 9. Prior to this moment, he had already manifested the essence of Itachi Uchiha within himself. How dare you? Only after hearing Qin Chuan's taunt did Vanderdecken 9 truly comprehend the humiliation he had suffered, prompting him to roar in outrage. However, before he could finish his retort, Qin Chuan seized the moment and delivered a powerful punch directly to his face. With a resounding thud, Vanderdecken 9 was sent flying out of the room, crashing against the coral wall. At that moment, as Qin Chuan prepared to step out and deliver the finishing blow, he was unexpectedly greeted by a system notification. Chapter 125, presenting a grand gift to Bai Xingding. Congratulations, host, on your triumphant victory over the enemy. You have been awarded a total of 15,000 prestige points for this endeavor. Upon hearing this notification, Qin Chuan approached the fallen Vanderdecken 9 and knelt beside him. At that moment, Vanderdecken 9 fixed his gaze intently upon Qin Chuan. However, in reality, he had long since breathed his last. Witnessing this, Qin Chuan seized his lifeless body and dragged it outside the shell tower. Simultaneously, Bartolomeo and his companion returned to Qinchuan after successfully dispatching the remaining members of the flying pirate crew. Is it all taken care of? Qinchuan inquired. Yes, Captain. But what do you intend to do with his body at the Shell Tower? Boa Hancock questioned. Her curiosity piqued by the sight of Vanderdecken 9 being dragged by Qinchuan. A grand gift for Shirahoshi. A grand gift? In response to Boa Hancock's bewilderment, Qinchuan offered no explanation. Instead, he turned towards the grand entrance of the Shell Tower and declared, Princess Shirahoshi, Vanderdecken 9 has been vanquished by my hand. Henceforth, you are free. At that instant, Shirahoshi, already on edge within the confines of the room, stood frozen in place upon hearing Qinchuan's proclamation. Upon hearing this, her maid was taken aback. Is it true? Princess Shirahoshi then spoke in a trembling voice. In fact, I have reached an agreement with your father. Everything I am doing now is to assist Fishman Island in eliminating the malevolent forces that have long lurked within. At this moment, Qinchuan finally found the opportunity to express his innermost thoughts to Shirahoshi. Prior to this, due to Shirahoshi being under the watchful gaze of Vanderdecken 9, Qinchuan had refrained from speaking the truth, lest he alert the enemy. However, with Vanderdecken 9 now slain, he felt liberated to speak openly. How can we trust that you are not deceiving us? Perhaps you have colluded with that fiend. The maid interjected once more. Do not be foolish. If I truly wished to harm you, there would be no escape. If I am not mistaken, you have no provisions, and within 3 days, you shall be compelled to open the door. Qinchuan scoffed. Indeed, had you listened to us previously, you would know that we have never harmed the interests of other nations on our journey here. At that moment, Boa Hancock, also a queen, joined in the persuasion. Her status as a former ruler lent greater weight to her words. However, as soon as Boa Hancock spoke, a profound silence enveloped the hard shell tower. Observing this, the three, including Qinchuan, could not help but furrow their brows. Just as Qinchuan was about to speak again, the door of the hard shell tower slowly creaked open. Clearly, there was merit to Qinchuan's earlier assertions, as Shirahoshi and her maid had not eaten for an entire day. Moreover, Hancock's words held truth, based on the information available to Shirahoshi. The Qinchuan pirates had not engaged in any atrocious acts, but rather had vanquished several villains. Summoning her courage, Princess Shirahoshi finally instructed her maid to open the hard shell tower. As the door swung open, a magnificent mermaid, with flowing pink curls and shimmering blue eyes, adorned with a taiyaki-shaped hairpiece and shell-like earrings, appeared before Qinchuan and the others. Due to the fact that Princess Shirahoshi is the largest mermaid among her kind, her sudden appearance startled both Boa Hancock and Bartolomeo. Simultaneously, upon encountering the lifeless form of Vanderdecken 9, who lay breathless on the ground, Princess Shirahoshi could not restrain a gasp. Is he truly dead? She whispered in disbelief. If you doubt it, you may come and see for yourself. No, thank you. Lord Qinchuan, I previously misunderstood you. I apologize. At that moment, Princess Shirahoshi finally accepted the words of Qinchuan and hastily began to express her contrition. Her gentle and kind nature led her to habitually address everyone with the honorific lord. Thus, when she referred to Qinchuan in such a manner, he found it entirely unremarkable. You need not thank me. My assistance is merely a prelude to a potential collaboration with you. Huh? What could I possibly offer you? Princess Shirahoshi was momentarily taken aback by Qinchuan's proposal for cooperation. Your father will explain this to you personally. You should go meet him now. He is currently in his private chamber. Furthermore, for the next few days, you must refrain from wandering about, as you are now in a state of confinement. Should those rebellious factions outside discover that you are unharmed, they will undoubtedly grow suspicious. Qinchuan smiled reassuringly. Very well, thank you once more, esteemed lords. I shall seek my father at once. With that, Princess Shirahoshi hurried away with her maid towards her father Neptune's residence. After her departure, Bartolomeo could no longer contain himself. The princess of the merfolk is indeed stunning, though regrettably her size renders her unsuitable for us. Must you dwell on such thoughts all day long? Do you have nothing better to occupy your mind? Qinchuan chided Bartolomeo for his indiscretion. The merfolk already harbored skepticism towards humans, and should Neptune catch wind of Bartolomeo's remarks, it might rekindle doubts regarding Qinchuan's intentions. I apologize, Captain. I shall attend to it immediately. Bartolomeo, sensing Qinchuan's irritation, quickly took his leave. He cast a lingering glance at Boa Hancock before hastily exiting the Ryugu Palace. Over the course of the next 2 days, Fishman Island underwent a dramatic transformation. Previously, within the jurisdiction of the Ryugu Kingdom, the merfolk enjoyed a life of tranquility. However, now, their territory faced a significant incursion by the Fishmen. The resources available to the merfolk on Fishman Island were far more abundant than those of the Fishmen, fueling the ambitions of many, such as Hody Jones, who had long coveted an opportunity to invade the merfolk. Thus, as the Ryugu Kingdom found itself in crisis, a considerable influx of fishmen gathered near the Ryugu Palace. The entire Dragon Palace Kingdom has descended into chaos, with a multitude of its soldiers offering merely a token resistance before discarding their armor and fleeing in all directions. Chapter 126. The gathering of rebels as the insurrection persisted into the early hours of the third day. A considerable number of fishmen and a few merfolk warriors had congregated around the periphery of Dragon Palace City. Each one of them harbored the intent to overthrow the regime of Fishman Island, seeking to seize their share of the spoils. At this juncture, Qin Chuan sensed that the time was right, prompting him to recall Douglas Barrett and the others. Moreover, surrounding Dragon Palace City, the Royal Guard led by Shark Star and the righteous forces of the Fishmen, spearheaded by Jean Bei, had also amassed. Upon Qin Chuan's command from within the city, they would swiftly charge into the throngs of rebels to engage in battle. A vast net had been cast, while Hody Jones and his compatriots awaited their imminent assault on Dragon Palace City to plunder its treasures. Shall we eliminate them all? Neptune inquired, gazing upon the assembly of at least 1,000 individuals outside the city. Your sole mission henceforth is to ensure they are firmly contained within the square beneath Dragon Palace City. All the rebels in this square shall be dealt with by my own hand. Qin Chuan spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing his words, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Qin Chuan intended to single-handedly annihilate the thousands of fishmen and merfolk warriors. Clearly, this was perceived as an utterly reckless endeavor in their eyes. Perhaps I and Boa Hancock should lend our assistance? Our Conqueror's Haki is quite effective in large-scale battles. At that moment, Douglas Barrett could not help but voice his concern. He was genuinely apprehensive about Qin Chuan's actions. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's intent to unleash a massacre, a smile from the side could not help but furrow his brow. Your task is simply to confine all these individuals together. Should anyone attempt to release a single person, they will automatically disembark. Do you understand? Noticing the concern among the crowd, Qin Chuan cast a sharp glare at Douglas Barrett and coldly addressed everyone present. The unexpected consequence of failure leading to disembarkation caught everyone off guard, rendering even Douglas Barrett speechless in response. Soon after, Douglas Barrett and 4 others departed from Longong City, taking their positions at each of the 5 corners of the square, thereby forming a pentagram. As a result, nearly all exits were utterly blocked, unaware of all that transpired. The revelers in the square continued their jubilant celebrations. As Qin Chuan gradually emerged from the Dragon Palace, the crowd in the square began to raise their weapons and chant fervently. Hody Jones, who considered himself the most powerful, boldly approached Qin Chuan, who stood on the steps. Upon seeing Hody Jones advance, Qin Chuan donned a faint smile, yet secretly commanded the system with his thoughts. Ding. Host has successfully utilized the Might Guy character card, reducing usage count by 1. Mr. Qin Chuan, I am Hody Jones, captain of the Fishman Pirates. A few days ago, I conferred with Douglas Barrett, and most of the Fishman tribe here are under my leadership. Therefore, I believe I possess the strength to become your representative on Fishman Island. Hody Jones respectfully began as he encountered Qin Chuan. Where are your people? Show me, Qin Chuan replied with a smile. Over there is our sniper division. Hody Jones gestured toward a group of armed fishmen at one end of the square. This is the shell division. They use their shells as shields during combat for defense. That is the aerial division, composed entirely of mermaids, who create bubble rings from bubble corals to launch aerial assaults on the enemy. This is the Thousand Spikes division, made up of special sea urchin fishmen, who attack their foes with the spines draped across their bodies. And I have my ace unit, the Venom division. Most members of this unit are poisonous fish, such as lionfish and pufferfish. They are armed with venomous spikes that can cause instant death upon contact with an ordinary person. At this moment, Hody Jones proudly introduced his formidable team. In truth, the Fishman pirate crew had already seized a significant portion of the square. Very well. Now turn around and command everyone in the square to lay down their weapons. Following Hody Jones' introduction, Qin Chuan suddenly issued this order. Lay down our weapons? Why? Hody Jones was immediately perplexed by Qin Chuan's command. I have completely taken control of Ryugu Palace, and the Ryugu Kingdom no longer exists. Do you intend to confront me with weapons? At this moment, Qin Chuan's expression abruptly shifted, and he fixed a piercing gaze upon Hody Jones, questioning him. Startled by Qin Chuan's inquiry, Hody Jones felt a wave of fear wash over him, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. All right, I shall command them. The imposing aura of Qin Chuan left Hody Jones no room to protest, prompting him to turn around and shout. As he spoke, the majority of those present exchanged confused glances, clearly unaware of Hody Jones' intentions. However, Hody Jones urged them once more, compelling everyone to reluctantly lower their weapons. Witnessing this scene, Hody Jones felt a sense of relief. He initially believed that Qin Chuan's request was merely a test of his standing among these individuals. At present, his performance undoubtedly befits the identity of the new king of Fishman Island. However, just as he turned to seek acclaim, his expression abruptly shifted, for at that moment, he beheld a figure enveloped in a terrifying blue vapor. This was Qin Chuan, who had opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates of might, marked by the distinctive feature of the shock gate. Qin Chuan's intentions are remarkably straightforward, to eliminate every individual in the square with utmost expedience. One objective is to amass a substantial amount of prestige, as he is soon to embark on a journey to the New World, where he may swiftly attract the attention of the 4 emperors. Therefore, he must seize this opportunity to exchange for formidable ninja character cards. His second aim is to instill fear in those who covet his power and seek to undermine his burgeoning force. Over the recent period, he has recruited numerous crew members and has inadvertently provided protection to various factions. For instance, the kingdom of Amazon Lily, under the leadership of Boa Hancock, is currently under the aegis of the Qin Chuan pirate crew. With the addition of Fishman Island, Qin Chuan effectively possesses 2 territories. During this period, he has provoked several formidable individuals, most recently the Whitebeard pirates. Looking back, he not only entangled himself with titans of the underworld in the Sabaody archipelago, but also killed a celestial dragon and severely injured the admiral sent to capture him. Thus, there are indeed numerous forces eager to target him. Upon witnessing the peculiar aura emanating from Qin Chuan, Hody Jones could not help but furrow his brow. "Mr. Qin Chuan, what are you planning to do?" he inquired. "Oh, nothing much, just sending you to hell," Qin Chuan replied with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At the sound of Qin Chuan's words, an ominous feeling washed over Hody Jones, a foreboding sense of dread instantly enveloping him. Yet, as he pondered whether Qin Chuan truly intended to kill him, the latter had already made his move. 8 gates of Duenjia, 7th gate, daytime tiger. Upon uttering this phrase, Hody Jones's pupils widened in shock. In the next moment, before he could react, Qin Chuan's fist struck fiercely towards his head. Boom. At that instant, with all 7 gates open, Qin Chuan's combat power surged to several dozen times its normal capacity. This punch, a highly compressed high-pressure air blast in the form of a tiger, barreled towards Hody Jones's skull. In the blink of an eye, Hody Jones was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing directly into the crowd gathered in the square. Time seemed to stand still as all onlookers in the square stared, dumbfounded, at the unfolding scene. Simultaneously, a familiar voice echoed within Qin Chuan's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated your enemy. You have earned a total of 10,000 prestige points as a reward." "He is dead," exclaimed a nearby merman, who, after assessing Hody Jones's condition, could not contain his shock. As soon as his words fell, the previously silent scene erupted into utter chaos. "The guy is here, everyone run," shouted a nearby merman, calling out to the crowd behind him. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt an overwhelming force strike his back. Each punch and kick from Qin Chuan, who had unlocked the 7 gates, contained immense power. This strength was more than sufficient to deal with the mermen of such caliber. Consequently, with every strike, one less individual remained on the field. In an instant, the mermen and merfolk scattered in every direction across the plaza. Yet, at that moment, Douglas Barrett, who had secured every corner of the square, unleashed his own might. With their formidable strength, they trapped all the rebels within the plaza in place. Damn it. What do they want? As the escape routes were sealed and Qin Chuan charged into the crowd, wreaking havoc, one remaining officer from the merman pirate crew could no longer contain himself and began to shout insults. However, his voice was swiftly drowned out by the surrounding cries of anguish and pleas for mercy. Meanwhile, the forces of the Ryugu Kingdom and the Sun Pirates, led by Jinbei, had also arrived at the square. However, when they witnessed the man, enveloped in a shroud of blue steam, ruthlessly wreaking havoc among the crowd, they were left utterly astounded by the scene before them. Was this individual an angel or a demon? At that moment, standing within the Ryugu castle, Neptune could not help but express his sentiments. Although Qin Chuan's actions were ultimately in their favor, the brutality of his methods sent a chill down his spine. He silently rejoiced for having agreed to collaborate with Qin Chuan. Otherwise, they might have been the ones falling victim to the slaughter. In the square, Qin Chuan was ruthlessly slaughtering all the insurgents as if he were chopping vegetables. Wherever he went, none could withstand his might. Even some fearless warriors of the Fishman tribe who dared to attack him ultimately perished beneath his azure steam. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the enemy. You have earned a reward of 3,000 prestige points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the enemy. You have earned a reward of 5,000 prestige points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the enemy. You have earned a reward of 2,000 prestige points. In an instant, Qin Chuan's prestige soared as if propelled by a rocket. Although none among the 1,000 present had achieved a prestige level of 10,000, those gathered here possessed considerable prowess. Several officers of the Fishman pirates contributed between 7,000 to 8,000 reputation points each. Consequently, Qin Chuan's total reputation swiftly surpassed the 1 million mark. In less than half an hour, the entire square was already strewn with corpses. The once deafening cries of agony had gradually faded away, now replaced by gasps of astonishment from the surroundings. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the enemy. You have been rewarded with 1,000 reputation points. As the final system notification echoed, the vast square lay eerily silent. Not a single soul remained standing. The slaughter had come to an absolute end. At this moment, Qin Chuan stood enveloped in an ethereal blue vapor, his entire body drenched in crimson, gazing upon him as though he were emerging from a sea of blood. Even his own crewmates, those who had shared every dawn and dusk with him, felt a chill creep down their spines, beads of cold sweat forming. "It seems we have gravely underestimated him all along," muttered Douglas Barrett, his voice laced with lingering dread. At this moment, Boa Hancock found herself at a loss for words. Utterly terrified, the lives of thousands extinguished in less than half an hour. Even she, a seasoned harbinger of death, was profoundly shaken. Upon realizing that his physical strength had reached its limit, Qin Chuan promptly sealed the 8 gates of Duanjia. As the final gate closed, he felt as though his very soul had been siphoned away. His legs buckled beneath him, nearly causing him to collapse onto the ground. Fortunately, he had begun to acclimatize to the after effects of the 8 gates, and since he had only opened 7, he remained conscious despite his extreme weakness. However, it is of utmost importance that he quickly recuperates. Otherwise, if this continues, he will inevitably succumb to unconsciousness, just as he did after escaping from Advanced City. Without regard for the astonished gazes of those around him, Qin Chuan promptly returned to the Dragon Palace. Chapter 128. I desire to be remembered in history, Mr. Qin Chuan. Should we discuss the future of Fishman Island? Neptune began to speak as he saw Qin Chuan, but Qin Chuan merely waved his hand and proceeded deep into the palace. Having witnessed this scene before, Douglas Barrett was naturally aware of Qin Chuan's intentions. Previously, after emitting a pale blue steam, he had succumbed to unconsciousness for several days. Thus, it was likely that he would require rest once more. Indeed, after Qin Chuan exited the palace and carelessly entered a random room, he promptly collapsed. It was not until an entire day later that Qin Chuan finally opened his eyes. What are you all staring at? Upon regaining consciousness, Qin Chuan was greeted by the concerned faces of Bartolomeo and others surrounding him. Captain, you're finally awake. We were all terribly worried about you, Bartolomeo exclaimed with palpable excitement. Captain, are you all right? At that moment, Boa Hancock also looked at Qin Chuan with deep concern. Well, I suppose so. But a kiss from you might expedite my recovery. Qin Chuan teased Boa Hancock with a mischievous grin. Captain, please be serious. We were genuinely anxious about you. Boa Hancock, being a woman, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment at Qin Chuan's public jest. Haha, it's nothing to fret over. Douglas Barrett has seen me in such a state before. A bit of rest will do the trick, Qin Chuan reassured them with a wave of his hand. Once the onlookers confirmed that Qin Chuan was unharmed, they finally felt a sense of relief. Captain Qin Chuan, I have a matter that puzzles me, and I wish to consult you. Upon seeing that Qin Chuan was safe, Yi Xiao, who had remained silent, suddenly posed a question. The captain has only just recovered his physical condition. Why the urgency? Bartolomeo interjected, his expression one of discontent. It's all right, feel free to ask. Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively, signaling Bartolomeo to refrain from unnecessary chatter, then turned to Yi Xiao and calmly replied. Why did you take it upon yourself to execute those individuals? Had you given the order, we could have swiftly dealt with them together. Why would you risk falling into a coma to undertake this endeavor? He inquired with a low chuckle. His curiosity about Qin Chuan was insatiable, particularly regarding this matter. Qin Chuan could have effortlessly dealt with the rebels, yet he insisted on taking matters into his own hands. The sight of a formidable warrior succumbing to unconsciousness after a fierce battle is indeed a chilling one. Throughout the entirety of his day-long stupor, he remained steadfastly at the bedside of Qin Chuan, his sole purpose being to thwart any potential assassins who might seize the opportunity to strike. Oh, it seems this notorious reputation is one I must shoulder alone. With a gentle chuckle, Qin Chuan began to speak. His intention was to artfully mislead the crew, for it would be unwise to divulge the existence of their so-called reputation system. Instead, he opted for a more poignant approach, assuming full responsibility in order to evoke their emotions. As anticipated, upon hearing these words, Bartolomeo initially stood in stunned silence, only to be overtaken by a wave of sentimentality. His voice quivering as he replied, Captain, your kindness towards us is unparalleled. I am at a loss for how I shall ever repay you. Yet, no one anticipated that Qin Chuan had taken this layer into consideration. Indeed, although Fishman Island lies over 10,000 meters beneath the sea and is relatively isolated, the act of rebellion is no trivial matter. Thus, it is inevitable that news of such a significant event has already reached the outside world. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan's actions in the square today will undoubtedly become tomorrow's headline news, inevitably stirring the nerves of people across the globe. The common folk do not concern themselves with whether the deceased were virtuous or wicked, as they remain utterly oblivious to the intricacies of Fishman Island. Their primary concern lies in discovering who orchestrated this tragic incident. Upon learning that Qin Chuan single-handedly eliminated over 1,000 individuals, they will inevitably fear that their own locales may become the next Fishman Island. Consequently, this will undoubtedly have some bearing on Qin Chuan's reputation. Douglas Barrett, though somewhat perplexed, candidly remarked after listening, Captain, outsiders have long referred to me as the spawn of the devil, thus I have long ceased to care about my reputation. Should such an occurrence arise again, please command me. I shall give my utmost effort. His own tarnished reputation rendered him indifferent to such matters. Ah, you were once the spawn of the devil, for you were part of Roger's pirate crew. Now, as a member of Qin Chuan's pirate crew, I hope that in due time, when you have departed this world, your descendants will refer to you as the progeny of angels. Qin Chuan responded with a light chuckle. The progeny of angels? At this, Douglas Barrett found himself in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend Qin Chuan's true intent. Since I have broached this subject, there are some matters I wish to discuss candidly with you. The purpose of forming this pirate crew is to bring about a transformation in this world, striving to ensure that more individuals may enjoy a life of prosperity. Among you, apart from Boa Hancock and the enigmatic smile, the rest bear the stains of blood upon their hands. Yet, this is a matter of the past, and I sincerely hope that in the future, I can bestow upon all of you a commendable reputation. At the very least, a century hence, when future generations speak of the Qin pirate crew, they shall not perceive its members as a band of nefarious individuals. At this juncture, Qin began to impart his earnest reflections. Why do you care so much about the opinions of posterity? Since we are already deceased, their judgments should hold little significance for us, interjected Sir Crocodile, unable to suppress his thoughts. Previously, he too had been a formidable villain, with the blood of the people of Alabasta staining his hands. Thus, upon receiving Qin admonishment, he felt compelled to voice his dissent. Life is not merely a pursuit of one's own desires. If it is wealth you seek, I can procure it for you immediately. If it is status you desire, you have already attained the rank of a warlord of the sea, a position of considerable esteem. But what does it amount to? Should you perish now, your riches and status would vanish in an instant, and you would leave no lasting legacy in this world. Roger is revered not for his immense wealth or power, but for achieving what no one else has and for making a wise choice at the end of his life. Thus, his name continues to resonate in the hearts of most of us, even after his passing, does it not? Chapter 129, the Triad Conference. As Qin heartfelt words echoed through the air, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. At that moment, everyone stood frozen, taken aback. For years, they had indeed idolized Roger, whether it was Bartolomeo, the underworld king, Sir Crocodile, who sought to rule Alabasta for the ancient weapon, Douglas Barrett, who aspired to stand atop the world, or Smile, who endeavored to save the world with utmost effort. Unbeknownst to them, they all harbored a subconscious desire for fame and success, yet they failed to recognize this in their reality. Captain, do you truly believe we can change this world? Douglas Barrett finally spoke up. Even the mighty Roger could not alter the course of this world. Though he attained the ultimate treasure, the world remained unchanged. If there has been any change, it has only been for the worse. I have transformed a few of you, and I am still in the process of changing Fishman Island. In the future, when we step into the new realms of the ocean, everything there is bound to change. Once I have transformed all that exists upon these waters, the world government will inevitably be compelled to adapt. This is my philosophy, Captain Qin explained earnestly. Upon hearing his words, the crowd exchanged glances, a mixture of surprise and contemplation. Captain Qin, thank you. At that moment, Douglas Barrett could no longer restrain himself. Clearly, he had been profoundly moved by Qin's declaration. Regardless of whether Qin could indeed alter the world, he had, at the very least, transformed Douglas Barrett as perspective. Initially, Douglas Barrett had always placed his faith in sheer force. His willingness to follow Qin stemmed not from a belief in the possibility of changing the world, but rather from a simple acknowledgement of Qin's formidable strength. However, after hearing those words, his inner world was completely upended. At this moment, he found himself genuinely anticipating the prospect of standing at the pinnacle of the world alongside Qin. Upon uttering these words, he suddenly dropped to one knee before Qin with a resounding thud. This unexpected act startled all present, including Qin himself. To be knelt before by a legendary figure indicated that Qin had profoundly embedded himself within the depths of his heart. Witnessing this, Ishu mimicked Douglas Barrett and slowly descended to kneel as well. Following suit, both Bartolomeo and Boa Hancock also knelt in reverence. At that moment, only the once self-assured and proud Crocodile remained standing. Before encountering Qin, he could never have fathomed becoming subservient to another, let alone kneeling before anyone. Yet now, the man before him, not only formidable in prowess but also possessing an uncanny ability to discern the human heart, had indelibly marked his soul. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on site continuously stirred his nerves. In the next moment, his right foot involuntarily leaned against the ground, and he found himself kneeling. It was only at this moment that Qin truly and completely recruited this formidable group under his command. Rise, he declared. I hope this is the last time you kneel before anyone. From now on, whether you encounter the celestial dragons, the navy, or pirates, no one shall bow down. At this moment, Qin spoke once more. Upon hearing Qin's words, everyone nodded in agreement before rising to their feet. Captain, Neptune and Jinbei have been eager to discuss matters with you. What shall we do? At this moment, Douglas Barrett interjected. What is the current state of affairs on Fishman Island? The island remains engulfed in chaos, primarily due to the existence of two factions. Both Neptune and Jinbei aspire to become the new king and unify Fishman Island. Humph, if they desire to seek beauty, summon them here and inform them that I wish to meet. Qin remarked coldly after hearing this. Is it truly appropriate to summon them? Boa Hancock expressed her concerns. Allowing them to remain standing is already a significant concession. Tell them that if they do not appear this time, they should never come again. Qin retorted sharply. Without my assistance, these two would still be vexed by the internal strife on the island. Yet, after I intervened to alleviate their troubles, their thoughts turned solely to how they might monopolize all of Fishman Island. This was the last thing Qin wished to witness. He was acutely aware that both humans and merfolk were deeply enamored with power, and should Neptune or Jinbei seize complete control of Fishman Island, the race they represented would rise to prominence, potentially oppressing others in various aspects. Thus, Qin Chuan understood the necessity of maintaining equilibrium between these two races, which would also facilitate his control over the entirety of Fishman Island, preventing any covert betrayal from them. Indeed, when Douglas Barrett personally informed Neptune and Ji Bei, the two hastily hurried to find Qin Chuan. Upon their arrival, they exchanged pleasantries and expressed their gratitude, striving to flatter him as much as possible. Enough of the trivialities. The situation on Fishman Island was now settled. Even if there were still some lingering issues, they were negligible, at least for the next decade. No instability would emerge on the island. However, this was contingent upon both parties refraining from internal discord. Qin Chuan, therefore, addressed the matter directly. Upon hearing his words, both men recognized that Qin Chuan was prompting them to lay their cards on the table. Ji Bei, unable to contain himself, spoke first. I believe that the fishmen have far surpassed the merfolk in terms of strength and contributions to Fishman Island. Therefore, I hope that the status of the fishmen on the island can be elevated, at the very least to be on equal footing with the merfolk. Ji Bei understood that aspiring to control the entire island was unrealistic, particularly since the fishmen could never be accepted by the world government. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, Neptune scoffed and retorted, impossible. Fishman Island was founded by the merfolk. You fishmen are merely a branch of the merfolk. Thus, you must still be governed by the Ryugu Kingdom. Chapter 130. Two systems on one island. The fishmen were, in essence, a fusion of merfolk and humans, providing Neptune with ample justification to reject Ji Bei's claim. Does being a branch imply inferiority? If you are dissatisfied, perhaps we should engage in a full-scale war and see who ultimately prevails. Ji Bei detested being labeled as merely a branch of the merfolk. The truth was that their existence as fishmen was not of their own choosing. They were born from the union of merfolk and humans, creating a race that was scorned by humans and looked down upon by merfolk alike. Are you threatening me? Then let us have a proper contest. I am eager to witness the true strength of your fishmen. Neptune retorted defiantly. Enough. How many times must we go through this? We have only just quelled one conflict. And you wish to plunge Fishman Island into chaos once more? If that is the case, what was the purpose of my exerting such effort in this charade? I could simply command my subordinates to eliminate you both. Qin Chuan scolded the two sharply. Faced with Qin Chuan's blatant threat, Neptune and Ji Bei dared not refute him. After all, the formidable strength of the Qin Chuan pirate crew was undeniable, should they choose to mobilize in full force. The entirety of Fishman Island would be utterly powerless to withstand them. Captain Qin Chuan, you previously promised to assist us in quelling the rebellion, yet you did not require me to relinquish my authority, did you? Now that the insurrection has been resolved, this man seeks to divide power with me, which is utterly incomprehensible. Moreover, to speak candidly, the majority of those present in the square yesterday were of the Fishman race, indicating their inherent rebellious spirit. Should they gain prominence, it is likely they would seize the opportunity to take control of the entire Fishman Island in the future. Neptune continued. Enough. Let us refrain from further discourse. I am already well aware of your matters. Given the current situation, it is absolutely impossible for Fishman Island to achieve unity. The reason is simple. At this moment, there is not a single individual capable of uniting the entire island with the requisite authority and prestige. The most evident example is that when the king of the Ryugu Kingdom was attacked by outsiders, the citizens of Ryugu Castle were not contemplating how to resist the external threat. Instead, they were hastily discarding their armor and fleeing in all directions. Although the Fishman clan remained unscathed, after 2 full days of turmoil, they failed to appoint a single formidable leader to unite their entire race. It was merely the nearly 1,000 members of the Fishman pirate crew who gathered together. These 2 points clearly illustrate the lack of cohesion within your 2 races. In other words, your prestige is insufficient to unify Fishman Island, Qin Chuan candidly remarked. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's reprimand, both individuals felt a sense of embarrassment and refrained from defending themselves. Indeed, prior to the tumult, they had been among the most powerful and esteemed figures within their respective races. However, once the chaos erupted, they found themselves utterly incapable of managing the unrest within their own tribes. This indicated that, when faced with existential threats, the majority of their kin had scarcely considered their leadership. What do you mean by that? After a moment of silence, Ji Bei ventured to inquire once more. He had now completely lost the support of the Whitebeard pirates, and the Fishman tribe had suffered a grievous loss of nearly 1,000 members on the plaza, an aggregation of formidable fighting strength that had been ruthlessly decimated by Qin Chuan. If the Fishman tribe could not secure any gains from this turmoil, they would suffer a catastrophic loss, leading to a future where they would be utterly weakened and ultimately subjugated by the merfolk. My proposal is a dual governance system for the island, unchanged for 20 years. Qin Chuan declared with solemnity. A dual governance system? What does that entail? Are you suggesting we be segregated? Upon hearing this, Neptune furrowed his brow in concern. Indeed. Since Fishman Island is home to 2 distinct races, which currently seem unable to coexist harmoniously, it is prudent to divide the island. Are you advocating for the fragmentation of Fishman Island? Neptune's anxiety became palpable. Qin Chuan's approach seemed poised to irrevocably split the island. a prospect that would certainly not bode well for the Ryugu kingdom, especially considering the world's government would likely reject such changes. Segregated governance does not equate to a complete disintegration of Fishman Island. Rather, it aims to impose necessary constraints on both parties. I propose using the Jelongkode Plaza as the dividing line. To the left, the territory of the merfolk. To the right, that of the fishmen. Interaction between both sides would be permitted, but in the event of disputes or conflicts, the local authorities would be responsible for adjudicating the matter, Qin Chuan elaborated. But what if both factions refuse to accept such rulings? After all, if our fishmen commit an offense in the merfolk's territory, they will inevitably show bias towards their own. Jinpei expressed his concerns, albeit with a hint of relief at the prospect of a dual governance system. Therefore, I propose the establishment of a joint management committee, composed solely of the three of us. In the event of significant disagreements that could impact the stability of Fishman Island, we shall convene and vote, adhering to the principle of majority rule to determine all matters concerning the island. What say you? At last, Qin Chuan unveiled his vision. Upon hearing Qin Chuan utter those words, the atmosphere in the room grew decidedly awkward. Neither Neptune nor Jinbei were fools. As soon as Qin Chuan presented this notion, they both swiftly comprehended that he sought to gain absolute control over the entirety of Fishman Island. However, they were equally aware that neither party would agree to relinquish complete authority over the island to the other. Thus, this approach appeared to be the most effective means of achieving a compromise between the two sides at present. Furthermore, it is worth noting that should this committee truly be established, Qin Chuan would only possess a single vote, which would necessitate that he respects the committee's decisions if he wished to preserve his own reputation. If that is the case, then as long as Jinbei and Neptune do not lose their wits, Qin Chuan will be unable to conquer Fishman Island. Meanwhile, the members of the Qin Chuan pirate crew present were equally taken aback, particularly the innovative governance concept of one island, two systems, and the establishment of a joint management committee proposed by Qin Chuan left them in profound astonishment. Among them, Boa Hancock, the queen, was particularly struck by this revelation. She had not anticipated that Qin Chuan was a master of statecraft. She thought to herself that she must seek his guidance on governance philosophies and policies in the future. Chapter 131, Becoming the Greatest Victor of Fishman Island. At this moment, Jinbei, who had reaped substantial benefits from the situation, was the first to speak up. Very well, I concur with Mr. Qin Chuan's proposal. After all, this can be seen as an indirect endorsement of equal standing between the fishmen and the merfolk. Thus he would naturally not oppose it. I am open to consideration. But the paramount question remains, will the world government acknowledge our so-called joint management committee? At this juncture, Neptune once again expressed his reservations. They will not recognize me. But both of you are acknowledged by the world government, one being the king of a member nation, and the other being the warlord of the sea appointed by the world government itself. Therefore, as long as Fishman Island can completely seal off the underwater tunnel, the world government will undoubtedly side with you, and perhaps even assist in driving away certain pirates. Qin Chuan articulated. Then, let us proceed according to your counsel. Neptune sighed. Although this endeavor did not yield the anticipated results, it at least secured his throne and preserved the majority of Fishman Island's abundant resources. In places rife with crime, such as Fishman Street, he holds no desire to take control. Moreover, with the complete annihilation of the flying pirate crew, Princess Shirahoshi is finally saved, thus resolving a significant concern that had long weighed upon his heart. Consequently, we can now issue an announcement to the world under the auspices of the Fishman Island Joint Management Committee. Firstly, anyone daring enough to abduct or engage in the trade of merfolk or fishmen shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Furthermore, even those who have previously acquired merfolk or fishmen through auctions or other illicit means must promptly return them to Fishman Island without compensation. Failure to do so will be regarded as a grave act of abduction. On the following day, we will formally inform the world that the underwater tunnel leading to Fishman Island is now completely sealed. Anyone who dares to trespass into this tunnel will be deemed to have declared war against Fishman Island. Upon Qin Chuan presenting these demands, both Neptune and Jinbei nodded in immediate agreement, particularly with the first point, as many residents of Fishman Island are still being trafficked. If they can indeed intimidate those responsible into repatriating these individuals, it would be a monumental boon for Fishman Island. I shall instruct the ministers to draft the announcement and send it to the newspapers for public dissemination. Neptune declared. Indeed, I will return to commence the deployment of the Fishman fleet to patrol the periphery of the underwater tunnel around the clock. Jinbei added. Given the formidable strength of the fishmen, Qin Chuan had previously conferred with Jinbei regarding the responsibility of the security forces near the underwater tunnel resting with their kin. Once the two had departed, Qin Chuan turned to address the crew within the room. The matters concerning Fishman Island have reached a conclusive juncture. This place can be considered one of our strongholds, and thus, I believe it is time for you to begin assuming certain responsibilities. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the crew looked at him in bewilderment. My intention is thus. I shall no longer involve myself in the daily trivialities of Fishman Island, and therefore, I wish to select a vice captain from among you. In the following moments, matters pertaining to Fishman Island shall be delegated to the first mate for me. I wonder how you all feel about this. At this juncture, Qin Chuan expressed his innermost thoughts. The presence of a first mate is customary in a pirate crew. Hence everyone was aware that Qin Chuan's pirate crew would undoubtedly feature one. However, upon Qin Chuan's direct proclamation, a momentary silence enveloped the room. As the powerful individuals present, including some who were sovereigns, felt a certain awkwardness in their subordination to Qin Chuan. If someone were to stand above them at this moment, it would surely induce discomfort. I believe Douglas Barrett would be the most fitting candidate for the role of first mate. His prowess is indisputable, and he enjoys considerable renown across the globe, coupled with exceptional capabilities and execution, rendering him an ideal choice for this position. At that moment, Yishao was the first to speak. Once Yishao proposed this suggestion, an unexpected silence fell over the assembly. No one seemed inclined to voice their opinions further. Not even Douglas Barrett himself. Clearly, all eyes were on Qin Chuan, for the opinions of others held little weight. The power to decide rested solely in his hands. Qin Chuan offered a slight smile before turning his gaze towards the weakest member present, Bartolomeo, who was unlikely to ever become the first mate. What is your perspective? I have no objections to your choice, but given that Barrett possesses formidable strength and wields the Conqueror's haki, appointing him as first mate would indeed be a commendable decision. Bartolomeo was acutely aware that each individual aboard this vessel was formidable, especially now that the shortcomings of his devil fruit abilities had been fully exposed. Thus, he was keen to avoid offending anyone regarding this matter. Boa Hancock, you were once a queen and also possess Conqueror's haki. Would you care to share your thoughts? Qin Chuan then turned to Boa Hancock. Captain, while I was indeed a queen in the past, I am now merely your crew member. And I shall harbor no objections to your selection of any individual as first mate. After all, as long as our original intentions remain unchanged, it matters not who holds the title of first mate. Boa Hancock, displaying a keen awareness of her circumstances, understood that in a crew where she was the sole woman, aspiring to the role of first mate was nearly impossible. Moreover, she is not a person who seeks fame and fortune. Her initial decision to join the 7 warlords of the sea was solely to safeguard the kingdom of Lily. Thus, at this moment, she naturally expressed her loyalty and stance openly. After Boa Hancock spoke, Qin Chuan continued to smile without replying, and then turned his gaze towards Sir Crocodile. Although Sir Crocodile had completely submitted to Qin Chuan, he still harbored a certain reluctance to acknowledge others. Even the formidable Douglas Barrett did not command his respect, after all. Despite possessing the Conqueror's haki, Barrett was merely a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Deep down, Crocodile believed he could contend with Douglas Barrett. However, it seemed that everyone present preferred to endorse Barrett as the vice-captain, making Crocodile's desire to contest this position rather inappropriate. Should it turn out that Qin Chuan had never considered him for the role, would he not be embarrassing himself by pursuing it? With this thought in mind, Sir Crocodile promptly declared, I have no objections. I shall follow the captain's orders. Chapter 132, The Secret Intelligence Agency. Seeing that Sir Crocodile was perceptive enough, Qin Chuan nodded in appreciation. He then turned his attention to Douglas Barrett, who had remained silent throughout. In truth, among this group, Douglas Barrett was undeniably the strongest and the oldest, having followed Qin Chuan the longest. Thus, Qin Chuan was inclined to appoint him as the vice-captain. Nevertheless, he wished to ascertain whether Barrett genuinely desired to be his right-hand man, since it appeared that everyone was eager to nominate him for the vice-captaincy. Would he not speak up? Captain, even if you send me into the depths of peril, I shall not hesitate. Douglas Barrett replied resolutely. His words unequivocally declared his stance. I am willing to follow to the death. Upon hearing Douglas Barrett's declaration, Qin Chuan offered him a faint smile and then, with utmost seriousness, announced, in light of this, I hereby declare that from this moment forth, Douglas Barrett shall serve as the vice-captain of the Qin Chuan pirate crew. Should I be absent or unreachable, he will hold full authority over the entire crew. Furthermore, any act of defiance against his orders or mine will be deemed treason. Is that understood? Understood. The gathered crowd responded in unison. Soon, the events transpiring in Fishman Island spread rapidly across the globe. Particularly after the Ryugu Kingdom officially declared a complete blockade of the underwater tunnel, it sent shockwaves throughout the world. Has Vista truly betrayed us? Whitebeard Edward Newgate questioned with a grim demeanor, addressing Vista, the captain of the 5th Division, who had just returned from Fishman Island. Given the current situation, it appears so. The Qin Chuan pirate crew is undeniably formidable. I am no match for them. Forgive me, father. Vista lamented. It was never my intention to send you there to eradicate the Qin Chuan pirate crew. My aim was merely for you to represent our Whitebeard pirates and instill fear in them. However, it seems that fellow disregards us entirely. Not only has he unleashed carnage on Fishman Island, but he has also resolved to seal off the underwater tunnel. I have truly underestimated him, Edward Newgate proclaimed gravely. Father, how could they possibly seal off the underwater tunnel? Queried Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division, unable to contain his astonishment. Fishman Island has been submerged for countless years. They may indeed have the means to effectively seal the tunnel. Nevertheless, we must not concern ourselves with this trivial matter for now. Marco, I need you to contact Jinbei once more and ascertain whether he intends to betray me. Additionally, inform all divisions to assemble immediately and head to the entrance of the New World. I desire to confront the Qin Chuan pirate crew there, Edward Newgate asserted, his demeanor resolute. Yes, father. The crowd responded in unison. Meanwhile, in Mariewa, the Holy Land, the world government was in a state of uproar. The purpose of summoning you high-ranking Navy officers today is to discuss the recent occurrences at Fishman Island. It is clear to you all that Qin Chuan has taken control of the entire island and has declared the blockade of the underwater tunnel. Thus, we wish to know your thoughts on this matter. One of the 5 elders, clad in a black suit, with white curly hair, a voluminous white beard, a flat hat, and a scar across his left cheek, spoke slowly to the assembled audience. Among those present were Sengoku, Karp, Kazan, and the recently injured Borsellino. Qin Chuan's actions were utterly unlawful. He dared to defy the authority of both the world government and our navy. Thus, I believe we must intensify our pursuit. Furthermore, Admiral Sakazuki has stationed the G5 naval forces at the entrance of the New World. Should they traverse the underwater tunnel, they will inevitably encounter Sakazuki. At that moment, we might be able to apprehend them all at once. Sengoku, in his capacity as marshal, spoke with grave seriousness. Sengoku, that's enough. Order Sakazuki's forces to disband immediately. What? The other naval commanders were taken aback by this statement, particularly Sengoku, whose face was etched with confusion. We both understand that a single admiral cannot halt their advance. Rather than suffer another defeat that would further disgrace the world government and the navy, it would be prudent to withdraw gracefully. If we continue to retreat, how can our navy command soldiers from all corners of the globe to fight? Sengoku argued passionately. Enough. The navy has already brought great shame to the world government on Sadise archipelago. An admiral was nearly killed, and this band of pirates wreaked havoc in the human trafficking hall. These incidents have rendered us the subject of widespread scorn. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a deep blue suit, with long white hair and a lengthy beard, spoke up sharply. The defeat of Borsellino at the hands of the Qin Chuan pirate group had already caused a considerable uproar. In the Navy's long history, no admiral had ever been pursued by pirates in such a manner. This has established a new record of disgrace for the Navy. Yet this was not the end. Subsequently, the Qin Chuan pirate crew wreaked havoc at a human trafficking den in the Sadise archipelago, an act that undoubtedly once again garnered the support of people worldwide. Nowadays, many across the globe eagerly anticipate the Qin Chuan pirate crew arriving in their locales to deliver them from their plight. Remarkably, the populace does not yearn for the Navy's intervention but rather hopes for the assistance of a pirate crew, a profound satire on the world government. Chastised by the elders, Sengoku found himself at a loss for words. After the tumultuous events of this period, his position as fleet admiral had become precarious. He was acutely aware that Sakazuki could not withstand the Qin Chuan pirate crew. However, if he could deliver a significant blow to them, it might restore some semblance of the Navy's reputation and slightly bolster his own standing. Yet it appeared that the elders were increasingly reluctant to oppose Qin Chuan, which did not bode well for him. What do you old geezers mean by this? You did not summon us merely to reprimand us, did you? If that is the case, I regret to inform you that I shall not indulge such nonsense. At that moment, sensing Sengoku's discomfort, the naval hero Garp could no longer contain his indignation. Chapter 133, Doflamingo's Hunting Scheme. Garp. The reason for your summons today is to inform you that the Navy is not to interfere with matters concerning the Qin Chuan pirate crew. Upon hearing this, Garp's brow furrowed momentarily. Oh, have you devised yet another scheme to win them over? Garp scoffed. Their pirate crew's circumstances are rather unique. Thus we shall delegate the matter entirely to CP9, our covert intelligence agency. Your duty remains unchanged, to maintain maritime peace in this world. One of the elders, donned in a deep crimson suit and without a bow tie, with golden hair and a matching beard, bearing a scar on his chest, spoke with an air of detachment. Hearing that the elders had entrusted this matter to CP9, the expressions of the naval commanders present soured considerably. Among the 3 agencies under the world government, the Navy had always been the most formidable. Yet now, in light of the utter failure of Impel Down, the world government had chosen to place its trust in CP9. A move that starkly reflected their profound distrust of the Navy. This left the Naval High Command feeling utterly humiliated. We have acted recklessly at Fishman Island, which has now been split in 2. It is one of our allied nations. If we turn a blind eye to this matter, how will other allied nations perceive us? Sengoku interjected immediately after hearing this. Among the 2 factions on Fishman Island, one is a legitimate kingdom recognized by us, while the other leader has been appointed by us as a warlord of the sea. In a sense, although they have divided Fishman Island, it still fundamentally belongs to our world government. Moreover, if they can indeed employ means to completely seal off the Dead Sea Tunnel, it may well be a fortuitous development for us. The head of CP9 spoke once more. Are we simply going to let the incident involving the Celestial Dragon go unaddressed? We shall ensure that CP9 handles the matter of the Celestial Dragons appropriately. Your Navy's immediate priority should be to manage your own responsibilities diligently. With so many chaotic events transpiring in the Sadise archipelago, are you unaware, or are you simply incapable of managing the situation? Chided another elder from the Gorosei. This incident is indeed a lapse on our part. Yet I have dispatched a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters to Sadise archipelago to establish a permanent presence and conduct a comprehensive sweep to ensure that no pirates or unlawful elements infiltrate again. Sengoku clarified once more. Very well, this matter is settled. Upon your return, ensure that Akainu's forces are disbanded immediately. Otherwise, they will be dealt with as insubordinate to military orders. After listening to the words of the five elders, Sengoku ultimately managed to nod in agreement, albeit with great difficulty. At this moment, atop the highest point of the Dressrosa Kingdom, in a resplendent villa, Don Quixote Doflamingo wore a grim expression. His strategist, Toribol, was diligently reporting all news concerning the Sabaody archipelago. However, without exception, the news was disheartening when the Qin Chuan pirate crew issued an announcement. Under the guise of the Fishman Island Joint Management Committee, prohibiting the trade of merfolk and fishmen, a wave of demands for the return of the merfolk surged globally. Many influential individuals hastily returned their captive fishmen and merfolk to Fishman Island. This phenomenon has led to the complete collapse of Don Quixote Doflamingo's human trafficking business. Enough. No more words. What is the current situation with the world government? Don Quixote Doflamingo coldly interrupted Torpal's report. The world government has not made any statements, and the Navy has also refrained from issuing any declarations. It appears they have tacitly accepted this situation. Toripol stated earnestly, Master, we cannot let this matter slide. If Fishman Island truly seals off the underwater tunnel, our industry will undoubtedly face a massive blow. Furthermore, our connection to the first half of the Grand Line will be utterly severed. At this moment, a robust man clad in samurai armor, adorned with a cross-shaped faceplate helmet and sporting wavy hair, expressed his concern. He is Pika, the highest-ranking officer of the Special Operations Unit, the Kunga Army, and the principal overseer of the Don Quixote family's arms smuggling business. Should the underwater tunnel be blocked, their arms trade would come to a standstill. Enough. You all may disperse. I will contact them to send someone to deal with the Qin Chuan pirate crew. Will they be willing to assist us? Toripol inquired with apprehension. Humph. If we state it plainly, they may not heed us, but if we claim that this group threatens the Smile Factory, do you think they would stand idly by? After speaking, Don Quixote Doflamingo suddenly narrowed his eyes and let out a series of sinister, cackling laughs. This eerie laughter sent chills down the spines of Toripol and the other officers. Once the officers had departed, Don Quixote Doflamingo slowly picked up the transponder snail and connected with the distant Yonko, Kaido. Soon, the call was answered. Hello, I am currently drinking. You'd better have something of great importance to discuss, or beware, for I may take your life. Before Don Quixote Doflamingo could utter a word, a deep, furious voice erupted from the other end of the line. As the sovereign of his nation, Don Quixote Doflamingo, upon hearing the furious tirade, was not incensed but rather spoke with deference. Lord Kaido, have you recently taken notice of an individual named Qin Chuan? Qin Chuan. The one who slayed the celestial dragons and then wreaked havoc on the Sabaody archipelago? Indeed, they have now reached Fishman Island, and it is anticipated that they will soon arrive in the seas of the New World. Thus, I wonder if you might intervene to thwart their progress? At this juncture, Don Quixote Doflamingo was forthright. Provide me with a justifiable reason. They have obstructed the underwater tunnel, which has indirectly impacted the normal operations of our Smile Factory, as certain raw materials are solely available in the first half of the Grand Line. Should the underwater tunnel be completely sealed, our raw materials will be unable to reach the Smile Factory for processing. At that point, we may find ourselves incapable of maintaining our supply. Don Quixote Doflamingo stated with calm assurance. At this moment, he alluded to the infamous plan for the production of artificial devil fruits. Chapter 134, The Spirit Beast. Following his collaboration with M. Caesar Clown, Don Quixote Doflamingo manufactured the raw material sad for the creation of artificial zoan-type devil fruits known as Smile and Punk Hazard. Don Quixote Doflamingo amassed his considerable wealth in the shadows through this business, with the primary purchaser being Kaido himself. Furthermore, the principal component of the artificial devil fruit, sad, is a substance known as Smiley, which is predominantly found in several iron mines located in the first half of the Grand Line. Thus, Doflamingo's assertions are quite reasonable. Indeed, upon hearing that the manufacturing plant for the artificial devil fruits would be affected, Kaido, who had been indulging in wine, fell into a sudden silence. At that moment, Doflamingo sensed Kaido's rising fury. Noticing the prolonged silence on the other end, he felt both exhilaration and trepidation, fearing that Kaido might hold him entirely responsible for the situation. However, it was then that Kaido spoke again. Leave that brat to me, but remember, once I deal with him, you must send me an additional batch of devil fruit users, understood? Absolutely, Lord Kaido. Doflamingo replied, the corners of his mouth curling into a peculiar smile. After a brief respite on Fishman Island, Qin Chuan's body had fully recovered. Today marks the day they officially embark on the New World through the underwater tunnel. Following a grand feast in the Ryugu Palace, they once again boarded the Thousand Sunny pirate ship. Accompanying the Qin Chuan pirate group on their journey was Princess Shirahoshi. At this moment, a multitude of sea kings had gathered within the underwater tunnel. During the days of blockade, numerous defiant pirates attempted to force their way into the tunnel. Yet without exception, these weaker pirates were as vulnerable as fish on a chopping board before the massive sea kings. In an instant, the underwater tunnel became synonymous with terror. It was precisely for this reason that Princess Shirahoshi personally escorted the Qin Chuan pirate group through the tunnel. Princess Shirahoshi, I must trouble you with this matter, Qin Chuan remarked, gazing at Princess Shirahoshi, who was larger than the entire pirate ship. Lord Qin Chuan, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, I would still be confined within the hard shell tower. Assisting you is only fitting. Princess Shirahoshi replied sweetly. Well then, let us not delay any further. We shall set sail. Upon uttering these words, the Harmony finally began its slow journey into the underwater tunnel. As the vessel entered, an eerie silence enveloped the sea surface. This tranquility was a result of the Sea Kings having been controlled by Princess Shirahoshi and gathered at a designated location. Standing on the deck, Qin Chuan finally opened his system panel after several days. Host, Qin Chuan possessed characters, Might Guy, Itachi Uchiha, Madarumi, Chiyo. Possession usage remaining, 6 reputation points, 120. 000 After observing that he possessed over 1,300,000 reputation points, Qin Chuan confidently accessed the system shop. His gaze first fell upon the Hokage character cards. Although he already had Itachi Uchiha and Mei Terumi, the impending challenges in the new world would undoubtedly be numerous and fierce, rendering these characters insufficient for his needs. With this thought, Qin Chuan shifted his focus to the top-tier powerhouses. Sage Mode, Naruto Uzumaki character card, exchange requirement, 1,000,000 reputation points. Madara Uchiha character card. Exchange requirement, 800,000 reputation points. Hashirama Senju character card, exchange requirement, 500,000 reputation points. These characters were among the most formidable in the entire system shop and were highly coveted by Qin Chuan. However, the exchange requirement for Sage Mode Naruto was exceedingly high, making it an impractical choice in terms of cost-effectiveness. Similar to Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Madara possesses only the Mangeki Sharingan. Thus, even after exchanging for him, Qin Chuan would still be unable to wield Genjutsu at will. Consequently, spending 800,000 points of prestige to acquire Uchiha Madara did not appear to be a prudent choice. Ultimately, Qin Chuan's gaze shifted towards the formidable Senju Hashirama, who did not rely on the Sharingan for combat. As the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama's strength was entirely on par with that of Uchiha Madara. However, perhaps due to the passage of time and the absence of Genjutsu enhancement, his exchange requirement was merely 500,000 points of prestige. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Chuan finally resolved to proceed and, through sheer will, summoned the exchange. Ding! Successfully exchanged for Senju Hashirama character card. The system automatically deducted 500,000 points of prestige from the host. With the deduction of 500,000 points, Qin Chuan still retained over 600,000 points of prestige. He then resumed browsing the dazzling array of items in the shop. It was at this moment that Qin Chuan inadvertently discovered a newly added channel for summoning beasts within the system shop. Previously, he had never encountered such a channel. Summoning beasts are combat tools in Naruto, allowing one to summon contracted creatures for battle after signing an agreement. The variety of summoned beasts is extensive, each possessing unique capabilities, including direct combat, intelligence transmission, exploration, and assisting ninjas in battle. The ability to summon a beast to aid in combat would undoubtedly significantly enhance Qin Chuan's prowess. However, he harbored concerns that this mechanism might operate similarly to a character card, merely attaching itself to him. If that were the case, it would render the ability somewhat redundant. For even the mightiest of summoned beasts could not rival top-tier powers like Senju Hashirama. Contemplating this, Qin Chuan resolved to explore this channel first. Upon activating the summoning beast channel with his thoughts, a myriad of creatures instantly materialized in his mind, monkey demons, toads, slugs, ninja dogs, and more, all displayed before him. At that moment, the first entry, the monkey demon, captured Qin Chuan's attention immediately. Monkey demon, summon beast, exchange requirement, 650,000 reputation points. Note, unlike character cards, summon beasts do not merge with the host. Once successfully exchanged, the host can summon them for battle without limitations on usage. However, upon the host's demise, the summoned beast will also vanish. Upon reading this notification, Qin Chuan nearly shouted in exhilaration. Chapter 135, Summoning the Monkey Demon Clearly. This monkey demon differs from a character card, as it does not necessitate merging with Qin Chuan. Moreover, and most importantly, it imposes no restrictions on usage frequency, meaning that Qin Chuan can summon it at will. This serves as an impeccable aid for him. Perhaps it is precisely due to the high cost-performance ratio of this spirit beast that even a mere ape demon requires an astonishing 65,000 points of prestige. Contemplating this, Qin Chuan has resolutely decided to redeem it before embarking on his journey to the New World Sea. However, at this moment, he awkwardly realizes that he is still short by 30,000 points of prestige. At present, having descended into the underwater tunnel, the pursuit of prey has become quite a formidable challenge. Am I to wait until I reach the New World to confront a few pirates? However, just as Qin Chuan was lost in his musings, an unexpected turbulence disturbed the surrounding sea surface. In an instant, the previously tranquil waters erupted into a tempestuous frenzy. A deluge of waves cascaded down like a cataclysmic flood. Fortunately, the vessel had undergone special preparations, otherwise, Qin Chuan and his companions on the deck would undoubtedly have been drenched to the bone. As the crowd was still pondering the unfolding events, the surface of the sea suddenly erupted with the emergence of dozens of colossal sea kings. These creatures were even larger than those encountered by Qin Chuan and his companions near Daughter Island. Though they had all seen sea kings before, the sight of so many enormous beings surfacing simultaneously was a once-in-a-millennium spectacle. Even Boa Hancock, who dwells near the Calm Belt, was taken aback. Initially, this group of sea kings seemed poised to launch an attack on Qin Chuan and his party as they approached their vessel. However, at that moment, a melodious tune wafted through the air from behind the harmony. The onlookers turned to see Princess Shirahoshi standing at the rear of the harmony, serenely singing to the sea kings before them. Qin Chuan initially believed that Princess Shirahoshi possessed a unique aura that could mesmerize and control the sea kings. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that she had mastered the frequency for communicating with these majestic creatures. In terms of human hearing, the normal frequency range is between 20 Hz and 20,000 Hz. Sounds beyond or below this spectrum cannot be perceived. The frequencies emitted by humans are indeed confined within a certain range. Clearly, the Sea Kings possess their own distinctive frequency, which is why they were instantly captivated when Princess Whitestar spoke. As this exquisite melody resonated throughout the vast ocean, the multitude of Sea Kings promptly maneuvered aside, creating a clear passageway. Fortunately, Princess Whitestar was present. Otherwise, this formidable group of Sea Kings would have posed a significant challenge for us. At that moment, Bartolomeo felt a lingering apprehension. Unlike pirates, these Sea Kings are capable of executing suicidal assaults. Moreover, they now found themselves in the depths of the ocean, where, apart from Qin Chuan, all present were wielders of devil fruit powers. Thus, a moment's carelessness could lead to a perilous plunge into the abyss. Upon the completion of her chant, Princess Shirahoshi gracefully glided toward the bow of the harmony. Lord Qin Chuan, we may proceed. This is the first of the trials I have established. The entire underwater tunnel comprises 3 such challenges, and upon successfully overcoming them all, you shall gain safe passage into the waters of the new world. Goodness, there are more of these trials ahead, Bartolomeo exclaimed, a sense of trepidation gripping him. It seems that traversing this underwater tunnel is no simple feat. In fact, those of lesser strength may find it utterly impassable. At that moment, Qin Chuan suddenly astonished everyone by declaring, Princess Shirahoshi, I wish to slay a few Sea Kings. This unexpected notion sent shockwaves through the gathered crowd, leaving Princess Shirahoshi utterly perplexed as she gazed at him. They do not hinder our progress. Why would we wish to kill them? Although Sea Kings are not particularly rare creatures, they are certainly not as commonplace as one might think. Capturing even a handful of these majestic beings required considerable effort from Shirahoshi. After all, the Sea Kings around Fishman Island had long been decimated by the island's inhabitants, compelling her to venture into the deep sea to capture them. No need for so many questions. I estimate that slaying about 10 or 8 will suffice. Qin Chuan's casual mention of wanting to kill 10 Sea Kings nearly prompted a gasp from Shirahoshi. However, since it was Qin Chuan himself who proposed this, she dared not voice her objections. After reciting a few incantations, 5 Sea Kings emerged from either side. As these creatures were entirely under Shirahoshi's control, Qin Chuan, having taken on the form of Uchiha Itachi, effortlessly dispatched them. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully vanquishing the enemy. You have earned a total of 4,000 prestige points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully vanquishing the enemy. You have earned a total of 3,000 prestige points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully vanquishing the enemy. You have earned a total of 4,500 prestige points. A continuous stream of system notifications echoed within Qin Chuan's mind. After vanquishing the final Sea Monarch, Qin Chuan once again accessed the prestige value system. Host, Qin Chuan. Possessable individuals, Might Guy, Itachi Uchiha, Meitarumi, Chiyo, Hashirama Senju. Available possession attempts, 5, prestige value, 667,000. At this moment, Qin Chuan's prestige had reached an impressive 660,000, and an additional individual, Hashirama Senju, had been added to the list of possessable characters. Immediately, Qin Chuan utilized his mental focus to summon the Ape Demon. Ding. Successfully exchanged for Ape Demon, Summoning Beast, the system automatically deducted 65,000 prestige points from the host. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has exchanged for a Summoning Beast. The system has activated the host's Summoning Beast function. Summoning Beast function description. When the host needs to summon a Summoning Beast, they simply need to spread their 5 fingers of the right hand and place it on the ground, then select the desired Summoning Beast through mental intent. The Summoning Beast will then materialize automatically. Furthermore, the host is permitted to summon only 1 Summoning Beast for combat, should a second Summoning Beast be forcibly summoned. The first will vanish entirely. Each Summoning Beast can only remain for a duration of 3 hours, with a required interval of 24 hours before another can be summoned. Upon reviewing the Summoning Beast function description, Qin Chuan finally comprehended the intricacies of this Summoning Beast. Although there are no restrictions on summoning, it is not without limits. Each summoning can only last for 3 hours. Moreover, he could only summon a single spirit beast at a time. thus obliterating Qin Chuan's previous aspiration of commanding hundreds of spirit beasts in battle. Chapter 136, served by the Empress. Nevertheless, this was already a significant improvement for Qin Chuan. Why was the captain standing there with a foolish grin? Could something have gone awry? At that moment, as Qin Chuan meticulously examined the descriptions of the ape, demon, and spirit beasts in his mind, to the onlookers, he appeared to be standing vacantly in place. A hint of a smile gracing his lips. Perhaps those skilled individuals are inherently different from us. One remarked thoughtfully. Although he felt a tinge of confusion, Qin Chuan had always relished engaging in unexpected actions, so after vanquishing this batch of Sea Kings, his peculiar behavior was not entirely surprising. Perhaps the weight of recent pressures had compelled him to seek a release. After defeating these Sea Kings, he may have experienced immense inner satisfaction, leading to that knowing smile. At that moment, the female Boa Hancock could not restrain her own perspective. When she presented this seemingly reasonable point of view, the attendees simultaneously turned their gaze towards her. Why are you all looking at me? After all, as a king, the pressure can indeed be quite overwhelming. Boa Hancock explained awkwardly. Well, you do have a point. During this period, let us all pay more attention to the captain, came the suggestion, particularly directed at you, Boa Hancock, since you are the only woman aboard this vessel. And the captain has always shown you great care. I believe it is essential for you to spend quality time with Captain Qin Chuan to alleviate any of his concerns. Proposed Douglas Barrett, the first mate, earnestly. Huh? Accompany the captain? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Upon hearing that she was to take the initiative to be with Qin Chuan, Boa Hancock's heart raced, and a hint of discomfort crossed her face. However, this was merely a fade, for she longed to be by Qin Chuan's side. Are you truly going to resist the first mate's orders? Moreover, this matter is of utmost importance to our entire pirate crew, and we cannot afford any mishaps. To put it bluntly, if anything were to happen to Captain Qin Chuan, our entire pirate crew would inevitably collapse. At this moment, Shed Crocodile also voiced his perspective. Upon hearing everyone else's remarks, Boa Hancock hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. What are you whispering about over there? After dealing with the ape demon, Qin Chuan finally returned to reality. As he regained his senses, he discovered that several of his crew members were huddled together in hushed conversation. It's all right, Captain. You seem to have been quite exhausted lately, especially after the recent massacre in the square. You don't appear as spirited as before. Therefore, we thought it best to arrange for Boa Hancock to accompany you and attend to your needs. What do you think? Seizing the opportunity, Douglas Barrett proposed this suggestion as soon as he noticed Qin Chuan had returned to reality. What? Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan could not help but exclaim in surprise. It turned out he had chosen the right first mate. He was astonished at how Douglas Barrett understood him so well and articulated his long-held desire. Consequently, when Douglas Barrett expressed such heartfelt sentiments, Qin Chuan felt his eyes welling with emotion. Yet, as the captain, he knew he must maintain a semblance of composure. Well, that might be a bit inappropriate, don't you think? Male and female should not be too familiar with one another. Besides, Boa Hancock is a lady, and being together every day might lead to misunderstandings if word gets out. If her reputation is tarnished, it would not be fitting. Qin Chuan feigned a righteous demeanor as he spoke. Come now, Captain, you are overthinking it. Having her take care of you does not mean you are asking her to marry you. Douglas Barrett, who had never been in love and had not considered such matters, immediately waved his hand to dismiss Qin Chuan's concerns. This, in turn, made Qin Chuan's heart brim with joy. However, he maintained a calm facade as he replied, I fear that may not be suitable. What if Hancock does not enjoy caring for others? Wouldn't that be placing undue pressure upon her? He coughed deliberately, referring to Boa Hancock simply as Hancock. As anticipated, once he finished coughing, Boa Hancock immediately declared, Captain, it is my duty to care for you. And I have no reservations about it. Furthermore, I would like to discuss some governance policies with you. With her affirmation, the matter was settled. Observing this interaction, Qin Chuan ceased to debate further and readily accepted the arrangement. Lord Qin Chuan, may I inquire if we can continue our journey? Princess Shirahoshi interjected after watching the lengthy conversation. My apologies. Let us set sail once more, Qin Chuan responded, and the Harmony ship resumed its course toward the New World. In the ensuing 2 days, Qin Chuan experienced a treatment befitting royalty. Boa Hancock served him meals 3 times a day and even took the time to massage his shoulders. Lord Qin Chuan, the bright area ahead is the surface of the water. I shall not accompany you any further, Princess Shirahoshi pointed out. Thank you, Princess Shirahoshi, for your assistance this time. Take care on your journey, and we shall visit Fishman Island again when the opportunity arises. Qin Chuan smiled warmly. Yes. Shirahoshi nodded earnestly before turning back toward Fishman Island. Ultimately, after relishing in this blissful time, the Harmony ship successfully carried Qin Chuan and his pirate crew to the waters of the New World. As they broke the surface, the membrane embedded in the Harmony ship shattered entirely, and a refreshing breeze filled with the scent of the sea rushed in. It was the first time in days that everyone inhaled fresh air. Ah, how delightful. Is this truly the legendary New World? Qin Chuan mused as he gazed at the vast, azure sea ahead. Captain Qin Chuan, have you never visited the New World before? Sand Crocodile asked in astonishment. He had assumed that someone as powerful as Qin Chuan would have already ventured into these waters. However, Hearing his words made it clear that this was indeed his first visit. To be honest, this is my first time here, and unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we will be residing in this vast expanse for the foreseeable future, Qin Chuan said, stretching lazily. Chapter 137. Surrounded Captain Qin Chuan. We are now in the new world. Where shall our next destination be? Douglas Barrett, emerging from the cockpit, inquired earnestly. Do not rush. It seems someone has been awaiting our arrival for quite some time. Let us greet them first, Qin Chuan replied calmly. As his words fell, an overwhelming astonishment swept across the crowd. Clearly, the implication of Qin Chuan's statement was unmistakable. Warships. At that moment, Bartolomeo swiftly turned to gaze at the horizon, exclaiming in astonishment. Everyone followed his gaze in unison. Before them, the previously tranquil sea was abruptly disrupted by the emergence of dozens of warships. In the New World, only the Navy possesses the capability to assemble such a vast fleet. It was evident that they had been waiting for quite some time. No wonder the Navy and the world government remained indifferent after our visit to Fishman Island. They had evidently taken a detour to the entrance of the New World to intercept us. Boa Hancock began to analyze. Yet, one could only wonder what formidable adversaries awaited them. Given the scale, it was likely that the entirety of the New World Navy had been dispatched. At this juncture, a smile faded into a serious expression as he remarked. In the New World, there exist only two branches, the G1 and G5 divisions, which serve as the Navy's strongholds in this tumultuous region. With such a vast expanse as the New World, it is alarming that only these two divisions are tasked with maintaining order, highlighting the chaos that currently reigns. Nevertheless, the Navy has boldly dispatched a multitude of warships to encircle Qin Chuan, which indirectly illustrates their profound animosity towards the Qin Chuan pirate group. One can only wonder what kind of formidable forces the Navy has truly sent to confront us this time. It would be an affront to our dignity if they merely dispatched a single admiral in a casual attempt to annihilate us. Douglas Barrett gazed coldly at the approaching warships, his expression devoid of warmth. Simultaneously, at the forefront of the fleet, on the deck of a massive warship adorned with the white seagull flag, Sakazuki, while savoring a cigar, regarded the gradually clarifying harmony with a grave demeanor. Standing beside him was Admiral Weasel, the commander of the Navy's G1 branch. However, at that moment, Admiral Weasel's countenance was rather grim. During the last operation to apprehend Qin Chuan, he had been specifically summoned by Sakazuki and directly participated in that endeavor. Unfortunately, that battle culminated in a complete defeat for the Navy, leading to widespread skepticism regarding his capabilities. Moreover, their previous mission could be deemed an act of insubordination. And upon their return to Marineford, they were immediately met with reprimands from Sengoku due to their severe injuries. Once again, history appears to be repeating itself. Sakazuki has returned, leading the charge against the Qin Chuan pirate crew, and even more absurdly, they continue to defy orders. Marine Headquarters has dispatched several missives demanding that they cease all operations against Qin Chuan. However, the Admiral, Sakazuki, ostensibly complies with Sengoku's directives, yet in reality, their warships remain anchored here, never having departed. Unlike the earlier days in Loguetown, this locale is far removed from the reach of the Marines. Even if headquarters were to learn of their insubordination, it would be improbable for them to send reinforcements swiftly. Thus, today's confrontation is inevitable. Moreover, the situation is exacerbated by the fact that since their last encounter, the strength of the Qin Chuan pirate crew has surged to new heights. The recent harrowing massacre at Fishman Island is still vivid in memory, with reports indicating that the plaza has since been thoroughly sealed off by the Ryugu kingdom. The local populace has ominously dubbed this square as the Bloodstained Square. Clearly, Qin Chuan's actions on that fateful day astonished all, even the seasoned General Weasel, who, despite his familiarity with carnage, felt a chill run down his spine upon recalling the event. Admiral Sakazuki, should we not deliberate carefully before making a decision? The adversary possesses formidable strength. Although we have an abundance of personnel, they are merely ordinary naval soldiers, sufficient to deal with minor pirates. However, pitting them against those with bounties in the hundreds of millions or even billions would undoubtedly be tantamount to sending them to their demise. General Weasel, cease your counsel. You were present during our previous humiliation and know all too well the depth of our disgrace. This is our sole opportunity to redeem ourselves. Should we allow them to depart, it is unlikely we shall encounter them again. Thus, I am resolute in this battle. After exhaling a plume of smoke, Sakazuki spoke with chilling determination. Witnessing Sakazuki's unwavering stance, General Weasel could only hope for an unforeseen turn of events. As the Weasel pondered the possibility of an unforeseen occurrence, fate indeed intervened. Report to the two generals, came the urgent message, according to the intelligence relayed by our patrol vessels. A fleet of unknown origins has suddenly appeared to our northeast. At that moment, a naval officer rushed to present this information to the two men. What flag are they flying? The Weasel inquired immediately. It is unclear, as the distance is too great. We can only faintly discern that the leading vessel resembles the head of a whale, so it might, just might, be. Could it be the Whitebeard pirates? Sakazuki asked gravely, turning to face the officer. Reporting to Admiral, we are merely speculating at this point, but we should be able to confirm their identities shortly. The soldier responded. trembling slightly at the shift in Sakazuki's tone. Northeast, you say? This is intriguing. It appears today presents an opportunity for me to showcase my prowess. Weasel. Perhaps by the end of this day, I shall ascend to the esteemed position of Fleet Admiral, and you will rise to take my place as Admiral. Despite the looming threat of the Whitebeard pirates, Sakazuki exuded an air of unwavering confidence. In stark contrast, Rear Admiral Itachi was nearing a state of despair. Clearly, the intention of the Whitebeard pirates this time was likely directed at the Qin pirates. However, this does not imply that they would collaborate with the Navy. Moreover, within the waters of the New World, the G1 branch of the Navy has historically been in a state of conflict with certain factions under the Whitebeard pirates. Therefore, should Edward Newgate encounter them, it is quite possible he would strike against them as well. After all, the Navy's prestige and power in the New World pale in comparison to these renowned pirates of the seas. Chapter 138, a powerful alliance. Reflecting on this, Rear Admiral Itachi grimaced and said, Admiral Sakazuki, are we perhaps underestimating the situation? The Whitebeard pirates are not here to assist us. And so what? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. According to my intelligence, Qin Chuan has already injured Vista at Fishman Island. It is evident that the Whitebeard pirates have come with the intention of targeting Qin Chuan. Regardless of who ultimately slays Qin Chuan, it matters not. What is of significance is our participation in this endeavor, Sakazuki proclaimed with an air of calm. This is not the first instance in which the Navy has allied with pirates to confront another band of marauders. In their previous collaboration, Garp joined forces with the Roger pirates to triumph over the Rocks pirates. This illustrious battle showcased the remarkable cooperation between pirates and the Navy. By a curious twist of fate, Edward Newgate, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, was once a member of the Rocks pirates. Thus, Sakazuki was firmly convinced that Edward Newgate would inevitably choose to collaborate with him in such circumstances. Upon witnessing Sakazuki's declaration, Vice Admiral Itachi could only hope that Edward Newgate would be inclined to ally with him. Subsequently, he turned to a nearby naval soldier and commanded, relay the order to assemble the musketeer squad swiftly on the deck, and ensure that the cannon ports are all directed toward the Qin Chuan pirates. Once all is prepared, await my command. Understood, the soldier promptly replied. Meanwhile, upon the steel deck of the Harmony, the crowd beheld a formidable fleet approaching from another direction. This was unmistakably the emblem of the Whitebeard pirates. As the lead ship, resembling a colossal whale, came into view, Bartolomeo gasped in astonishment. At that moment, the skull and crossbones emblazoned upon the flag stood out vividly against the azure expanse of the sea. The iconic white beard appeared to mockingly grin at the crowd ahead, a smile that, upon prolonged observation, could send shivers down one's spine. Even the seasoned Boa Hancock found herself instinctively drawing closer to Qin Chuan. Captain, the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates can only mean they are here for us. What should we do? Crocodile inquired, turning swiftly to Qin Chuan. His apprehension was not directed at the Whitebeard pirates themselves. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that a naval fleet was already present ahead. The addition of the Whitebeard pirates would significantly diminish their chances of overcoming both adversaries simultaneously. He was acutely aware that both fleets, at this moment, wished to obliterate each other. Thus, there was no possibility of a meaningful negotiation between them. First officer, what is your perspective? Qin Chuan refrained from hastily answering the question, instead turning his gaze towards Douglas Barrett. At that moment, Douglas Barrett wore a furrowed brow, his expression exceedingly grave. Captain, this battle is unavoidable. I shall confront the naval forces, and the remainder shall be entrusted to you. True to his role as first officer, Douglas Barrett spoke with remarkable resolve, declaring his intent to single-handedly face nearly a dozen naval warships. The challenge was compounded by the fact that they were still amidst the sea, significantly elevating the difficulty of the confrontation. For someone who had already become a descendant of the devil, this would be no trivial trial. Let me lend you my strength. We shall swiftly dispatch the Navy and then jointly assault the Whitebeard pirates. Upon his pronouncement, a nearby ally immediately chimed in with a proposal. In their eyes, the naval forces appeared rather weak, at most bolstered by two admirals. Both felt confident in their ability to engage one admiral in a one-on-one confrontation. Patience. Let us first ascertain the strength of our adversaries. Moreover, the Whitebeard pirates may not genuinely dare to engage us. You must understand, we three factions harbor animosities towards one another. Qin Chuan remarked with a subtle smile. Had he encountered both the naval forces and the Whitebeard pirates simultaneously before, he might have harbored some trepidation. However, the circumstances had changed. He now possessed the extraordinary character card of Senja Hashirama, not to mention the summoning beast, the Monkey King. Particularly with the Monkey King, being an entity from beyond this world, it might yield unexpected results against the natural-type devil fruit users. Furthermore, Qin Chuan harbored a bold notion. The cells of Senja Hashirama were incredibly formidable, especially his self-created technique exhibiting immense destructive power. The principle behind this extraordinary strength lies in the practitioner's ability to meticulously control their chakra. Initially, they concentrate the chakra throughout their entire body, enveloping themselves in this energy, which ultimately culminates in a powerful outburst of force. Thus, one might ponder whether this remarkable strength, akin to the use of armament hockey, could indeed inflict harm upon the essence of a natural-type devil fruit user. This was a point that Qin Chuan was eager to elucidate. Observing Qin Chuan's confident demeanor and resolute gaze, the onlookers could do little but stand silently on the deck, awaiting the arrival of the two fleets ahead. Soon, the three factions converged upon the vast expanse of the Azure Sea, forming a triangular formation as they met. Qin Chuan spotted Admiral Sakaski, clad in his iconic red suit, standing on the deck diagonally to his left. The sight of Sakaski provoked a faint smile at the corner of Qin Chuan's mouth. It seemed that Sakaski was indeed a persistent presence, and it was evident that his purpose for coming this time was to reclaim his honor. However, what surprised Qin Chuan was that this naval force appeared to be somewhat weaker than before. Beside Sakaski stood only a solemn-faced rear admiral, which clearly seemed insufficient in terms of combat prowess in Qin Chuan's eyes. Not only he, but even Douglas Barrett and others could not help but display expressions of disdain. On the deck of the Moby Dick stood a towering figure, adorned with a crescent-shaped white beard, wielding a formidable blade known as the Cloud Cutter, one of the 12 supreme swords. He was none other than Edward Newgate, renowned for his bounty amounting to 50 billion, and hailed as the most powerful man in these waters. Upon encountering Sakazuki, Edward Newgate's countenance betrayed his displeasure. "Hey, Sakazuki, are you also here to apprehend this crew?" "Edward Newgate, our objectives today align. It seems prudent to eliminate that fellow first, and then we can deliberate on our matters," Sakazuki proposed. "Haha. Is this your Navy's customary tactic? When faced with an overwhelming pirate crew, you seek to ally with other pirates." Edward Newgate scoffed derisively. Chapter 139. The contest between Vice Captains. Edward Newgate's words were clearly a jab at the Navy's past actions. The once mighty Rocks pirates were a formidable assembly of skilled individuals. Even the Roger pirates could not contend with them. Yet, under such circumstances, the Navy intervened abruptly, leading to Rock's demise and the disintegration of his crew. "Edward Newgate, I am not here to negotiate with you. Do not mistake my words for fear." At this moment, even Sakazuki could no longer contain his rising fury upon sensing the other's indifference. In the next instant, flames erupted fiercely from his right fist. As Sakazuki ignited the flames, the Navy soldiers on the deck gripped their rifles tightly, their expressions tense as they aimed at the Whitebeard pirates. In stark contrast, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates stood at the edge of their ship, mocking the naval soldiers below. "You might as well conserve that ammunition. It's utterly futile against us." One of them jeered. "Indeed. Hurry back home to your children. The New World is no place for you." Following this, the pirates erupted into laughter on the deck. Hey, do you take me for invisible? Are you conspiring against me here?" At that moment, Qin Chuan, caught in the middle, leaped to the ship's bow and shouted loudly. "Damn it, you must be Qin Chuan, right? This time, I will personally take you down," another pirate declared. "And no one dare snatch him from me. This fellow seems to be worth a bounty of 2 billion. That's ancient history. His bounty has now soared to 27 billion berries." The pirates on the deck began to murmur among themselves once more. "Oh, has my bounty increased again?" Qin Chuan, upon hearing this, felt no fear. Instead, he turned around, gazing at everyone with curiosity. "Well, all our bounties have risen somewhat, but yours has seen a significant jump, likely due to the massacre you caused at Fishman Island," said Sir Crocodile. Bounties are not solely linked to strength but also to the degree of threat posed by the individual to society. After Qin Chuan ruthlessly slaughtered over 1,000 people in broad daylight, his danger level to society had undoubtedly escalated considerably. "I see. But I still have nearly half of Edward Newgate's bounty to catch up on. It appears I must strive harder." Qin Chuan pondered thoughtfully. "Captain, now is not the time for such thoughts. Edward Newgate's presence is overwhelmingly powerful. I feel that even my translucent barrier would be ineffective against his attacks." At that moment, Bartolomeo truly felt the oppressive aura radiating from Edward Newgate. "Hey, kid, I heard you struck my son?" Edward Newgate glanced at Qin Chuan and suddenly inquired. "What of it? Is there anything wrong with a grandfather disciplining his grandson?" Qin Chuan replied with a smile. The moment he uttered those words, the atmosphere in the venue plummeted to a frigid silence. Even the members of the Qin Chuan pirate crew could not help but draw in a sharp breath. His statement was not merely a retort to Edward Newgate, it had escalated into an affront in the eyes of his adversary. If Bista were to be likened to his grandson, then Edward Newgate would assume the role of his son, for a man heralded as the strongest in the world. This was an unparalleled humiliation. Moreover, what is most critical is that the current Edward Newgate is in the prime of his life, vastly superior to the version who would engage in the Marine-Ford War over a decade later. Thus, the present Edward Newgate wields greater strength and exudes even more dominance. "Young one, you truly underestimate the world." Indeed, Edward Newgate was infuriated. He brandished his weapon, the Tsongyun Xie, and struck it fiercely against the deck. A profound aura emanated from him in an instant, radiating with tremendous force. The momentum surged outward in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding sea was instantly stirred into a tempestuous upheaval. The once clear blue sky suddenly became shrouded in dark clouds. Clearly, this was the manifestation of his conqueror's haki. A formidable pressure immediately radiated to the nearest naval fleet surrounding them. In the next moment, numerous weaker naval soldiers collapsed on the spot. Some of the more resilient soldiers, despite bleeding from their noses, struggled to maintain their grip on the ground. Meanwhile, others, lacking both strength and resolve, had already fainted on the deck. Conqueror's haki indeed. At this moment, even Sakazuki, who sensed the overwhelming pressure, could not help but furrow his brow. In contrast, within the ranks of the Qinchuan pirate crew, as Edward Newgate unleashed the formidable presence of his Conqueror's haki, both Boa Hancock and Douglas Barrett simultaneously released their own potent haki. In an instant, the three powerful waves of Conqueror's haki clashed fiercely upon the sea, shaking the very heavens as if they were on the brink of shattering. The surface of the ocean surged with colossal waves. Douglas Barrett, what a surprise to encounter you here again. It seems your Conqueror's haki has indeed seen considerable advancement. Edward Newgate remarked, his gaze following the direction from which the haki emanated, his tone nonchalant. What is this? Are you seeking vengeance for past grievances? I would be more than willing to oblige. Douglas Barrett retorted forcefully. You hardly possess the merit. Should I choose to engage, it would be with your captain. Not you. Edward Newgate scoffed, harboring no fondness for any member of the Roger Pirates. Had they not allied with the Marines? The Rock's pirates would have long since ascended to the pinnacle of the world and stood atop Raftel. That assertion is misguided. He indeed has the qualifications to confront you, as he is now the vice captain of the Qinchuan pirate crew. In your pirate crew, it appears that no one stands a chance against him. Thus I believe it would be prudent for you to exercise caution. Qinchuan calmly interjected. Very well, allow me to test his prowess. I yearn to personally experience the true strength of the Devil's Descendant. Before Edward Newgate could utter a word, a shadow suddenly materialized in the sky behind him. This figure bore a pair of wings enveloped in azure flames, enabling him to soar through the heavens. I am also curious to see if the one dubbed the Phoenix truly possesses immortality. Upon witnessing the silhouette, Douglas Barrett did not dare to underestimate his opponent and immediately activated his devil form. Chapter 140. The Disobedient Spirit Beast. In an instant, a swirling aura of black and crimson energy enveloped Douglas Barrett. This was a manifestation formed by the fusion of his ghostly energy and domineering will. In this form, both his speed and strength experienced a dramatic enhancement, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. This is one of the reasons he is known as the Devil's Heir. As Marco swiftly approached the position occupied by Douglas Barrett, the latter unleashed a powerful punch forward. Boom! The fist collided with the flames emanating from Marco, generating a tremendous shockwave. In an instant, flames erupted across the surrounding sea, creating a spectacle akin to a torrential rain of fire. Simultaneously, the entire Harmony ship began to tremble violently. Had this been a smaller vessel, it would have likely been torn apart on the spot. Following this exchange, Marco quickly retreated and ascended into the sky. Yet Douglas Barrett stood resolutely in place. Although he did not inflict any harm upon Marco, it was evident from their encounter that Douglas Barrett had clearly gained the upper hand. Witnessing this scene, the various captains of the Whitebeard pirates were considerably astonished. While Marco held the title of captain of the First Division, in the minds of his comrades, he had effectively become the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates. From the earlier exchange, it became evident that Marco had subtly fallen to a disadvantage. Thus, the formidable strength of the Qinchuan pirate group could not be underestimated. Indeed, they possess some skill, but to think that mere handfuls of them could oppose us is rather naive. Marco was clearly aware that he had suffered a setback. His ability to soar through the skies had provided him with a considerable advantage. Yet, despite this edge, he had failed to inflict any harm, let alone repel Douglas Barrett. The prowess of Douglas Barrett was evidently far beyond what he had anticipated. Your words have reminded me that, indeed, our numbers seem somewhat inadequate. So the time has come to witness a miracle. Once Qinchuan concluded his statement, he abruptly pressed his right palm against the deck. Simultaneously, he silently intoned, "Summon Ape Demon." As the onlookers remained bewildered by Qinchuan's actions, a sudden white smoke manifested before him. As the mist gradually dissipated, a figure resembling a monkey, clad in a tiger-striped coat with flowing white hair, emerged upon the deck. This bizarre scene startled everyone present, leaving them utterly astonished. Even the seasoned Edward Newgate and Sakazuki were taken aback. Prior to this moment, they had never witnessed anyone manifesting out of thin air. Even the powers of a devil fruit could not achieve such a feat. As soon as the primal ape appeared, it immediately scanned its surroundings with vigilance. Upon confirming that there was no immediate threat, it turned to face Qinchuan, the one who had summoned it. "Did you summon me?" the primal ape inquired abruptly. Taken aback by the directness of the query, Qinchuan hesitated briefly before responding with a puzzled tone. "Is communication even possible?" "Of course it is. Now, tell me, why have you summoned me?" The primal ape regarded Qinchuan as though he were a fool. "You seem to have quite the audacity. Do you not recognize me as your master?" Initially, Qinchuan had intended to impress his crew, but instead of showing deference, this creature had challenged him outright, leaving him feeling quite irked. "Ah, you might be mistaken. Although you can summon me, I am not your servant, as we have not established a contract. Thus, we are merely partners in this endeavor." At this declaration, Qinchuan was on the verge of losing his temper. To his dismay, the substantial sum of 650,000 reputation points had only procured him a counterfeit. "Damn it, system, you lack integrity." He silently cursed, directing his ire towards the system. He presumed that the system could sense his anger, considering he typically manipulated it through intent. However, after his outburst, it seemed as if the system had heard nothing, and his mind remained devoid of any unusual occurrences. After a brief moment, once Qin Chuan regained his composure and reflected on the situation, he began to realize that the primal ape's words held a degree of validity. Indeed, summoning beasts required a formal contract, and typically, a blood pact was established wherein the beast would bite the master's finger to leave a mark on the contract. However, when he had acquired the primal ape, he had never performed such a ritual. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan preferred not to dwell on these details. He was in urgent need of restoring his dignity, especially with the peculiar gazes of all present directed at him. Moreover, I had just made a bold proclamation, vowing to teach the other party a lesson. Meanwhile, all present were gazing in bewilderment at the exchange between Qin Chuan and the peculiar entity that seemed neither human nor beast. Even Douglas Barrett refrained from interrupting the visibly irate Qin Chuan at such a critical juncture. So, does this imply that now that you have been summoned, you are no longer obliged to heed my commands? Qin Chuan promptly retorted. Not quite. We do adhere to a code of ethics. Since you have summoned me, I am indeed willing to lend a hand. However, this must occur under conditions of mutual respect. Otherwise, are you suggesting that I should take my own life? Is that what you expect of me? At last, the ape demon uttered words that eased the tension. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan felt a sense of relief. If this being were to act independently and pursue its whims, then after this summoning, Qin Chuan would consider his 65,000 prestige points wasted, never again contemplating the acquisition of a familiar. Well then, have you seen the two groups of enemies ahead? Choose one at random, and proceed to eliminate them for me. Qin Chuan stated with an air of calmness. The ape demon turned around and cast a glance at the two groups ahead. In the next moment, instead of immediately drawing the versatile golden staff, he turned his face with a displeased expression and earnestly addressed Qin Chuan, saying, My young brother, what do you mean by this? On either side, there are at least several hundred individuals. Do you expect this old body of mine to single-handedly confront them all? Moreover, pray tell me, do the inhabitants here not require chakra? Goodness, is this the same ape demon I witnessed in the animated series, the one embodying the rampaging Orochimaru? Why does it appear so utterly terrified? Qin Chuan could scarcely believe that the ape demon would utter such words. Chapter 141, The Strength of the Ape Demon. However, since he had summoned the ape demon, he must compel it to assist him in battle, for failure to do so would result in a tremendous loss of face. How could he possibly lead others after such a disgrace? The ape demon, they do not rely on chakra, as this world is quite unique. These individuals have consumed a certain fruit resembling an apple, thereby gaining extraordinary abilities. The individual clad in red possesses the ability to become ethereal, rendering conventional attacks ineffective against him. Qin Chuan commenced imparting knowledge of the pirate world to the ape demon. Etherealization, you say? This phenomenon has indeed never manifested in the realm of Naruto. It appears that I must summon it. However, the ape demon, being a formidable entity, did not exhibit fear upon hearing Qin Chuan's declaration. Instead, he squinted his eyes in curiosity. What is this phenomenon? In response to the ape demon's inquiry, Qin Chuan retorted with intrigue. Yet, the ape demon chose not to answer further. Instead, he extended his right hand and pointed towards the heavens. In the next moment, a sudden explosion of smoke enveloped the area where he stood, startling those nearby.